this is where we're going to get. I think today is going to just be that crowning jewel at the top. It's usually how it works the deeper you get into the brackets. But let's take a look at the match day overview. What do we got coming up? 2 matches from EU, as I said. ENCE versus Mad Lions. Mad Lions dominated their group. ENCE were right up there with them, so this is going to be a banger to kick things off. NiP versus Vitality. Very even teams right now in terms of the results here in this tournament. And then going into North America, Evil Geniuses versus Gen.G, their second chance. Both of these teams lost their best of 3 qualifying matches yesterday, but one of them will still go to the finals. So big matches, everything on the line today. This is what these teams are fighting for. This is what they've been here trying to prove, that they are worthy to go to the land. I wanted to say land finals at the end of the month, okay. But not quite yet. Not quite yet. Gotta be careful with that Rona. So let's just go ahead and cover some of the matches that happened yesterday. As far as the brackets are concerned, this is what Europe looked like, and as you know, I mean, not an easy path for these teams to make it this deep. You're still going through mousesports. You're still going through Fnatic. I mean, right now, what I want to go ahead and start talking about is just some of the matches that happened yesterday. And so, like, ENCE versus mousesports. That was a sick match that went 2-0, but like ENCE showed up in a big way. So, Thorin, what did you take away from that match?
I mean, I already was someone, if you saw in the group stage, I was actually picking ENCE on a number of occasions. And the fact is, like, once they've made this change to bring Yampi in, I see real potential in it. Again, now it makes people like Ariel, who I do think are underperforming, it doesn't seem to matter that much. Like, they're just sort of out of the way. And the firepower in the team's looking awesome. Alu seems just completely dialed in most of the games. Even Sergey is starting to show signs that he's becoming a good player again. So I don't want to say everything's fixed. I actually personally picked against them today in this matchup, but I do feel as though ENCE is on the mend, as we would say in English.
And Maniac, what did you take away from this match? Because this was a hype one.
Yeah, I mean, the game versus mousesports was really impressive. This was very likely the most accomplished performance I've seen from ENCE in a very long time. And one of the questions I had in terms of structure going into this event was what Yampi's position he would play. And honestly, I mean, not Yampi, Sergey. I mean, Sergey is actually taking over X7's position. And it is not an easy feat, right? We talked about how X7 used to play the shadowy positions, the one I don't really get the credits, the B inside on Train, the apps on Mirage, these types of positions. It's actually Sergey taking over. And it's an interesting gamble, honestly, but one that looked to be working so far.
And you can see just how effective, and this is something we've talked about as well.
Wow.
Allergies suck.
Salté.
Allergies just suck. So, dude, I was holding that sneeze back for I don't know how long now, 2 minutes. Holy crap. All right, but double op. That's been such a powerful play for ENCE. Double op. Alu and Jempi sitting at the top in the Zoomer Boomer category. And Maniac, you've touched a lot on that, the fact that how they are going to be relying on the AWPs to get the job done.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the double AWP in the history of Counter-Strike has always been such a deadly weapon, but it's not one easy to pull off. I think, you know, financially it has a lot of impact, a lot of consequences. If you do invest on these 2 snipers and they don't get the job done, you end up in just a cycle down the well of financial crisis, you know. But it's actually working for ENCE. Alu, very clearly the most consistent player. He's the one shining star of that team, without a doubt. But Yampi is actually doing the job. And the fact is, they've given him the position to do so. So it's an interesting take on how to integrate that new player. And again, one that seemed to be working so far.
So far, exactly. Well, we'll get to see more of him today, obviously, as things progress through the brackets here. But let's go ahead and touch on Fnatic and Vitality. So we're going to go through some of these matches that we saw yesterday because, I mean, they really did stand out. And so, Thorin, I mean, Fnatic Vitality, this we thought was going to be a 3-mapper. This we thought was going to be close. And then Vitality just showed up and dominated.
Yeah, I don't even think, actually, unlike the mousesports game where mousesports was a little lackluster, I actually thought Fnatic wasn't even terrible. Like, at times, they still looked like they were trying to make the kind of plays that have made them beloved over the last 9 months. Then some of these games, like, they were in them. You see here, it's 10-13 at one point in time, but that's the thing. You have to give a lot of credit to Vitality. Like, this looks like a squad where there's now emerging consistency. Like, you know who the people who are going to carry are. I think they've even got now almost a perfect distribution of how performance goes, what the roles are. They're 2-0 people, they're winning, they're showing a bigger map pool. Almost everything you would want is happening, and this is actually crazy because Forget the idea of ENCE losing Alexi B and then doing this weird pickup and somehow making that work. This is a Vitality squad that lost the person who most people credit for basically making them an irrelevant competitive side, which is Alex. Ziwu was already a monster back when they had MBK as the leader. That wasn't enough to make you a team that could win events. So the idea that they've somehow made this swap where now Apex is the in-game leader and they've brought in this guy that nobody even had on their radar, Masuta. He wasn't someone that everyone was saying they had to pick up. People wanted Kiyashima or some other player from G2 maybe. So I think it's actually amazing, but I think Vitality is looking so good. Like today is actually the day, if you see the predictions, where I've switched up. I've taken Vitality for this one. So I think there's something there.
Oh, we'll get to predictions. We'll get to predictions. Don't worry. What did you take away from Vitality's performance so far, Maniac?
I think that the Bo3 versus Fnatic is a good illustration of the best that Vitality can do right now. And if that can become the routine, if that can become the normalization of their performance, we have a team that's going to go back at the top of Counter-Strike for sure.
Fucking
and
nice.
Some of the elements that we have, obviously, Zywoo performing like a madman. We see here Kerrigan cheering the game. I mean, Zywoo going crazy is one thing, right? And one that doesn't really excite me because it's happened all the time, which isn't fair. But anyway, let's put that in the box for a second. What really was working for Vitality is, first of all, Shux showing up and having a lot of impact, calling midway through the rounds, winning all the clutches, pistol round calling as well. He's doing a lot of the work. Misuta being very solid, even though he's a rookie, but still taking a lot of responsibility on his shoulders. And actually Apex, keeping control of what's happening. All of these factors have been on and off. Never really know what you're gonna get with Vitality, but against Fnatic, every light was green. Everything was looking great. So this is how powerful they can look in a sunny day. Pun intended. But that was great to see.
I like this. I expect more puns as we progress through because we have two more best of threes to talk to. The North American best of threes went down. Some teams qualified, and well, two of them are going to be playing it out today to see which one of those will qualify. But this is how it went down. And Gen.G Furia was a match where Furia once again emerged victorious. They've been looking so good all tournament long. They've qualified for the spring final. What do we make of Gen.G? Because we're going to see more of Gen.G today. Thorn, what did you think about Gen.G?
I thought Gen.G was quite underwhelming in this matchup, actually. Like, listen, Furia has certainly blown a lot of teams away and had moments in games where they were unstoppable for practically anyone they've played in the Americas. But the Gen.G that barely scraped past Triumph had to have some things go their way to get that matchup. It doesn't look to me like that team even made it to this point in the tournament. Like, I almost wish Triumph had made it because I think they might have given Furia a better run for their money. So... listen, I still think they have a chance to go through in this match against EG and get to the spring finals, but I don't know, there's still a few things off with that lineup. Like, I still think that the players are a good mix of players, but something about the blend doesn't seem quite right to me, and certainly their map pool. Like, it's all right, but like, they're another team where I would struggle to say that they have one map that they're really strong on.
And so... we had two matches as well. We are going to keep rolling here a little bit because we had EG versus MIBR that went down, and that was our three mapper of the day, and such a close one as well. I mean, overtime on the first two maps, nearly 30 rounds on the last one, just an insane bout. And Maniac, what did you take away from that match?
My sanity to start with, because this game was absolutely insane. I kind of lost track of it at the middle of the third map. But yeah, listen, some of the elements that shown from MIBR during that game have been reminiscent of the past good old days. Fallen with the insane clutches. The man that we have here, that's not nostalgia. TRK, that's actually the future. And he's been very, very impressive. I mean, he was topping the charts, 80 plus kills in that Bo3. He was actually the one, taking over some of these rounds. So it's too early to say that, MIBR, they made the right decision. This is it. That's the final five. I mean, I've made that mistakes a couple of times with this lineup, so I'm going to be a bit more careful. But yesterday's MIBR performance was insane. Now, if you flip over to EG, now there is room for disappointment. There is room for frustration because these rounds that they lost shouldn't really happen. I mean, they should have the composure. They should have the experience. They've been together for a while now. It just didn't click. And it's really hard for me to pinpoint what went wrong. It just did.
Well, Thorn, perhaps you can take a crack at it here. I mean, what went wrong for EG?
Let me think. I think, first of all, they're another example of a team where they looked like towards the end of the game, they were second-guessing themselves. Like, I feel like Stanislaw maybe got in his own head a little bit in terms of the matchup, because like a lot of the time when they were in these late game scenarios, rounds that they were winning, like they were winning nonsense rounds earlier in those games. Like they looked like they thought they could win any kind of a round with any kind of weaponry. All of a sudden they got into a million scenarios where they were saving, or they were down a man, or they were trying some like super slow flank to retake a site. I feel like if that was like round 4 of the game, they just run in and try and shoot people, play to their strengths, and actually, I don't know if they would have won the rounds, but they would have been in the rounds and a lot more. And I always feel like on a lower level, MIBR is a little bit like Astralis. It's like if you give them too much respect, they just use that against you. Like they will use the fact that you won't be aggressive in certain scenarios, or that you'll just let fur and fall and get away with whatever they want. And that will be your undoing oftentimes.
Well, now let's talk about actually moving on, because we won't see MIBR, obviously. They've qualified for the finals and they're going to get that time to prepare, but we will continue to see their opponents, EG. And so this is today's match day overview. This is what we're going to be having come at us today. ENCE versus Mad Lions is going to be our first match. And we already actually have an interview with Sunny and Ariel. So let's listen to that now, and then we can discuss further.
Now, when it comes to Mad Lions today, this is a big matchup. And you guys last time around was a long time ago since you faced each other back in Jan for the Katowice close qualifiers. Obviously, a lot's changed since then. But what do you make of this team? Because they're a team that's hugely on the rise, got a lot of young talent, but they've had such a flawless stage so far.
Like now they don't have Handen, but Handen's teams has always been really hard for Finnish. I don't know why. But today we don't really think about our opponent. We just try to show our own game, because we still don't have so much time with Jampi that we can't really undisrupt anyone right now. We just need to play our own game, and hopefully that's enough.
And how is Jampi doing in your eyes in learning everything, seeing what needs to be done, and getting himself in a good position? Because he definitely seems to be improving, and he seems to fit really well in the team.
Yeah, he's really great personality, and we are having really much fun outside the game as well. But right now in game, we are still figuring out like what's the best for future as we speak, because we have like 1 month, probably 3 weeks of practice with him. So it's impossible with this time to kind of know exactly how we want to approach the game, and for example, in a few months. But yeah, everything seems fine right now.
And how are you feeling going into this game versus Mad Lions? What do you think is going to go down? Because for me, this is definitely like a big 50-50 with this. Because if we have the ENCE that show up like the ENCE that came in yesterday, then it's going to be a very tough game for Mad Lions. But I'm not convinced just yet if you guys can deliver that every game. What needs to happen for us to see that?
Like, we need to hit our shots like we did yesterday. And Mad Lions is a really strong team. They have like 5 great players who hit their shots, and they're hungry players, and they're in great form right now, so we need to give it all to win them, and I expect it to be a close game.
And to follow up on this, in fact, we have James, the man who's been doing all these interviews all week long for us here at Blast. James actually had a chance to get some insight as well on ENCE, so we'll hear him now.
Thank you, Semle. Yeah, I keep doing this, right? I'm speaking to these teams. We're learning a lot more about what's going on here. And there's one thing I wanted to touch on early on is this AWP battle. And it's going to be obviously Alu, who's the main AWP here for ENCE, going up against Acor. Now, in terms of what Alu's been able to deliver, he's performing incredibly well. He's one of the highest rated players so far throughout the tournament. He's been able to be like the real difference maker for ENCE to actually have a lot of success here. Now, Acor, he's still in there. He's within the top 10 of performers within the event, but we don't need to rely on him in the same way that ENCE do, which is one of the things I think ENCE need to be a little bit careful of, because yes, they can play very well against the likes of Mousesports who aren't performing, but Mad Lions, they look like they're on another level to any of the other teams we have here. And then the other part, and this is the really scary part, Jampi's supposed to come in as this young star, and admittedly, yes, he's having to rifle now. He said he's happy to play any role. He definitely seems completely flexible in what he's able to deliver, but you still see these tendencies from him where he gets over aggressive, or he wants to go out for the frags a bit more. Now, Twister told me they've been working on it. He's been talking to him. He's been explaining like in how you should play certain situations. Remember, this is his first huge team with a big step up for the guy to play in. But then when you compare it to someone like Bubsky, who's got a 1.38 rating, the second highest player after Zyru, there's a huge disparity when you look at the stats there. It's like everyone within the Mad Lions camp can deliver a whole lot better than what ENCE have shown us so far. So if ENCE really want to take this game, they need to come mentally prepared and strong. They need to be able to just hit all their shots from the offset, because otherwise I think this could be a complete blowout in Mad Lions' favour. And I think ENCE right now, yes, they've had a good run up until this point and it's looking so solid for them, but I haven't been completely sold on it, and I don't think they're sold on it either right now.
Well, I'm pretty sure we know who your cheerleader in the background is a fan of there. So we'll see if it goes against her or not. But thank you very much, James, and we look forward to having more interviews from you throughout the day. The feline friends cheering in the background. Well, guys, what are you thinking about this match coming up? I mean, Thorin, ENCE versus Mad Lions. This is got the hallmarks of one of the big matches of this tournament so far.
For me, this is all about the Mad Lions side of the equation. Like, this is a team where, like, as you saw in the group stage of this tournament, if you just put them online and you take away pressure, they're already one of the best teams in the world. Like, they actually match up amazingly versus most teams in the game. They have a nice map pool. They have a team where every single player seems to fit his role. In this particular case as well, all the players, just like they were at Flashpoint, are also having like pretty good like numbers on the board. You're getting 3-4 people up in the top rated part of the tournament. Even the in-game leader wins clutches and frags. The question is though, does that continue when you're in a pressure situation, when you're in a playoff scenario, when you're playing a team in this team events who's bringing nice firepower to the table? Actually, you have a couple of veterans, some young players, mix of experience themselves. Like, the thing for me is I feel like ENCE can actually, at least they haven't so far, be a heavy hitter. So that's the type of team I want to see Mad Lions stand up to, because tactically, stylistically, I feel like they've got the answers for ENCE, but will they have them today?
Well, Mad Lions, I mean, this is what a lot of the discussion is about, obviously. But ENCE, what are ENCE going to have to do? Is it going to be relying on the heavy fraggers, Maniac?
I mean, obviously, firepower is always the key to Counter-Strike. At the end of the day, if you don't shoot your opponent in the head, that is it. You're not going to win the round. But I just wanted to quickly touch upon Yampi, because I think this interview was interesting, and it's a point that we've heard already in the previous days. We say he's a little bit too aggressive. We say he takes a little bit too many risks. Well, I would argue that when you start your career, when you have these first steps at the top level, you should go like this. You should be too eager. You should be too aggressive. I think it's easier to dial it back and find, the middle ground of the aggression, try and understand which risks are worth taking or not, rather than being too passive and kind of corner yourself in a place where you don't feel like you can, you're a little bit shy of taking risks, because Counter-Strike is about taking risks. All the rounds will not go according to plan. Sometimes you have to step up, you have to do something crazy to win, and if you know you can do that, I think it's easier to calm it down rather than find the craziness when you've been such a passive player your whole career. So I actually agree with the Yampi's way of thinking right now. Be too aggressive, it's okay, you have time to learn from your mistakes.
Well, two individuals who are going to be looking to shut down Yumpy today and not let him get aggressive, not let him have any fun whatsoever. Back to the playpen. Bubsky and Shush, we have an interview with them.
And what about for you, right? Because you at the moment are one of the highest rated players within the tournament. It's only Zyru that's ahead of you. How are you feeling this confident? How are you feeling like is it a mentality thing? Are you putting extra work on DM? What's making this possible?
I don't really play DM that much, maybe 5 minutes before official. I think it's mostly, I don't think my aim is consistent, but I think generally my aim sense and my decisions are fairly good. So I feel what's keeping me consistently good.
Did you expect ENCE to be the team that you were facing today? Because many people were looking at it and thinking potentially Mouse Sports could be the ones to be able to take it, but you seem pretty happy with what you've seen from ENCE.
Yeah, I don't really know. Like, Mouseball hasn't been playing their best level lately, so it was kind of 50-50 match. But I didn't really care who to play against because Mouse is pretty good as well. So, and ENCE is good, so it didn't really matter for me. So.
Didn't really matter for him. Well, we're going to give him a little bit of time to ponder that as we go to break. But first, I have to thank our sponsors, Betway, for providing the odds for this tournament. All tournament long, they've been looking after us, and so you guys go look after them. But Betway doing a good job. Our desk doing a fantastic job. We have to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll be getting into the map pick ban, and we're going to see where this fight is going to take place.
he figure out fast enough where they're headed to allow MIBR to have the proper stack? There's a kill. That's in middle. So Taco and Mayern everything to do. Taco takes his time with that kill.
Yeah, now they know they've been spotted in IP. They know they have to move quick because otherwise, you know, the flank is just going to continue. That smoke will buy some time, and now it looks like they might try and counter boost into it. Taco's thinking about it too. Oh, this is a wild round. He's going to jump up and try and see if he can catch one. Twist very low. Yeah, that is the bomb. And the cone almost landed on his face. I don't know whether that would have been enough. 55 seconds, but now they're running back.
And they're basically running on top of each other. They know exactly where this is going. Lecro's already got the angle. What a shot from Taco. Turns that corner with the quickness. He can add another. Plopsky, narrow angle, another headshot. And Taco's pulled MIBR right back into this. He's got just one more kill to find, and it's 15 HP on Twist.
See, he's running quickly as well. Twist, this is going to be a close corner. He's just going to run right into it. And Taco, he just needs one bullet to connect, and he will have done it. And Twist is very nervous. You could absolutely tell. Oh, he somehow gets it at the end. That's what he needed.
And right now he's scared enough that he can't even flank. So he's a very far rotate from B.
You touched on it, gets basically bored enough to play back on site, and that's the one time they go all in on this, but keep your eyes on Nitro. He decides to peek. Doesn't want to fancy them pushing past him. Elige continues the spray. Okay. He does grab that second, but Nico, 1v3, has a player in the open, jumping, hoping was an fly, and there's the head on display. He takes it. FaZe Clan winning a round. Sketchy. This is still sketchy. It bewilders me that Team Liquid didn't even look like B was a possibility in that moment, but they're not going to put anybody on tons. They flash through, they sprint in, and Rain, well, he has low health, but he does still have the AK cold with everything to do, just popping noggins. He's cleared 3 bodies and the 4th! Mayern's still alive, but on the other side of the map. And seeing as he doesn't want to give away info, he's just going to wait. KNG, a bait, and a difficult position. He's stuck to the fight. Fur down, and now it's all on Mayern. But they still don't know. And they're going to tap that bomb. Solely focused over on ramp. He gets them both! Mayern picking up a clutch!
Okay. He still comes in just in the nick of time to win the round.
Point being, we've moved into another crucial round, but Twist blasts Mayern away. Hold on. Where'd he come from?
I don't know. That's a very big question.
I think that may have been a boost. That may have been a run boost from T-Spawn, the top of T-Spawn. They just threw him onto the stairs, but it doesn't matter because Taco throws them back up that A site. They already had a 5 versus 4. They tried to go one better, and suddenly this round gets turned. He has all 4 kills thus far, and Taco, he's gone to the other side, so Twist is going to take the ace.
Oh my god, the defuse.
So, welcome back, and now we get into the fun stuff. It's going to be the map pick and ban, and Maniac and Thorin, you guys have been fantastic all tournament long with this, so I just want to hand it over to you as fast as possible so we can start that discussion on where this match is going to go down. And so, Thorin, why don't you kick us off?
Yeah, the main most interesting thing to me is, like, I expect the permabans to be the similar ones, which is Mad Lions at the moment, ban out Dust 2. I mean, obviously, ENCE picked that against Mouse Sports. Vertigo is the ban from ENCE, makes sense. I mean, I don't think Mad Lions is going to pick it, but listen, the Finns just want to get the map. They don't want to play out the way. It's the picks that are more interesting to me, because for Mad Lions, there's a lot of ways they can go on this one. Like, logical choices would be something like Nuke, I think, would be a map that ENCE wouldn't enjoy so much. I don't think you want to go into your traditional Mirage, because that's a map that ENCE themselves sometimes pick. Then on the side of ENCE, right, listen, there's going to be no Dust 2 because the ban's in here. So I actually think logically, if you look at what Mad Lions, because they've got very good win rates across the maps, one of the few ones they might be dodgy on that an ENCE map likes to pick is Train. I think that would be the one I see is most likely to come up now as the pick. And I think that's the right pick, actually. I've seen enough times where the Mad Lions guys looked ropey. Anyone who saw Flashpoint knows there's a world in which they just get blown out in that match completely. Now, for this one here, though, what do you think, Maniac? Do you think that actually Nuke is the right pick? Would you go somewhere else on this one?
It's a tough one to call, honestly. I think Nuke would be my call if I were to make that guess. Overpass is still on the cards, but I'm not exactly sure where Mad Lions stand on it. I know ENCE have been putting it aside for a while, so this could be a punish. They go for Mirage, and you're right. Mirage used to be Alu's garden. It's just literally the map where he used to shine the most. He had the biggest impact ever on that map, so tricky one night. The third map, what do we have here? Nuke could be on the cards, obviously. I think we could actually go towards Nuke for a third map.
Yeah, especially because obviously it's actually the pick of Mad Lions. Now, I will say, there's not impossible that they let Overpass go as they decided, because I think they know that ENCE isn't going to want it. So that's the key thing. I want to know, do they want to test ENCE? Because the interesting thing about Mad Lions is the reason they've switched up to Dust 2 as a permaban is they're really trying to flex into the map pool. They just didn't play Overpass because that was one of the few maps they chose to make the second rotation ban every time at Flashpoint. So I think going to Nuke means at least you get the decider that you want. Like, I think it has to be a pretty comfortable map for you Mad Lions. The good news is this: Mad Lions certainly can play Train. It's just that I think that is the one area where I essentially the veto goes like this for me. I give ENCE the edge on Train. I think Mad Lions on Mirage, they're good, but that feels like way more of a 50-50. And if they get to the decider, I would favor them to win that. So I guess a lot of it for me hinges on how the Mirage will go for Mad Lions, because I feel as though it almost has to be secured to get them the win here.
And Maniac, do you concur with that analysis? We have the time, so we can discuss.
All right. Yeah, I do. I would favor ENCE looking at these maps. I think they've done a great job at finding, or rather not being punished in any case. You know, when Mirage is your opponent's map pick, you gotta feel somewhat comfortable about it. Nuke, the level of ENCE that I've seen has been good enough, and I do believe that the key will be T sides, right? And if you'd asked me 2 or 3 months ago, I would have told you that is it, ENCE is done, because they didn't have that T side. You know, they were missing Alexia, obviously. But during this event, would it be on Train or on Nuke, they've been able to post 7-8 rounds on the T side of these maps, even without winning the pistol. So suddenly that is a card that you have in your arsenal. When you can play the tactical map, when you can have that good offense, then yeah, sure, then the veto looks very great for ENCE.
Well, excellent. Well, I think I'm gonna just take advantage to bring up the predictions here. See who did we go for and who didn't we, and do we regret our decisions based on the map veto? Because these predictions are so important. You know, they really got everything. So Maniac, coming out of this one, what are you thinking? Are you liking your prediction, or
I stick by my guns, but I want to bounce back on something Duncan said earlier today, which resonated with me.
Okay.
The switch from BO1 to BO3 is where I would maybe take a point off Mad Lions. Sure, they've done it in Flashpoint, that was great, but now they have to do it again. Hello, welcome to Big Boy CS. This is when you have to do it time and time again at different events. They've shown us that they were great in the group stage. I will take nothing away from their performance. They were absolutely dominant. But now you go to the BO3, now you go where it matters the most. And this is where I'll favor ENCE. This is exactly why I'll stick with my prediction.
All right, well, Thorin, do you agree? Do you think that Mad Lions are going to be weaker in a best of 3?
I think ENCE have given themselves a nice chance in this veto. I think they've played that well, although you could also say it's just that Mad Lions has sort of given them a bit of a lifeline there. I will say it's telling to me that they would pick Mirage there, because as I said, the punish, in my opinion, was the Nuke pick, or maybe some super bold Overpass pick. So that suggests to me Mad Lions are going towards their own comfort, but luckily, with the team that they have, I consider them more a team where it's the execution level of what they want to do tactically is what's going to get them the win. I can understand going with comfort with a young team like that. I think as well, one thing you cannot underestimate is this is not Brains versus Brawn matchup, because Mad Lions, when they're on form, have Brains and Brawn. In fact, one of the things that's crazy is because of how flashy he is, we all spent all these months hyping up Acor, and I have to say, the more I've watched Mad Lions, I don't even think he's the best player in the team. I think Bobski far and away has the most impact. I think Shush looks like a more complete all-around player, and so as a result, if Acor doesn't even have to be the star player, I think at that point in time, you've already got the makings of a pretty strong team. So I think, listen, if ENCE can overpower them here, yeah, that's certainly a possibility. But Mad Lions is just such a satisfying team to watch when they get their style off.
Oh, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. That was very well done. And we are going to be moving into the match now. So we're going to get to see how it all played out. We've speculated, we've analyzed, we've tried to predict as well, Maniac at least. But now it is time to get into the action. And to bring you the action, I'm going to hand the mic over to Anders and Moses. Good morning, guys. How's it going? What's up?
It's going good. Going well. I like to see that you finally found your French smugness for the first time you've ever been in the lead in a prediction game. This is very cool to see. It's a new someone out there.
First time. I see you taking the risk too, buddy. You just can't handle it. Yeah, you can't handle it being behind. I mean, I get it. It's all right. It's fine, guys.
You think it's a risk. You think it's a risk. I'm so comfortable in this prediction. ENCE is going to just bang out Mad Lions in this matchup. It's going to be great.
Oh, someone's forgot about the early days of this tournament where ENCE was throwing all the leads. They did look good yesterday. I'll give you that, Jason.
Yesterday was a peak. I think yesterday was a very impressive peak for ENCE, and if they get anywhere near that again, I think this series is going to be surprising for a lot of people, especially obviously the Mad Lions predictions. Mad Lions still a very dangerous team, as the desk highlighted, but I think when you look at this ENCE roster and the players that they have, if they hit that level again and they all still feel they're all hitting their shots, they're all making the correct decisions. Remember how dynamic they were on the CT sides? I think there's so many positives that we saw yesterday in ENCE that we haven't seen in the other teams in this competition, even Mad Lions.
Well, look at the odds, Jason. They don't agree with you at all. Well, I mean, it's close, but still, they're slightly favoring mine and Semler's side. So I'm on the Mad Lions train as well.
There's a lot of...
I think they're gonna win.
There's a lot of wrong people out there, Anders.
Well, that I can agree with. I just, the trickiness is figuring out how to join the right side, I suppose. Wow, there's Alu's chair. At least that has shown up. Don't know about Alu himself. I am sure he's going to be there.
That's
any
the
second.
kind of chair that you feel like has powers, like it's cursed or something, and it gives him, like, he had to sell his soul to get that chair, and it's like the ultimate gaming rig.
That could be like some sort of Finnish magic. I don't know if they do that. There could be something there. Maybe he takes it to the sauna when it's not.
Magic.
When it's not. Maybe it's just an all-around chair. Like it could be his like dining room chair, gaming chair, sauna chair. It could just be all of it. Carries it with him. His own chair on the train, on the bus. I don't know how far it goes.
Just never lets it out of his sight.
I agree with you though. Like the peak that ENCE hit yesterday was really cool. But this is the problem though with, like if you say that was the peak, then does that mean it's going to go downhill for me, or is there another peak even higher up? That I don't know.
I don't know. I don't really know either. But I think that's kind of the fun of this ENCE squad, because they have struggled for so long. This is the best we've looked. Yesterday was the best I've seen ENCE play since Alexi B left, and that's at least a promising sign. And now it's all about where can they go from here? Can they build upon that? And maybe it doesn't happen immediately. Maybe it's not today. But certainly you at least started to see the promising signs, and just so much skill in this roster. Sunny playing well. Alu's been playing well throughout this whole event. Sunny just had like a good day yesterday, but otherwise was a bit quiet. Yumpy, we're starting to see the impressive, like what everyone is so excited about with him. Sergey as well, another young player who is insanely talented. So yeah, there's a lot of dangerous factors on this ENCE side. And when you switch over, Mad Lions have a similar thing. You can go pretty deep into that roster talking about how good these players are, but as we've mentioned a couple times, casting them, as the desk talked about, Duncan just mentioned it, Acor's been quiet this event so far. Shush has been quiet relative to what we saw at Flashpoint. Bubsky's been the one delivering for this team. Roy has been the one delivering for this team here at the Spring Showdown. So you're putting a lot of pressure on those two guys as well, and we'll just see what kind of level they come into this with, but I'm comfortable taking ENCE for sure.
Well, I picked Mad Lions for this one. I feel pretty good about it, but now it's time to actually find out. It's ENCE versus Mad Lions in the best of 3 here at Blast Premier. We're going to start it off on Train, and Yampy already with an early Deagle kill. That's a Deagle on the T side, and it takes down Roy. Great start. Acor with one return. Oh, and Ariel falls to his death. I think he was tagged up by Shush there, and that is going to be a very, very tricky start here. ENCE in a 3 versus 2. Oh, making a 3-on-1, and Alu and Sunny will close it out. I thought maybe they were going to be in trouble. They were low on health, but they weren't, and ENCE will win the pistol.
That is the kind of no cares given pistol round you'd like to see to start a series. ENCE with just a straight up rush to that B bomb site, and even encountering some difficulty. Oh yeah, he got shot in the face right in the air. Still allows his team to get the entrance. Alu with a nice one tap with that P250, and the shots coming in at long range. Jesus Christ.
He's evolving. He's discovered the webcam that's in his little Sue, so now he's interacting with it. I like it.
His interview yesterday was so astounding to me. I don't think I've ever seen anyone more Finnish.
Super Finnish. Well, oh no, again. They need...
Oh, why is this happening? This second round, again, it is just a speed bump for so many teams. Alu can't even plant the bomb, and what a shot from Acor.
My God.
That's unreal. Good response from Mad Lions, and maybe a bit cheeky from ENCE to try back-to-back B rushes.
Yeah, I mean, you could say that. That's maybe a little bit bold. I do like the idea of them trying to set the pace at a really high level and just, sort of like see if they could maybe run down Mad Lions early on. So yeah, and on the other side of that coin as well, right? If they were going slow and got picked off by the scouts, we would have criticized them too. So we'd have said, man,
yeah, it's beautiful.
Should have been faster.
Ooh, some fine nade work from Mad Lions, or I think it might have even been just Acore nading and dealing a little bit of damage. Maybe a tag with that scout and blowing him up. The Deagle's not doing work just yet. Good shot from Roy, holding the ladder room peak, and it's down to just 3 players from ENCE. Man, that's tough for ENCE. I was really excited. I had a lot of energy behind that pistol round win. I was ready to start bragging, order the champagne already for a correct prediction on my part.
Classic.
And how the tables have turned.
Yes, well, I mean, I think there's time to make it back still, but obviously, you know, a little bit of a hiccup here. Some decent deagling going on. Could have easily been a double kill on Acore there, but that won't quite work out. They've got the AK-47, they've got the Galil, they've got a couple of M4s, and can anyone? Yeah, there's the drop of the AWP for Acore. And this round should be probably easier even. So, I mean, this is, I think, the more of a problem more than anything else is the potential money that they can make this round Mad Lions.
Yeah, if they can keep all 5 players alive, which should be, as you said, a pretty good shot. There is one point of danger if some craziness. Oh, good shot from Acore. He's feeling fast today. I guess he's had enough of not really having an impact on these games.
Listen,
the one point of danger, the real point of danger, would be if somehow some craziness ensued and at least the op was taken out of the hands of Acore.
Yeah. Well, honestly, Acore's going to have to be on point because Alu has been an absolute god in the last couple of games. Even when ENCE have been throwing away rounds, and he was the one consistent player that was just doing very well. So yeah, I think Acore's going to have to step it up.
Well, especially on train, Alu is he's just fun to watch. I feel like he's like really good at this map as an opper. Ooh, that is a sick nade. They back away from it, but it doesn't matter. That just splits them up so that Shush can chew him apart with the M4. Bubsky with the final kill. I feel like Alu more than most players has like this lack of fear. He's like really funny to watch. He will just not care about the potential danger somewhere else, and he's very good at just kind of isolating that fear in his brain and just moving forward as an opper. So I think, you know, he's oddly suited, at least in his mentality, to this map.
Yeah, I think that's why the wooden chair fits so well. It's like if someone asked him at one point, like, listen, Alu, we've got like, you know, gaming chair sponsorship. We can just get you one for free, and he's like, I don't care. So like, just get me somebody to sit on. Unlike, remember that classic moment of DreamHack when Mikelele had to like get his chair just right, and it was all like complete chaos and he ended up sitting on his knees.
Yeah,
and it was
that
like
was
a whole,
great.
I feel like Alu's the opposite of that. Like whatever you get him, like any kind of a chair or stool or anything, like a little fort of pillows, he'll probably make it work and just keep playing.
Yeah, the chair is like a medieval torture device, just keeping him ready to go. Another hit towards the B bomb site. A lot of utility going unused, but a stunning initial headshot. Shush is stuck. He's going to get spammed down. Plant coming in. Mad Lions outside in the yard had an aggressive defense towards ladder room and towards the choke point, so they're a bit late on the rotation over. It's a 3 versus 4, and they're at least going to investigate and see what they can find, but they've got to be careful about these weapons. They don't want to risk everything at a low percentage retake.
No, even with the money behind him, it's just not worth it. Alu snuck inside of the smoke, and they're actually walking behind him, except for Acore. But if Alu turns around and walks back where he came from out of the smoke, he's going to win the round in a second. Bobsky takes down Yampi, but yeah, there's the turnaround from Alu. An easy kill, and now they're really confused. 2 seconds on the defuse. Oh, and a little bit of a save, but not quite enough. They're still going to lose Roy, who was trying to get that defuse. Now it's Acore and Alu tapping for the headshot. Oh dear, no. There it finally is. That was about to be an absolute disaster. It's an expensive round for ENCE in spite of winning it, but I think they'll take it. It's the T-side after all.
I think that's actually really rough for ENCE. I don't know how that actually got there that close. It felt like that should have been a way more convincing victory for ENCE, but Mad Lions with an impressive retake, and that had me worried. I thought Alu wasn't going to be able to connect that. The little shift of position mid-diffuse scared me. So ENCE going to come into this 3 AKs, Galil, Mac-10 on Sunny. Again, they're just missing nades. And again, we'll see if they can abuse this B bomb site because it seems like that's where they want to go when they're low on utility. Opening pick for Asilian, was surprisingly proficient with the AWP and Mad Lions double up setup on this map.
Yeah, that was something we were sort of really caught off guard by. I think the first time I saw him pick it up, I thought, oh, that's just probably just because, you know, he's the only one alive to have it. And then he proved that was definitely not the case. So, Yeah, job well done on him. Shush here, maybe about to get flashed. He's going to turn for the second one. Jumps down on the low ground. He's got some backup here, but it has to be quicker, and it's not going to be there in time. Aerial will take him down. Another great entry into the bomb site. Roy falls next, and this time I actually think they probably need to really think about it. They don't have the cash that they had last time to buy. Acor gets a kill, and that's almost certainly going to lure them into it. Yeah, they want to go for it. Here's a nice shot from Bo3, and Acor with the follow-up. And I'm wrong entirely. They needed to go for it. I was scared for the bank that they had, but they proved that was not a real concern.
No, I mean, it helps when all events is just peeking into those ops far, far back. You have to know Acor is going to have one. And it felt like ENCE was taking fights and taking Pete's one by one that they didn't necessarily need to quite yet. The real danger was the M4 player pushing up along the high train, along the wall. If they can dispatch of him, there's no way those ops are able to manage being aggressive. But everyone wanted to peek away from that player pushing up, and that was perfect for the AWPs. 4-2. This has been two things. At the moment, we're not quite seeing that ENCE that we had yesterday. Maybe they warm up into it, so I mean, it's still very early going in the map. But also, this has been a very one-dimensional start to the half. ENCE has mostly just went back, rinse and repeat towards that B bomb site, what, 3 or 4 times in these first 6 rounds? I think they only really challenged outside on the second and, or excuse me, on the third and fourth after when they were saving with deagles and pistols.
Yeah, it is a little bit of a different feel, but I do agree it's probably too soon to tell here. Or Jason, maybe you just bought high and are about to sell low, which is, you know, the stock market, Jason. It was supposed to be the opposite.
Yeah, it's not the best. We've made a mistake. I'd like a do-over, please.
Well, we'll see.
I wonder if the stock market's cool with that.
Don't think it works that way. You might be about to get that dreaded margin call, Jason. But we do have 3 maps, so it's you know, still a little bit further out. Shush, trying to see if he could do something back here. He's going to snipe away at Sergey, but they're down on the low ground. But just to point out, this is another round 3 in a row where they just run into the B bomb site and get the bomb down. They're going to lose every single one afterwards, but this has got to stop for Mad Lions. There's got to be a way for Mad Lions to try and have more of an impact before the bomb goes down. It's great that their retakes are cool and all, but still.
Yeah, I agree. However, with the retakes being so good, especially on a round like that against the deagles, definitely I think the retake was the smart idea. Certainly when the rifles come back up starting here on now, I think they've got to be very cautious about how they play that B bomb site. But what you don't want to do is play close against the deagles, have some unfortunate headshots, and then have the 1 saved rifle, 2 rifles, or 1 rifle picked up by ENCE as well, and all of a sudden you have a pretty tough retake ahead of you. So I like the passive play in that previous round. 2-5, ENCE 3 rounds behind, and Muddy's pretty solid for Mad Lions. They at least have the buffer of a 1-round bye should they encounter a loss. And this time, ENCE gonna readjust. Other side of the map, 3 players headed towards Ivy.
Yeah, set up down there with Alu on that AWP. 4-man set up out in the A yard for the minute on the Mad Lions side, which should give them some space to work with. Now, yeah, Cillian is going to be there. Acor's not that far away with the other AWP, but yeah, that's an easy kill on Yampi. Kind of wondering why it wasn't Alu with the AWP taking that corner to look into the yard, but guess we'll never know.
Maybe it's some rookie hazing. Cillian blinded. Here comes the boost. Cillian's looking for it, though. Oh, good find. That's unfortunate. We had Cillian's POV, and he couldn't see a damn thing. So he'll be frustrated. Acor's almost forced forward. He wanted to go for it, but Bo3's got the op now. And ENCE have not called the go trigger just yet. Good flank from Sergey down ladder. Attention taken away by Sunny in mid. And now the ENCE hit is starting to get very dangerous. Bomb is making its way in, but Shush is close by. He's dropped as well.
Oh, that's looking very, very nice. And I think potentially a bit of a breakdown there from just the defensive protocol on the Mad Lions side. I don't think they really were sure who was covering what after the first engagement, and that was a bit of an issue. Acom going to be up on the ladder trying to find someone, but Aerial was basically right underneath him to get the kill. So, good round out of ENCE, 3-5, and they actually have enough money to put together or sort of force together a buy here, Mad Lions. A little bit low on a Cillian, but that's a little bit of a luxury for the Danish side, though. I mean, you know, this is early on, 3-5.
Yeah.
They could have easily run out of money already in Mad Lions.
Yeah, they could have. It's a good thing those retakes have been so clean. They've been able to do it without taking too many heavy losses. Those could have been way more costly.
Yeah, that's a good
Third
point.
round for ENCE, but if they can win this round here, the money's broken. Then they have a big advantage, and you might even be able to get the knockout punch if this inner hit works. If they commit to this and find Shush quickly, then it might have to be a save call for Mad Lions, in which case ENCE can build up their own money with a very clean win. But you've always got to be mindful of ladder. We've seen Bo3 a number of times willing to just fly up for no good reason.
Yeah, he's a bit crazy like that. Inside of the B bomb side again, that's...
God.
Oh, Aerial will take down... Did he jump? I really need to see a replay. I have to see a replay of that. We're going to have to find it. That is...
It's a save call.
Yeah, sure, it has to be.
So what I just talked about, that's a clean entrance provided by Aerial.
Oh,
and there's no way Mad Lions can fight for it.
Make sure if we find the replay when it comes through, guys, that you're not like, drinking anything or like, chewing on some food, because, you might have to just spit it all back out again. I have a feeling this is going to be really disgusting. I could be wrong, but just from what I was looking at the minimap, it looked like it was about to be absurd.
Anders, you've built this up into something.
I know.
It doesn't deliver.
Well, then it'll just be funny because I'm so hyped up about it. But let's just see if we can find it again. Don't want to throw production under the bus too bad.
Listen,
they have been working
we've got some great
days.
people in production. Yeah, but I've got faith. They've been phenomenal. I think we're going to be able to pull it off.
All right. Well, we'll find out. If not, I'll go track it down later. I have to find it. My curiosity is too overwhelming. 4-5. What a good recovery from ENCE. In spite of, as we said, it didn't look like the peak ENCE that we saw yesterday. But if they build into it, it's still fine. I mean, like, that's still okay. It's a best of 3. They can spend some time, and 4-5 is great for a beginning on T-side train.
I think the unfortunate part for ENCE is by calling that save Mad Lions, obviously, I mean, kind of a necessary call, but also a very smart one. They've neutralized the idea of like that economic break and then ENCE getting a couple of easy rounds, because they still have the AWP and 3 rifles and plenty of utility. They have 1 kid on Bo3 and, sitting right around 2,000 on most players as well. So even in a loss here, the losing bonus is going to give them 4,400, so that's the opportunity to buy very much so in the next round as well if they'd like to go for that. So there's a world where ENCE doesn't really get any easy rounds in this half because of the early success from Mad Lions, and we'll have to see how it plays out.
Yeah, I mean, this would be like a classic. If ENCE loses this next round, then suddenly Mad Lions, all the economic troubles is pushed further back a little bit, and that would be super frustrating. Bo3 going down, although Sergey did also take a fair bit of damage. Set up with a grenade here, and it's going to be surely a peek with... No, he's waiting for it, actually. Thought maybe they would both peek at the same time. Just going to be a smoke setup instead, and that's holding 3 people back down there from the ENCE side. So, some wild spam coming out, and not connecting with anyone, really. Some A-core, a little bit of damage, but that's fine.
Let's see how Yumpy handles this. He's got Aerial sticking around with him, but you have to imagine Asilian's going to be making a play at some point. A-core holding with the op, and maybe it's one shot with the AWP, and then comes the push. Aerial's just playing counter flash, staring right into the wall. And I think ENCE is relying on some mid-pressure to take the attention away from Ivy. Ooh, that's a dangerous peek from Yumpy. A bold swing. I don't know if they were peeking enough to see the trajectory of that smoke, but that might be the information. Roy, Alu's got to commit to this. He's got to take that fight down, and he's got him. He's got him pinned in. A-core finding one at Ivy. There's the push through from Aerial, and it's an awkward timing. 2-on-2
and they weren't
into a
expecting
2-on-1.
Shush is the B player, and they had already taken down Roy towards main, so they weren't expecting for Shush to be in Pop Dog. I mean, why would he be when he's anchoring the B bomb site? So they don't even check for it. And that is probably the reason why he's able to get that kill so easily coming in through Pop Dog. Really advanced and smart movement from Shush, who had been playing upper B the whole time pretty much. Now it's Aerial down here. Oh, that's a little bit of noise. A lot of noise. 10 seconds. He had to do it. Didn't even notice the time. But yeah, he had to make noise at that point. There was no other way out. So, close round, but they saved 2 AWPs, man. Mad Lions are getting away with quite a bit, actually, in this early part of the half.
They've done a great job of saving what they need to and always maintaining the ops that they've invested into. Look at A-core, 15-3. Here you go, Anders.
Oh, man, I still want to know. Did he jump back there? I can't actually tell. I think he did.
No, he did not.
He didn't?
No, that's not a jump.
Is it not? I can't tell.
So. I think he jumps up on the spindle.
Yep.
Ooh, it is a jump.
He is just jumping. I was sure of it. He was further back. I saw it on the minimap. I might be a genius, Jason. It's not clear yet. There's some early signs.
You mean Listen, you definitely are not a genius. You've gotten one thing right. You're like Semler. It's like the first time you've got something right, and you're already off to the races.
Just let us have this moment. Semler and I were doing well. All right. Well, I might have called that too quickly. Still, 11th round is coming up. Listen, I am prepared for the fact that I might not be. There are signs to the opposite as well. I'll admit it. I'll be the first to admit it, Jason. There are a couple of signs.
Yeah, that line between genius and madness is very thin. Missed Molotov in towards T mid. A double drop very quickly, I think. They've seen this push a number of times. I think this is how Sergey... That's a big win. One more. It's Shush! And there's the double drop, but it's late and uncoordinated. Shush is going to survive with 4 HP.
And look at what a massive difference in the defensive setup. Shush, who's been anchoring B now, it's Acor and Asilian double up over at the B bomb site. That is such a big change for Mad Lions to be making. And think of what that does to ENCE's ability to sort of read what exactly is the defense like. It's great to be able to do this really on any CT side, just making it harder to... Because once you get a kill, if you're ENCE, you know, you look at the scoreboard and you think, well, who did I just take down and where are they normally playing? That's sort of second nature to pretty much every professional player. But it's a lot harder if they're moving around like this. Oh, inside of the smoke. Shush, he can't see anything right now. Sunny's got this kill unless he somehow manages to get the right timing, but it should be a kill for Sunny here. He's exactly in the right position. Smoke is going to fade in a second, and Shush is walking back and forth. And there it is. Great headshot.
Yeah, but it's still the ops they have to deal with. One on bomb train. Bubsky's rotating around into a new position. I think Alu might just be trapped here. I don't know how he's going to get involved in the action. They need something to take Bubsky's attention away. And he's going to get close up. Alu's looking the wrong direction. Nice play from Bubsky. Didn't want to wait around. Yumpy with some kind of a response, but it's an op holding the line. And it's an op getting up into heaven. Good shot from Yumpy, but I don't know if he's going to see Acor. One missed shot will give away the game. He's going to plant the bomb, but Acor still remains hidden.
He's got the right idea, Yumpy. This is actually really well played. He's ducking under. He's pretty much all in on the idea that he's upper. This is such a good read. And now, is he going to be able to sneak underneath? It's going to be very hard to get down from that high ground when Yumpy's down here. I don't even know how you do that, really. You're going to have to cross his position at some point or other. And Acor wondering why he hasn't seen him yet. Wow, that is actually really well played. Let's see if he can follow it through here.
That had to have been a teammate's call.
Yeah.
That he saw him up in heaven. I don't think I never saw Yumpy actually acknowledge the fact that Acor was there, but I mean, certainly the way he plays that, he was convinced. That's wild.
That could work. Yeah, that could be true as well. Incredibly well done. That was a 2-on-1 for Yumpy. And again, he had, by the time he went for the first fight over at Ivy there, he had 18 seconds left. So he actually was under a lot of pressure, but didn't let it show at all. Yeah, this is, look at that, 15 seconds he gets that kill.
Crazy, crazy kids. All right, well, they forced a bit of a save out of Mad Lions. It's a force buy, I should call it. Deagle, CZ to go down. Ariel and Yumpy going to handle the aggression towards ladder room. Now they've spotted one in Sandwich. That's Acor. Certainly, they're just going to Molotov him at some point. They need him to commit to the fight sooner than later. And finally, he has so much pressure, has to go for the swing. Shush is spotted on the flank. All that's left is Asilian, but he's only got a scout.
Yeah, and that scout's not going to be too effective at this point in time. It'll get the one kill, and that is also all they'll get in the round. So it's all tied up. 6-6 now. And they still don't have money on the Mad Lions side. You were right, it was a force up the last round. So, wow. That was an aggressive mug that he had going on.
What a great half from ENCE this is turning out to be, especially when you consider they won the pistol, lost the second round. That could have immediately been you know, touch and go, but they've really taken control. 4 of the last 5 in the favor of ENCE. They now have economic control, they now have momentum, and they have all the advantages going into the final 3 rounds of this half.
Well, they're all pushing in the upper part of B where no one is, and ENCE are about to find out that this A bomb site's pretty empty. Sunny's already walked all the way out. So this is a good start. And again, you know, this is Mad Lions in some sense getting away with a couple of more buys than even what could have happened. Like they could have had, I think, maybe 1 or 2 buy rounds less.
Yeah, they did delay that harsh reset for as long as possible. This round's going to just drift away. It'll be ENCE to get to 7. They've taken the lead for the first time since round 1. Since the pistol round. Sergey watching the flank. He's either going to have a chance. Him and Alu might just be able to farm everything. Sergey's ready for this peek. There's the first, the swing out. Sergey's got 4. Can't get the pistol out in time, but that's a nice sequence for him. Acor, the last one left, is never going to recover that weapon, but he might as well run for it. 7-6.
And this is really, I mean, again, and you said it, they won the pistol round and then they lost the following round. And again, if that hadn't happened, you know, if they just won the traditional 3 rounds, there are so many details here that could have made this even more impressive for ENCE. I think they're under a fair bit of pressure right now, Mad Lions, to try and get the last 2 rounds, make it 8-7. Slow down the finish side a little bit, because it is getting a bit scary, actually.
Yeah, certainly is, and the odds are as close as can be. Still, actually slightly favoring ENCE. So everyone's coming around to my line of thinking. I like to, I really like that. I'm leading the charge.
Better late than never.
It's all meanders.
Well, you have been doing good in the predictions. I'm not gonna lie. So maybe people should start listening, paying attention.
Nah.
You don't want the pressure. You rather be the underdog.
Yeah, I don't want all the attention. You know, I like to be in the shadows. Yumpy, this is awkward.
This is very awkward.
Right by him, Asilian. Oh dear.
Oh no.
Oh, someone's gonna get punished for this. Someone's gonna get punished. It's gonna be Sergey, and he's gonna be so confused.
Yeah, but Asilian might go down in a second.
Confused.
Oh no, he still wins the second fight. Yumpy must be so. They must all be confused. Did he just teleport there? Have they left no clip on for some reason, and he just went in there?
That is mental, the amount of timing that had to go proper for Asilian. What a weird sequence. Sonny is going to have to try and get aggressive. He's trying to move back into the back halls, and he's got an avenue for it. I don't know if anyone's actually spotting this. This is weird. This is turning out to be a really weird, sneaky round. There's only 20 seconds left, though. So he's going to have to pick up the pace. He needs to find that player on top of the trains. He needs to do it right now so his teammates can get into this site. There's the first. Oh, it's just a little bit late. There's Bubsky to go down, and actually they have the train yard. There's one player in Old Hell, but they have 5 seconds to get this plant in. Acor, he's gonna stop it. He's definitely gonna get the defuse now, and he's got the op.
Wow, yeah.
What a weird round.
That was a strange round. I mean, they almost brought it back. It was 2-on-2 at the end there, in what looked like a completely crumbled round, so interesting stuff. Well, back to 7-7. And again, a must-win round there for Mad Lions. They were out of money. Even now, winning it, I mean, you know, they could drop some rifles for their teammates, Asilian and Acor, and Bobsky actually had a little bit more analysis. But still, it is just on the edge there for them to buy everything they want. And plenty of money for ENCE to buy in this 15th round. So that's also, you know, something to look forward to for them. Man. Alo looking a bit frustrated, but there's no reason to. They're playing a great game.
I feel like the only emotion Alo shows is frustration. It's either no emotion or frustration.
Yeah. Something like that. It's just a mild headache, like, oh, why? Why can't we just win all the rounds?
No, he's holding an angle in mid at the moment. Ain't nobody peeking that. Acor with an AWP. He's playing that in CT connector. He can transition between the bomb sites, but now he actually rotates onto the bomb train into camera and takes a nice quick peek. Rips off Alu's face.
Yeah, it's a pretty good start. It's a sort of all battle again. Acor and Alu, that's, you know, I don't know what the history is exactly between those two, but something that'd be worth checking into at some point, or maybe just following throughout this best of 3, because that could be... It's not that they're always going to be fighting each other, but it could be fun to see who's going to be coming out on top and who's better at it. I really rate Alu as very high up. There's a thread on Reddit yesterday I noticed about Alu being potentially an underrated player. And it's weird because I feel like every time we do start rating him highly, you know, something goes wrong either in ENCE or just in his career. But a bit of a chance here. Cillian will return it though. So still, certainly not underrated in my mind, because I think of him as being incredible, so... Campy, bit of a shot there, but it's not enough. They won't be able to do it. Sorry about that, Jason. But 8-7 at the end of the half here. That is, I think, just enough to make it feel a little bit good for Mad Lions, but enough to really start celebrating. This is still going to be a very, very tough first half, which will be coming up right after the break. So stay tuned.
They have completely bought into the idea that, fundamental Counter-Strike is the basis for being a good team.
Gratisfaction plucks him from the sky.
They've got a lot to prove in this matchup. It's 100 Thieves!
We should be a contender to be in the top 5 teams.
Internally, I feel like we're pretty hardworking.
The Aussie lineup known for this crazy practice, known for the boot camps of what they can deliver.
They have a very good base and understanding of how they want to approach the game as a team, and that's something that a lot of teams lack. They don't have an identity.
Aaron, for example, he's always getting hyped up and cheering all of us on.
I mean, me and Justin were pretty different people, I would say. He's a very quiet person in general. I'm probably a little bit more louder than him, but in game, I think we just have a respect for each other.
They have a star individual in JKS. He made it within the top 20 players last year, and I know that's actually going to drive him further. It's actually going to inspire him to play even better Counter-Strike. So if he can play better than he did last year, I think everyone needs to watch out.
And he takes down Kenny. Follows up onto Hunter. Wow. 3 frags from him.
We met our goal last year of making the top 5, and we want to keep building upon that, and trophies is the next step.
I think we had a lot of success last year, and I think we know what works for us in terms of practice and scheduling and stuff like that, so putting all that to use this year and only improving on that, I think we should only just do better.
I think the standout characteristic of Evil Geniuses is probably just being super hard hitting in the game.
I would say dangerous, just because our potential and our peak is kind of unknown, so we can, play at an insane level.
I actually think that they're probably top 2 or 3 team in the world in terms of raw skill across the squad, and they use that as their main strength.
9 seconds now. He makes for the jump, and Stanislaw, he nearly gets it, and he will eventually.
I would say erratic is the word that best describes Evil Geniuses.
Hype for sure. I think we just love that energy.
I would say exciting, just because it's probably pretty exciting to watch us, just to see how we do.
Who knows, if somebody wins a big round, then it might jump over the glass.
He's now trying burst fire mixed in. He gets a headshot at the end.
I think the most obvious player to look out for in EG is Breeze.
He's just on another level right now, and he's constantly hitting shots, and he's always the danger man.
He's always going ham, and he's always having sick games.
But if he does well, that's almost always the barometer that the good EG is going to turn up and could maybe win the tournament.
10 seconds left, and he's going for the fight out in the open. Breeze will win it.
I think we're definitely on course to reach that level that we reached last year, and we're hungry to reach it again.
Top 4s on a consistent basis and reaching finals on a consistent basis.
So for me, it's EG all the way. It's going blue all the way.
Second half of the first map here on Train. It's Mad Lions and ENCE for Blast Premier, the spring showdown. And right now, I would say in spite of maybe a less powerful start for ENCE, I still think they've positioned themselves very well to get into a good second half here. If they can win the pistol, I think it's gonna be tough for Mad Lions to do a lot here in the second half.
Well, the nice thing for Mad Lions, and I mean, I guess this is something that might go underrated. Acor, who's had a quiet event so far, has 20 kills, 7 deaths. He's keeping Mad Lions in this. We'll see if he can have that same impact on the second half, but he is far and away the best performing. Next closest is 9 kills on Bubsky and Shush. This is a lot of progress for Roy to have made. It seems like it's all a fake for the moment, but now that he's this far deep, he's calling everyone back.
Oh, Sonny. Falling back a bit. Alu with one good headshot to maybe slow them down. Shush's got the only kill so far, and maybe the only kill will get. Great triple from Yampi. All of them headshots with the USP. And now Acor, as you said, he's been having a pretty good game so far, but they're not even going to give him a chance. They're running him down. He's trying. Oh, he's doing it! Are you kidding me? Quad kill for Acor, taking down Mad Lions. That is so outrageous.
I thought for sure that was over. ENCE was playing that so well. All three players attacking aggressively together and swarming him. That's unreal. Somehow, they all took weird enough routes that it gave Acor 3 one-on-one fights. It's still an incredible clutch.
I was actually about to say, man, they're just gonna rush him so that he can't fight them one at a time. And I thought, there's no way. Look at the Cillian. I actually cannot even believe it.
The unfortunate thing, well, not unfortunate, but that sequence actually overshadows how incredible of shooting Yampi did. That triple kill that he had from over in front of Ivy was unbelievable on the cross. And Acor just steals all of his thunder just like that.
I mean, yeah. That could well be the difference. What a way to get the team fired up. We got a classic buy in the second round here. And, it worked for Mad Lions. Why wouldn't it work for ENCE, especially if they can just do some early damage? And that MP5 on Shush can pick up again. He does that all the time now.
They need to get some players inside to the center bomb site to help Sergey. He's only got the deagle. There's the double drop. That's a late peek in for the two defenders. There goes Sergey. So it'll be a 3-round lead. It's going to be 10-7 for Mad Lions, and they're going to rip everything out of the hands of this defense. Alu has no idea once creeping up through the bomb train. That's a Cillian right through the smoke, no fear, and he's already going to call out their location. So I think I would be surprised if Mad Lions didn't hunt down these scouts.
That is tempting, isn't it? Especially when you've got a lot of people left that have health for it. You've got smokes and flashbangs. You can probably guess where they're hiding. It is sort of the #1 spot. Well, didn't have a scout there, Roy. No scope on the gun, but pretty effective in finding the kill. And 1 health left on Yampi. He's going to do one more tack. Oh, it's a good no scope. Oh, and even trying to find him with the knife for Cillian. It's a lot of trust in their own play there. You know, feeling that good about it. Don't want to start the knife kills just yet. Just saying it. It's too early.
Not yet. I'm still stunned from that pistol round. That's an unreal turn of events. ENCE should be looking at a 9-8 lead at the moment. Instead, they're just stuck on 7. 1 flashbang for Sunny. But all 5 players outside, 3 of them at the bomb train. They're looking for that flashbang in the sky when Mad Lions eventually does commit, and we'll see what that can do. It's a long shot, but at least it gives you a chance.
It's also hard to throw one in this particular yard that isn't, you know, if it falls into the middle behind the trains, then anyone, you know, the E-box won't be flashed. It's like, how do you find that flashbang to be perfect? There we go, and it works really well against the Cillian. But the cleanup crew is here, and they'll do their job just fine. So, I mean, it's pretty good. They've also taken down Roy. Sergey will fall last. So, for $200, that's a pretty good outcome.
Yeah, it probably would have been way more effective if they'd done it on the second round with all the deagles in hand, when you could actually shut people down quickly. Either way, you're right. $200 investment, and you've taken about $6,000 or $7,000 worth of equipment away from the Mad Lions side, so not shabby investment at all. That's a great return. But now ENCE need to start putting rounds on the board. Double up setup immediately. Alu's glass cannon. Yampi has the other one. And 3 M4s to surround the ops.
Yeah, and this is one of the things that's going to be hard to break through, I think, from Mad Lions' point of view. Maybe they will go and hit the B-bomb side the same way that ENCE did a bunch in the first half when they were super successful with. If they go right now, Sergey's alone in them, and that could get really awkward. He's got 1 Molotov to buy some time. And they have the smoke up there to try and prevent the orbs from C-Connector to do much of anything. So, you know, they're going to run right through, and that does expose them. Alu getting the 1 kill, and they're going to fall off the high ground really quickly to avoid losing anyone else.
They're going to need to save. I don't even like that they're even this close. You cannot lose those double ups. Certainly now.
What?
This has to be the call to back off. But they're not. They're sticking around. This is way too much.
How?
Way too much. And they're going to try and back away now, but they might get caught. Yeah, one more goes down. What a blunder from ENCE.
I would like to request a replay of Acor's kill against Alu in this round. It was through the smoke, but I swear Alu was really far back. I can't even really figure out how he could have got the angle. Maybe I'm wrong entirely, but that could be fun to see. 12-7. And yeah, you called it right off the bat before any more kills were had there. That it was maybe time to back on out, and it cost them everything. So that's a bit difficult.
It's interesting seeing ENCE kind of fall prey to their own strategy. Remember in the first half how heavily they pressured that B bomb site in the first 5 or 6 rounds, and especially in that round where you buy but you don't have all the nades. Like Sergey's gonna need some help. It just came in way too late, and obviously once the hit starts going forward, Mad Lions does a great job of putting smokes deep into the connectors, deep into the choke points to make sure any rotation that comes in from ENCE, it's not just that, you know, the timing is off, but even rotating over, they have no vision once they get there.
See what they do. Yep, double drop, but slight variation as one guy will jump out. Ooh, nice grenade. And Alu will even clean up Bubsky. Finally a bit of a return, but it's a 2-on-2. And Sergey is in Pop Dog right now with an AK-47 to take down Roy. What a great round here from ENCE. This could be a bit of a recovery for them if they could win this.
But it's Acor. But it's Acor, and he's had a phenomenal game so far. He's already had the pistol round 1 versus 3 clutch that made absolutely no sense. However, Sergey should be able to handle this. No bomb on Acor, 45 seconds left. And some nice music to break the tension.
Yeah, it didn't set up the atmosphere we're looking for at all.
Like some river dance going on in the train showers.
Ooh, making more noise coming down. Didn't see the guy on top of the train. Maybe could have, but he was focused on something else. Oh, and yeah, he's in a lot of trouble. Yampi will take him down. Good round from ENCE. 8-12. Starting to have a little bit of luck go their way, which I think is fortunate. And Mad Lions.
I think they really needed that round. I think they really had to have that. Not just because it was the first round they've won in the second half, but also by you know, losing the pistol in that fashion. I think you needed to win a save round at some point so that you didn't let Mad Lions get so far ahead. There's still a great opportunity for ENCE to come back into this on the CT side. 4 rounds back at 8-12, and a double up set up again for the Finnish defense.
Yeah, and even then, you know, their economy is not that good, so they need to keep winning right here. Mad Lions also spent all of their money in the round, so this 21st round could be one of those pivotal ones. Oh, Roy, he's bumping into someone. As you know, if he keeps moving forward, he's got to wonder. Oh, but Sunny will win the fight. Okay, well, now they're going to go, and they're going to go quick right into that AWP of Alu, taking down Acor. Is he going to go back for more? Yes, he will, and Bubsky takes him down. Deep Molotov to try and stop the bomb. Keep trading inside of it, but it's going the way, it was the way of ENCE. 1 versus 2 now for Bubsky. He's low on health and on top of the train. One is right underneath him. That's one good kill, but he had no way to look for Sergey. An expensive round, but Mad Lions don't get the bomb plant.
Yeah, they'll be happy with the victory, but it's expensive because they're just, you know, throwing bodies out connector one by one and hoping that eventually Mad Lions is going to think there's no more bodies to throw at him. This is just them trading the whole way down the sidewalks. Asilian does a decent enough job, actually does a great job. And that's a winnable 1-on-2, just unfortunately never saw Sergey. ENCE should get a bit of a reprieve, they can take a deep breath here up against the Glocks. But they have to keep players alive. This is a round where they have to build a buffer for themselves moving forward.
Yeah, they desperately need that. Haven't had any economic freedom in this second half here. Roy gets a 1 kill, and Asilian has another Glock, so that'll be a nice sigh of relief, I think, right here for the ENCE side. They're going to be happy about this.
Still just the 1 AWP though. We've seen ENCE. I mean, Mad Lions was able to run a double up setup pretty decently in the first stages of the opening half. and keep it alive, keep it going round to round. It was effective. ENCE have not been able to establish that. They've had a double op 2 or 3 times in this second half, and it's been ripped away pretty much each time, whether it's by loss, whether it's just by dropping the op on the ground and not being able to recover it. So Alu's going to stick with the only AWP. 2 rounds back as Mad Lions call a timeout. Galil being picked up, AK's being picked up. Mad Lions going to battle for this round.
Yeah, which, I mean, that's probably fine. I guess the worry that they have to have is if they can't at least do the same amount of damage. When they have those rounds, right, like they had the other round where they were in B and it was a one-on-one, any round that ends like that, Mad Lions probably just shrug and say, okay, well, we win the next one, their economy is gone, so that's fine. What they have to be worried about are those flawless or near flawless rounds from ENCE, so see if they can make sure and do some damage in this round as a minimum, and maybe even start to win. They are 4 rounds away from picking up this map, so it's a good trend for now.
Yeah, still, ENCE have recovered well enough in this where you'd think they have a good shot of coming back and stealing this map away as well. Their map pick. Aerial playing anti-flash. He's pushed up in towards T-mid. He's got a teammate, Sunny, there to take attention away, or at least be some kind of a distraction. It's not much, but it might buy Aerial a half second. Really, it's all about his timing on the turn after the pop flash. If there is a pop flash.
Yeah, a lot of things that could work out well and also go horribly wrong in this. Sunny looking away. Aerial now has to stop playing that anti-flash position. They're going to smoke it off. That's actually a really good smoke. 48 seconds. Are they going to come through? It feels like they might. Aerial here going to get the first kill. Goes for the second as well. And that's a huge problem. They're inside of B, and Acor's got the bomb over at main. Sergey will pick up 1, and that's the round. Man, 2 individuals for ENCE to bring down all of Mad Lions.
Yeah, that's an interesting round for Mad Lions, especially out of a timeout. 2 players trying to come through a smoke in T-mid, taking the risk. 2 players also trying to be quiet and sneaky and walk into the inner bomb site. Good spray control from Sergey on that second kill as well. And all 5 players survived so far. How aggressive does Acor want to be? He's got the bomb. I guess he's going to make a run for the plant, and he's going to get spotted. Nice headshot, but he does go down. Takes 1 weapon away, forces 1 single rebuy. And ENCE 1 round back.
I mean, it's really tough to deal with when that smoke goes down in main, because at 48 seconds, you know, it'll be sort of, you know, just entering into what, like 32 seconds or something by the time it really starts to go away. So yeah, then you can have a lot of time.
Yeah, I need to watch that back because I do like after the thought. I don't know exactly what the strategy was going to be at the end game, but 2 players close to hitting inside the way they walked in, and 2 players trying to come through that smoke in T-mid. I'm kind of trying to think of what the end game might have been if that was going to be some kind of a fake. Because I mean, I would make sense if they were trying to come through the smoke to coordinate a hit out ladder room as well, right? And maybe that it was the plan, and the 2 players just kind of changed it up. But the bomb was still on Acor, who's in T-mid as well. Good shot from Alu, the jumping Asilian. And it's just Bubsky, the last one remaining, and he's been spotted out as well. It's just a matter of time. So we're going to be all tied up down the stretch, Anders. 12-12. ENCE have completed the comeback. And now it's about being dominant for these final 4 rounds needed for either one of these teams. 4 rounds away from taking the map.
Yeah, they've set themselves up so nicely, and they've got the double orb in play. Even behind that, they have a lot of money to work with. They're not immediately about to be reset. I mean, all of the trends right now pointing towards ENCE being the first to get to 16. I would like to see a change of pace for Mad Lions. I feel like right now they are getting, you know, picked apart from much of this slow play. So, yeah, maybe just get like a basic read and then try and go for it.
Oh, that's a good nade. They're going to push behind it, but it's an AK. Oh, no. Oh, dear. Wait, there's still 1 player up above. Sunny can be the hero. There's no way they expect a 3rd player at this inner bomb site, so Sunny can actually pass on all the information. No one's in the site. Stay outside. Aerial must win this as well. This is a really tense round for ENCE.
Yes, it is. Shush. Guarding on the one side, Sonny waiting for that bomb plant, and he's got to be a little bit nervous that nothing's been heard. Yampi's over at main at the same time, so you're right, Ariel has to win his fight, and Sonny probably has to get a couple of kills. There's the first fight being won. Sonny sneaking in. Oh no, he transferred too early. He wanted them both, and that might have cost him the round. Just a little bit of greed. A call to take down Ariel, and now Yampi 1 versus 3. And they say WP, I mean, even with the money they have, it's expensive throwing it away.
Oh my God, Sonny is going to be so pissed. I don't even think that was greed. I think he was so convinced the first burst was going to be a headshot kill that he was just ready to get that second. He played that round so perfectly as you possibly could in that position, and he doesn't get anything for it. Yumpy has no idea. Roy has just out-positioned and outmaneuvered him, and that's going to be a freebie. All picked up, likely to be passed over to Acor, 13-12. What a catastrophe.
Yeah, well and truly. And again, it started off so nicely, but they just catch them. I can't believe they actually got both those kills. And that's where it goes horribly wrong.
I think that the timing for Sergey is really unfortunate. I don't think they expected that peak to come in. The nade damage, if he had stayed his ground, he would have had a huge advantage, at least in the first fight, to go 1 for 1. But he just decides to back up. He held it for as long as he could before he finally dedicated to evacuating the position. Double up setup for the ENCE defense again. 1 for 1 trade out towards Ivy, but Alu brings ENCE on top. And Ariel, he's been doing a good job on the CT side of finding some double kills, and they're going to be funneled towards Sergey.
Yeah, they wanted to go quickly, but that smoke, I mean, it should make them slow down. There's a second flashbang there, and there's some backup. Sunny coming in from C-Connector. That's some good fundamentals coming in from ENCE. They knew once both the orbs had been spotted down Ivy, well, maybe they go quick and Sergey just smokes it off.
And fading out the shot, but so many players in there. ENCE has been great at holding these rounds as long as there's not some kind of early train wreck going on. The only round, I mean, it's what? It's been a 6-1 run for ENCE to bring them back into this 13-13 position. And the only one they lost previously is when Mad Lions start the round killing 2 players. So ENCE, all you have to do is sit back. Mad Lions have not proven that they know how to break your defense unless you're doing something creative, unless ENCE is doing something aggressive. Mad Lions haven't been able to crack in. They haven't even gotten a bomb plant in this second half.
Yeah. I think that has to be the takeaway.
And that kind of a defense is the great equalizer of the CT and T economy. We know the T side is much easier, and especially when the losing bonus is built up and you're getting plants, every single round can be a buy round for Mad Lions. If you start denying those plants, it gets much harder for the T side to, I mean, they can still do it, but it's a much bigger risk. You're way more invested. I think did they just take 2 timeouts in a row?
Possibly, yeah. They really want to talk it over. 27th round. And yeah, at 13-13, but with the money on ENCE side, and man, they have such a good shot at doing this. It's also hard to deal with because that Ivy position is hard to do much with when Alu, and maybe both Alu and Yampi are going to be down there.
I'm sorry, I'm just reading the chat.
Yeah, there was some confusion I noticed as well. Oh man. Betway odds, even more favoring ENCE at the moment. Again, this is for the whole series, not just for the map. But it's looking reasonable right now. They're certainly impressive. Ooh, that's actually an angle that previously Acor has been covering every single round with the AWP, but they don't have one. So Roy tries to run all the way down the side and gets picked off.
This is a crazy investment. Mad Lions need to get something out of this round. They force bought into it. 2 Galils, pistols, Bobsky with 1 kill, but there's so many other bodies nearby. 2 on 3. Ariel's kept ENCE 1 man up, and he's even shoulder peeked and spotted Acor's position. He will go down, but Sergey and Alu have all the information to win this 2-on-1. And Acor certainly does not have another miracle in his back pocket.
No. Man, it was close to him catching Alu on that first turn around the train there, but didn't work out that way. I love the change of pace. I think it's a good idea for Mad Lions to try and go that aggressively, but yeah, they lost 2 players at the beginning, had to fight their way back 3 on 5, and that was tricky.
They can't buy. They can do it. Oh my god, they're gonna go for it. I was gonna say they can half buy Mad Lions, but a full investment would be crazy. So a hero Galil. How often, truly, Anders, this is peak Galil?
Yeah, that is peak Galil. I don't think anyone's ever done that. And I think that, to be honest, I think there's a reason why people haven't done this.
Because the gun just isn't made for it.
Yeah.
It's not made for it.
It's down, in fact.
It's not even recoverable.
When you say the
awkward,
when you say the words hero Galil, that's what comes to mind. Just walk in and die.
Ariel is in a really tough spot. Look at Roy's doing everything. Roy's opening this up. He's finally gone down, but he might be the only bright spot in this round. Akor's gonna have to try and book it towards B. It's his only option. 20 health, no armor, and they've already got Sergey here with an AWP. But Akor and Roy are doing a good job of providing something in this round for Mad Lions. This will be the first plants that Mad Lions have got in this second half.
Yeah, which is definitely part of the problem here. They do have a Molotov, and they don't even need it. Nice shot from Yampi. To me, it looked like Akor pushed Asilian down the ladder. It looked like Asilian wanted to get up, and Akor was like, no, we're going. But regardless, it'll be another round, 15-13. This is just a nice recovery. I think this is actually... Like, obviously, you know, this could have been the kind of ENCE where they start off and just, you know, like they're at their high point from yesterday. But there's something great about watching them, you know, being able to have a lot of struggles and then just get a grip on the game and never let go of it. That's kind of a cool feature. Right now, Yampi at 23 kills, Alu at 22, Akor at 31 and 17. So...
That's the real heartbreak if you're Mad Lions. It feels like if they can't win this map, they're going to really squander perhaps the first great performance we've seen out of Akor in the Spring Showdown. We saw plenty at Flashpoint, but this has been maybe the first time that we've really had to call his name a whole lot. He's been fantastic.
So 2 chances right now for Mad Lions to try and get it into overtime. They haven't proven yet, really, that they can actually break this defense of ENCE. So they will have to have come up with something really cool.
When you think about this ENCE run, 8-1 in the last 9 rounds, it all started, remember, with a force buy from ENCE. They won that based off 2 kills from Alu's 5-7. Pop flash, ladder's under attack. They're already out. They're streaming out. No one had eyes on it. Alu's going to recover it. Holds the angle on the right side. Now the left. Good flick over. It's a 2-for-2 trade, and we have a 3-on-3 in the outer yard.
Well, but Yampi's down here as well. This A yard has just been so hard to deal with. There's always 4 people out here, 2 of them with the AWPs. And now Roy and Akor trying to bring it back. Roy will go down. Akor, the last man standing in a 1 versus 3 to try and clutch it into another attempt. But yeah, the grenades are reinforcing him back. And they know exactly where he is. The bomb is all the way out there, so he can't really run away. He has to just go and fight it at 30 seconds left. I think ENCE have done it. What a fantastic return into this train map for them. 16-13 as they bring down Mad Lions in the first map in this best of 3. That was very, very well done. And yeah, just great resilience being shown here by the Finnish side. We'll see how it goes in the second map that's coming up after the break, so stay tuned.
Please knife him.
Hey, how's it going, everybody at home?
Hello, everyone. Welcome.
For those of you guys who are tuning in, I want to give you a gist as to what this is. It's an interview about games inside a game.
I've got 2 more victims this week, and I can't wait to introduce them to you.
Yeah, you called me a noob. You called me a noob in 2016. Maybe it was just a joke, and then after that, I liked him again.
Jonas Gunderson is joining me today on the Hot Seat, the show where I'm going to ask very tough questions about NIP.
I'm a bit frightened by your intro there, but it's all right.
There's an internet cafe owner that paid me in Snickers bars to help fix people's PCs.
I usually have 20 to 25 minutes just stretching out the body.
A liege It's good to see you, man. You're looking happy. You're looking healthy. Are you as happy and healthy as you look?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good.
I'm going to take some questions from the chat. So there's a lot of guys out there asking you some specific questions. What would you say Rocker have brought to the table as a coach?
If Issa was in my chair right now, he would say nothing.
So is everyone happy the Creed got taken down?
Of course.
This volcano has yet to have been explored on any episode.
Living life on the edge, brother.
Oh!
Does Issa go to the gym with you guys?
I'm gonna leave Issa out to dry here. Like, he's terrible at joining me and Alexi and Manto at the gym. He's been lazy as fuck. Sorry.
And then he walks past me and the entire back of his shirt is unironed. The whole back of his shirt.
If I keep it up, I might become the captain of the Valorant team, so holding my fingers crossed.
Mindset. I think for us, it's a huge psychological thing.
And then you beat in the middle every single time. Let's go.
First time I blocked me, I actually insulted him in game. I'm sorry, Nico.
Did you call him a noob?
I actually did.
Okay, so
Actually, I go first.
Okay, you can do it. I'm right behind you, man. I'm right behind you.
Oh dear.
I just need a sip of my chocolate milk.
Maniac and Scorning. Hello, boys. You're back. Yeah. What's happened to Lourdes? Oh, he's back. He's back. He's absolutely fine. Not Lourdes. Scorning. I'm so sorry.
I have forgiven you already.
Oh my god, it's beautiful.
That's all you needed, man.
Good night.
All right, see you, dude.
Now, Twister, you managed to take your map pick on Train, and it looked pretty damn good from you guys. I just wondered if it was starting to get a bit worrying there once they moved up to the T side and they got those 4 rounds chained together at the beginning. Did you start to think, okay, no, this is happening again?
No, I didn't. But I have to admit, I was a bit frustrated about the CT pistol we had, but it happens, you know. But I knew that when we get the money, we can get the game rolling and we still have a good chance to take it, and we took it.
And real quick on Mirage, it looks like you'll be able to seal the deal potentially, because this is a good map for you guys as well. Are you surprised that they picked into this one?
In a way, yeah. But I was thinking that they might pick it, but I didn't count on it. But hey, it's a good map for them as well, so it will be a good match.
Da, 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 da. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And so that was Twista, who was already speaking about how, you know, the trials and tribulations of this match have kind of settled in. This is the even match we were expecting. Mad Lions are fighting, but ENCE showing up, running it back. It looked grim for them at the beginning, but they managed to turn it around. So Thorn, what stood out for you from this match, my man?
It's actually amazing this was a 16-13 game when you consider it felt like every round the first kill was ENCE's. Like, you're not even supposed to be able to win rounds when that happens over and over again. Anytime you see these team stats we're getting with the metrics, all the good teams obviously have like 60-70% win rate when you're in a 5v4 situation. So I think it shows how much fragging Acor did to even get them in the first half. In the second half, like, listen, they got into sights sometimes, but it's no good getting the bomb. They're getting into sights when you're always at a man disadvantage. Like, the fragging on the side of ENCE was everything you would have hoped for. Meanwhile, my guys who I'm expecting to do the entries for Mad Lions, Roy, Bobski, where were they? Where were they in this game? Like, it felt like they were just missing in the second half for me.
It's fair to say. It feels just like the pressure perhaps got to Mad Lions. Like all of a sudden they're starting to make scrimmy plays, trying to push smokes. I mean, Maniac, what was your take on it?
Well, first of all, I think that the score is deceptively close, right? If you think about how both of these halves began, Mad Lions were in the lead 5-1 as CT and 4-0 on the T side. Honestly, once both teams got to a full gun round, ENCE were just superior. I think they were superior tactically. I think as Duncan pointed out, the fraggers actually showed up for ENCE, whereas Mad Lions, sure, they had a core. And I want to give him props because, as I tweeted, I think he completely changed the course of that series. His frags, both on the first half and his pistol round, was the only or one of the only reason why Mad Lions had a fighting chance. So all in all, I think ENCE had a pretty complete showing. They lost the first few rounds, but when everything was maxed together, they were the better teams.
A-Core stands out with 31 frags. So, I mean, definitely showed up making the difference, but it's much more spread, much more even across the board for ENCE. So, equally carrying. We have a clip here from A-Core as well in terms of the clutch.
Yeah, I mean, just talk about
and
the
Thorn,
skills.
I mean, do you want...
Just look at the skill there is on both ends. You have Yempi here coming in with 3 quick headshots. You think that's it? You know, the round is over. ENCE will have it. A-Core just playing around the side. He's just waiting for an opportunity. And this should be over. This should be done. And he hits every single headshot. This is just mind-blowing. This bends the rules of Counter-Strike.
Can I just point something out, by the way? He's a terrorist and they're CTs. Why are they rushing him? There's a minute left on the clock. Like, what is this? Like, listen, it doesn't matter. They won the game anyway. But I agree with Maniac. Like, that could actually have been the difference maker in this whole series. That could, with a couple more rounds, have basically given Mad Lions the victory. If you just play that normally, there's almost no chance a Glock on its own wins that round. It doesn't have the bomb down. Like, that's an example of people just losing their mind in the moment.
Well, Thorn, I mean, you know, the thing is we focus so much on the headshots and on the gunplay. We often forget that there's a wealth of utility for teams to use, and Maniac has a clip to highlight just that.
Yeah, absolutely, and also highlight the good decisions made by ENCE, because it is true sometimes they lost their mind, but in a few of these rounds they had the right idea. Look at this, 50 seconds left, and that smoke over here is gonna destroy the entire plan for Mad Lions. They wanted to do an inside fake into middle, but Ariel just plays behind the smoke. The easiest frags of his life. That's an entire gun round for Mad Lions. Look, they had weapons, they had everything, and it just falls apart. And then you have Sergey with the right positioning, grabs 2 quick kills, and that is it. One smoke decided an entire fate of a gun round on train. That's gigantic, and it's just about when you use it as well. It's not just to smoke, it's to use it at 40 seconds, when it's time to accelerate, when it's time to kick it with a step 2, and that was beautiful by ENCE.
That's nightmare fuel when they have smokes left at 40 seconds. That's not what you want on the T side. But going into Mirage, gentlemen, we have very quick thoughts here before we get into the action. What are we thinking about Mad Lions on Mirage? Oh, we actually...
Oh,
and I'll open this up to Thorn. I'll open this up to Thorn to start.
I think this is a pretty good map for the Mad Lions. Like, since they've picked in a comfort, they now must perform on it. They can't think that the opponent's going to be weak. I actually think that from the fragging I've seen in the way that ENCE is playing, I think ENCE will have a fairly competent T side of their own. But I like the T side of Mad Lions on this map. I think it's particularly good. I actually really like some of the ways they take the B bomb site. I think they have some really nice executes there. So I'm looking forward to seeing a nice grind out game and get us to a third map.
Oh yeah. What are we making of this, Maniac?
I think Mad Lions still have a fighting chance, a true one, because one of the factors for ENCE winning that train was Yompi also coming up very, very activated. He and Alu combined for 48 kills with the double AWP setup. I don't know if this is going to work as well on Mirage. I know Alu can just rock his world on Mirage with the AWP. He's done it time and time again. But Yompi, not exactly sure where he plays and if he's going to have that kind of impact. So it's still out there. The third map is definitely on the cards.
Well, on that note, gentlemen, I think it's a good time to start getting into the action, because right now what we have are 2 teams very evenly matched, but what I'm hearing from the analysts is that ENCE are slightly favored. So going into Mirage now, we'll see. Are ENCE able to bring the double AWP to the 4, or is it going to be the Mad Lions getting the claws out and ripping the fins to shreds? We're going to find out after the break.
I want to talk a little bit to the esports world, but especially to you CSGO pros, about the Mamba mentality. I'm sick and tired of some of the things, some of the talking points that are coming out of these pro players. Like people saying, oh, well, I won a major, so what is there left for me to accomplish? Think it through. 2 majors, 3 majors. How about being the best you can be? If you could win 5 majors, if you could set the record, go ahead and go for that. That's what the Mamba mentality is about. It's about pursuing greatness. It's about building a legacy for yourself. It's about actually trying to be the best you can be, whatever level you're on. How about you actually try and develop your game, master your craft, leave a legacy? One day that money will be spent and all that will remain is your legacy and what you actually did and how you lived your life. How about competing to take what's yours for yours so that you can get that money, you can secure that career, they have something to look forward to in their lives. I die for people who are mine. Will you live for yours? That's what I want to say. Mamba mentality, carpe diem.
Here we are. Map number 2 is going to be coming up. It's Mirage, and that first map was explosive, Jason. I love that. That was some great Counter-Strike being played.
Yeah, that was a really great map. I mean, Acor had, what, 20 kills in the first half. I think after the second half pistol where he had that miraculous clutch, he had 24. However, that's all thrown away. ENCE recovered so well. They went on a huge tear on their own CT side. Their defense was dominant. So it was nice to see ENCE respond to adversity by coming right back at it and taking that map out of the hands of Mad Lions. 1-0 in maps for the favor of ENCE. They can knock Mad Lions down right here, right now, move on to those Spring Showdown finals. And here we go, on to Mirage. Mad Lions pick, they'll be starting on the T side and starting on defense.
Well, yes, they are. And, I mean, this is a map where you can have some pretty good runs on the T side if you know what you're doing. Mad Lions, they've been very aggressive towards the B-bomb side of the past, and they're going to do it again. Roy and Akar are on the other side, but actually, yeah, they might just fake it. There might just be a little bit of a movement. Alu is dropped low in middle, and then they're gonna slow it down. They still have their grenades used, so I think that might have just been trying to maybe force a bit of a rotation, either up in the hallways or in middle, like Alu was trying to do, and obviously bait out some grenades.
Looks like they're just going to go right back at the B-bomb site as soon as they pause just a little bit longer. Maybe, yeah, this is going to be a fake, though. So it's going to be Roy and Asilian.
With the smokes.
With the utility. Yep, and they're going to try and push and attack, but look at Yumpy and Sunny. Oh, they're going to get all the information. They may not want it, but they're certainly going to get it. One to the right. Great shot, great double, and Yumpy's having 2 stellar CT pistol rounds.
Oh, it's stolen away. That is so cool. Yumpy taking down Acor. The smokes are down in A, but it doesn't even matter. What a great way to take all the initiative away. Yampy with a quad kill. He's running for it. He wants that ace. He's looking for it, and there it is. What a monster.
Oh my god. He just took everything away from Mad Lions. Fake that, and he just goes for an aggressive push, a psychotic push, and all the shots are just on point. These are some fantastic players that Yumpy is just making look silly.
Yeah, he may look like
nothing for ENCE.
May look like a little kid in that in that webcam, but don't underestimate him. Yeah, that smile, that smile is not fitting with what's going on in the server. That was absolutely beastly. And in the middle, they all go to sacrifice themselves to Sunny and Yumpy again. So great start for ENCE, man. That is so cool. They just go and take all the initiative away out of Mad Lions' hands. They just say, you know what? Whatever it is you're planning, that's done.
Yeah, that's a bit wild. I can't even believe it. All right, 2-0. Dominant 2 rounds. And, I mean, at least for this one round, round number 3, Mad Lions have the better buy. 5 AK-47s on the board. You still have a couple of SMGs, a couple of FAMAS in play for the ENCE side. So this round should be a bit more difficult for them. But again, double nade lined up in window. Ascillion takes a lot of damage from that.
These AKs could be real good against against almost every rifle there, maybe except for the M4, but that, I think, probably will prompt ENCE to go for, fewer fights in the middle, and again, maybe, hopefully, some cool setups with some flashes in. I like this push down to the A ramp again, just about getting some information, but they've left that connector open.
We're going to see, I feel, Sergey do that a lot in this half. That's going to be interesting to see how it pans out, especially with the SMG at the moment. Sonny, oh, he didn't spot that player. He didn't spot Roy just yet. This is so tense, so dangerous. There's the spot, there's the dink. But again, just a FAMAS. It's not nearly as much damage as he'd like. And Sergey hasn't really moved his position. Yeah, he's pushed on A ramp. That's a big win for Sonny, but he's not wrapping around through Palace or anything, going for a double bait.
Man, I mean, this retake, Sergey over there, that's interesting and all, but 3 versus 5, and look at Shush and Bubsky, they're so far away. The bomb is not quite planted for them, but I'm sure they could be called back if it's needed. Roy with a good kill. Now it's a 2-on-2, and that happened really quickly.
It's
and now
not planted for him.
No, it's definitely not planted for him, and they're slow to get back. That's a nice shot from Bubsky. Man, they could have been in so much trouble this round.
Yeah, I'm not sure why those last 2 players for ENCE looked so lost and confused on the map. They all just looked, I don't even know. Like, was that Ariel who got killed in the site? Whoever was in the site was looking at the bomb like he didn't even know what it was.
Yeah. Well, we'll all dread the day when they do start making bomb skins, Jason. You can make them like a little pumpkin, little stuff like that.
Well, it's just weird. Ariel's looking at the bomb like, I can't believe they've planted it here. I'll just stroll in and then even Sergey at the end with the SMG is looking towards CT spawn as if someone had told him that there was a Mad Lions player there. So that just looked very very odd down the stretch. Either way, ENCE can respond immediately. Now they have the M4s in hand.
Timing is kind of ridiculous. Roy was just looking there. Now, let's see, is the timing going to be with him? He comes back to the middle, and it's just a second too late, and he's down. Again, a lot of control. Sergey's going to fall back, but Yampi's so far in towards the middle, he could absolutely be the one to break this round in favor of ENCE.
Well, now Sergey has a crossfire set up with Ariel. As long as Ariel stays inside of ladder, or I mean window room, excuse me. No, he's not. He's backed away. So it's just Sergey in the site. This flank is everything. Yumpy is being so aggressive to start this map. He's going to see Ascillion. Will he hold for a second kill? No. He's happy to take the bomb. He's happy to get it on the ground and just wreak havoc upon the plans of Mad Lions. And even if Shush clears out Sergey, which he misses his opportunity to do it clean, and actually he misses his opportunity entirely, 3-1 for ENCE.
That's, again...
Here's...
Go on.
Go on. Okay, I'll take it. It's interesting seeing ENCE push a ramp so much to start this half, and you have to wonder if Mad Lions is going to start putting 2 players there to begin with. One to watch Palance, one to watch ramp. And if they do that, that's going to make things difficult for this T side, because remember, pretty much every pro team, the majority of their defaults and strategies are set with just 1 player watching for A pushes.
Well, here come the Glocks into the A side. So there's a deagle as well. Nice double nade for Aloe. That's what we're talking about. Trying to stop the bomb plant, and that will be successful. That's great.
Yeah, that is fantastic. Sergey just backed up right at the perfect moment. Yeah, and what I mean by that is it's going to take... If you're Mad Lions and you put a second player to watch for that A push, it's taking resources away from your mid takes. It's taking resources away from any presence at B that you want. So I'm really interested to see how Mad Lions is going to adjust on the map. You almost feel like they have to at least do 1 round of 2 players here who are aggressively trying to stop the push. so that ENCE knows that you're willing to have that presence.
Look at Alu rushing the underpass here. Shush will take him down, no hesitation this time. And I mean, that's, again, I think just an attempt from ENCE to try and make Mad Lions feel the least amount of comfortable that they can in the early half here. It helps when they get the kill in return, but I still kind of like the commitment to just being aggressive and forceful and not letting them feel at home at all.
Yeah, well, the longer, the more you do it, especially, back-to-back rounds, and this is now 3 rounds in a row, there's been aggression somewhere. All of Mad Lions, that'll be the conversation, is everyone just watch for pushes. Not necessarily focused on a push towards a ramp, but just saying, they're being crazy aggressive, so everyone be careful. Bo3 is lucky to be alive, and Shush is transferred over to bench. That's a dangerous position for the retake to come in, but if ENCE doesn't get one during this spam, I say call a save. Certainly now. Now that Sunny's gone down, it is not worth it. Preserve the weaponry, preserve the money. You're going to have an op in the next round, and unfortunately, Mad Lions is picking up the pace on hunting these guns down.
Yeah, Shush with some good kills. Opening up, but also finding that one all the way over at CT spawn. We were talking so much about A-Core on train, and I think rightfully so, but I mean, Shush is one of the people that could definitely maybe turn this into a victory for Mad Lions. He's a very, very dangerous AK player, and maybe we'll see that a bit more.
Listen, all I know is if you're ENCE and you want to continue these aggressive plays on the CT side, don't have Alu do it. Have Yumpy. Although he's got the op now, so he can back off of it a little bit. But he seems like he's loving the aggressive plays. Some nice shooting from Sergey down the stretch of that round as well to keep the AK-47 in his hands, and we've got a double op set up on the board for ENCE.
Well, I mean, what's also interesting now. Actually, they're not even going to do that. I thought maybe with one of the orbs, they would go towards that B hallway and just have more of a presence middle, but they're actually going to leave Ariel alone in there, and they're about to go on him. This is all a fake. Nice shot from Yumpy to take him down. That was no-scoped and through a smoke, but they're so slow about this. I thought for sure Mad Lions would just go immediately. Now Alu's showing up to pick them apart. That's actually, I think, a big mistake for Mad Lions.
Yeah, A-Core left to see what he can do. I don't know if you caught it. The no-scope through the smoke from Yumpy. He takes that shot because I believe it was Alu's flashbang that actually pegs Roy. It hits him, so he gets the sound cue and takes the shot into the smoke. So that was unfortunate. Nice double kill from Yumpy. Nice double kill from Alu. 4 kills across the 2 AWPs.
That round was actually very similar to what they want to do in the pistol round. I just don't understand at the point where the A defense, or the A offense has been wiped out. Surely they just go, like right now, and they were just walking for a long time.
Well, yeah, and I mean, this is the result, or part of it has got to be, put on the blame of ENCE's, start to this half. Obviously, the pistol round from Yumpy is going to make anyone unnerved if you're playing against it, but also the constant aggression that they've had to face up against. I think it just has Mad Lions feeling pretty uncomfortable with their game plan. And look at how well these ENCE players individually are shooting. We've seen Yumpy obviously on point. Now it's Sunny having a great round. Yes, just against pistols. We've seen Sergey before that have a couple nice shots. ENCE individually are playing to a very nice level. And on top of that, you add in the strategic things they're doing to Mad Lions. And that's why you have this 6-2 lead very quickly.
Yeah, this is the kind of peak ENCE we were talking about in yesterday's game. And we were wondering if it was going to show up today. It didn't look like it at the beginning of train. It looks like it now. And it's absolutely terrifying to watch. I mean, it's beautiful in its own way. Yumpy's at 14-1, which is disgusting in a beautiful kind of way. But all the rest of them playing well. Alu's hitting with the AWP. Sergey, as you said. Sunny's up there as well. Ariel has had nothing to do with the B-bomb side. That's why he's got 1 kill. But that's fine. It's actually a positive sign in this case.
Yeah. He hasn't had to do a whole lot. 6-2. 1 kill on A-Core. 1 kill on Asilian. 2 kills on Bo3.
Some good damage through the smoke. Sergey won't be happy about that. I don't think they actually know it. Look at Aerial, though. He's now been removed.
Oh my dear God.
From the B bomb side. He's over on this side instead. A little bit of a fight going on outside of B as well. But, Bo3 instead will get the kill on Aerial. So now it's really not fun for him. He's like, I've done so much. Oh! And that's stupid. That's not supposed to happen. Explain it to me, Jason. Help me out. Why is this going on?
I don't know. But I do know that Acor just was getting bruised and beaten up by nades and Molotovs and spam himself, so I guess just wants to take one parting shot out of frustration and he gets rewarded for it. What can you do about that one? This round, I don't know. It feels recoverable because of the HP on Acor and Bo3. The problem is it's 2 ops on the playing field for ENCE, which kind of, I mean, actually, excuse me, Sonny's swapped out to the AK-47. But he'll be able to pick up the op if he wants it at that B bomb site. I think he's just trying to see what kind of hit he's going to be facing against. And I think this is the best call that ENCE can make. Sonny now starting to rotate over very early on before the hit actually takes place. They can gamble here. And Sergey's going to have to hide, but there's plenty of players to clear this position out. Good shot. Good trade from Roy.
Ooh, he hears the scoping. Sonny, he wants to go for it. I'm sure of it. He's just biding his time, and it's not going to happen. Asilian shows up, and Alu, I mean, I don't know, between Sonny and Alu, who was meant to really initiate that fight? Like, that would have been tricky no matter what. Alu, I think, is sticking around to try and see if he can be really annoying and get another kill, but Acor saw it coming. So, a good round out of Mad Lions, and actually that goes a long way to recover the start here. There's so much money on ENCE, though.
They did a couple nice things, though. They punished the aggression. If you remember Aerial pushing in Palace with the UMP. Obviously, Acor gets a bit lucky with this just random shot through the smoke. That seems unfair.
Stop laughing.
A little evil smile. Yeah, stop it right now. But this is cool. We saw in the first map ENCE face adversity and come back and rise to the occasion. That was on their map pick. Mad Lions have to do the same thing on their own. And this is the best way to be tested on the map that you wanted to play on. Nice shot from Yumpy. Sonny's blind, though, and can do nothing about Shush.
He was blind for a long time, and Shush will hit another headshot on Alu, who is trying to get into the mix. Again, I do like the aggression out of ENCE, but it could definitely cost you as well. 4 versus 3 now, and only defending a member of ENCE on the A side is Sergey. All the way back here. Pretty deep grenade. Actually will do a fair bit of damage in Aerial. It's taking down Shush. They can still hold this. They can still defend it. Nice shot from Aerial. And now they've got a real shot at it here. 2-on-2. The bomb going down. And I think Sergey, you can just see it. And it's going to be Yampy to get the kill for the box instead. Roy now defending 1 versus 2. And he's got no chance. Great swing. Great couple of kills. Triple, in fact, from Yampy.
A nice job from Sergey, obviously just holding back at Ticket Booth, just holding the line. A better job from Aerial, taking those long-range fights at Jungle. Double kill for him. That was perfect. Thinning the herd for Yumpy and Sergey to finish it off, and they have both AWPs preserved. We're 10 rounds in, and ENCE have a 7-3 lead. And now, I mean, for a team like Mad Lions, where we not only praise some of their individual players, but we also praise the way that they've looked tactically and strategically since Asilian joined and as they've progressed with him as the in-game leader. You have a half right now where Mad Lions have no player like on Train where Acor was going nuts. You don't have any individual going ham on Mad Lions. You're going to have to win this through teamwork and strategy. That's how you're going to come back, at least in this first half. So it's going to be put to the test.
No, I definitely agree. I mean, this is... I don't know how you break this double op setup, though. That's the issue. Acor going down, it's just so powerful. And think about how long. I mean, there used to be a point in time when double ops were a must-have, and everyone was trying to even make their rosters almost around trying to get double ops. And then it kind of we just didn't see the effectiveness of it. But this is some real renaissance double op play coming out from ENCE.
Well, listen, you're not gonna do it how you just attempted to go for it. That's Alu with the double kill. That's just a 2-man set piece to try and, I guess, eliminate the AWP on Alu. 1 jumping out, letting the op post up. But man, you lose a lot of utility that doesn't get spent in this round. You lose a lot of weaponry, and you are fully invested in a round where you only get the 1 kill on Alu. At the moment, again, just to go back to the fact that you don't have any individual heroics going on for Mad Lions, that's not going to be the recipe of getting players in that kind of a position. You need to look towards your executes. You need to look towards your set pieces. Just getting 1 player in position for the duel is not going to do it.
We should replay that kill from Alu again, but in like a quarter of the speed, because what you'll see is something that is, I think, really almost impossible to train, and that's the first bait player that jumps past is obviously, bait, and the next player, and you can see Alu's crosshair, it moves like he's almost, and then somehow he beats his own nature and gets the kill on Acor instead. I can guarantee you you could practice for a long time and still be betrayed by your own instinct to just, flick at the first target that's there.
That's experience. You're right. You probably can't train it, but Alu's probably seen everything up to this point. The odds firmly in control of ENCE, and it makes sense by the look of this defense, by taking that first map. This series, we're watching it before our very eyes slip away from Mad Lions.
Yeah, well and truly. And again, I mean, even in the previous round, they had a lot of money, but they've had a couple of rounds here where they've had almost no one going down. So, I mean, it's just a whole long story of success for ENCE right now. Mad Lions I think they need to win the next 3 rounds in a row. Now, the good news is, if they win the next 2, they probably get the 3rd for free in terms of the money that will then be left on ENCE. But I mean, how do they win 2 rounds in a row? They haven't been able to at all so far. In fact, it's been sort of almost the ultimate pattern here for ENCE. Winning 2 rounds, giving up 1. Winning 2 rounds, giving up 1. Winning 2 rounds, like that's gonna make sure that the round loss bonus is always looking a bit weird for Mad Lions, and your own money is gonna be great.
Well, again, much like Train, plants are tough as well. Part of that is because we're not seeing Mad Lions run a lot of those set pieces that I keep mentioning. If you're just gonna run like smaller, 2-man challenges and getting picked off, it's gonna be difficult to get into the site. Alu, he knows Acor's locked in, but Acor equally knows he's trapped. There's only been 2 plants in this half for Mad Lions. Remember on Train, I think there was just 1 round of a bomb plant.
Yeah, that's real bad news. Great grenades in the middle.
I don't know what the game plan coming into this has been for Mad Lions, but at least on both of these maps, they've really struggled to get into bomb sites. It has not been successful T-sides.
Oh, that was nearly a timing to catch whoever it was on the bench there. Sunny, as the smoke fades, sneaky kill, taking down Acor. And wants to go for more. He's gonna do it again. What a bold play.
It's bold, but it's like the most unexpected play. Mad Lions is thinking there's no chance he repeats. Oh, he's gone for a 3rd. What a scumbag. Triple kill for Sunny before he goes down. Oh, dear. And it's just shush. But again, this is the other problem of this Mad Lions T-side that we're seeing. The criticism you could levy in this round is, how long were 4 players in middle doing nothing? Taking nade damage. No one was in connector. No one was getting a position there. No one was jumping into window and challenging. No one was forcing Alu off the angle on catwalk. They were all just sat in the middle, open for the taking of Sunny's peaks back to back to back.
Yeah, he was just kept coming back, stealing more stuff all the time.
Like, there's nothing that 4 players can be doing productively on that ramp. You could have had 1 player at back top mid to watch for that kind of a peak. You could have had 1 on catwalk to watch for that peak. I mean, Sunny's doing that over and over and over without any utility. He's not even getting pop flashes from his teammates. Those are just dry timing peaks.
Well, speaking of dry peaks, that was Yampi going down to Asilian's running Tech-9. Nice spray from Sergey, following him over the box, and he wants another one. Don't peek in him, it's not worth it here. You concentrate on that bomb for now. A little bit of a flash setup. Oh, and they're going to get the kill as well. Sunny and Sergey and Alu joining in. And just like that, it crumbles. Roy in a lot of trouble, even with that kill. He's behind the box. He's low on health. If they shoot through, he's dead in a second. And there is the shot coming in. Wow. This is such a powerful first half already here. 11-3.
Yeah, ENCE is doing such a fantastic job. I think I don't know how Mad Lions didn't do better when they had Sergey boxed in and spawn. I thought surely they would have at least gotten 1 of those kills on the peak, but ENCE come out on top of this one right here. They come out on top of everything. I think Shush realized a little bit late he had the AWP. But goddamn, 11-3. This is a very strong defense that we're witnessing.
Yes, it is. And again, the fact that they just all the time have the money for that double up, even if you take a lot of it away, even if you get rid of one or both, they can just keep buying it, and they don't have an answer for it right now. Aiko will take down Alu, and I mean, as much as Aiko can win that fight, that's going to be huge. And in the middle as well, dropping Sunny. But that hasn't happened consistently. Now they're rushing into the B-bomb side, and there are 2 people here. Jampy all the way in the back in a 1 versus 3. Actually, yeah, Shusha on the other side, so he's going to have to do this alone. Sergey and Shusha having their own fight. Great shot, and Sergey's gone down, so now it's all on Jampy. Going to have to try and see if he can ace his way out of this round. That's not going to happen. Roy will take him down 11-4 at the end of the half, which is nowhere near enough. Nowhere near, I think, what Mad Lions were hoping for. They are going to have an incredible comeback in the second half, if at all they can. That's coming up after the break. Stay tuned.
You got to draw a line somewhere, I guess.
Only good for that 1 week.
NBK is going to be in for a bit of a tight time here. Whoa. Nicely done. Point blank finds one, gets a second, a third, looking for it, and he gets the 4th as well. French CS.
So they'll have to wait that one out. Clearly G2 looking to just split this B site at the 30-second mark, but a D from JKS.
Corner. And Kenny's going to just have to hit some heads. He's hanks for them, and it's just the first. He's able to fall back. He's got to put his weapon back together. And he will. It's a good time flashbang, but he knows the magazine's low. Now he's got the knife out. It's a stab onto Issa. Oh my God. And the headshot on Devalda. Hunter's going to help him out from pit, so Alexi B is all alone in a 1 versus 5. Nobody gets out from porch. Nobody gets footing close to that site. And it all goes around Kenny S.
Wow. Alexi, the 1-on-3, you'd think he's got no chance. 1 player back default, 1 in the pit. It's one of the most dangerous crossfires, even when you have 5 alive. Saw they struggled in that situation. Headshot through the wall. Alexi's out of the round. What a round from Kenny S, though.
He's getting back around ramp. He needs clean kills, and he takes down Kenny. Follows up onto Hunter. Wow. 3 frags from him. Let's see if they can get out mid. Again, smoke spam. Great timing coming out of the CTs. OG throwing Alexi B forward, only able to grab another kill, but he's done such a great job. Oh, what? Nexa robs it back. 3 kills, but here comes Valda on the flank, hot on the heels of the mid play. 2v2, and he dodges the op. Kenny sprints into the B side.
Yeah.
Yeah, wants to get some exits here.
Ruin the ratio. Oh my God.
He's gonna get them both.
Oh, Kenny's gonna die to the bomb. So he's got to come out with a wicked Kenny peek, and it's just gonna feed Valda.
I mean, we say Mantu shouldn't get all 3, but Mantu also had 100 HP, and the door's open. Amanek gonna rush it.
Whoa, his teammate
it's not
there.
planted.
Oh,
3 seconds.
Cover that. There's no way.
Amanek robs the round.
Close the door.
Has to form a miracle to be able to win that.
Oh,
Once
but
again, running into the blender versus Fur, Hunter, top of the hut.
Finally.
Oh, good trade comes out, but Nexa looks to pick up the pieces. 2 up versus 1. Alexi only Mac 10 in hand. Better guns all over the place if he can find them. Don't know how close, though. And Kenny is now moving in for the kill. Interesting, though, to make it a 1v1. He drops off, and Alexi, he loves to take this fight. We saw how patient he was. In this moment, Jax pops up behind him.
Given the chance to. Just slightly.
You know, Kenny, he might try to end this round early. Yeah, he's going up through the window.
He just has to hide.
Bomb's not planted just yet. Liaz just wants to stay alive, and Kenny will commit. Bomb goes down in time. He's got the op.
All he needs, that one shot. Kenny, he goes high.
Up top.
Second half coming up. Second map as well. It's 11-4 in favor of ENCE on the map that Mad Lions picked. And, well, it's also 22-4 for Jampy. So in the first half, that's incredible. Jason, he's yamping all over their heads at the moment. It's crazy.
That's the low-hanging fruit. I like it. I like that you've gone there. Mad, yeah, from the start of that first half, from that pistol round on, he was just so dominant. Sunny's in trouble. The peek from below. Oh my god. I cannot believe he's able to just transition down like he's got no armor.
Yeah.
And he brought a Cillian down to 6 to oh!
Well, that also just happened, so that's all fine. Don't worry about it. Acorn and Shush holder at the bomb site, but it's just outrageous. Whatever plan Mad Lions had coming into this state, it involved none of this. It didn't involve that ace in the pistol in the first half. Certainly didn't involve Sunny just basically lasering people away over at the B bomb site. Acor doing his best to try and bring it back, and he did on Train, but this time it's not going to happen. Cillian will be alone, and Alu is waiting for him with a knife out. Oh, he's going to do it. He's just behind him. There's the knife, and that is amazing. Oh, Sunny with the triple, but Alu with the style points.
Oh my god, they're just shaming them. This is so disgusting. It doesn't make any sense. That's unreal. The follow-up is just like, what are you supposed to do about that? Oh no. The knife to boot. If you were not depressed and demoralized as Mad Lions, you certainly are now.
Yeah, I don't know how else to really react either. Alu, of course, disinterested in the whole project, but the rest of ENCE are looking excited.
Yeah, still. It is just the most Alu thing in the world.
I love
12 to 4.
It's my favorite thing about him. Like it just truly is. That or the amazing wisdom that he gives out, you know, over on all the ENCE social media, which is great. It's also another great thing.
Yeah, I don't think I've subscribed to that as much as you have, but I could see how Alu would have some real life lessons that you could take to heart.
Yeah, at your own I guess risk, but yeah, definitely do it.
Yeah, it might not pan out well, but you definitely can take it and live by his Finnish proverbs. 12 to 4, 8-round lead for ENCE. They are in the driver's seat in every which way. Set piece towards the A bomb site. It's a force buy in this round, no surprise for Mad Lions. Molotov in is extinguished by the smoke. There's 2 players down here. That's a good first couple of wins for Mad Lions, and they might be able to return this, and Shush is just casually holding the line.
And they don't know there's a second player here. That's kind of the whole trick, right? You put out the Molotov, and then you have actually 2 people hiding inside of the smoke, and they're not expecting it. I actually think Sergey was looking for it, but he can't look everywhere, and eventually they're going to lose the round. So that's a very, very nice round. It's still far away, and the level that ENCE brought to this game, I'm not sure if Mad Lions can match right now, but yeah, this round was necessary if they even wanted to attempt it.
Yeah, at least it gives them the chance, right? They needed to have the opportunity to come back in this game because I mean, ENCE it looked like they were just going to close it out, and if they march forward to that, obviously it scores likely like 14 to 5 before another investment comes in from Mad Lions. So it's good that they at least have some of that breathing room provided, and still 4 rounds away from closing out this series.
Alu holding top mid from quite far back, but no one's going to come and challenge him. So it was a quick skirmish into the middle for Mad Lions, but they don't find anyone, and they're gonna quickly back on out. Great grenade. Always fun to hit those. And again, playing defensively in this round just makes a lot of sense for Mad Lions.
Yeah, and just don't get picked off by those deagles. Don't hand anything over. 2 players in mid, close underneath the window. Roy, ooh, that shoulder peek. He spots a couple. He knows they're closing the gap on his position. No real utility. And Acor makes sure that they doesn't have to do any work. That Roy can just stay and chill and relax. Shush is eventually going to go down in the window. But there's a nice crossfire between Catwalk and this play and Connector. Mad Lions have done it. They've shut things down. Sergey is next, but he has found a parting gift. 1 parting kill before the rest of Mad Lions swarm his position.
Yeah, taking away that scout on Acor, a little bit annoying, and they're not gonna have money to buy in this round. So it will be some more smooth sailing, you have to assume here, for Mad Lions. I mean, they could get up to 12-7, likely will. And then, you know, like that's within the margin of error, I guess.
Let's go!
Yes. All right.
Nice.
Got the fan cams in. I like the creativity.
That's the Mad Lions fan cam.
Yeah.
I'd like to see that at the end of this when ENCE take them down. I want to see the fan cam when their team loses. We haven't seen that yet.
No, you're right. Wow. Good spray down from Shush. Maybe we should get that. But what if it's people crying, Jason? Would you still want to see that?
You know, our time at E-League working with TBS, Anders, we learned one important thing, and that's that tears make good television.
Right. Well, there we go. Then get on it, the people who handle the fan cams. It's a good idea. AKs all across the board for the ENCE side. Let's see how they want to do this. There is that AWP on A-core and nothing to respond with on the ENCE side, at least so far.
I know ENCE has been dominant pretty much since the second half of Train began. Maybe like 3 or 4 rounds into that Train half, but this map is far from over. Mad Lions still haven't had a good day, and I feel like if they can just find it within themselves to start playing a little bit better, this half can come back very quickly. Mad Lions are a very dangerous and proficient team. They have not shown us that side yet, but if it appears, this is going to be a comeback, so don't call it just yet.
Oh.
Good kill for Yumpy.
Accidental jump on Bubsky. You have to assume Roy going down. If they lose this 2-on-5, I think it's over. Like, especially with the accidental jump in between. Like, that would just be so heartbreaking. This is still kind of silly for Mad Lions because they picked up the first 3 kills with just no real return.
Oh, this is a wild play from Yumpy. This is going to take a lot of time off the clock wrapping around in this fashion. He's going to go all the way to CT spawn. A-core is watching for a peek from this direction. So Yumpy coming around. 23 seconds on the clock. He's going to make contact, and it's going to be an easy kill for A-core. All that exercise for nothing. The big lead is now shrunk to just 4 rounds.
It's never for nothing, Jason. You know, you always get something out of it, even if you don't feel it. So, you know. Got to get out there, get running.
Some calories?
Yeah. That you can, burn some calories. You can invest into some pancakes later or something if you want. 12-8.
Now back to pistols we go for ENCE. All right. Well, I think Mad Lions is making a game out of this.
Yeah,
It's been 4 in a row since losing the pistol.
I would have been so much happier if they hadn't almost, you know, thrown away that 2-on-5 just now. That makes me more nervous.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Sergey and Yumpy almost brought that back. In fact, they might have done if Sergey just didn't get blinded at a really weird moment. There's Yumpy's Teagle. Oh my sweet Jesus. I mean, we were saying that Alu sold his soul to the chair. Yumpy's certainly done something to be gifted these skills.
Yeah, he's stayed inside all, I don't know, 14 years of his life, or whatever old he is. A-core going down. Oh, this is getting really awkward. Shush, he knew he had to take that fight, and he couldn't swing quick enough. Now it's real awkward here. Pistols that they're losing against 2-on-4. Bubsky's getting in a position. He has, well, now he's the only one that could come up with anything. This would be a miracle clutch if he could do it.
He's got a chance. He's got a real chance. This is a bit scary if you're ENCE. You do not want to drop this round. There needs to be a peek from Palace at the same time, and good shot from Aerial with the AWP.
Again, man, the beginning of not the last round, but the previous one had me thinking, yeah, this is a nice shot. Really had me thinking, like, yeah, that's the kind of Mad Lions, and it was there for like less than a round. And then into this one, I don't know. I agree that if we see the, let's say, the quote-unquote real Mad Lions, yeah, whoa, there's the losing fan cam.
How do we
Great.
lose this round?
Yes, the pain. It gives me power.
You're right, Jason. It was better television, so There we go.
Yeah, it's way better.
We've learned something right here.
All right, 13-8. Ariel pushing down mid. He's got a couple players behind him in support. Another smoke going up in the window. And there's no money on the Mad Lions side. This is the map. This is the series likely. If Mad Lions can't convert this, I don't know if they're going to have enough to fight down the stretch.
Yeah, I mean, they need this and the next many rounds. Oh, called in for a flashbang. Yampy turning around. What a great player he is. Almost getting the spray on Roy there. But look at how incredibly quick he is at making those decisions. And now Sunny has taken over the B-bomb site. Sergey is about to flank Shush over at the A side at the same time. Oh, and Shush actually turned around. I don't even know how that went down, but you could see it on the minimap. That was about to be the collapse of the round, but now somehow they're back in the mix. Great turnaround for Mad Lions. I actually thought this round was done for. Now it's Alu in a 1 versus 3. And he's got a chance. He always has a chance. Trying to do it with the Deagle instead of the AWP. Don't even ask me why. He's low on health now. They do have an HE grenade, and it could be finished with just the 1 grenade, which would be a little bit of a letdown. Alu's walked in front of the bomb site now, and he's just waiting for it. He's out in the open. Shush, again, a second away from peeking him, and there's the kill.
What is he doing?
I don't know.
What is he doing that whole round? Why is he using a Deagle?
I would tell you if I knew, Jason.
Oh no, and then he's just standing in the open with 4 HP. All right. Yeah, if Yumpy converted this second round, it was all over. I think the only reason ENCE can't really take advantage of anything is that round was just so chaotic and hectic that they weren't even in position to kind of take advantage of the fact that Sunny found his way into the B bomb site. There was nobody nearby to come and protect for support. I think he was even falling back to catwalk to be able to have more options available to the team, and just couldn't find his way there. 13-9, Mad Lions still in this.
Yeah, but again, not a round that gives you confidence, right? Like, not a round where you say, yeah, that's it, more of that. You just think, man, is there going to be any stable rounds? And even when they were against the Deagles, they weren't looking too comfortable. Babski with a nice deep angle into the hallways, which is fine if he get the first kill, but if he doesn't get it against Sunny, he's going to get run down and probably locked in here. So I would say this is maybe higher risk than Babski is currently perceiving. And there is an AWP back there as well. There's the first peek, and he's right out. So that makes it a little bit more safe.
Yeah, he got the gift. Sunny showed a little bit of shoulder before committing to that peek. And this all slows down. You do have Yumpy on catwalk as well, but again, it's going to be the AWP. Bubski's relocated. Yumpy could get caught off guard. And ENCE haven't used their utility yet. They have 3 flashbangs, 3 Molotovs, and a smoke to help get out of this bomb site. There's the peek. Bubski goes down eventually. One more player inside of the site. It's Asilian. He's biding his time. There it is. There's the moment. And Roy is here, and if he goes down too early, they've got to be very careful. Good kill for Roy. And Alu with the AWP. Can't pressure him. Nice peek from Roy. Good defense from Mad Lions, and they're back.
Yeah, a bit close, but the fact that Asilian gets the 1 kill, I mean, just, you know, sometimes just even making yourself relevant in that sense could be super important. Yeah, this is good start. Good round from Bubski. Again, not normally the one carrying the AWP. Don't know why it was him instead of Asilian, but it's a choice they made and it worked out fine. 13-10. Oh.
This is getting real sketchy for ENCE. They have not had a whole lot of success at finding entries in the second half, of finding opening kills. Yumpy was 20-4 at halftime. He is now 24-12 for those mathematizers out there. That's 4 kills and 8 deaths in the second half. Make it 9.
That's a critical kill for Bubski, but he's still going to go down, giving up the AWP. Yeah, this could be absolutely horrendous. A nice Molotov in the middle of the site, catching Aerial. That's a free kill, essentially. But they still lose Roy. That AWP has been given over to Alu, and this time he's not going to use the Deagle. And we're all happy to see it as well. 2-on-3. Shush coming in from the one side. A-Core now waiting inside of the kitchen, and he's just Waiting for the timing there, walking through the smoke as we speak. There's the flash as well from Shush to set it up. And now Acor gonna come through. There was a big chance, and he actually did tag him up, but not enough for the kill. He needs Shush to come in and help out. He's out in the open with it. Oh no! Oh. That's a no-scope! That should be illegal! And now he's running into the corner, trying to find it. Acor with one more shot. Can he save his team? He's got a second here. He sees the legs, and he takes him down! What a ridiculous clutch. A quad kill. Acor is back at it.
He's the only one showing up right now for Mad Lions. That should have been a round for ENCE. They played it so well, if not for the no-scope. That is a round for ENCE probably every single time it plays out. I cannot believe it. I don't know if you caught this in the heat of the moment. Look at Ariel. You actually won't actually catch it. Hold the phone. Ugh. Even coming out of the spin as well to mess with his aim. The heads-up play to aim for the ankles. Ariel actually was burning with that Molotov in the side. He picked up the AWP, and he tosses it over to Alu, who's planting it as he's dying. That was a really heroic effort from ENCE, and I cannot believe Acor's kept them in this game one more time.
That actually slightly broke my brain. Again, the no-scope.
Did this break your brain? Because this broke me.
Yeah, there's been a lot of that. It's been a hard day for all kinds of reasons. This certainly has been. This game has been part of it. Some truly stunning kills that are coming out here. It's 13-11, and I think we just had a bit of a ping issue on Asilian, so I'm sure he'll be right back. But yeah, wow.
ENCE are going to let this one slip out of control, aren't they? They're going to let this one go to a third map.
I mean, they very well could end up just simply letting it go. Which again, I mean, it's hard to say because again, you mentioned this a couple of rounds ago, right? The Mad Lions that we all love to see is definitely a couple of steps above this. And I mean, one of the differences surely would have to be when they're up against some of these rounds where it's just, you know, a Mac 10 or a Tech 9 or a Deagles. They can't be losing 3 or 4 players in those rounds. They have to have some rounds here that are a little bit more stable. I mean, just bringing up the scoreboard, you could tell there's been one round where everyone has survived. Otherwise, it's been 3 or less for all 7 of the rounds that they've been winning in the second half here. And that's a problem.
Yeah, it's actually been pretty impressive the way that they've been able to toe that line. They've been right on the edge in terms of their economy this whole way. Certainly at the very least these past 5 rounds or so where they just haven't had the money, and it's going to be the same in this upcoming one. Acor is the only one who survives that round with his AWP. Roy's going to have to buy with 3,500, Bubsky 4,400, Shush 4,100. So when those buys come in, the economy's depleted right back down to 0. So ENCE, even in the fact that they've been losing and they haven't been able to convert any of these rounds into wins, as soon as they do, and they're this close to the victory, just 3 rounds away, that economic break is going to be really, really difficult for Mad Lions to deal with, if not, you know, near impossible. So for Mad Lions, the next thing that happens in these upcoming rounds is you just have to win something clean. You need to survive with 4+ players so that you can build up a buffer so that a reset doesn't automatically just say, oh, okay, we have no money, ENCE wins.
Yeah, that is, I mean, hopefully that's what they're trending towards here. We do have Asilian back on the server, so good tech fix. There he is, again, with beautiful background. So
Daddy's back.
He's there. This game has been just a real gift. Like, I mean, I desperately want to see a third map. I think this is some of the most entertaining Counter-Strike I've seen in a while.
Yeah, this has been a really phenomenal game between these two teams, both maps as well. There's been some very cool stuff, obviously. Yeah. Starting the start to this map with Yumpy. Both pistol rounds, Yumpy and Sunny doing some crazy things, but it's been all Mad Lions in this second half, which is really cool. We talked about it in the first half. We saw ENCE overcome adversity on their map pick of Train. We're seeing Mad Lions give it a very good shot here.
You know, during a little fun
here
story
on Mirage.
In just the 15 seconds here, when we were doing that show match in Chicago, Yampy was actually one of the players I wanted to get, and that was like way before he was on, you know, on ENCE or anyone else's radar. I wanted to pick like a crazy young fragger that no one had heard about because I thought it would be funny, but it didn't work out. But I tried my best.
Bobsky.
Nice. So your fun story to tell me about was one in which you failed.
Well,
That's
yeah.
what you went with.
I have more of those stories, Jason. Bobsky is over by the ladder room. And he's the closest to middle. They're pushing down, doing exactly what ENCE were doing in the first half. Look at Shush and Roy. But if they're not quick about it, Yampy again with the entry. He is such a monster. It's so much fun to watch him play. Level of confidence on a very young player is amazing to see. Echo, lightning fast, taking down Sunny, and finally they got rid of Yampy as well. And now all of the pressure. No, wait a minute, Ariel, he's sneaking in the middle. They could still lose the round, and there's another flank. They're all flanking each other right now. What? I don't know how this is gonna go. Shush will get a kill. Echo taking down Ariel. How is he even checking that? I don't know. We're gonna have to see this round replayed like 10 different ways to even understand what just happened. Flankception. So
I can. Yeah, everyone's flanking. Flankers become flanking, and it's wild. I don't know what's going on anymore.
Flank steak.
This is a great kill from Yumpy. I mean, Acor again, just such an impressive shot. If he doesn't hit that shot, Asilian is occupied by the player jumping across, and he, at the very best, goes 1 for 1 as Yumpy comes up catwalk. Just an all-important shot to hit. Mid push. Yumpy brought down low, but of course he's going to go for the peak. Ariel has a big win, but it's a 1 for 1 trade. And Yumpy is alone in mid now, and he's got the bomb and 3 players trained on his position.
Yeah, Acor decided to back on out, and Roy will move back again. Yeah, Yampy did get very low on health there, so 4 on 4. If they win this round, then the money is gone for ENCE. If ENCE, on the other hand, do get the bomb plant, they probably will still just buy into the next round. So that bomb plant, I think, is the first step in the right direction for ENCE.
I feel like this half for ENCE is a little bit weak because they keep it feels like the real strength of this half has been them trying to get Sergey into play in Palace with some lurks, Yumpy on catwalk. But when you're not getting entries and when you're not getting picks, like these lurks and these players on the extremities just don't really have a whole lot to do, and it ends up they're just so far away from your point of attack that they can't even really help out. The T side's just falling a little bit flat for me down the stretch. And I mean, and that's a testament to just how well Mad Lions has played. The reversal that they've had from the first half on an individual basis is so impressive.
Well, last time Yampy got this really great kill against Shush, just lurking into the bomb side. This time he's going to get caught by Roy, so that's a bit annoying, especially when the bomb is down. And there's 25 seconds, so they have to commit to it. Sunny in the middle, he's, I think, the only one that could save them, and now it's almost impossible with Sergey going down. Sunny's going to get caught. Roy is having himself a hot moment here with a quad kill, and Alu is running away denying the ace, but that's wild.
It's just so flat. There's no strength in these attacks from ENCE, and the amount of times I've seen Yumpy, I feel, try and be the sole aggressor. Like, how in the world is Yumpy with 4 HP being the most aggressive player at the A bomb site at that point? That needs to be Sergey peeking from Palace. He needs to be the aggressor. That needs to be Alu with the AWP leading the way, or at least being there to bait and trade that 4 HP, covering something.
Yeah.
But it just feels like Yumpy's the one being aggressive, and then once he goes down, it's just silence for another 4 or 5 seconds as ENCE decides, oh yeah, we should probably get into the action.
And again,
and I don't know where their confidence has gone from the first half, but it seems like a lot of them don't even really want fights.
Yeah. No, I very much agree. It is a different kind of energy coming from ENCE at the moment. If they had the bomb plant here, they would have had the AWP and 3 AKs, and then Yampy would have had Deagle or Galil or something like that instead, but the lack of a bomb plant just means they can't do it. So they have this AWP on Alu. I say run boost him into the middle right now.
Yep, that sounds about par for the course with your ideas.
So it's gonna work.
I like that. It's a bold play to get the hero AWP on Alu. I wonder where he's gonna take it. It looks like some A-ramp aggression from the defense. It's Yumpy on the other side. 3 Deagles, a P250, and that AWP on Alu.
I actually think Sunny and Alu are on a mission to find Acor, hoping that he will be aggressive, which, I mean, this is a pretty good bet, right? But this isn't one of the rounds. But I bet they were thinking, like, you know what, he's probably going to be around mid somewhere. Maybe he's even jumped down in the underpass. Let's just go, because he does a lot of those things.
Yeah, I think they're hoping to pick him off, obviously, in transition, looking for him to rotate either to the murder hole or, you know, in from jungle. And the fact that he's been out of it for so long, no one's been in window room for the past 30 seconds, means there's no reason for him to risk pushing in this late. And it's for this exact purpose. Someone can be posted up, someone can be boosted looking for that. And now Alu, I don't even know how he's going to be able to cross to actually help attack this A bomb site. Yumpy, as soon as this hit comes in from ENCE, the 2 players on A ramp from Mad Lions are just going to push down, or they can just sit there with safety. And the only player who can do anything about it is Yumpy. And if he loses one of those 2 fights that he's going to have, that's the bomb down, and with 30 seconds, it's likely the round.
A corner coming into the other side. Bobski's not that far away from middle. And Roy with the opening, that's a real problem. Great shot from Sunny, and he needed that follow-up. He had the right idea. It's a heads-up play from him. Shush, a little bit worried about getting shot at the back. That's the bomb on Yampy as well. So if he goes down here, well, then they have no time. Like, just 10 seconds left on the clock right now. So I don't even know why they're waiting this long. Yeah, round is done. Absolutely nothing they can do. I don't really mind the attempt, but Mad Lions were playing so defensively that ENCE could get just no fights to begin this whole thing with. Alu gonna save the AWP, and that's good news, but it's still 14-13.
Yeah, Mad Lions played that so well, just being patient, letting ENCE do whatever the hell they wanted on the other side of the map, everyone staying safe and far back. They knew they had the insurance policy at A ramp, they knew they had the insurance policy of the round timer, and they've finally taken a lead. For the first time in this map. This is their very first lead right at the end. And the nice thing now, we mentioned, #1 goal for Mad Lions like 2 or 3 rounds ago was making enough money to where you cannot just get economically shattered. They've accomplished that. They now have that second follow-up buy, and here's the aggression coming out for the defensive side. Sergey goes down in Palace. He's been ineffective there this whole half. And ENCE in a really tough spot.
Man, and you could see what the whole plan was. Alu's on the other side. He was going to go underpass to join them through middle. Sergey was going to come through apps, and then the other 3 were going to go A-ramp with the bomb and everything else. And that's just like, maybe you just follow through with it, but it's going to feel really weak when you don't have that one player up in the Palace. Here they come anyway, throwing a lot of grenades. Some good counter smokes are coming out as well. And backup is here. I mean, Shush, Roy, and A-Core might be smoked off for the minute A-Core with the AWP, but look at Shush, he's got a really interesting angle here. And there's no one shooting with the back. That's where Sergey should have been. Sunny will get one, but he gets traded again, and that is going to collapse the whole thing. Alu's sneaking around over at B, but it's not going to do much, even if he got that kill. Roy swings for Yampy, who's the only one, again, who could try and be a hero here. 1 versus 3, and with 40 seconds, he's not even going to be able to cross. It's 15-13, ladies and gentlemen. We might well go to that 3rd map, and we should all consider ourselves lucky if we do. This has been amazing. They've won the last 7 rounds in a row, Mad Lions. They really want it.
I mean, again, when they've attacked B, Sergey's done nothing at Palace. When they've attacked A, I mean, that round, Alu has absolutely nothing to do in the B halls. These extremity players, ENCE is just having they don't really have a plan, it seems, to get all 5 players involved in any one round. It seems like there's only really with 5 players on the map, it's like 2 of them are just holding for something, and maybe 2 or 3 players are actually being proactive and trying to create opportunities. And that's obviously just not working down the stretch of this game. What a run from Mad Lions. This was 4-11 at the half, and they lost the pistol. Yeah. ENCE has had all the opportunities in the world, and now A-Core's gonna push up and find a free kill. Good trade from Yumpy, better trade from Asilian. And this is happening so far away from the site, Bubski's already here. So the utility to delay and look at the rotation on the minimap. ENCE probably don't even feel like they can fall back, but they certainly can't go forward.
Yeah, this has been something truly spectacular. Again, looked like a really weak Mad Lions. Looked like they were capped at maybe 75% of their max output and just weren't really impressing us that much. And then they've snuck in 7 rounds in a row and have come roaring back into this game. I mean, they would have to summon a lot of strength to even make this halfway possible. Asilian waiting for them over there. And, I mean, they could guess a wallbang. You can shoot through the lip of the balcony there, but it's unlikely they will even try.
Sunny needs to start moving. He doesn't have any utility. He's at top mid. He needs to be involved in this attack. This cannot be 2 men trying to come out of the B halls on their own. That's going to be stupid looking. And he has no utility to throw any kind of a fake. So this has to be an aggressive fight for him on catwalk to take attention away. Otherwise, Asilian is just going to be able to end things.
Oh, the timing. just as Popsky turns around. That's pretty unfortunate. Asilian there. Oh, a little bit wild spray, and there's a kill, but he falls right into the Molotov that shushed it through. 8 seconds left. If he gets interrupted, it's done. Sonny holding the ground. That is really impressive from Sonny. 2 big kills, and Roy, I mean, they don't actually have that much money. Save the M4. I mean, you've got so many. Oh, no, he's going to go for it. Straight up, you may have been right. He wants to fight it. I was wondering if this was worth it, but here's the smoke, here's the flash to set it up deep, and Alu's over there with the AWP, but there's a gap. Oh my god, they win the round 14-15.
Yeah, but Sonny really gave him a chance to win that 1 versus 2. Gave him a chance to play hero. I don't know why he's peeking into market like that. You had Catwalk safe. You were in the corner safe. Play with your teammate, but before that, he wins 2 very important fights, or 1 important fight on Catwalk. Obviously, this one covering the planter with 5 seconds left. And man, ENCE had to work for that one. As you mentioned, it was 7 rounds in a row before ENCE could finally get a 14th round on the board. 1 more. They have to do what they have not been able to do this entire half. They need to string a 2nd round together off the back of that and force overtime.
Oh, this is so tense. If it goes into overtime, you have to imagine ENCE are going to start to feel pretty revitalized. That was the first round that they had won out of the last 8. And if you look at the scoreboard, it's ridiculous. They've won 3 rounds in the second half, and it's, you know, it's all been really spaced out. Roy at 25 kills, Shush at 23. We said earlier he's someone we didn't mention a lot on Train, but normally a raw player for this Mad Lions lineup. And again, the ridiculous fact that Yampi's at 27 kills still really, really damn impressive.
Yeah, it is, but keep that in context, right? That he's not having a great second half, and I think that's a product of ENCE's game plan and attack on this map not being super effective and not being well thought out, but he had 20 kills in the first half. Second half, it's been 7. Yep.
I mean, to some extent, right, some of those kills he has had in the second half have been entries, right, over at the ladder rooms. So
yes.
They've been important kills at the very least. Oh, and look at the stack here. They see this coming.
They've been important, but not impactful, as they haven't even been able to convert them into wins. Here we go, Sonny in middle, trying to go for a lurk inside of that smoke. But Acorn needs to get flashed off this angle. There it is. Ooh, big win for Shush. They did challenge. And Sergey over in Palace, he took the fight. Finally, he's able to get involved. Yumpy's not going to clear under dark. But where's the follow-up? It's been the problem this whole time. Sonny coming in a little bit late.
Yeah, they are really slow to do it, but they might have found the right formula anyway. Roy, I can't believe he gets that shot. They knew exactly where he was. Sergey's up above him, spraying through and not connecting. And Akor, he's locked in over there. Roy goes down, and then almost a shot. That could have been it. That could have been overtime right then and there. Akor hiding back here. He saved them with some great crutches a couple of times. Now, this might be an even trickier one. They know where he is. They have a couple of flashbangs. They're going to go for the bomb plant right in front of him, and he can't connect for the kill. He could guess Sergey's up there, but Sergey's playing this one very, very smartly. Not showing himself, not giving even an inch. And it's all on Akor. Sneaking forward with the AWP, almost walking into the line of fire there, but Alu's on the other side, and he lives, and it's overtime. Double kill for Alu, and yeah, here we go.
Man, they finally cracked it right at the end. That was a battle the whole way in. And yeah, Sonny, a little bit late to get involved in the action. And if you're going to be baiting, if you're going to be sitting back like that and lurking that to that extent, you need to produce. And he did. Double kill for Sonny coming up late through connector. That's a beautiful one on Bubsky. And even finding a second. What a great kill onto Asilian. Had the opportunity. And ENCE have forced OT 15-15. And we'll see if they can continue the success in overtime.
Oof, yeah. They had the 4-man setup at A. It looked to me like you were saying, ENCE were a little bit disjointed, a little bit slow, and it didn't look like they were all going at the same time. And they still fight their way back into the round. 15-15. Man. If Mad Lions can't win the overtime, I can't even imagine how soul-crushing that would be.
Akor investigating for a gap in the smoke. It's not there. Ariel going to use utility to take control of connector, although he doesn't push in. Good kill for Bubsky, and that's Yumpy. Again, as you said, probably the most successful ENCE player in this second half at finding entries, finding kills early on in the rounds, and he's going to be out of the fight.
Yeah, that's such an important early kill. Look at Roy. He's all the way in T-spawn. If they can just hold, if they can just not die here, Shush and Acor, there should be a pretty quick flank through the middle, but actually ENCE are going so quick, they might not even have a chance to fall back here. Shush, they're right in front of him, and he's lucky to be alive. He overextends just a bit, and I can't really blame him. Must have been panicked in the moment. Acor is holding this angle, and Aerial, if he turned it, he'd probably be dead. Roy coming in from the middle. Bo3 and Asilian are probably going to be the main force to cause a bit of a distraction, and we'll see how that goes. Some shots being rang out already, but the bomb is planted, and Roy is now walking in, and he's making, I think, enough noise. I think Aerial will hear it. Gonna smoke off on one side, so that might put him out of the round for a bit here. Sunny with some damage, Bo3 going down, and they're holding it well. ENCE, they might be right back in the round. That's a great cleanup. Nobody else goes down. Triple kill for Alu.
Now we have this scenario set up with this 10K start money in overtime. If ENCE can win this round, and especially if they can clean sweep it, the third round for the CT side of Mad Lions in this overtime is going to be with almost no weaponry. They're going to be right on the back foot. They have no money after this investment. That is the best take we've seen from ENCE and the entirety of their regulation and overtime T side. It finally worked out. Bo3 aggressive in middle, big risk in a round in which you have no money to follow this up. Yumpy with nade in hand, gotta be careful. That flash is way too far for the rifles, and he gets caught. He gets caught not even considering a mid push, and they're punished for it.
I can't disagree. That is risky, but it's also a change of pace that ENCE haven't really experienced all that much. Like, that hasn't happened in regulation. I think they tried once or twice, Mad Lions, and they never found anyone there. So it's probably the first time ENCE has seen that deep of a push in there. So I'm not quite ready for it. All right. Sunny's quick.
Yeah, we had to assume it was just going to be a matter of time before he started showing off what he's capable of. Sunny and Sergey gonna circle back towards the B bomb site, but Shush and Asilian are pushing as well. Here comes the firefight. Sunny gonna turn the corner. Oh yeah, he is fast. They're never gonna expect Shush. They'll never expect Shush. Certainly not. There's knife out. There's the bomb being planted. There's the pounce. Double kill for Shush. We're tied up at 16.
Still a cool little reminder, isn't it, of just what Sunny could be. You know, even in a losing round like that, it's fun to see. Third round coming up of the overtime, last of the half, and then they'll switch sides, fighting to get to 19 rounds at the moment. And wow, this could be, yeah, I mean, this could be one of the, I think this is probably one of the best games we've had so far in the spring series here. Really cool. Yeah, and this time they're rightfully a little bit conservative in the middle on ENCE side, waiting to see if anyone was going to come fight them. Not so.
ENCE being passive for the moment. Look how far back they are in mid this round.
Oh no.
They don't even want to be near any kind of a push.
Look at the grenades on Mad Lions. It's a minute and 10 seconds.
Yeah, they went for some early aggression with the utility. I think they're going to be okay with it. I mean, they don't have a lot to block off choke points. It's just Roy with the smoke who can do anything. That is a really weak run boost, and they're probably very lucky nobody's peeking anything.
Yeah, he stumbled into the middle, didn't he?
Roy has the only smoke to use for Mad Lions if they wanted to slow down a hit or block off a choke point, and he's boosted up into that B bomb site, so I mean he's not exactly going to give up that position to drop a smoke anywhere, but he can drop it in the front default plant spot. Bo3 makes noise, but they've already come past Yumpy. What a great return, even better from Aerial. But will they check Roy? Oh, he's giving it away. He's taking a shot at first glance, and ENCE have an opportunity to go up 2-1 in OT.
Every chance in the world at doing that. That seemed like some pretty crucial mistakes coming out. I don't mind that Bo3 went for the fight. He could have maybe had the double, but yeah, Roy definitely a little bit panicked at the moment. Acor will go down right through the smoke, and Shush, absolutely no chance coming out of this one. If they fight him one at a time, sure, but I mean, hopefully they will discontinue that plan right at the moment. Yumpy will take one down, 17-16 in the first half of overtime. Wow.
Now you can choose to do two different things, and you can blame Roy for trying to take a shot way too early and giving away his position, or you can give credit to Aerial. He one taps the guy playing at bench, and that is the guy trying, who's there to take attention away from Roy to make sure everyone is lured into attacking him and keep that position powerful. So the one tap from Aerial is incredible just as an isolated shot, but also in that the impact it has in breaking up that crossfire. That is the real strength that allowed ENCE to win that round.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. All of the attention that should have been on the bench suddenly was somewhere else. Here's the run boost into the middle, and Acor will take down Alu. We talked about it earlier when it was ENCE on the T side, but yeah, Acor and Mad Lions, they do that all the time. They're practically a circus act they've got going on in there.
I mean, Acor is just one of the best players we have in terms of his movement. Obviously, he shows off the run boost that ENCE didn't pull off in the first half of OT, and he makes it look good. Now, ENCE have to be very cautious of how they play this. I'm not sure I like Sunny and Aerial being both of them being so committed to these B halls. That's a lot of players that are very far away, but they have to, if they don't rotate into position or if they don't get a performance out of Sergey to stop this hit, they need to just call for the save. They cannot put themselves in that awkward position. Sergey only gets the one. If he had transferred over, maybe the retake is on, but these three players just stay as far away as possible. You do not have the money to go for this.
Yep, I agree. Bobsky needs to not die in middle. Ooh, and Yampy hanging around. Aerial is actually coming in from the other side. Now they're starting to sort of move a bit closer, and that's making me really nervous.
No. Don't do this. You're going to get lured into it. You're going to lose everything.
Oh.
You're going to lose it all. This is heartbreaking for ENCE.
Should have listened to the prophet that is Moses. And they didn't.
I mean, it's not that I'm even they just didn't have the position. A 3-on-4 to go for a retake is one thing, but when you're out of position like that, if you're going to go for a 3-on-4 retake in this kind of a scenario where your money is going to be a factor in OT, you'd better be in position to like battle for like to take one of those picks early on before the bomb gets planted. But if you're coming in that late and you're also still not in position, that's the issue.
Well, they have money to buy, but you can tell that it's going to be rough here if they lose this round. We're losing everything again. Bobsky will get Sergey, and I think Sunny could have gone down next. He's almost caught throwing grenades. Lucky to be alive.
Also lucky that Roy didn't pounce from Palace. But this is 2 rounds in a row in overtime where Mad Lions have found the opening kill in the first 20 seconds. Previously, the run boost from Acor. And now the aggression on A ramp very quickly. Here comes that run boost again. Yampy didn't see it in the last round. He's going to get caught. It's the wrong time, but he drops down. What a shot. And he's going to get the follow-up. He tracks him with the leg shot, but Acor nails his.
That is unbelievably accurate from Yampy. I can't even imagine how difficult that shot must be to hit. It's like he was holding a railgun instead. Sunny over at the A ramp, Alu and Aerial over at the B side, and that is not looking like the right move at the moment. Sunny might have to again at least get a double kill here. Good timing on the smoke, but behind him is where the real chaos is about to unfold.
And again, it's just one player here. It's just Sunny. Previously, it was Sergey. 2 players dedicated to this B bomb site, and it's going to be the other one. And now that they definitely have to save. Like Sunny, sure, go for a play, do something that might give your team a chance at winning. Now they can go for it. Alu's rotating over.
Ooh, Bomb is planning a strange position for where Acor is. Like, they can defuse it behind that box without him being able to see it. That could get a bit weird.
And Alu's got a smoke.
Alu has a smoke. Yeah, let's see. This could be heartbreaking right here. Mad Lions trying to get to 18, at least secure themselves double OT. Aerial is snuck in, but I'm not loving that plant position. That's making me really nervous. Oh, Asilian, he holds it down, gets the kill. Follow-up is here, inside of the smoke. 10-second defuse for Alu. That is not going to happen. And Jason, you said save once again. They had a chance maybe in a 3-on-3, but it's been taken away along with all of their money.
That round was more likely than the first. If they had saved at the first, this loss in the second round of overtime wouldn't have been as painful. But now you're in a scenario where you've got absolutely nothing to play with. 2 SMGs, a deagle on Yampy, shotgun on Alu. All right, let's see where you position these little pea shooters.
I mean, this can work, right? We could still be going to double OT, but it's less likely now. Sergey moving up aggressively with the MP9 again. That's a good way to get it, you know, into a position. That Mag 7 is on Alu. I kind of wish he was playing B with it. You know, you could jump and shoot over there. It's actually a tradition around that. Roy could be maybe overwhelmed. I don't know why Sergey's not moving forward when Sunny is. I feel like they should both be trying to time that. But Sunny and Roy are about to bump into each other, and oh yeah, he saw it. See again. Sergey could have been there. Has he timed out? Has he fallen asleep?
No. He's just finished.
All right. Chilling.
Remember, Roy saw that aggression so much in the first half at regulation. So, I mean, you have to think, I mean, just to begin with, if you win those first 2 rounds as T in overtime, you know because of the low economy, it's likely there's something creative coming out, and he's already seen the aggression. So, very prepared, and this time Yumpy's missed the mark.
Oh, no!
Oh my god, no! He's gotten 3 kills with a UMP. Like a charging bayonet, and it's a 2-on-2. ENCE have a real shot at this.
I can't even understand it. He was running and gunning with it, and it just worked perfectly. Sergey and Alu coming in all the way from the hallways here. This is still a very unlikely round for them to win, but they've got a shot at it. Deep grenade gonna go out. It won't kill anyone, but could soften up Bubsky a bit. Time is ticking. Alu's the one with the kit. Great headshot on Roy, and now low on health is Bubsky, hiding inside of the smoke. They know he's there. They almost take him down, and there it is! Oh no, double OT! As a triple UMP kill from Aerial will save ENCE.
That's so silly. I am amazed that that's panned out. 3 versus 5 into a 2 versus 2, and what a clutch. 31 kills on Sunny and Yumpy, 33 kills on Roy. That is unreal. He could have even had a 4th. It was almost there. It's great. It is fantastic.
Oh man, Mad Lions have aged like another 6 months in the span of this one map. It's just been so trying for them. And now Double Orb is back for ENCE. I mean, this is the issue. They just had them. It was the perfect setup for it. They basically had a position here where they had the money low on ENCE in that 3rd round. It was everything. You're not guaranteed to get that again. ENCE could go into this one winning all 3 rounds on their CT side.
Yeah, that's a really good point, especially when you consider both CT halves are, what, 11-4. So, I mean, even the fact that Mad Lions went up 2-0 in overtime is a bit surprising. They've got all the money back now, but again, double up setup in the first round of this OT. ENCE going to really risk the overtime economy here right off the bat. But at least you've put it in you know, Alu, your star opper, and Yumpy, your star player who's having one hell of a game. Him and Sunny are pretty much matching production. Same amount of kills, same amount of deaths.
Alu here, walking right into the shot there with Shush. Just a pretty common way to peek that corner, but really effective. A lot of noise being made, and Sunny, we will be ready for it. Almost goes down anyway. That was dangerous, but the return is even better. That's in middle and over at the Palace. Sergey taking down Bubsky. And wow, yeah, like I said, the problem is now that economic threat is not going to be present for ENCE. Roy, though he's been doing a very good job, this is too much to ask for.
Yeah, he's quietly got up to 34 kills, leading the server. Gonna try and go for the plant, and Sunny with low HP does not want to peek and risk losing the weapon. So Yumpy's gonna finish it off as he closes the gap on the frag total of Roy. He's at 33 with his double kill. And ENCE is gonna be living the dream. 19-18. Magic number is 22 to win the map.
Fantastic start in double OT for ENCE. Again, buying that double up, risky for the economy, but winning the first round with it means you just suddenly feel much better about the whole scenario. Yeah. And there's a round where Mad Lions never really saw what they wanted to do. They just got picked apart.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think, you know, was it a Cillian battling in the window room? I think that was looking like there was going to at least be able to find an advantage there with that fight against Sunny. And by the time that fight kind of cooled off, 3 of his teammates were dead. And that had to have been tough to deal with. Acor going for the peek, and Aerial was hoping for some cover, but good utility usage from Mad Lions. And nice smoke to put out the flames that were going to kill Acor. He's down to 14 health.
Also worth noting, both Alu and Sunny were blocked off with smokes to actually they couldn't swing to save Aerial, basically. Otherwise, I think they would have loved to have taken advantage of all the chaos there. Oh, look at Roy.
Oh no, Roy's gonna press the issue. Sergey just cleared this as the smoke disappeared. So Sergey has no idea, or does he? Right at the end, he caught the indication, but Roy had an advantage for some time. I like that play from Roy.
Yeah, that's very, very cool. And again, you could see it was a second away from working out. Sunny taking a little bit of damage there, but look at how far up Sergey is. That's unless if Cillian comes this way and wins the fight, then it's game on. But if he goes down, how do you push up from connector knowing that there's a guy in Palace who will never show himself until the rest of the team is there? And oh, this is a hard position to clear. Cillian, he's gonna do it anyway. What a magnificent shot there.
What a god. It's all on Alu. He's at least got to get this kill from Cillian, but Cillian doesn't have to show himself. He doesn't need to peek because his teammates are already protected. So Alu creates himself some space with his own smoke, but that's not going to let him delay the plant. Yumpy coming through. Oh, a missed shot. He stops the bomb. Good response from Acor, but 15 seconds on the clock. This is doable. Yumpy might have just saved ENCE one more time, and Sunny is hiding. Alu's got it done. Double kill, 20-18.
What a devastating way to lose a round. That, to me, looked like it was about to be purely silly coming out from Yumpy, running through the smoke, risking it all, and only getting the 1 kill. But then it turned out, yep, it stopped the bomb, and then it all just fell apart. What a critical shot coming in there. 20-18.
And remember, as good of a game as Acor's had to help them back into this, he missed a shot on Yumpy during that sequence that would have stopped him from killing the planter. Yep. He got the follow-up, but the bomb on the ground with 15 seconds just causes way too much havoc.
Oh, well, that is unfortunate.
Oh, my dear God. This game is so crazy.
It really is. He had a grenade out, and I mean, he got the kill, I guess, in a way, but
what?
No one's in B. And Yumpy and Alu showing up inside of the kitchen. Good shot with the 1 AWP. Now that smoke is up, but not going to slow him down. He wants to keep going. Like another double kill. He is out of control. And Alu will get the one there. 21-18. Yumpy is such a superstar.
I can't believe it. That's ridiculous. Listen, like if you go back to that first T-side overtime for Mad Lions, I think they got the opening kill 2 of the 3 rounds. They got the opening kill here in this second overtime on their T-side, 2 out of 3 rounds again, and they're not able to close out any of those rounds. They've had the opportunities in overtime to get some kind of a powerful lead, but instead it's ENCE, who's got 3 chances to shut this down. And remember, at the end of their T-side in regulation, they figured this out. They figured out how to win rounds. They struggled throughout the entire half, but they won the final 2. They won 2 rounds in overtime as well. Let's see what they've got here. 3 chances.
And they're going to go quick in middle. They want to knock them out while they're off their balance. Shush and Acor are about to be crunched here, but Aerial and Alu open up. Acor with 1 in return. Roy comes in with a big one, but it might not be enough. For Cillian alone in a 1 versus 3. The knockout punch. They get it in double OT. 22-18 as ENCE send Mad Lions out of the tournament. That's a bold play, but I absolutely love it. They wanted to settle. They're not even going to get a chance to feel comfortable here on the CT side. Let's bring him down. Let's take him out. What a fantastic best of 3 we just watched. If you missed it, go back and see it. Man, there's going to be taught a lot about that. That will be from our analyst, and it's coming up after the break. Stay tuned.
gentlemen, to the second week here.
Got the best teams in the world and complexity.
Flamey is his kryptonite again. This is it.
It's a bulldozer.
We have fun, we're going to play good. We may lose some shit rounds, but you just brush it off, and if we win some good rounds, we cheer. That's all it is.
The best team in the world going up against a team who, you know, hasn't even been able to qualify for the major yet.
Just trying to buy time, flanking around, punching him down, and he tries to immediate defuse. He's right there with the kid. Oh my god, I can't believe it. 16 and 12.
I've seen every big CSGO match ever. I can tell you that would already be like a top 5 upset of all time.
Simple could catch. Oh! The shutdown!
This isn't the Astralis that I know.
Really trying to get in the pit. Can he stand tall one last time? He lies them all! No! A beautiful spray! Electrons have got it! Since 16-14, now we do it!
Who's ready for Vitality versus Complexity? I introduce you to North America's newest juggernaut.
16-6 as they take down Vitality.
Complexity have one last beast to challenge.
They wanted to kill Juggernaut, but we're gonna destroy the Juggernaut.
Of course.
16 rounds to Navi's favor, victories on Train and Mirage.
And the Navi Storm has come and conquered today.
It's an exciting, you know, couple of days that we've had here, and it doesn't feel like we've had any losers other than maybe Astralis.
Yampy, you guys are the first team to qualify for the finals here from the European side of things. How does it feel, and how proud are you of the team? It's been a long time since we've seen success for ENCE.
Yeah, it feels really good, and even it was last game was really tough, but I'm glad we made it after all.
And let's talk about that tough game. That was back and forth. It was double overtime. You even managed to win it on a really incredibly CT-sided low buy, like you had the MP9s in play. It was looking like it was no chance for you guys to win it. What was the communication like for you guys during this points? Because it seemed to be quite a struggle at times, especially on the T side.
Yeah, I think we even kept our communication really good all the time, even though we were losing. And after that 11-4 half, we lost like 10 or 11 rounds in a row or something like that. But I still think that we never lost the communication, and we really believed ourselves all the time.
And that's a really good sign, right? Because you were up 11-4. We're thinking, oh, wow, okay, you guys are going to close this out nice and easy. It goes all this distance, but you still managed to do the job 2-0. I want to talk about your performance in particular, though. 36-26 in total. You are the young star we wanted to see. And when we've got you and Alu on the double AWP, it seems like people just can't answer. They don't have the answer to that. How does it feel to be able to just be a big difference maker for a team like this?
Yeah, it feels really good when your team trusts you and they let me to do whatever I want, at least on CT size. Like if I want to pick something, they just tell me do it, and that's like they trust me and I trust them. So it's like really good for our team.
Well then, there we have it, the conclusion of the series. 2-0 win for ENCE in the end. It looked like Mad Lions were fighting back on Mirage. We went into overtime. They just wouldn't give up, but ENCE take it. So they will be the first team to move on to the finals at the end of the month. And Maniac, you can deflate the chest a little bit. You don't need to puff up like a peacock. We get it.
Oh yeah, you're
got
right.
Your prediction right.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, yeah, fair enough. Just means that we're going to be tied at the end of the day, no matter what happens now. So I guess there's no winners on the desk in the end. All right, we don't have a whole lot of time, so enough horsing around. Let's get into the thick of things here. Thorn, I'll start off with you. What is it that stood out for you in this last map here?
Obviously, the whole series was basically the Yampy coming out party. Like, ENCE has made a great decision here. Even though they can't use him for the majors, who cares? That's two tournaments a year, and right now we haven't even had a major this year. So if you can have results like this, it's worth the gamble. I think it's totally paid off. The firepower's been awesome. Alu didn't even have to be a monster this game because Sonny was on form, looking like the mouse sport Sonny that they originally brought the team in for and made that gamble to remove Alexi B for. So on the ENCE side of the equation, everything great. In fact, I even want to say, if anyone didn't watch much of these games, do not be fooled by the scores. These games were not as close as they appear, as in this second one was close. The first one was just Acor won the Miracle Pistol round and had loads of kills CT on train. This one somehow got to overtime, but I don't know how, because There had to be some miracle kills by Acor. I think basically once ENCE had the series in kind of a stranglehold, I mean, they just slowed it right down, and then the opening kill would seemingly go to Mad Lions every single time. So it was just making it easy for the CTs. I don't normally call out in-game leaders, but I didn't think the T side was that great from Mad Lions, and to get 11 kills in 42 rounds, listen, I don't think in-game leaders have to frag, but that's not literally the statement. Like, they have to put some frags on the board. Like, in this case, Asilian was a major reason why they could not get over the line.
Okay, Maniac, what do you think of that?
I want to give a two-time answer. I think the first time is I still want to commend Mad Lions for the comeback they mounted on the CT side, because I thought if there ever was a way to come back in that game, that would have been exactly how they did it. They were quite aggressive. They were very good at picking the first frag very deep in the map to give themselves time to rotate. It happened a couple of times in the A apps, for example. It happened underground. It happened B apps. But the problem is, so that was the plus side. Now the downside are the mistakes they've done, the rookie mistakes they've done. Just look at this clutch, for example. Look at this. 45 seconds left. The setup for Mad Lions is perfect. 3 players on the B side, and this player, Bubsky, he has everything under control, but he drops and makes a noise, pulls the trigger too quick, only 1 kid, he should have won that round, and then the Asilians disappear, but you have Roy, he's in position. But what does he do? He fires, he pulls the trigger so fast. This is tension, this is pressure, this is inexperience. He should have won that round. Roy had everything to win the round, and now ENCE, they just have to control the clutch.
Try to save the gun, by the way.
Yeah, that's not a problem, right? So that's why you have to be disappointed if you're Mad Lions, because you did pull up a great comeback, but when it really mattered, in the money time, you kind of fell apart.
I could listen to you do that all day.
I get into it. Like, I go play by play. I don't know why.
Maniac now. Yeah, pulled the trigger too early.
I get into it.
You're right, though. I mean, you're watching those rounds, and I'm just sitting there going, "Why did he shoot?" The whole time. And so you've got all these sorts of situations there where it comes down to the finest of margins, and it's those split-second decisions, and unfortunately it just didn't pan out for Mad Lions today. Well, if you're an ENCE fan, and I know that Natu is, he won't shut up on Twitter, congratulations to ENCE. You guys did a great job. You managed to qualify for the finals at the end of the month. But there's the bracket, and what you'll notice is that was the first one. Mad Lions...
They're in the play-in. They're in the play-in.
They're in the
play-in. Just means they still have a chance to qualify, but it's definitely ENCE.
They're in the play-in, and that's actually coming up. That's not what we're doing here today. That's coming up at the end of the month as well, so they'll get a chance to shoot in there. But now we're moving down to the bottom bracket, where it's going to be Vitality versus NiP. This is our second best of 3 of the day, the second final of the day, and another team will qualify for the final at the end of the month. So let's start discussing that one, gentlemen, because we're going to move right into it. Now, Vitality have kind of experienced a bit of a resurgence, mainly around the juggernaut that is ZywOo. And so, Thorin, go ahead and launch us into this one, man. What are you looking for with Vitality?
I mean, first of all, you have to say ZywOo right now is right back fully in contendership for best player in the world. He has been far and away the best player in this tournament. There's basically not been a single map where it felt like he took a moment off. He's looked very, very impressive. And I have to say, quite similar to when he was in the Alex lineup. And supposedly it was Alex himself and then the team generally who were helping set him up. So if that's the case, they've adapted very well. I have to give some credit to Xtaz, the coach of the team. The key takeaways, though, are the changes they've made since the team from last year that was number 2. So in comes Shox. When Alex was in the team, he never was a star player. This tournament, he is not like a superstar player like the Shox of old, 2013, 2016, but he's a very good player, actually. He's getting good fragging numbers, he's putting up good damage, his role suits him, and he wins those clutches. And having him and ZywOo to win clutches has made this team very tough to beat. Then you add in the newest man, just as we've seen with TRK and Yampy and these new guys coming in, who aren't actually just being victims and just getting basically scapegoated and then eventually inevitably to be kicked. Masuta is looking good, actually. Every game I've seen him at this tournament, he progressively gets a little bit better. He looks comfortable in the lineup. And if he's going to be kind of that third star, the guy in the middle of the pack, RPK is going to do his job. He takes all the bad spots. Apex is the IGL now and the entry man. Like, it feels like suddenly we've got all the roles, something that actually people used to say they had that in the old Vitality, but then people would struggle to define what the roles were. I feel as though actually everyone somewhat fits in this team, and just as you've seen, ENCE just looks better and better and better as the tournament goes on. Same with Vitality, and perhaps they're going to repeat a similar feat and upset the winners of the group.
Now, Maniac, I mean, let's go ahead and just feed right into this And because we're a little bit short on time, guys, I'm actually tempted to just jump right into the pick and ban and give you as much time as possible to talk about the maps that the series is going to take place on. So I'm going to hand it over to Maniac, and you guys can get right into the pick ban, and we can see where this goes.
All right, well, I can open up and say that the only thing I'm certain about is this train removal by Vitality here. 100% they were never going to allow train to go through. It's not a map they play. Now, the problem is we've only seen NIP in BO1, and I don't feel like I'm an expert of their map pool right now. Where are they looking for in a BO3? What kind of pick they can do? I'm not exactly sure. So, Duncan, I think I'm going to leave it to you, because here I'm a little bit in the fog.
It's basically all down to whether or not NIP wants to ban Dust2 or Nuke, because whichever one it is, they fear that Vitality picks the other. I mean, they played recently, and actually NIP's been banning Nuke more often, so as a result, Vitality picked Dust2 and smashed them completely on it. So I actually think the Dust2 ban makes the most sense here, but that in its own sense predicates Vitality picking Nuke. Now, if they do that, listen, that's pretty bold. I think actually at this point in time, essentially your opponent tells you, I was planning that anyway, but you're going to do it. So I think it's the right one to do. They've looked pretty solid on it. They looked amazing when they played earlier in the tournament on it. Now, in terms of what Nip picks, I agree with you. This is a tough one because I think Overpass on paper would make a lot of sense. Like, that's one that could be a very dangerous one. I don't want to go anywhere near the Vertigo, which they have been good on, just because I've seen a little bit from Vitality suggest they can do something here. But what about a Decider? Where would you like to head up here? Obviously, your Inferno's still on the table somewhere.
Yeah, I think Vitality would like Inferno to be the decider. That probably is going to be their go-to now. Mirage could be a possibility. Again, I don't really favor the French's choice, but I do agree with you. I think this Overpass pick from NIP is really great. The Overpass T-side specifically has been a problem for Vitality over the last few months. I've never seen them pull together a strong T-side on that map. So NIP, you know, they have a great opportunity. So I'm going to be honest, this removal of Inferno by Vitality, that takes me off guard. I'm not exactly sure what the thought process is behind it. Mirage, okay, it's not going to be Mirage, so Vertigo.
Get a spicy third one at least. Get a spicy third map.
Yeah, you really do. And now it's going to be a great test because I feel like both of these teams have made, or have wanted to make a statement of, hey, we play Vertigo. It's in our map pool. You want to pick it? Okay, we can play it. So now they get to actually walk the walk.
This was one of the most difficult, I think, matches to predict all tournament long with how even this is. For those very reasons actually brought up in going into this, we don't have a whole lot off of Nip because we've only really seen best of ones in the group, and I'm really left wondering how they're going to shape in a best of three. And then Vitality just seemed to be getting better and better and better, but you don't quite know how they're going to handle it. This is a tough one, gentlemen. So, I mean, I think we all went Vitality on our predictions for this, if I'm not mistaken. So, well, we're sitting pretty here. We're just kind of hoping that Nip, don't quite pull it through.
I want to throw something in here. Listen, right. I picked Vitality. I think they're the better team right now. I actually think they're going to do basically what ENCE just did to Mad Lions. But I tell you what, I'm not liking this veto, actually. I feel like in this veto, listen, Vitality, they will actually look very good on Nuke. I expect that. But I don't think that's a good map for Nip. But then you go to Overpass, I would heavily favor that to the side of Nip. And then when we go to Vertigo, I think also that has been one of the maps that Nip has put in a lot of time. They have a lot of activity on that map, and they have beaten a wide variety of opponents. So I think it's possible Vitality can win on that one, but that's going to take a lot of clutch factor, big performances. So I think the veto was actually won by NIP.
And on that note, thank you very much, gentlemen. We are out of time, despite the fact that the teams are obviously putting in time. We've got to go to a break so that we can get this match started. I'll hand it over to our commentators right after that.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are kicking off the decade here. Not every day you get to say that. With the Blast Premier Spring Series. We do have the very best in the business, the best in the world competing here.
Just take initiative and we're going to win. All right? Let's go.
Okay, boys. Let's close this shit out.
Let's go.
Dun, 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 dun. That's a hell of a shot. Ooh, a second from the lead.
15 seconds on the clock, he turns around and the bomb goes out. Oh my god, the 180! Let's go! Another kill! This should, by all means, be absolutely impossible here for MIBR. This should be the end of the road here.
Siri, who is the easiest target?
Cold. Oh, he does still have the AK Cold with everything to do, just popping noggins! He's cleared 3 bodies and the board!
Let's go! Let's go, guys. Let's go this time. Let's go.
Tickets booked to the spring finals.
The final day here of Group A.
Liquid gonna end up winning in overtime, 19-17.
I want you guys to get real pumped It's the last series of this first weekend.
Go guys, have a party to go. What?
He's got 14 bullets in the magazine. Half the clip is gone. He peeks wide, and that's it. Good night. Ladies and gentlemen, Spring Series Week 1 comes to a close. Higher seating and a fat stack of cash for FaZe Clan.
Now, when you're looking at this new NIP, how much of a difference can you see in them compared to the old NIP with Lecro? Is it a big one of stuff you've noticed?
So far, not that much. I would say basically just Hampus getting, I mean, is in-game leading by while being also the more lurker than Lecro could have been sometimes. But definitely, I think it's still too early to see a big difference since he's just joined the roster, and you're not gonna make your game you want in 1 or 2 weeks. So we will definitely see a big difference in 1 or 2 months, I guess. But at the moment, I think even them, they're just trying to figure out every match to add small details because it takes time, you know.
Well, Jason, I hope you're ready. That last game was amazing. It was crazy. This one could, I think, end up in a similar kind of fashion. I mean, Vitality were amazing yesterday. It was so much fun watching them play. But this young NIP roster has actually, I think, already made some pretty great strides ahead. So what do you think?
I think this NIP roster, while they've made good strides, still have a lot to prove and to show that they can actually compete with at the top level. So I'm interested to see the next level of that. I actually have Vitality in a pretty similar place that I had ENCE going into that previous matchup, where we're starting to see some recovery. And I know you and I have both really enjoyed watching some of these T sides that come out. I'm surprised at how well Apex has been able to marshal these troops as the in-game leader and actually have them step up and show what they're capable of. They've had some really cool calling. And I'm starting to get a decent amount. I'm scared, Anders, because I'm opening my heart back up again to French Counter-Strike. And it's not permanent. Ooh. It's not going to be any long-term thing. But at least for today, I'm going to allow the French Counter-Strike to come in and get me excited and give me hope.
All right, so not a full committal. You've been burned many times in the past.
Yeah, and I mean, part of it is the exact things that will burn you. Is I like what we're seeing out of Shox these past 2 days we've been able to watch him play. Obviously, ZywOo is still an absolutely incredible player. I really like what I'm seeing out of them, and I really like the way their players are playing within the tactics that are being called. But I mean, we all know that that's how it all comes crumbling down. Once you start to believe that, this player is playing well, and this player is coming back, and this player is getting some of his old form here and there, that's when you really open yourself up to be the most damaged.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, you follow French Counter-Strike for long enough, you're going to have that experience at some point. But I mean, the reason why you would want to follow it in the first place, surely, is that it just does have so much potential, right? It's all there. Like, we've all seen it before. So I feel like that's you know, as painful as it could be, that's one of the reasons why you want to be part of it, right?
Yeah, well, listen, Masuta's actually looking very good for this Vitality squad as well. I think he's been a huge part of the reason why they're looking good here in the spring showdown. And it'll be interesting to see them go up against NIP on a map, especially a map like Nuke, where I think actually Vitality's looked pretty decently strong on. So I'm really excited for this game.
I am actually pretty excited as well. I mean, he has a Vitality book, a whole giant ledger basically to write stuff down in.
That's for show. That's for show. It's definitely a comic book. He's going with the Flusha tactics. You open that up and it's Wolverine in there.
There are not many people who could follow along with the Flusha tactics. I won't lie, but yeah, I think they've got some stuff to prove still. NIP, but just given, I mean, again, I'm just thinking about like the average age of these NIP players and how relatively new the team is. There's just tons that make me think still, you know, like the future is actually looking pretty bright. I think they're a fun team.
Well, they are a fun team. Twist, Hampus, Plopsky, Rez, and Knock. A lot of, I like the way that Shox put it in that interview, and he's going to be someone who's obviously tried to make the transition from a star player into an in-game leader. He's been through a lot of regime changes within the French Counter-Strike teams that he's been part of, and I mean, I think he knows a lot of what it goes into to building a team and getting teams back on track, that it takes time. It's little things that add up over the course of that time, and I think he had a pretty fair assessment of where NIP's at, so I don't know, he had a good read on the situation. And we're going to get live into the map. It's the first map in the series. It's going to be Nuke. NIP is going to be starting on the CT side. Vitality going to be starting on the T side. And set for a very nice clash here. Did you picked Vitality in this one? It's actually, I think it's only Launders who lost his mind for some reason. Somehow you've maintained your sanity. Launders has lost his entirely.
Yeah, that should be a huge sign of warning to Launders, shouldn't it? Like, I think there's some things he needs to go back and think about in his life when it's come to this. First map coming up, first half as well. It's going to be a couple of Molotovs. Sorry, just one Molotov, a couple of smokes and an HE there on the Vitality side. So let's see what they do with it. Shox, he's the one with the Molotov. See if he's going to try and burn out the hut, which is the most common way to use it. He's in the right position for it. Oh, but it starts with Nok getting a kill on RPK before Vitality even get to do whatever it is they had in mind.
Well, at least 3 players have made their way down secret. It's going to be a battle the whole way. Plopsky is over towards control. ZywOo, his attention is taken, but missed shots from Plopsky. Oh, they're going to go back up vents. But there's 2 players waiting. This should be a slaughter. It should be an absolute deletion of the attack, but it's not nearly as comprehensive as they would have liked. Rez pounces late in mini, and now one up heaven, and ZywOo nothing to do. Pistol round goes to the ninjas.
That was so wild. Vitality ended up shooting at each other down in the vents on the lower part. They were so confused about what was going on. Yeah, I mean, you can... It's not that this tactic is completely crazy. It does obviously suck when they lose a guy early on, but when you go down lower like that and then come flying up the vents, there is a chance that NIP just, you know, incorrectly rotate around the map and get confused, and suddenly there's only one on the A-bomb side, but that just didn't happen.
All right, rush towards ramp room. Shout out to French Counter-Strike. Here we go. Plopsky on the other side with an SMG. He's going to mow down 3 with the help of, well, everyone, really. Twist and Knock were both there, and it's one player to go down for Ninjas. So Vitality shut down in both rounds now.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's, I think for the underdog team, a good little way to get started. Some Deagles they're going to be up against this round, but mostly NIP going to be in a good position. And I mean, this is, again, we say this all the time. It's not really the same Nuke as it used to be. You can have some pretty good T-halves on this one, so I don't think NIP are going to be, you know, catapulted into any kind of a crazy first half just from getting these early rounds. But it's at least something to see that they're not slow, you know, starting off slow at all. And remember how Vitality were, you know, playing yesterday? They were out of control. They were just running all over the place, shooting everyone. And it was on this map.
Yeah, they had some ridiculous games yesterday. Nice 1 kill for Apex, 3-0 quickly for NIP. A decent amount of bonus money built up with the SMGs, not a whole lot of players falling, and that's got to be the first danger for Vitality is there's actually, the defense has built up a good bank of cash behind this 3-0 start. And Vitality need to start right now grinding away and chipping away at that money.
Twist has picked up an orb. So, always fun. On Nuke, whether you're in the ramp or out in the yard, it's going to be ramp, it seems. Nork playing the yard with an M4. Still held on to the MP9 and the UMP, of course. So that could be a weakness. It doesn't have to be always. They are down quickly. This is similar last time. Shox just ran the whole way. He's in the hallways, ready to fight whoever wants to try and have a fight with him. Ooh.
Apex, it's a good first entry. Turning into warehouse, there goes Knock. He was isolated. And now Vitality have access to Heaven. RPK trying to hold off a lobby crunch, and he's doing an admirable job, does eventually fall. And Vitality have not yet begun their attack. Molotov towards Hut, but they're going to be in front of it. They're already in the site. Shox is there to punish. And Twist alive with the AWP in Hut. All of the teammates for Vitality are falling, and it's a 2-on-3.
Yeah, really good recovery of the round here for NIP. Rez will get one more kill, and Saibu, he can't see much of anything inside now. He did burn Rez after the fact, but he has a very, very tricky 1 versus 3 on his hands. That's now 1 versus 2. He's put the bomb down, and no one's going to be there to stop him immediately. They're coordinating well enough, and there comes Popsky from the high ground. We'll pick up an AK-47. Good recovery, I think, for NIP. That could have been real tricky.
Yeah, well, they made all the right calls. That was great coordination from the Ninjas. As soon as they lose outside control, as soon as Knock goes down in warehouse, they start moving into position, and they execute a great lobby crunch to find RPK and find some safety while Vitality wraps through Heaven. It's a great off angle from Twist taken with the off to peer towards Heaven, and they delay and they kill just enough players to allow for a solid 2 versus 1. As I would never considered the wrap around Heaven from Plopsky. 4-0 very quickly.
That is, that's really quite something. AKs are back. I mean, the bomb plant does help out, so that much is working. But it seems like Vitality are set for the same pace. They run into a grenade early on, but we were praising the French for this kind of pace that they were setting yesterday's game. NIP have come prepared. They're actually winning some of these fights early on, and you know, we aren't just seeing Saibu and Shox completely clearing the map, at least yet. Shox going down to Twist, and oh, that's an important return kill. Dropping Twist to the smoke.
Oh, Plopsky out in the open. Apex lurks up. A lot of emphasis outside so far for Vitality. I don't know if Saibu saw that.
I think he did.
It looks like he might have had the timing. Yeah, good shot from Apex. Maybe called over from Zaiwu. And now the Vitality, they have complete control of the map. They can just sit and wait and see what Hampus does. See if he pushes anywhere to get information. Make him sweat a little bit with 1 minute left on the round. All they have to do is allow RPK to be passive back towards T-spawn with the bomb. Make sure he doesn't get picked off. And they've got all the time in the world.
This was a strange round because it really felt to me like NIP got the better kills early on. But it's like they weren't able to, you know, retract from those forward positions. They just sort of hung around, and then they got picked off and actually traded even better. Pretty good kill from Hampus, but they know where he is now. 30 seconds. The bomb is there, and they're going to try and make their way down the vent, just making it maximally difficult for him to do anything. And Apex will find a triple. And Vitality are on the board early on, so that has got to feel pretty good. Now, NIP, I mean, there's 10,000 on Plopsky there, so they can definitely still buy.
No, but that's part of the reason why that's such an important win, is that you start to make them dig into all that money right off the bat. Plopsky, yeah, 10.5k before the buy this round, and now he's down to 1.5, so even dropping a weapon over to his teammate, that's the entire bank that was built up for NIP spent in this round.
See if they can repeat the success here. That would be crucial. Otherwise, NIP are going to just think of that last round as a bit of a bump in the road, and then they'll get right back to it. Pretty deep Molotov could actually force someone to move forward, but not so much when you have the AWP. You don't want to be running up the stairs into a potential AK-47. Again, they're out in the yard and picking up most of the map control out here. So this is great for Vitality. If they can have this, there is so many more options on Nuke for you to exploit. And the return lobby crunch, though, again from NIP, that is a cool idea. RPK, though, is very, very defensive.
I don't know if it'll matter. Look at Shox. Shox is in the vents. He's ready and waiting to pounce up, whether it's going to be a hit or if they push into lobby, he can always swing up behind them if RPK is calling out numbers. But RPK handles business Rez goes down. And Vitality, again, wrapping outside, have so many options. Plopski's got to manage 2 different angles, and he peeks properly. He's got a free 2 kill, not free, but he's got a great advantage in 2 kills, but gets neither of them.
Hampus making a jump down, and I can't believe he's still alive. Apex probably count if we get the reaction on Apex. We should. Twist is going to get dropped next, and it's still looking very grim for NIP in this round. Bomb will go down. I don't think they should even move close. Get the rifles and make a run for it. There's absolutely no way to do this.
We do need the Apex face cam during that sequence.
Yeah.
The whole thing.
It looked hilarious, didn't it?
It looked like he should have had the kill about 3 separate times, just could not connect the spray. So a second round for Vitality, and money is going to be busted for NIP. Plopski might have enough to force a buy if they want to go for it. If Rez and Twist want to go for Deagles, Plopski can probably get an SMG with some utility. That'd be pretty desperate, but Vitality let NIP rattle off 4 straight, and now they're fighting back.
Yeah, and it's really the economy that we're interested in, especially in the early stages here. And it was built up nicely for NIP, but it can go away pretty quickly again. Hampus, again. How does he live through that? They get to save the M4 and the AK-47. Would you want to go take them fighting somewhere, or just hope that they show up in the right place?
I'd put them outside. I just have some aggression outside with the 2 rifles, since Vitality has been putting so much emphasis there on attacking that. And most of their success in the 2 rounds they've won, and even in the rounds that they've lost, has come from being able to get into warehouse and wrap around towards heaven. I would just make sure I had those rifles outside battling and just show Vitality that you're going to be willing to fight for that control. And they've kind of done it. Knock was in mini, and Hampus kind of hiding over in secret. And Hampus might have a chance onto Shox, who's got to be very careful in how he approaches this cross.
So flashbang on Nork, who could actually flash Hampus into a fight if he gets out here. He's inside right now, so obviously that's not going to be possible. But always fun if you're peeking that angle in your Hampus if you can do that. He's actually going behind the Molotov. That's a clever use of the fact that they probably would have thought no one would have been allowed to do that, or could have been allowed to do that. Would have resulted in a kill, I think, with another bullet, but they escape, and now there's 50 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, and Shox can't really get back. I mean, he throws out a smoke and he's going to retreat, but he's got to be careful. No HP on him. Hampus is surely going to go down. RPK spots it through the vent. There's one up above. I don't know if they saw the leg. They're certainly going to know now. Good conversion from ZywOo on the trade. Shox finds one flanking, and that's the danger. All gone for NIP. Tapping the bomb, looking for someone to come through the smoke. They have the idea of Rez's location. Plenty of time to stay off this plant, and good job from Apex. 4-3 as Vitality closed the gap.
That's a nice little return here. I mean, yesterday when we saw them on Nuke, right? The start was so explosive that, you know, one question you could have asked if you wanted to be really critical was, could they have done the same if it wasn't such a good start, you know? And this kind of proves that, yeah, actually they still kind of can. Even losing the first 4 rounds, they're like, yeah, okay, it's a bit slow, but here we go. Back in the mix with some pretty terrifying Counter-Strike coming out here. NIP have rifles yet again, but no defuse kit and very limited on the grenades, which again, on Nuke, in Afterplants, no kit, no unlimited grenades. That can absolutely cost you a round. Twist.
Yeah, holding the cross, a couple of nice dinks. Yeah, he's tapping away. They're nice headshot angles, but he went back for more. Maybe frustrated that he couldn't find one in the initial battle. And this happens early in the round. Vitality even considering falling all the way back, but they've gone silent.
Plopski, this is hard. I mean, very often you're going to get overwhelmed in this position. It's a nice early headshot. He needs at least one more, and they're going to give it to him. Plopski now back in the corner, but he's actually... Oh, I can't believe it. The shooter still checks. I thought maybe he would have assumed he had already gone out the window from that breaking. That would have been an excellent use of sound to make that work, but it doesn't really happen. 3-on-3, 37 seconds left.
Yeah, and I mean, RPK's so far away. I don't know how this is going to work. all NIP has to do, I don't know if they realize it, is just sit and wait, because Hampus can stop them from going back up the vents. 2 players in ramp room can battle. Only Masuta with utility. RPK does have a smoke. 20 seconds now. Anything that goes wrong during this sequence is god-awful. And the bomb is on Masuta with 12 HP.
10 seconds. Gonna put up the smoke. Oh, nice headshot to take down RPK. Bomb will be planted, so a little bit of success here for Vitality. If they get another kill, it would also be quite expensive, but Shox goes down, and that leaves Masuta in an unwinnable position. He goes down, and NIP survive with 3 members, and they're gonna get that AWP and 2 AK-47s. That's pretty good for the Swedish side, I would say.
Yeah, it's a great round for Plopsky in control. 2 kills before he goes down. And the players he leaves alive is like Masuta with 12 HP, no HP for a fight there. I mean, Vitality's pretty lucky they even got the bomb planted. When Masuta jumped across into the site, he was actually spotted by one of the ramp players. Could have very easily been denied. 5-3, Vitality's gonna buy back up into it, but NIP mounting a pretty solid defense in the early stages.
And they have a lot of work ahead of them. There's a full buy coming in from Vitality. They can have another one afterwards. If they get bomb plants in 2 rounds and still lose it, the round loss bonus will probably allow them for a third buy even. So there's a lot of consecutive rounds they'd have to win. Rez almost getting away, but not quite. And Apex takes a dive into the vent right away. Masuta to join him. And well, Masuta has the bomb. I was going to say who has it, but that's just going to be a really quick bomb plant. And a tough retake now for NIP, because if they just rush in here, they could end up, fighting one at a time and going down. They need to find a way to structure this retake, but it's hard with everyone holding. There's another one. They're not going to expect it. Surely they don't check for it. And Shox knows no one is coming that way. Could have had the kill already, but still, the information is worth a lot.
Yeah, I actually can't believe he let him get away. Either way, that might pull them into a retake, which would allow them to take everything. Masuta with an opening kill, and you can see Knock back off immediately when that frag comes out. Plopsky as well, hesitant to start backing up ramp room, and Masuta's going to get aggressive. Footsteps are shown, good win. And all the guns being taken away, it's just going to be Knock who survives, but he's only got 400 in the bank. Vitality with a nice response. They started a bit slow, but they're back into this. And they have the economic advantage as well.
I mean, the risk in that round when you have 2 waiting in the, 2 waiting by the squeak door and 2 down planting the bomb, it's obviously, if something goes out of control with the bomb plant, like let's say they get the bomb down, but then they both get killed right afterwards, then you're not going to be able to stop that defuse really. But you see the power of it. NIP can't even really reinforce the bomb site once the plant is down. It's so hard to do anything.
4-1 run for Vitality. As they've gained the lead. Rez gonna get smoked off. Utility control outside. Vitality's been able to gain yard control pretty early in these rounds, pretty much whenever they've wanted it. There has not been a whole lot of resistance for NIP, and I think that might be one of the big switch that NIP goes into in the final 5 rounds of this half. Is some way to at least slow down, at least trade efficiently, like 1 for 1, 2 for 2, whatever it might be. At the very least, you just cannot let Vitality get control of yard in the first 20 seconds each and every round. At some point, someone's going to have to fight for it.
Yeah, I think that's an important point, right? Because we saw it yesterday when they were playing against Fnatic Vitality. That was one of the ways in which Fnatic actually started to have a little bit of a say, was having people fighting out in yard. And actually, when Flusher had a couple of rounds where he sort of went and battled them out there, you've got to put some pressure on Vitality so that he can't just control the map like this.
I mean, there's been rounds where they've been walking into heaven with, a minute and 10 seconds left on the clock, and it's just like, this is crazy. Knock is in an impossible situation. The only thing that he can really do is save the weapon. It looks like he's going to go for this, try and take some guns away, but I don't know. I guess there's no real wrong answer. I just don't know if it's going to be worth it. He's got a kit, he's got a flashbang and armor, and the AK-47, obviously, so just keep those things in your hands. So we're all tied up, Anders, 5-5. Vitality coming roaring back.
All tied up, but with a strong, I think, momentum swing here for Vitality. Yeah. winning 5 out of the last 6, and current top of the board, Apex, followed by Saibu there, and I mean, the NIP team have got plenty of kills. That isn't the problem. It's probably, yeah, down to getting the map control. And again, I'm seeing a lot of rounds here that start with, you know, NIP getting a kill, but then not being able to escape. So, like, they get one, and then before they can make it back around the corner, there's a quick trade. And, I mean, that probably should be translated into some sort of credit for Vitality, right? That they're actually being quick to make up for a lost guy early on. That's important.
Yeah, they're doing good. And again, it calls back to what we just talked about before this map went live. Vitality super impressive on their T sides to be able to recover those situations. And here we go. This is also what we just talked about. NIP finally putting some presence out in yard. Twist with the AWP at the red box. He's hit it from silo, and at least this round, Vitality are playing it slow, which is exactly what you like if you're Twist with an AWP. An opportunity to creep a little bit wider, get an off angle, and find a pick, but ZywOo's looking for it.
Yeah, Vitality, you know, playing heads up. I was worried for a bunch of different reasons for Twist there. Partly also because he didn't have a smoke, and sometimes people do Molotov that on the from the T side, just in anticipation of it there. Campus with an important kill, and Nok taking down Shocks, and this time they actually get back. Huge difference here for NIP is that they're actually sort of resetting the round a little bit here. They've got the man lead and every chance to do this. Rez with a good spray down and falling back from it a bit more. Chance for ZywOo, and he'll pick it up. Rez kicking into it, and he nearly got that one. That's way too close. Apex gonna dive the vent with the bomb, and wow, this could be really interesting. Let's see if he can go play with that door like we've seen before.
Oh, he's gonna, oh no, Plopsky's already here. Apex is out in the open. He needs to really quickly get into cover, but there's one flanking down vents as well. I think it's all over. There's one to the right, Apex, and he can't win the fight. An awkward battle that was up in the air, but Nok shuts him down. That's a really good rotation from Plopsky. That was so fast. As soon as he saw the smoke go out from the vents, he was flying down the ladder, down towards ramp room, and it was so important that he was there to trap Apex out in the open and have the information for Nok.
Wow, that was kind of close. I mean,
scrappy.
Yeah, scrappy. Okay, he's pounding the desk now as well. You know, if Apex somehow gets the random headshot through the door when all that's going on, then it's a very doable round. So I don't know why he's so upset again. Like, you know, it's 6-5. It's a pretty good start here. They got the bomb plant down. They took down 3 members of NIP in that round. They've once again set themselves up in a position here where all they need to do is win a single round, and NIP are in a lot of trouble.
And they're back to their fast pace outside, which hasn't been stopped yet. Good start from Nok. Oh, Twist. He's got 1 kill, and Masuta can't do anything. This time, NIP put all the players in the right position. Twist is able to follow it up. A quick shot after the reload, and it's RPK in lobby, all on his lonesome.
Yeah, finally, you know, a little bit of control for NIP out there. Nok over at Secret, Twist with the AWP. I mean, there's a lot of firepower out there to put them down, but if that's what it takes, it's worth it. RPK now making it an expensive round. In spite of everything, he's going to get shot in the back of the head, but still, 7-5. 3 members of NIP surviving. Vitality can still buy.
Yeah, but they're getting shut down now. And what do you do if you're Vitality? That outside, that yard play has worked pretty much through the full half. Except for this round. So now that NIP show they can put a stop to it, do you switch things up? Masuta can drop RPK, so we're going to get plenty of AK-47s on the board, and this might be one of the final buys of Vitality before they have to drop down late in this half. 10 kills on ZywOo, 11 on Nok, the 2 leaders for their team.
(7-5), 13th round. Odds tilting towards Vitality. But it's, I don't know, like, I mean, some of their rounds have been impressive, but NIP are actually playing a pretty good nuke right now. I mean, especially if the solution they found for outside is one that they could do again, like if they can win this next round, then finally the Vitality economy will start to look much worse, and there's a chance they could you know, get up there in terms of the round, so I wouldn't count NIP out at all in this. Look at ZywOo though, that is a mind-blowingly fast vent dive.
Yeah, but Nock's already down here. I think Nock knows, obviously, or he at least has to be kept honest in the lower bomb site. The question for me is, how is Vitality going to use this position? Because the 4 of them look like they're lined up to attack the upper bomb site. ZywOo might want to go in towards vents, and yeah, he's going to rush it. Everyone's going to come out hot. Rez in the corner. He's taken down, and they don't even need ZywOo. They've just pulled Nock out of position and delivered a knockout punch.
Ooh. See what you did there. Wow, that's it's not just a good pun, Jason, it's also a good round.
It's a great round. It's a fantastic round. It's the best round.
So far, yeah, no one's even died here. NIP, I mean, you know, they didn't really have a choice, but a swift call here to save the rest, which is, after all, still fairly important for them. So they're going to be just falling back from the fight here. But what a lot of back and forth here in the first half already.
Really has been, but I mean, for the most part, after the first initial rounds of the pistol round conversions from NIP, it's been mostly Vitality. 6-3 run once they were able to start getting the guns and utility on board and out pretty with any kind of consistent pace. NIP haven't shown an ability to stop them time and time again, just a couple ones here and there scattered throughout this win streak. The benefit of the pistol round, though, is massive for NIP. And obviously, they've actually done a pretty good job of avoiding any super harsh resets of their economy. There's just 2 rounds left in this half. They have money. Or, I mean, they have money on Twist, but they have weapons in this round. And again, if they get battered like that, they can just call for another save and have a solid buy for the final. Looks like aggression in lobby. And RPK's lucky. He was fully blind, and no one was watching for a hut push.
This needs to be around, and the next one too for NIP. They're in a really tricky position right now. I think 7 rounds at the point where the way the Vitality have been playing this map, it's going to be very hard to bring it back in the second half. So yeah, get that buffer of rounds so that when you go into the second half, even if you lose the pistol, you still have a pretty good chance of it here. But this French Counter-Strike is just looking so hard to contain. It is that old school style where once they get going, it just doesn't stop. They just keep going. Plopsky falling back, but they're all gonna come for him. A little bit of backup is here. Plopsky's traded. Twist standing in the fire, and he will make his way back. Potentially lucky to be alive there. 3 on 4, and a good little bit of defense coming out there from NIP. Nork falling back from the kill, and yeah, they're finally slowing down in this push.
Oh yeah, well, NIP's did a great job of stopping it. There's no way for these final 2 players of Vitality to work together. Shox was on a lurk, and it wasn't able to be impactful. Nock, again, rotating down to the lower bomb site early on, puts a stop to it. I have to say, that is phenomenal communication and trust between Plopsky and Twist, because Plopsky, it looked like, wanted to fall back, but Twist, on the rotation over, keeps him there so that he can get an angle with the AWP to make sure that's a 2-for-1 trade in ramp room. That's really, really nice teamwork from NIP.
Yes, it is. A very important 8th round there. Going into round number 15, they will have enough money to buy. Again, Vitality, it's crazy how many buy rounds they've had. Their longest string has been 3 rounds, and then it's been a 2-round string. But again, they could have probably been much poorer, but they've had, I think, out of the 8 rounds that NIP have won, 3 of them have been defusers. So it's been a good amount of money that they've sort of stacked up just behind that, and in itself, that's going to be important, right? That's like a fair bit of money that they're going to be adding on top of all the rest. So yeah, I think it's been a close and even game so far. Score says as much, but Vitality, I think, has just been having more powerful rounds.
Yeah, I'm actually very impressed with this NIP defense. I thought this half would, I don't know if I thought it was going to be like dominance from Vitality, but I certainly thought they would have the lead on this T side going into the second half. I think NIP's done a great job of adapting when Vitality shows some success. 8-6, final round of the first half of the first map between NIP and Vitality. Wall of smokes. It's close up to Mini. There's the pop flash, but Nock doesn't want to commit to the peak. He did spot at least 1 player.
Yeah, but credit, I mean, that would have been a bit of a reach anyway, but some players, sometimes when that flash is thrown, they feel like they almost have to commit to the fight no matter what, and just like, you know, just keep fighting just in case that someone is flashed. And he decided, nope, it's too far away, I'm going to back on out. Oh, my God. That's...
yeah, what a great shot from ZywOo, but
yeah,
he doubles him up. They're lucky they both didn't get pinned to the wall. Almost a beautiful shot from Twist, and Rez lurks into a gap, but again, ZywOo with an immediate response. First bullet headshot.
He's so accurate, it's so ridiculous. You know, there would have been a time, Jason, when ZywOo would have been the kind of AWPer that, you know, like, we say, oh, he's, you know, maybe one of the best in the world, but, you know, if you give him an AK or an M4, it's not going to be as impressive. But there's like a whole generation of Counter-Strike players now. That's not the issue, you know. You just give him anything you want, and he's still just going to be absolutely stellar. It's fun to watch, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, that's a deficiency that's just not acceptable in today's game.
Yeah.
I think you got along with it early on when we were still the traditional style of so many hard saves, but now that every weapon is relatively viable, you just can't put up with it. So Oppers have had to adapt, and ZywOo certainly was some of the best of them. Knock with 14, Twist with 12, ZywOo at 12, and Apex at 10 to lead the way for their respective teams. But a good T-half, 8-7 in the favor of NIP. We're going to head to the halftime break, and we'll be right back for the conclusion of Nuke.
Second half, it's the first map between NIP and Vitality. We are on Nuke, and it finished 8-7 in favor of NIP. And I don't even know, like, there are a ton of different ways this could have worked out differently so that Vitality would have had more rounds. NIP could have had way more rounds. I just think that was a fun first half. There's a lot of action going on. It's Nork and Twist and Plopsky. Well, actually, the whole NIP team's playing pretty well, but I guess Nork at the top of the board there. On the other side, it's also pretty even, but with Cybu and Apex doing more of the work. So let's see how it goes here in the second half.
Oh, this is going to be an upper hit. A nice timing. They're going to try and hit pretty quickly. Masuta and RPK, the only two defenders here. ZywOo's in ramp room. He's going to go for a quick flank, but this defense is going to be under a lot of pressure. He's already in, but they need to hold on at least for a bit. Apex late to get into the action. Masuta responding as best he can, but it's not enough. A 4-on-2. And Twist has the flank. That's ZywOo down, and Shocks no chance to get into this round.
Wow. Once they get out of the hut and they sort of fan out on the bottom of that A bomb site, if you're standing behind some of those silos in there, I mean, where do you look? It's different if you have a teammate above that can sort of cover one side or anything that's down, like a smoke or something, but yeah, you could see RPK, I mean, and once they peek the corner, it's even worse because there's two of them and they're spreading out so wide. That was going to be very hard to hold no matter what. See here, it's going to be coming in. This was a very, very efficient attack that they went through. Shocks is going to be saving the armor far away from any danger. But NIP, good start. If they want a chance at winning Nuke, this is how it's done.
Oh man, RPK really needed to get one kill from that position, or at least stay alive. But that defense, that trap of 3 players in the site, or one on the rafter, 2 in the site, it never actually sprung. No one on the Vitality side ever actually peeked into the attackers. They let all the attackers come to them at the silos and wrap around both sides. It's a bit brutal to get overrun in that fashion by Glocks. A second round investment. SMG's picked up. P250, CSED, Deagle on ZywOo, and we'll see what Vitality can do to stop this.
2 MP7s. It's not what we're used to seeing at all. Maybe Chris J has finally, you know, converted people. It's finally shown people the strength of it.
I think it's probably Chris, but also I think Boomich started to show people at Katowice that you could use the SMG effectively. Nice job from Twist, starting to shoot as soon as the pop flash showed itself. It was an attempted lobby crunch. Twist has 3. He's shut the whole thing down, and a chance to come back for one more as he shoulder peeks and sees the hip of ZywOo. On for the ace, but Rez takes Apex down. 10-7 in the favor of NIP.
Yeah, surviving that little trick there, I mean, that's really, really important. The fact that he didn't get flashed and then turns around for all of that. And even the next peek here is super intelligent for Twist. Just so light on the peak, not overextending it at all. So it will be more pistols coming out from Vitality. This actually is generating a fairly decent lead right now for NIP to work off of, and especially if they can get some more kills with the SMGs in this round, so they can start to make, you know, an even bigger bank. This is looking good for the Swedes.
It's looking real good for the Swedes. I'm surprised. Not sure why. They have been looking better and better, and they've been looking good at this event. But so far on Nuke, things are looking great. Apex is hiding outside way, way far back. This should be going to 11-7. Especially with RPK going down, no one peeking outside. I think his attention was just pulled away to not focus on Mini, but now everyone's in position. Hampus for a nice double kill on ZywOo, turning the corner. That's a nice shoulder peek, a good wide swing. Allows them to get the kill. And the gun.
Kill and the gun, and maybe a bit of danger if they could do it again. Bomb plant is only just going down now, so did buy a little bit of time for Vitality to pick up another kill here or there, but it seems like that's probably out of the question now in terms of actually making it kind of a upset in the round. So again, find another gun if you can. That would be great.
Yeah, best thing they can do at the moment is exactly that, and especially keeping the AK-47 in the hands of ZywOo, and he's not moving from secret. He's got to be careful of the bomb blast, which is 21 HP. This would be the nice find from Masuta. There's a Galil here in lobby on Twist. He had a quad kill in the previous round with it. Gonna add another one onto the tally here, and Shocks will be up next. And I think Twist is gonna handle that with ease. So it's just ZywOo hearing footsteps, and he's got to be careful. Nox gonna go hunting. That's an aggressive Mac 10 around the corner, and he's got it right at the last moment. Takes it out of the hands of ZywOo, and that's a pretty important kill to make sure that Vitality have to spend their cash.
Yeah, 100%. That actually makes a massive difference. 7,000 on Plopsky, nearly the same on Twist. They have got a fair bit of money. Only really Hampers is lacking a bit there on the NIP side. And the full investment, of course, into this round for Vitality. Let's see if they can bring it back to an even kill and pick up this this first rifle round. If they can't, then actually they're going to start to fight from really, really far behind. And it could be tricky. Rez is already down here. He's going to make the jump all the way past. Don't even think the shadow is showing, and the spray through. Oh, wow!
Oh!
He turns for it.
Oh,
what
no!
A grotesque play from Rez.
That's amazing. He's outside on his own as well, and he just won this round for NIP. RPK is going to find one in lobby. There still might be a small chance of a comeback into this, but Apex has been lured into the open, and now RPK is going to go down next. Last bullet to the face, and Shocks is committed as well. Vitality gets out of this round with absolutely nothing.
Man, that completely caught me off guard. He walks right in. I mean, this was so amazing from Rez. That's the third kill that he's gonna get, but what a knockout blow when you finally get all the rifles. You got that AWP on ZywOo. We very often bring it up just how much of a game changer that is for the French side to have that on him, and he didn't even see anyone. He's just dead.
Yeah, it was on full display yesterday against Fnatic, but NIP at the very least has made it difficult, taken out of his hands in the very first round. They have such an advantage in this map right now. 12-7, likely about to be 13. And they are just methodical for the moment. They have lost exactly one player in each round played so far in this game. And they're on track to have that for 5 rounds straight. Indeed. 5 kills in 5 rounds for Vitality. That's not a winning recipe, Anders. Let's put it that way.
It is not. But it's spectacularly cool for NIP, isn't it? 6-round lead right now. Buy round coming back. Vitality need to change things up a bit here. The defense has to look better. It's a double off. Shocks with the other one. Could be great on nuke. Could be bad for retakes, which we always love to point out. We'll see if that is going to be something that comes back to bite them a little bit. Can they get rid of ZywOo out here just using the smokes? That's a big question. Apex is walking over to Secret as well, and Shocks is holding ramp just fine with the other AWP.
Again, 3 players looking to hit through the door at the moment. They might be trying to drop. Apex gonna swing out. Good find on a Plopsky. One more outside. An important trade for Nock to get. But no actual commitment to the upper bomb site. Twist and Rez now leaning towards ramp room. That's where Shocks has the second AWP. So at least the ops are up next for Vitality. They seem to be at the next point of contact, but in rotation, they might be a bit weak. One coming up the ladder. That's going to be ZywOo and RPK. He's checkmate position. He's pushed in. A great flash. Just the 1 kill, though.
Oh, a knock outside. He's still alive. Going for the shot, and he gets the headshot. Taking down Shocks. Man, Hampers and Nork have had some good couple of rounds here. Twist is still ahead, but Nork is at 18 kills, 20 on Twist. 14-7. That's so far both the rifle rounds out of Vitality in the second half have been crushed.
And ZywOo had a couple chances in this half, or this round, I should say, with the AWP. He missed a couple opportunities with that op that you don't normally see him not land. But man, as much as we said that op is a game changer in his hands, we haven't seen it yet. And I mean, with the kind of the first half that NIP had, with the kind of pace they're bringing out in the second half, there's not going to be a whole lot more opportunity for ZywOo to change the trajectory of this map.
And they push all the way through the ramp. They don't want to push through that smoke on the ramp, and I can't really blame them. They don't lose a lot by not doing that. I mean, they haven't used any grenades to get there, so all they've spent is a little bit of time. Now they're slowly backing up and waiting for Vitality to give them something, and that was at least a kill there on Shocks that they're going to be happy about. Wow, this is absolutely nothing like what I was expecting. Maybe Launders is secretly the genius.
Yeah, he might be. Might have to apologize to him later on today. Ooh, that's rough for Apex to deal with. Hampus goes right through the smoke on the other side. Apex had found a gap that he shoved his face into. Hampus, another kill, walking in. RPK's finally able to shut him down, but the damage is done. It's a 4-on-2, and Masuta can't just sit and wait. He's now got to go try and make something happen with this 5-7. Wow. And that's unfortunate. Good door open from Plopsky as Masuta is occupied with the footsteps. And NIP up 15-7.
Yeah, this is, again, it's a bit of a surprise to me, and it's really not that I think NIP have been playing so badly. I think I was just coming off of the same high as everyone else from yesterday, with Vitality playing as well as they were against Fnatic. And it looked like they had similar ingredients going into the early parts of this match. And NIP just found this level. They have won 0 rounds in the second half, Vitality. They might not win any at all. I mean, RPK getting challenged for Rez there. No one, I think they're a little bit far away to find him now. But this is just spectacular.
Just spectacular. Well, not if you're a Vitality fan, or French Counter-Strike fan, or someone who even just picked Vitality to win this match. So yeah. I am amazed at how well NIP's come in and looked prepared for this matchup.
Yeah.
They have 8 chances to close this out, and remember, this is Vitality's map pick. This is the map that they wanted to play, and they're getting absolutely battered on it. And then we're going to switch over to Overpass next, and that's likely going to be a do-or-die map for Vitality.
Chance for Apex. He's in a bit of a dangerous position. Grenade will do a little bit at the very least, not to be underestimated. 17 damage down on Rez might not seem like a lot, but suddenly the M4 is a one-shot headshot if you do that, so always worth thinking about. Apex back here. Shocks also covering the windows. Nice swing as Plopsky goes right down to Apex. And a little bit of defense being put up finally here for Vitality. Last chance. Need to win 8 in a row to do anything at all in this map. Hampus will find Apex, and Shocks not swinging for it. He's going to go back, but he gets taken down. Maybe a big mistake. And now Rez coming up to the high ground. The bomb is up here as well. And wow, what a tricky retake this will be.
Oh, especially with Twist in this position, he's going to get one more. That's Zywoo, and that's Heaven, and that's the other prong of the retake. Knock can just fall back towards T-spawn. No need to peek. Hold the off angle. Rez and Door can also respond on contact. RPK has an impossible task ahead of him, and he's just going to go down. 60-7 is the score. NIP, a stunning victory on Nuke.
Absolutely amazing, isn't it? That's the first map done really, really quickly. We'll see how the second map goes when we come up back after the break, so stay tuned.
The old nip pleasure. It does do something to your identity, I think.
But Twist is still here, and he is keeping NIP alive.
I would describe my team as legendary.
He takes down Twist. How is this happening?
They have none of the original members. I'm more interested to see what this team does now. So for Ninjas in Pajamas, I think the one word I would pick to describe them or summarize what they're going to be would be rebirth.
5 rounds now for the NIP defense.
NIP name has been around for a very long time, and it has a lot of history.
The legends may have gone, but new legends are yet to be made.
I think the player that other teams need to look out for on NIP is probably the newest member, Nork. The potential, if the team understand how to use him, he could be the kind of the tip of the spear, as it were, if they're going to become a top team again.
Twist. underrated, and also he boosts the other players.
2-on-4 with AWPs versus rifles.
Rez is in quite a difficult role to be the star player from, and quite frankly, everyone knows how good he is.
Me. I'm the best.
Rez with yet another kill. He's fighting in the middle. Another headshot comes through.
We have a lot of young guys, so I think we can do really good damage. We can expect hunger and explosive game style.
They've got all this young talent in the squad. I would say it's just the raw skill. They've actually got the potential.
The best word to describe Astralis would be flawless.
Dominance.
Structure.
We're going to continue as we left off. I don't think anyone has the capabilities of taking us down in the long run.
Zipnik falls in mid, but a double. 3 kills for Dupree.
This year, they've got similar competition. There's lots of roster moves around them, but they're a team that hasn't changed much.
You know, we've showed over the last few years that we are consistent, and, you know, being top 1 isn't just a fluke.
Glaive, that's not bad.
But pop towards the window, he's gonna peek, he's gonna find that kill. The pouch needs to be right now, and Perfecto not expecting Megas to be posted up.
The most important player on Astralis, hard to pick because there's Xyp9x who aims for all of the clutches, there's Glaive who's calling, the Vice who's one of the best players in the world.
Obviously, he's one of the greatest players of all time.
Dupree down, oh, actually it's the Vice instead, 2 big headshots.
The game changer on Astralis is Xyp9x, and you see that if he didn't win almost 100% of the clutches that they picked up, they wouldn't have won the tournament.
I'd say Glaive. In-game leader that can all of a sudden take the charge of the game and just fully understand how everything works out.
That's a 1, they line up for him, and a beautiful triple kill.
This season, we can expect more of the same.
Yeah, we'll stay at the top. We're all wildcards in this team.
And so you wouldn't expect them to drop off at all. They have the infrastructure to stay at the top.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. So that's the conclusion of our first map here. NIP have certainly shown up to play, and it just turns out that none of us analysts can hit a prediction right today, at least so far. So it's going to be fun to see how the rest of this one pulls out, because right now, Maniac, Thorin, we have some explaining to do. Thorin, what'd you take away from that first map?
Remember, this was Vitality's map pick, and they, in theory, were picking it to punish an IP. This is a map that normally they're going to go make them go into. So I think the most telling thing for me was the first half was good. I thought actually the T half from Vitality was pretty solid. Getting 7 rounds with the start they had, that is legit. The problem is, look at the way they did it. Like, Zero didn't really have enormous impact on this game. In fact, he surprisingly got killed by AWPers quite a lot. Shox was terrible, especially on the CT side. I've watched all of Shox's career, and I can tell you, one of the moments I hate, I'd be putting this in the scouting report if I was a coach or analyst of an opposing team, is we want this guy getting an AWP on the CT side. He only goes to those AWPs religiously when they're losing games. It's like his gamble move to get back in a game he's already doing badly in. Now, I can vaguely see the logic there. You've just got to hit one shot. You can hold an angle a bit better. The problem is, I just don't think he's a good enough AWPer to do it. So I found that very unconvincing. Generally, I thought the problem is the lack of firepower on the side of Vitality made it so difficult to win this game. And also, their approach to holding outside on CT side, very confusing to me. They basically just let Apex play on his own there, and he was supposed to get 2 kills, or they just gave it up. So I'm just so underwhelmed by the CT side on this map.
What do you think about this situation, Maniac?
I think it's fair to say we've witnessed 2 of the best T sides we've ever seen on Nuke in this event, honestly. And I say that for both teams. First of all, NIP did win the pistol round and the first gun round. So they started with a 4-0 lead. And then that was the Vitality wave. They won 5 or 6 rounds in a row almost. But what I want to give props to is actually NIP found a way to adjust, which Vitality failed to. That was the main difference. Both teams went very deep in the playbook. They went into the wall of smoke to go downstairs, to drop vent, to fake the wall of smoke. They went under heaven. It was the whole, basically, if Counter-Strike was cuisine, this was the whole 7-course meal. They tried everything on Nuke, but the problem is, as Duncan pointed out, the defense of Vitality just never figured out how to defend that.
Maniac, that was so fantastic. You just set me up perfectly, because there is no man in CS who I wouldn't rather share a 7-course meal with than Threat. Threat, the coach for NIP, we have an interview with him now.
Take your opponent's map pick in style. You don't drop a single round on your T side. These 2 days off must have benefited you guys massively, but I'm wondering, did you just have such a good read on what they had to offer?
I think we played them so many times these past few weeks, we kind of have a good idea what they're doing, but we've actually been working really hard on our T-Nuke the past few days, and it's really showing now. And we went into the game, okay, we haven't tried all of these things officially, but we're T-Nuke, what can you do, right? So we just went all in.
Now, Overpass has always been close between you two. How's it going to be different this time around, mate? Because it went to overtime where you guys won it, but then it was a 16-4 loss before that.
Oh, it's going to be really scrappy, I think. It's going to be a lot of default slow plays. You know, the commentators loves all the 10 seconds left executes. We're going to see. We're going to see a lot of that. A lot of people walking around the bathrooms, but it's going to be a great match.
I wouldn't be surprised, and I'm so happy that we managed to catch up with Threat there, because if anybody's going to turn it around for NiP, right, really crisp T-sides, dominant halves, you would think they would have to be this tactically minded coach that NIP have. And so, I mean, do you think that he's going to be the difference maker going into Overpass? And I'll leave that up for Thorn to start.
I certainly think that NIP are favoured to win Overpass and probably close this series out. And I think if you look, ever since this NIP lineup was put together and Threat took over as a coach, how many maps do they have a good T-side on, innovative boosts, flashes and smokes that are absolutely on the cutting edge? I mean, they're clearly putting in the hours, and crucially for me, it feels like these players are malleable. And the interesting thing about Threat is, I'll probably do some content on this in the upcoming future, is people don't realize he actually basically carries on sort of the shadow tactical lineage within Swedish Counter-Strike, where the most successful leaders were obviously the people who played the most default style, and it was just about making a good read and playing off your teammates and then having some of the best players in the world. He comes from that school, actually, that's much more in line with the Danish scene, where it's about having a tactical system, it's about having set roles, timings that you're trying to hit, and you have the chess game of reading what the opponent's moves are going to be. So I think if NIP does close this out, and this is a 2-0, it's looking like it at the moment, a lot of the credit has to go to him.
I would second that. Maniac, what do you take away from this interview with Threat, or this idea that Threat could be the man behind the legends?
First of all, we have to respect the fact that yes, the T side of Nuke was an absolute success, and it doesn't bode well if you're a Vitality fan, because now you're moving on to Overpass. And if the level of preparation and preciseness of NIP is the same, that's going to be a huge problem, because I've said it a million times during this segment and during this broadcast in general, Vitality amidst the chaos sometimes can be prone to panic. They can lose track a little bit of what's to do, and people get a little bit excited. Now, Nuke, they were supposed to have all the protocols in place, they were supposed to have all the positions lined up. It's not going to be the case on Overpass. They will rely on individuals making the right difference. Individuals, we're talking about Shox. He was the highest rated player last time they faced on Overpass, and he disappeared on Nuke. So where does that leave us as a Vitality fan, I want to say?
I mean, it leaves us grasping at straws, wondering. I mean, low teens, Shox was single digit on Nuke. Considering his pedigree on the map, you would expect him to do more damage. You're right for bringing him up. So, I mean, going into Overpass now, this is going to be it. The home stretch. Will Vitality survive? Shoxy was shaking his head like a madman coming out of Nuke. But we have to throw it a break, so I have to thank you now for your analysis, gentlemen, and we're going to be hearing from you after this map. But we're going to go to break now before we hand it over to our commentators, Anders and Moses, for perhaps the conclusion of this series.
Can he figure out fast enough where they're headed to allow MIBR to have the proper stack? There's a kill. That's in middle. So Taco and Mayern everything to do. Taco takes his time with that kill.
Yeah, now they know they've been spotted in IP. They know they have to move quick, because otherwise, you know, the flank is just going to continue. That smoke will buy some time, and now it looks like they might try and counter boost into it. Taco's thinking about it too. Oh, this is a wild round. He's going to jump up and try and catch one. Twist very low. Yeah, that is the bomb. And oh, the cone almost landed on his face. I don't know whether that would have been enough. 55 seconds, but now they're running back.
And they're basically running on top of each other. They know exactly where this is going. Lecro's already got the angle. What a shot from Taco. Turns that corner with the quickness. He can add another. Plopsky, narrow angle, another headshot. And Taco's pulled MIBR right back into this. He's got just one more kill to find, and it's 15 HP on Twist.
See, he's running quickly as well. Twist, this is going to be a close corner. He's just going to run right into it. And Taco, he just needs one bullet to connect, and he will have done it. And Twist is very nervous. You could absolutely tell. Oh, he somehow gets it at the end. That's what he needed.
And right now he's scared enough that he can't even flank, so he's a very far rotate from B.
You touched on it, gets basically bored enough to play back on site, and that's the one time they go all in on this, but keep your eyes on Nitro. He decides to peek. Doesn't want to fancy them pushing past him. Elige continues the spray.
Okay.
He does grab that second, but Nico, 1v3, has a player in the open, jumping, hoping was an fly, and there's the head on display. He takes it. FaZe Clan winning a round. Sketchy. This is still sketchy. It bewilders me that Team Liquid didn't even look like B was a possibility in that moment, but they're not going to put anybody on tons. They flash through, they sprint in, and Rain, well, he has low health, but he does still have the AK cold with everything to do, just popping noggins. He's cleared 3 bodies and the 4th. Mayern's still alive, but on the other side of the map. And seeing as he doesn't want to give away info, he's just going to wait. KNG, a bait, and a difficult position. He's stuck to the fight. Fur down, and now it's all on Mayern. But they still don't know. And they're going to tap that bomb. Solely focused over on ramp. He gets them both! Mayern picking up a clutch!
Okay. He still comes in just in the nick of time to win the round.
Point being, we've moved into another crucial round, but Twist blasts Mayern away. Hold on. Where'd he come from?
I don't know. That's a very big question.
I think that may have been a boost. That may have been a run boost from T-Spawn, the top of T-Spawn. They just threw him onto the stairs, but it doesn't matter because Taco throws them back up that A site. They already had a 5 versus 4. They tried to go one better, and suddenly this round gets turned. He has all 4 kills thus far, and Taco, he's gone to the other side, so Twist is going to take the ace.
Oh my god, the defuse.
Well, map 1 went the way of NIP. That was on Nuke. Map 2 is going to be on Overpass. And the odds have swung now heavily in favor of NIP, as you guys could tell. And I understand why. That was just a spectacular way to finish that map for the Swedes.
Yeah, there was no issues. That was a comprehensive victory. You didn't really see a whole lot of resistance, especially in that second half from Vitality, which is painful. I think the reason the odds swung so much is because that's Vitality's pick. That's supposed to be the map that, in theory, they're going to be the most comfortable on in this series. And now that that's ripped away from them, they have an uphill battle. We're going to go into Overpass, and that's going to be difficulties. You imagine NIP is going to be well prepared for this map.
Yeah, and this is, I mean, there are a lot of opportunities, I think, on a map like this for Vitality to, to be good and to have an impact. And I mean, Cyber with the AWP to run around, Double Orbs definitely also functional here, but it's also a map where you can make a lot of mistakes if you're not well prepared.
Well, put it this way, Vitality's only played it 5 times in the past 3 months. NIP has played it 12 times. Excuse me, 13 times with a 62% win rate to the 40% of Vitality. So, yeah, Vitality might have some cool things, and you imagine with an opera like Zaivu, they're going to be at least a danger on every map, but NIP is going to be so much more comfortable. Shocks with the opening kill onto Rez, and he's just going to back off. A nice start for Vitality.
That always feels good. It's just a fairly low-risk kill. You back on out. You've got it all going on. They do have a smoke, 4 flashbangs, and a Molotov. If they go for the B push here, which it looks like they kind of feel like they might, if you time those 4 flashbangs well enough, you can actually keep people inside of that B bombs that flashed for a long time. Remember, this is Threat doing a lot of the planning as well for NIP. So I'm sure they've taken a couple of looks at that. There's one of them to force them back so they could get the sewers. Still have 2 flashbangs left. No one is by the barrels. Let's see if they can land the last 2 ones in a good way. There was the first one to set it up. Nork will get a kill. Last one didn't really seem to do that much, but a nice swing here, and they've equalized it. They brought it back. Plovsky with a nice triple, and Shocks now in a 1 versus 3. What a fantastic execute here for NIP.
Yeah, this is heartbreaking. Shocks is going to have to do something spectacular. What a great triple kill from Plopsky, and he hasn't taken a point of damage. Actually, this is Shocks against full HP on everyone. Unfortunately, does not get that kill. He now knows where all 3 of them are, but how do you get in here? There's going to be peaks from so many different locations, and Plopsky's low on health, but he's not even peeking. Meanwhile, the time is running down. Shocks has no chance. The Glock's keeping him at bay, and Shocks goes down at the end. Headshot from Hampus, and it's 1-0.
That was such a nice turnaround. That's one of those rounds where, like, I want to go back at some point and look at, every single one of those flashbangs, just see exactly how well they did. Yeah, that was a kind of a dirty way to get started for Shox, but this return here is really powerful. Yeah, Shox.
Yeah, I mean, you like seeing Plopsky. It's so much fun watching Plopsky from when he started and joined this team middle to late of last year, and now we're in this position where we're seeing him start to get really comfortable in his role as a professional player. I keep being impressed by what he brings to the table.
Well, let's see if I mean, if Vitality could find a way to just even slow things down. It really felt like the way that things were going on Nuke at the end for NIP were just, there's no slowing them down at all. They just kept going. And obviously that can't keep happening. Like, they need to find a way to chill them out a bit so that they can feel a bit more comfortable again here on the French side. No real danger in this round, I would say. Shox has got a deagle, but they have enough grenades.
Yeah, it's gonna be nice and easy 2-0. You're right. I don't know. Vitality hasn't shown a whole lot of resistance on their CT sides quite yet. They got just swept aside on Nuke. Is a great start for NIP on Overpass here. I'm really intrigued when the guns come out if Vitality is going to be able to actually put up enough rounds to give themselves a chance. Shox creeping long has been spotted. Nox sees it out. Few shoulder peeks, baiting the deagle into a shot. Rez is going to finish it off. And that's it. That's the danger. Apex maybe at the end could take a gun away, might be able to transition to an AK-47. He'd have to find the kill first, and I don't even think he's going to hunt for it.
No, he's moving in a position where, again, if they exit this way, maybe he could be lucky to get a kill. Hamper's running this way, but he has a Mac 10, so, you know, not the AK that he's probably hoping for. I guess a kill is a kill, especially when you've got the MP9 here, so good job on Apex. That's looked really controlled. Rez, though, is actually bringing the Khalil on over, and with the flashbang, setting it up and taking away that MP9. Still, I mean, for Apex, that's a little bit of a money bonus going into the 4th round, so that might be exciting. But a good round for NIP, handling themselves, once again, pretty well.
Yeah, doing a great job. Which is, I mean, I don't know. This is a bit surprising for me thinking back to Nuke, just because I thought coming into this, Vitality looked like they were making the most improvement day to day throughout this spring showdown. It's really interesting to see NIP being the one that come into this with the upper hand. Nock is going to lead the way with the Mac 10. Apex holding on alone with the deagle for the moment, and he's going to try and back away to a new position, but no chance of stopping this. All you can do is maybe slow it down, maybe get one kill. But there's no way you're going to entirely stop it. Good shot from Apex. Oh, another one right through the board. And there we go. He's certainly done as much as he can.
Wow, that is going to be a bit of a surprise to NIP. I don't think they were expecting that much resistance from a guy who was trapped in the corner. Smoke goes up, Apex is finally down. That smoke is going to make it almost impossible to come through, and you can see how they line up and absolutely get taken down. But what an expensive round. 3 kills, and I mean, Vitality got to feel pretty happy about that.
I think NIP is just going to be happy once, I mean, your heart sinks once those 2 kills from Apex comes in. It's a very sobering moment, and it's good to see NIP still recover nicely. A great post-plant setup, and that smoke is up, allows the crossfire to be effective. AWP in the hands of Zaiwu. Glass cannon, no armor whatsoever. M4 is around it, and Vitality looking to get started on the defense in round 4.
Yeah, and again, given how the last map ended, I'd want to see Vitality come out swinging in this round and actually, you know, really put a little bit of just a basic sort of Counter-Strike underneath them here, just something to make them feel like they've got it under control. We saw Saibu had that AWP on Nuke at the end a couple of times, and he's never got to use it. So, you know, get him to get some kills here, find a way to start building some money. I really think NIP are they're coming in incredibly hot in this game. And they're going to go for it quickly here. Oh, this is going to be very fast. They're already through the monster tunnel. RPK, if he gets taken out of the barrels, it's going to be a big problem. But it's Masuta starting off. And now Rez charging through, shot in the back. And Masuta with a double kill. And they've diffused that whole situation, man. Those were some important kills from Masuta especially.
Oh my god, this is actually a phenomenal hook for Vitality. Look how little damage they've taken. I'm not even sure we count the 97 HP on RPK as 3 points of damage. They have held on just perfectly. NIP, that looked like it was going to be way more dangerous, way more deadly, and it's just Twist. 40 seconds left in a 1 versus 5. Tucked into a corner, hoping somebody pushes into him. He does have the bomb, and I think that's why he's assuming somebody might be pushing to go try and find that, but he's not going to get anything. He's not going to get lucky in that fashion. He's going to have to go hunt down any weapon he wants to take out of the hands of Vitality. RPK is going to be the first point of contact. He's got that. Half HP, stepping up into the flames. And he's gone down. Double kill for Masuda, double kill for Apex. It's 3-1.
Yeah, and as a confidence-building round, that one I think was an important one. Twist has a fair bit of money. Rez has a little bit too, but the rest are lacking, and they are going to go for it, which may be fine. I mean, you want to keep up the pressure, right? You don't want to give Vitality a round right here where they just start to build a lot of money. So I kind of understand it. We'll be lacking some grenades, and you see the Galil and the Deagle there on Plopsky. Not amazing, but again, I think it's really devastating for NIP. I think this is a reasonable choice. Oh, look at the pace again. Quickly around the corner. Molotov is gone. They're going to try to take a speed up. There's only 2 people in this bomb site.
And it's passive. This time this should work from NIP. At least get them into the site. Oh, Masuta could not have made that move at a worse time. Out into the open, no chance to get cover, and RPK equally needed to find that trade. Man, NIP has just cracked into the bomb site way too easy. Utility coming in, and a desperate retake is at hand.
Apex, Hampus about to have a fight that could clear up this whole round. If Hampus wins this, then the retake is going to be near impossible, and they take down Shocks on the other side. It's definitely over. Need to back on out. That is... Wow, the power here. I mean, again, they're just so assertive, NIP. Listen, one of the, I think, main criticisms, I don't know how other people feel, but certainly that I've had for Swedish Counter-Strike for a long time has been this sort of timid style. That's just, it's been like very sort of like, yeah, well, we don't, I mean, yeah, Fnatic is the big exception in JW and Flush and all the rest of it. Sort of broadly speaking, when you look at Swedish players, there has been a lot of holding off and sort of like not really trying to play this dominant style. And I love seeing NIP doing this.
Yeah, these timing hits have been very, very cool that they've had at the B bomb site, especially going back to it once it just got demolished the round previously. They catch Vitality with a completely different defense, and now it's a desperate force buy for Vitality. 2 Famas picked up next to the AWP save for ZywOo. It's 4-1 in the favor of NIP, but they're, again, on the verge of just taking everything away, and it's looking very similar. Very aggressive towards the B bomb site, but here's the change. ZywOo at the point of attack, it's straight to the face. Rez goes down, good response, but there's so many players here. And NIP know that ZywOo is at this bomb site, but I like this call. They've gotten a 2-for-2 trade, they've done some damage, and now let the defense spread back out.
Yeah, and it's also, it's just saying, we're going to keep up this pressure until you find a solution. And, finally, Vitality, you could say that they did, but there are a lot of things that could go wrong in this round. Look at Shocks. He's I don't know if you heard them, but he's certainly checking everywhere. He could get the right timing, and they could win the round based on that. Masuta is starting to get up here as well, and even ZywOo, now they're boxed in NIP. There's only 1 flashbang left here on Vitality. That's maybe one of the issues that they're going to be dealing with, but let's just see. Shocks, he is booking it over there. He wants to get there in time. Jump past, no shot yet, and Masuta going down. Shocks shooting him in the back in 40 seconds now. Plopsky's dropped, but the bomb, it should be able to be planted here. No one nearby to stop it.
Oh. I cannot believe he got off that plant. I guess they didn't know where the flank came in. ZywOo mistiming on the unscope. Hampus in a 1 versus 2, but obviously Plopsky didn't realize he'd been shot from long. It seemed like the communication came in that the flank was from bathrooms, and this has gone south for NIP. Hampus picking up the bomb, but the plant is just not going to be a possibility. Now the flank really is in bathrooms, but he won't have to deal with it because ZywOo shuts him down. Vitality just barely hanging on to that round.
Wow, man, if they'd had a bomb plant there, that would have been very different. I was sure they were going to go straight for it. That actually really caught me off guard. Apex fired up. He was frustrated earlier, but second round for Vitality. It's a good round to be winning, but again, it's not, it's not the stabilizing round they need. It's not the one that proves, yeah, we've got all the confidence in the world.
Triple nade for the boost. Nobody's there. NIP, one last buy. Oh my god, the spam. That's so deadly. Masuta brought down to 14 health. Apex RPK are here, but with the low HP on Masuta, Apex really has to consider sandbags, and that's a massive win for him.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Masuta did drop a bit low. He's flashed into a fight, and low on health or not, he's going to pick up that kill. That's great defense or even offense outside of the B-bomb side there.
Wow, Vitality, it looks like they're going to do it. They have a 5-on-3 in this round. As long as they don't let this slip away by something incredible, they've got a nice foundation of money built up. They're going to have taken all the cash away from NIP. Shox is starting to get really proactive across the map on his flanking. That's a nice, easy kill from behind. Plopsky and Twist remain. And here we go, the last-ditch effort, attacking into the B-bomb site. That's smoke, they just want to get the plant. That is the one goal that they have, and even RPK is going to deny that. No need to take those fights, but Apex will finish him off. A third round for Vitality, and they have all the advantages.
Yeah, the fact that they don't get a kill either at all in NIP in that round is such a big deal. You could absolutely see Apex rallying the troops. Definitely some... a change of mood, you could say, on the Vitality side. Slowly building money, whereas NIP are out. This is a great turnaround. And it was about time that we saw Vitality try and do this. They are coming for Shox. Defensive grenade, or does land on top of a couple of people, and they'll get the AK out in time for a pretty good triple. A little bit scary, but this should still be fine.
Off angle for Zywoo. Ooh, they do take him down. Not a huge deal. The op will be recovered. Both AKs recovered as well, and we're all tied up. Looking good for Vitality, and even just a couple players going down in that round. They still are able to build money. That's very good aggression, and I kind of like what we're starting to see out of Shox on this map. We've seen two big flanks. We've seen some aggression now. I hope this keeps up. I hope this persists. Things are tied just over the halfway mark in the opening half.
Yeah, which, I mean, given the balance of this map, is still pretty good for NIP. They're going to be happy at 4-4. Be much happier if they could take the economy away from Vitality again here by winning 2 consecutive rounds. Oh, look at the flash in again. RPK and Masuta, they're spread apart. RPK is now alone down here at the monster tunnel, and he's getting flanked from all over the place. He still picks up one more kill. A third headshot to land. What a great round out of RPK. 2 versus 3 now, and they're going to go for a bomb plant, but Twist is not sure. Rez will pick up Cyber, and that's a critical kill here for NIP to try and still win the round.
Yeah, and Rez had to get that kill because he... Oh, hold the thought. I'll get into that later. Shox, again, a flank coming in through Monster. Twist not ready for it. He does glance over, but it's not fast enough. Rez is left in a 1 versus 2, and you can see Apex is being cautious. Last position known was Rez pushing into the tunnels. Shox is going all the way back to meet up with Apex, so he doesn't need to peek at all, but he's going to. I was trying to say, Rez had to get that kill on Zywoo and probably needed more kills. And obviously his decision making is judged in 2020. The only reason RPK is allowed to get this triple that we're watching right here is because instead of clearing the bomb site and attacking and making sure his teammates were going to be safe, Rez decided to go for the big advantage play and push forward, push towards Graffiti.
Yeah.
To be able to pick off Zywoo. He needed to get at least a double kill out of that because RPK took the safety, took the space that was provided, and got a triple out of it. So Rez, it's a risky choice, and it doesn't pan out for him this time.
But man, watching RPK do that, I mean, I thought for sure he was going to get... Even if he just got 2 kills then, probably would have been the round pretty swiftly for NIP, so... Zywoo at it again with the early AWP kill. Vitality in the lead now, with a big chance of continuing that. Money is busted for NIP, and unless they can get some good kills in this round, Vitality's economy is going to start to look a lot better again. Very defensive down on B again.
Ooh, this time Shox goes investigating, and he's punished. An AK-47 is recovered from Plopsky with no HP. He's gonna pass that off to Rez. And now it's Apex taking a risk. He's gonna turn the corner, he's gonna get the first. He's traded off again by Plopsky, who again is gonna pick up the AK-47. Might as well keep it this time, but there's 2 rifles for NIP. This is dangerous, they can make this work. Hampus, 1 big shot with the Deagle.
Suddenly it's a 2-on-2, and they have 30 seconds. They're running for the bomb site. RPK, he's going to be there. He's just booking it to be there in time to maybe try and stop this bomb plant. That would be huge. There's an AK down there. It's already done a lot of damage. Masuta coming in from the other side, but no grenade. Oh, there's an HE on Masuta. I don't know if he can do it. There's a headshot on Twist to take him down. Bomb plant, yes, but low on health is Plopsky. See if Masuta could guess right. It's not even needed. It's RPK. Another triple from him to clean up the round.
Man, that is a big round for RPK. Great kills as he rotates across the map in recovery. 6-4 as Vitality take a 2-round lead. Ops, Deagle's being recovered. I mean, even in these save rounds, NIP really putting this to the test. Vitality doing a nice job of holding on, staying alive in this half.
Yeah, I think that's really worth highlighting, isn't it? Because we saw what it did to Vitality's economy earlier when they were able to survive with, 3 or 4 members alive. But a round like this where they lose 3, it makes a big difference. It's not like they still have money to buy even if they lose a round, but it's getting really interesting here. 11th round is coming up, and we'll see if NIP could find a way to get back to winning. It's been a little while now.
It's been a little while. You can see the odds still in their favor despite some of the struggles here on Overpass. Timing shot for ZywOo missed, but it's all good. Shox has him covered. Double kill, and he's down to 12 HP. But again, a huge round. This is really the only chance that NIP have to get back into things, is this aggressive play from Plopsky. But even that, even if this is successful, so many players have gone down. Shox at low HP is certainly going to fall, but I don't know if he's going to be able to handle ZywOo. Smoke to cover himself, and a great shot right through the corner of the box. It's quickly just Twist versus 4. He does have the bomb. He does have a minute to work with. But I guess a plant and some economic damage is the best outcome he can hope for.
Yeah, we're really starting to see what should be some of the strong fundamentals here for Vitality. Some of the rounds here where ZywOo's the one opening them are pretty good, but with RPK and Shox on top there, and even Apex there, it's a good trio.
I guess he could, it might be worth saving this. He has no money, and obviously no bonus money is going to mean he's going to be light on nades. He'll have the HE and the flash that he has, but Rez at 10,000 or 1,000 and Plopsky at 1,500 with the loss bonus as well. They're going to be able to buy AK-47s. Nock and Hampus as well should be just fine. So not the biggest loss in the world to just back away and call this round over. You're going to have 4 AKs and an AWP again for this next buy, and a chance to not take that early damage to Shox. But that won't even happen. He doesn't get to keep the op. How about them apples?
NIP gonna buy into this round, and they all have money, but yeah, I think the dream of really shutting down Vitality in terms of money it's almost at the point where that's not gonna happen. Maybe that's why they're forcing here, just to try and see if they could get it done, but this has turned into quite a tricky first half from what looked like a blazing hot start. There's ZywOo again with another pick-off.
He's heating up, Anders. That's what you like to see. That's what's going to get Vitality back into this series. Oh, Apex is going to commit to the follow-up fight, and he almost gets it. Twist very low, and now this aggression from Vitality is starting to really hurt the NIP attack. They're starting to get whittled down before they can even get close enough to execute a strategy.
Yeah, and it's annoying constantly having to worry about, either running into that orb of ZywOo, or half the time they've been worrying about Shox shooting him in the back. There's been a lot of flanking like that, so some real obstacles that NIP have not really managed to overcome in the last 6 rounds or so. It's been a really good run for the French side, which is great news. Could give us that 3rd map, which would be on Vertigo. Man, that would be interesting, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that would be a bit wild. I would not mind seeing that whatsoever. I really like the way that the new Vertigo has been playing out. 7-4. Here comes the flashbang, and NIP being very cautious about this, letting Vitality re-peek into them, hoping they can win the battle of holding the angles. And against ZywOo and his AWP, that you're gonna come out on the losing side of that more often than not. Except for that time. That works very well for Nock. Now he's gonna press the issue, just the one flashbang left. But there's so many defenders here. And RPK, he's been handling the business on this CT side. He's been a huge benefit for Vitality, anchoring bomb sites so well.
Yeah, he really has. Well done. Shallow fight there against Twist to take him down. Yeah, so they lose a little bit, but it's not really any kind of a disaster. 13th round is coming up, and we've got Tech9s, and I would say a B rush, but they're running the wrong way, so that's not happening.
I'd say B rush, but they're not rushing B. So.
Yeah, that's actually one of the essential elements of any B rush.
Oh, that's cracked me up for some reason. ZywOo and Shox very aggressive towards Found. Again, another opening kill for ZywOo, this time with the M4. Shox is going to be traded off, and ZywOo has to give that weapon up. He's got Masuta here in support, and a third player has arrived as well, so now they can re-aggress. The Molotov making sure they can't pick up the rifle, and now they can just hold on to it, cling onto that rifle, and make sure NIP do not get the weapon.
Yeah, only losing Shox in the round here. It's a pretty cool headshot with the Tech9. But I can't really imagine a scenario where NIP can actually turn this into a round where they can win it. They're just, again, not being given many opportunities here. Apex and RPK down to the B bomb site. They've got a pretty deep setup in there. And Masutra and ZywOo, I guess if they could sneak in and with that Deagle or with the M4 take down Masuta, then maybe they could try and isolate ZywOo out there on long, but it's a lot of maybes.
A lot of maybes. Masuta and ZywOo ready on the defense. Hearing the footsteps, nobody peeking. ZywOo coming in really late to cover that and getting all three. Masuta, for some reason, just did not want to peek over at the truck, so I feel like he's very lucky. If ZywOo didn't get that first kill, I think he was going to get sideswiped, and who knows what happens from there. Maybe they swing in, maybe they're able to grab the player at top stairs, but that it feels like it was very close to being dangerous. Regardless, it's 9-4 in the favor of Vitality. They have, oh my god, they've won 8 in a row.
It's been a really good run. There's really no denying it. A very good run indeed. 14th round, all of the money into this round for NIP. I'm starting to feel like it's probably going to be pretty essential that they pick up this one, and I mean maybe even the next one. The pressure is really on.
Yeah, Remember when we were at 4-4 and it was like, oh, at this stage in the game, NIP is going to be more than happy to have 4 rounds. Well, now that you've lost 8 in a row and those 4 rounds seem so long ago, it doesn't feel nearly as comfortable. This Vitality has really turned on the lockdown defense.
Nice little boost to the Twist, and that's a nice kill on Masutra as well. That's a classic trick that we, I don't know, don't too often anymore really see working out. People have become pretty attuned to it. But you can always be caught sleeping a little bit, and that might have been one of those moments. Rez is still really close to long. Is he going to try and cause a distraction? He's got a Molotov. Is that going to be enough to keep people here?
Oh, no. Wait, the read from Vitality might be perfect. They're rotating everyone away. If Shox gets that kill, which he doesn't, that pulls ZywOo back. That pulls 2 players back. Good peek for RPK. And does he have it in him again? The tank. Can he hold on to the B-bomb site? Turns from the flash. Almost able to respond on Plopsky. And Apex charging in. Not able to get the angle. Humpus in the site with the bomb. It's going to go down. He's dropped by Twist. And NIP going to find a 5th after oh so long.
Wow, I don't know what would have happened if Rez had gone down over there at long. You're absolutely right. They would have been more than ready at the B-bomb side, I think. So That was he just got the one kill in that round, Rez, but again, sometimes the weight of those kills is a little bit different than you think. Slight frustration as we go into round number 15 here. 9-5, but yeah, that was what, an 8-round run for Vitality to get it back into 9 rounds. That's pretty damn impressive. Let's see if they have more in them or if NIP are gonna find a way to get that 6th round, which again, I think would probably let them into the second half, you know, feeling pretty much okay.
Ooh, aggression from Masuta. Another flashbang. Hampus was very blind, but Masuta did not want to swing that wide. Danger of that door being opened when he's trying to handle Hampus, and now he goes back for it. A second flash, but again, not committed. I like the attempts from Vitality, and I like the decision-making. If the fight's not there, back away and fight another day.
Setting up for a bit of a late boost. Flashed for the jump and seeing no one. Some decent information all on its own. Which, oh no. Rez coming in with a kill on Cyber. Could have had that one on Shox as well. But that's finding one and another player. So, again, some good info for NIP to work with. They're going to go back to the B bomb side, and they could even Molotov RBK's position.
The problem is Apex and Masuta are still at the A bomb site. Because of that kill, because of Shox's location, doesn't know where they are. They could be at the end of bathroom. So again, you're leading, you're putting a lot of pressure on the shoulders of RPK, and he's delivered a couple times. He's gonna do it again. First kill is his, dodging the op shot, blinded and finally taken down. But Apex coming through drops the ball as well. I don't think they've spotted Masuta though, but he misses the timing. He looks away at the wrong moment. And NIP might grab the last 2 rounds of this half. Twist, misses the shot, but he finds the follow-up, and it's 6-9 at the end of the day.
An instant meme. Oh, that's fantastic. I'll see you on Reddit, Shox. It's 9-6 at the end of the half. A series of collapsing mistakes there from 3 of the Vitality players will end 9-6 at the first half. Second half is coming up right after the break.
I want to talk a little bit to the esports world, but especially to you CSGO pros about the Mamba mentality. I'm sick and tired of some of the things, some of the talking points that are coming out of these pro players. Like people saying, oh, well, I won a major, so what is there left for me to accomplish? Think it through. 2 majors, 3 majors. How about being the best you can be? If you could win 5 majors, if you could set the record, go ahead and go for that. That's what the Mamba mentality is about. It's about pursuing greatness. It's about building a legacy for yourself. It's about actually trying to be the best you can be, whatever level you're on. How about you actually try and develop your game, master your craft, leave a legacy? One day that money will be spent, and all that will remain is your legacy, what you actually did and how you lived your life. How about competing to take what's yours for yours, so that you can get that money, you can secure that career, they have something to look forward to in their lives. I die for people, oh man, will you live for yours? That's what I want to say. Mamba mentality, carpe diem.
Nine to 6 in the first half of the second map on Overpass, and now second half's going to be coming up, and NIP looked really good from the beginning, but then Vitality went on a really crazy 8-round run in the middle of the half, and that's actually put them in a pretty good position to maybe push us onto a third map, which would be Vertigo. I hope they will. I kind of like this matchup right now. I think they're all playing, you know, really interesting Counter-Strike. NIP, though, I'm sure they'd love to finish it 2-0, and if they want to do that, I think winning this pistol round is going to be fairly essential.
It'll be interesting to see what Vitality has for this T side. We haven't seen them on Nuke. They only had one half. They didn't have two complete halves. NIP, they have the stack here. They've taken the attention away. There's the pounce from Rez and Hampus. That worked beautifully. You add knock into things. Oh dear, a double kill for him, and NIP is off to the races. 5-on-1, and it looks like NIP is going to get their 7th round. That's both pistols won in this map by NIP. The Ninjas.
Yeah, that's it, which is you know, a good trend, step in the right direction. Shox fighting out in the open at all different angles. It was brave. It was a good little standoff there, but also a little bit unrealistic at the end of it. So no bomb plant, worth noting as well for Vitality. Means they can't do that force up in the second round that we see all the time.
All right. This is going to turn into quite the game with that pistol round won by NIP. Economic advantage early on. If they can convert this round, which they should, Vitality not investing into anything except for a P250 and flashbang on Shox. Klopsky with the SMG. He might be able to chew them apart. That's an important trade. Ooh, and even they can't handle the player coming out of the door either. But now the SMGs are getting involved. Now their opponents get close up and shoot up. And it's going to be 9-8. Still in the favor of Vitality, but not by much.
Yeah, money will be back in their pockets here on the T side. Some MP9s and a Scout and some M4s. On a map like this, I would actually say those MP9s could be maybe a little bit more of a liability, because there are a lot of ways you could get, you know, you get caught at range, especially against the AK-47. So we'll see if that's going to be, you know, a problem this round. Maybe not. But you do have to think about that. Some retakes as well, where it could get really awkward. Oh. An attempt was made. Deep grenade softens them up a little bit.
Oh, twist. That's risky, and he's going to get caught, but not taken down.
Can't believe he's still alive.
I know. Oh, dear. That was really late in the day to make that decision.
Well, they're all going to be grouping up on this side, but look at Nork and Plopsky.
If they double flank this, that can be so incredible.
Yeah,
Rez fell asleep at the wheel, and now they're close up.
Good little kill from Hampus, but he's also going to get completely flanked around. And yeah, the other side of this is getting completely picked apart. Heads up play from Shox holding that. Don't know exactly if it was just a hunch or maybe that was just his role in the push there, but that was pretty important. So Vitality will pick up the round.
Let's see how many they can build upon it. 10-8, 2-round lead for Vitality, and the timeout is called for NIP. Right out of the first 2 rounds being won, 4 players surviving. They're already having money issues. Hampus and Plopsky stuck without the ability to afford rifles and armor. So they have an early decision to make and an early risk. Like this is sneakily on round number 19 a pretty important decision that NIP has to make. And I'm not I wouldn't want to be the one making the call. They're going to go for the force buy, as I guess we should expect at this point. When you can get 2 to 3 rifles on the board, I don't think anyone's going to shy away from a force up. But this is their economy for the next 2 rounds after this on the line. If they go down, Vitality might have a 4 or 5 round lead when all is said and done.
Yeah, I guess what could have factored into this decision is, you know, their guess at what the money is for Vitality, which, you know, is not that great. I still don't know if I really like it. There's a part of me that would have rather had that AWP on Twist, maybe even another AWP being picked up. Like, just, I don't know. I'm a bit skeptical, I'll be honest, about this particular purchase. They stacked the B bomb site, so it could also just be sort of a, hey, if they show up, you know, maybe we win.
Yep. Maybe.
And if not, we can save.
Yeah, if not, we save and we try it all again in the next round. Let's see how it plays out. At the moment, Vitality going nowhere near the stack. And I mean, if you're Twist and you're deep into this bomb site, you see one there, I guess you're trying to use your utility and make it look like there's as many people here as humanly possible. But I think if they end up hitting this bomb site, you just have to back away. And I think that time is now. I don't even know if you stick around and fight for this, although that's the bomb on the ground. That's a big mistake.
Yeah, but is it going to lure NIP into a retake? That's still going to be very, very tricky. Smoke is up. There is another Molotov and 3 HE grenades left on the Vitality side. And the bomb, yep, it's finally going to be going down. So NIP are hanging around out here, but this could be one of those scenarios where, because of the early success, they feel like, you know, maybe they could win it a bit more than what's actually possible here.
Well, there's 3 smokes on the NIP side, so let's see how coordinated this retake can be. They can smoke off highway, they can smoke off long, they can smoke off the bomb, they can do so many things. There's a couple being deployed. Big win from Rez. Oh, and they've got a great advantage now. This is perfect for NIP. Shox and Zywoo, they shut so much down. Oh, and he's got it right at the end. Shox is gonna clutch it out, a triple kill. And that's an 11th round for Vitality.
That was an absolutely ridiculous way to end the round. I actually thought NIP had it. I think maybe with the kit they would have had it as well. This is looking so good. Like this little push here from Rez and Hampus, that should be the round-winning move. But then RPK just shows up for whatever reason with almost a triple himself, and Shox to finish it. My God, 11-8. That wasn't even NIP being lured into it. They were winning that retake.
Yeah, that made me so nervous, but they had the set plan. They had all the nades ready to go. That was actually a beautiful retake up until the point where Shox and RPK got involved and shut the door so powerfully. 3-round lead for Vitality on this T side. And that is one of those rounds. The importance of it is now what? If you're Vitality, you likely get at least 2 rounds off the back of that. And everyone loves a 2-for-1 special, Anders.
Yeah, you're right. I was trying to think of a way to you know, argue that, but it's not easy. 11-8 though, and I mean, you know, we were talking about the potential risk of forcing up in the round, and you know, again, they almost won that one, but that kind of backfires now. So this has become a real struggle here. It's about to be 12-8. What an interesting turn of events here. And the odds, I mean, still favoring NIP, but it's not as crazy as it was before.
It's shrinking a little bit. We're starting to see Vitality come alive. This is the one man I feel like we haven't seen everything out of him just yet. A couple nice, easy Mac 10 kills on an anti-eco is one way to get yourself back into the game. Twist dueling long range with the Mac 10 against an AK-47 is never going to go well. He did his best. Admirable effort.
Yeah, they only lose a single player in that round, Vitality, which again, I think that's maybe one of the only other things that I could really be looking at right now. is that in spite of the gap and the success that Vitality are having, their economy's not completely exploding. There is a way for NIP to do this. If they get to 10, 12 in the next 2 rounds here, then it's, you know, it's doable.
Yeah, it needs to start, like, yeah, it does need to start right now, though. A big stack towards the B bomb site. Twist alone with the op towards long A. And I mean, they're going to have the chance, NIP. They have the right call for the moment. Vitality is 100% ending up at this B bomb site. Masuta trying to go for a contact play. He's going to get some utility usage now. Likely a Molotov, and he'll peek with it just as Rez is trying to escape, but they missed the timing. And actually, not a single flashbang, and it still works. Not a single piece of utility was spent, and Vitality steamrolls the stack.
And I think for Vitality, oh sorry, for NIP, that's one of those moments where that happens at like 1 minute and 15 seconds. So you expect that if they were going to do something at the B bomb side, yeah, there would be smokes, flashbangs, something. It's just like, it almost looked like half of them were asleep when it came to it. They're like, what? Are we already fighting?
I feel like Rez was backing away from toxic barrels to tuck into a corner to throw a smoke for Monster. I don't know if that's the case, but that's what it looked like to me, because I thought at least a Molotov would force him out. I thought Vitality was waiting for that. But the problem with it is, Rez was the one for first contact at Monster, and when he shifted back, maybe a miscommunication, maybe a lack of communication, nobody picked it up. So whoever the poor guy was playing immediately to the left on the ramp, right between Sandbags and Monster, he got blindsided. That's Plopsky. You can see, no one is peeking in this direction. No one has it covered. Even Nock was looking towards Sandbags as well. So Plopsky's just a free kill. And again, it's like dominoes at that bomb site. When you remove the one most important domino, that was Rez, everything else is just going to crumble with the slightest bit of pressure.
Man, they're in a lot of trouble.
We've had a lot of domino references lately.
I know.
Why.
I don't know. Maybe again, it just says something about our age, Jason. Maybe it could be that. There was a song about dominoes like 8 years ago, wasn't there?
I don't know. There's probably a lot of songs about a lot of things 8 years ago.
All right, I'll find it. I'll send it over to you.
Is that the challenge?
It's in my playlist somewhere.
Perfect. 13-8 in the favor of Vitality. 5-round lead. Still the op on Twist. He managed to bring that into this round. That is the sole weapon, and it is positioned at the B-bomb site with 2 of his closest friends.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good idea to have it, you know, backed up well down here, just in case it falls. Maybe you could escape, or maybe someone else could pick it up and continue the fight. They are going to have a fight on their hands, and Apex, I think you might have seen that. He wants to go and surprise Plopsky, who was trying to be sneaky, but he's getting shot right in the ankles. And, oh, nice return. A lot of damage there. But it's still all about this AWP, and now Twist is getting nervous because he knows he's about to be flanked. Tries for that shot, misses the chance. They know it's here. Good kill on RPK, but I don't think it's enough here.
No, not at all. That's a good recovery. A chance. He read the play. He read the play. Oh, that's an important frag through the wall. Look at the time as well. Nock almost steals that, snatches that from under the nose of Vitality. But thank God for Shocks.
That is such a clutch win for him, yeah. Ended up being the first really dangerous round we've seen for a bit here out of NIP. And it's with almost nothing to work with. Yeah, this is very, very cool. Yeah, 10 seconds. He actually just only barely makes it around there. 23rd round. Double orb now on NIP. This is the thing that I was requesting earlier. The earlier was in the beginning of the half, really. I think they made some...
Well, we'll see if it produces.
Yeah, because they made some buy decisions along the way that sort of prevented them from having it. Could see... Ooh. Look at this. 3 grenades. That could have been pretty devastating if Plopsky had been at the ramp.
Yeah, well, they've seen him there a number of times. I believe at least 2 or 3. Oh, that's unfortunate. Smoke was up for Apex when he fell back, but it cleared right before Masuda turned the corner, so he was not even mentally prepared for a battle. Shocks peeking in. 2 players outside B. Make that 1. Plopski's having a round. He's got a double kill so far. Oh, good pop flash from Hampus. Great teamwork. And a triple kill for Plopski.
Yeah, Shocks was actually throwing that grenade for Apex to take the fight, and didn't even matter. Plopski still came out on top. Side 1 RPK here. A little bit of an aggressive fight. Got to be careful that you don't throw away this round. It's a 5-on-2 after all. So don't give them a chance here. 24 seconds. The bomb is quite far back, so I don't know. It's going to be real difficult to do anything. Might just be saving.
I don't think it... Yeah, I think that's the best call you can make here. Apex with 8,000. He'll probably have 10,000 right before his buy. Shocks as well is going to have a lot of money. So you're still flush with cash, and you importantly don't want to have to respend money for the op. And with the situation for NIP being that they haven't built up any money, this is the first round they've won in 5. Vitality know that NIP is not going to be encouraged in any way to go for the hunt. But great round for Plopski. 3 individual battles won, the last one with the help of a flashbang, and we have a timeout called by Vitality, still with the 5-round lead at 14-9.
Yeah, I mean, they're almost there. Seems like they've done most of the hard work to even get into this position. Now it's just a question of not throwing it away. Just find a way to finish it here. A lot of options still left open to them. Would be interesting to try and see something that's a bit more long focused from Vitality. I feel like that's one of the things we haven't seen too much out of them. Because that B bomb side started to look a bit better in the defense, I'd say. Here's another thing, though. I mean,
yeah, it has. Yep.
I was gonna say maybe NIP will be the ones to actually switch up their defense, because they've been running the same for a while. So surely they must also be thinking, man, we have to not be too predictable here.
It's interesting seeing them play the double op setup with 2 ops over at the A-bomb site, and they want the rifles to hold on because of the hectic nature, I would imagine, of the smokes and the flashbangs and the Molotovs that come over those walls. So wanting the ability of the M4s and the rifles to be more mobile. Timing hit onto this bomb site, up sandbags.
Oh, wow.
Hampus and Plopski stuck in toxic barrels, and here we go.
Just all fighting towards that side. An important kill for Saimu, but he's also down. Rez is dropped next, and they're gonna find Plopski inside. I can't believe they're allowed to get that close with nobody realizing. That's, again, very aggressive. The bomb is a little bit further back, so someone is either gonna have to go back and pick it up, or if they really want to keep fighting, I mean, go look for Twist. But yeah, someone has to pick up that bomb.
This is gonna be weird. There's no more smokes. These ops are going to be able to take shots like that all day long. This is a disaster on a round in which they took the bomb site.
They're going to go boost.
And Vitality, I like this play. They're going to have to get creative to get out of this scenario.
Well, let's see. Can't be making any noise at all. But this is a great read for Nork. He's seen this coming in 10 seconds ago. He's going to walk right into it. Oh, Masuta's going to feel so red at that point in time. That is very clever. And now there's 20 seconds. Now BK, I mean, this whole bomb site is scoped up against. He's having such a rough time. There was a single tap to try and do it, but he's in a lot of trouble. 10 seconds, might even be almost too late, and there's a huge turnaround for NIP. That's a shocking round for them to be winning.
Yeah, that is astounding. Look at how strong this victory is. A 4-on-2. But Vitality, that bomb being dropped, that one kill that comes out during the hit that delays the bomb being planted, gives the ops such powerful lines of sight because Vitality just runs out of utility. That's painful. NIP, a chance to come back, 4 rounds away from tying things up, and at least for this round number 25. It's Tech-9s, a P250, and a Deagle for Vitality to work with.
3 Tech-9s. That means more speed behind this. Let's go. French Counter-Strike, Tech-9s, run and gun. It's time. See if they can bring it back. They're inside that smoke. That other smoke's just going to help them flash their way through, and they're running right onto the bomb site. And you got to be careful if you're going to be standing in the way here, because you can just get run over Rez, a good flank to take down Apex. Now they're going to be a little bit slowed down. Another good kill coming in as NIP put the whole thing on pause. That's a nice hold. No one goes down. Triple kill on Hampers. And it's getting more and more dangerous. 11-14. But NIP, that is a flawless round, which again will help them so much. No bomb plant means they're probably going to force it up anyway here, Vitality. They have a little bit of money to work with, but still.
They, I'm glad that NIP got a perfect round out of that because they made all the right calls. I believe that was Twist who was the first upper there, and as soon as he saw the pressure coming, backed away towards Bank. They have plenty of rotations, Molotovs down at all the points where those Tech 9s could have swarmed at the defense to prevent that from happening. It was great. Utility usage was on point. And now Hampus. Oh, a nice spam. He's brought RPK low. Nade is out next. RPK eats it. Even blind, he gets the nade kill, but now under pressure and now traded off.
They need to close the door on NIP right here before this gets real awkward. With the kind of lead that they had at one point in this game, Vitality, I mean, they just have to find a way to win it or it's going to be real painful. They're outside of B again. And the B bomb site's being held by Nork and Plowski. But they're holding it further back once again. Rez could be there pretty quickly to open the door, which actually, in the past when they've gone through this sewer area, is something they've been looking for. Vitality, I've noticed Shox keeps checking that door. But they haven't really had to face that problem before, so let's see if they're actually going to be able to deal with it. And the door is open, which is... Ooh, that's making them paranoid.
Yeah, that's a warning sign. That's the first red flag. And ZywOo, because that door is open, he's not part of the hit. He just turns into a lurk. He turns into someone who's going to watch the flank. He's got a smoke Molotov as well and a flashbang that he can at least use that to help his teammates if needed. But he's down. Huge win for Rez. That opens up the flank.
Oh, and he's holding it against Shox. Can he win this fight? Nice swing from Shox. That's going to be quick to take down Rez. 3 versus 3 now. Bomb ticking slowly in the site. Plowski, the closest candidate to try and do something. A bit of a grenade, but no one peeking behind it. Counter flash coming up. It doesn't matter. The 2 AWPs are coming with big kills. And Shox, I mean, I don't even know, smoke or not. They're on the other side. I don't think he can do this. He's going to get the 1 kill. On the other side, that bomb is being defused. And again, that, I mean, maybe the smoke would have helped, but it's hard to say at that point in time. Good attempt, but not good enough. 12 rounds for NIP.
That's the only thing he could have done. Drop the smoke and just get lucky spamming through it. It doesn't even get the chance. That's a nice attempt from Shox. I'm amazed at how good NIP's retakes have been with a double op setup. What, that's 3 retakes on the B bomb site they've won with this defense? That you don't normally see this, the retakes of to this clip. Two-round lead, 14-12 for Vitality, but they have gotten into that B bomb site a couple times, just not able to actually hold on to it. This has got to be getting stressful. And without that plant, it chews into their economy a little bit. They're going to at least buy up an AK-47 on Apex. He had like 6K. So he'll have a hero rifle. Everyone else going to get deagles, light armor, utility. Still some danger in this round, but a lot of it is predicated on this AK-47.
Double AWP. Man, again, I can't believe that it's starting to feel like they're letting a little bit go of it. Apex with the AK, as you said. Some deagles to follow him up. This was, I mean, at one point in the second half, Vitality went on a 5-round run. And that, I mean, that in itself is... That's when it looked like it was really over. And now they've been stopped short for the last 4 rounds in a row. With only 1 bomb plant in those rounds. One of them a timeout where they lost time eventually. So they've kind of hit a brick wall here.
All right, early strategy, early idea for Vitality didn't pan out. They're going to readdress to the other side of the map. To the B bomb site we go. Again, where they've had success getting in, but not closing out.
They could put down some smokes that could help them get closer. And then they need one of those flashbangs, I think, and they may be good to go. 40 seconds. They're running up quite close to the bomb site, but now backup is going to be here, and it's going to be a real quick. 3 or 4 people are about to be at the site. Spam coming through, not connecting with the bomb planter, and weirdly, it's a 5-on-5 here for the retake. A lot of damage suddenly onto Masuta and RPK. But where is that AK on Apex? It's down in the monster tunnel right now. How much can he get done with it when the time comes? Flashbang on Saibu, he's setting it up and ready to throw it onto the site. It's time now, Saibu, where it's gonna be too late. Bobsky swings for it and lines every single one up. And that didn't happen in time. They needed that flashbang right about 2 seconds earlier. That's the round for NIP, 13-14.
Yeah, and when they eventually do all start to attack through Monster, look, they're all lined up. Apex couldn't even take the fight if he wanted to. Two teammates with red HP in his way. NIP have brought this all the way back. 5 rounds straight for the defense, 2 retakes and 2 defuses straight. And I like that call as well. Let them have the bomb plant. They have the full losing bonus. They're going to be buying in this round no matter what. Don't commit your M4s forward to get picked off by any Tech 9s and to catch any awkward flashbang. Just use your own utility to deal the damage.
Yes, indeed. I mean, this is... I like the idea. I like the idea of them getting the bomb, retreating back in the monster tunnel, and setting up for 1 flashbang to actually to sort of, you know, catch them as they're looking for them. That would have been cool, but again, the timing is key, and I mean, it's hard to know when to throw it, right? You throw it too early, and then you just get nothing for it, and that was the only one they had. 14-13, NIP putting a lot of pressure here on Vitality, and they're starting to feel it. They just have to be. The scoreboard, Shocks at 24 kills, RPK at 20 kills, 23 kills on Nok on the other side, so we're the top performing players right now.
This will be a big clash when they come up. Here we go, Masuta leading the way. Twist is rotating around. He wants that fight, and Zywoo, I believe he just unscoped. Oh, and Zywoo's gonna give him a second chance. That's questionable. And Twist nails the shot.
Now is not the time to be losing battles. 4 people outside of B, but this B push is, I mean, they've got in there and got the bomb down on occasion, but I'm not seeing it. I don't know what it is, what detail it is that Vitality themselves have discovered that makes them feel like, you know, next time something will be different and we'll do it. Still a little bit curious about why they wouldn't want to at least test the A bomb side a little bit more. It has been a lot of B hits coming out here. But maybe this will be the time that it can work. Smoke to the sniper spot as they flash their way through against Klopsky. He's down there and he'll get a kill afterwards with the Molotov. Bomb is on the ground now with 14 seconds left. And that's a disaster indeed. Hampus will finally go down, but still 9 seconds on the clock. They have to swing into it and no one can recover that bomb now. Shocks 5 seconds. He's picked it up, but he's out of time. And it will be 14-14, all tied up for NIP. Again, close, I guess, closer than previous, but not enough.
Plopsky plays that so well. Yeah, he has some really fortunate timing with the shoulder peeks to see the pop flash coming, backs away, drops the Molotov as well, forces them to stop and fight him in the fire, and just helps run down the clock. Vitality are stumped, and they keep going back to this B bomb site, but it's not working out for them whatsoever. This T side feels like in its struggles, in Vitality's issues finding success, it's become very one-dimensional. It's sit and wait, run out the utility, run down the clock, and then hit the B bomb site. And I think they're really stifling themselves by constantly going back to this. 2 rounds left. We're going to get all 30. The question is who's going to have one opportunity to close out the map? Will it be NIP with a chance to close the series, or Vitality with a chance to bring us to Vertigo?
Well, I mean, I don't even know right now. Vitality, some of these rounds have been close, but I'm actually started to fear on their behalf that NIP will just end this with a tremendous run. They've already won 6 rounds in a row, and they're looking to continue. What a great game this has turned into. But it's kind of hard seeing Vitality just sort of try the same thing over and over again, and they keep They keep, again, just running their heads right into the wall. This time it's going to be quicker. It's going to be earlier in the round. They've already set up the first part of it with the smokes coming in. Now come the flashbangs. Molotov deep in there. Plovsky burning in the corner. That smoke did nothing for him, and he's going to go down. Big entry. Now they need to follow it up. Knock with one big kill right on top, and he almost did it. Apex with 2 in return, and this might finally have been it. Oh, they've tried that 6 rounds in a row, and finally it works.
And no better time for it. Look at the money on NIP. There's nothing. Twist has to save this off. They're going to have no cash flow. They have no losing bonus built up. They're going to get $1,400 next round. So Twist will have $2,800. Knock is going to have 19. Plopsky's going to have $1,450. They have scraps.
Yeah, well,
and yeah, I'm very curious about that smoke that Plopsky threw, because it entirely missed the Molotov that was coming his direction. Maybe he wanted it in that way to keep space, but he spent a lot of time getting burnt alive.
Yeah, he did, and he ended up underhanding it, just too far away to even do anything. One little potential mistake there, and that's all it took. And again, they won 6 in a row and are already there out of money. I mean, that in itself is sort of evidence that something's been working for Vitality, even if it hasn't been winning rounds.
Yeah, well, like we said, I mean, Vitality's been able to at least get into the B-bomb site, not always with a clean plant, but they've forced a lot of retakes out of NIP. A lot of those rounds coming down to 2 players alive, 1 player alive. So finally, just breaking it wide open and just decimating the economy. So 1 chance for NIP to force OT, or we're going to Vertigo. And they've got to do it with a FAMAS that's dropped over to Plopsky. And we'll see what Hampus has. I think Knock is going to have the other AWP.
So here we go. 30th round. We did end up in double overtime on the first map. It was on Mirage. This one, I'm not so sure. Wait, what was the first map? Am I lying? It was Nuke. Why am I lying? Jason, why are you stopping me from lying?
That was... I don't know. I just wanted to see what you were going to do with it.
All right. Usually more
good
lying.
Shot from Twist. Yeah, well, I mean, listen, the double OT was the first series of the day, so it all blends together.
Yeah.
You'll get it right next time.
One of these days. I'm glad in your trust in me, Jason. I appreciate that. Some deals, yeah. Oh, there's a single. A couple of defuse kits actually on NIP, so that's something. It's been B like 7 rounds in a row here for Vitality, and NIP haven't really sort of desperately over-rotated. They've got more of an emphasis on B, which I think is understandable, but they haven't gone for something truly crazy. Rez and Twist are still on this side, and I think Twist, especially with that AWP, is going to be really the key figure to try and find someone early on, you know, snipe a kill in, see where they're coming, and Vitality are hoping that it will look over at long.
Oh my god, they've been setting this up for so long.
Oh wow.
We just talked about how one-dimensional it's been. The fake works perfectly. Rez is gonna be the first one back, or Twist will, and they're already in the site. He can't swing wide, and that's exactly why ZywOos picked him off, and Vitality, finally, after so much emphasis on B, this A-hit is a masterpiece.
Oh, he goes down. That's a wall bang and a half. I was just saying they weren't overreacting or over-rotating, but they definitely did. They bought the whole thing right then and there. 4-3, and this is looking like a 3rd map here, ladies and gentlemen. Rez will take down RPK, but I'm not sure it's enough. That bomb is being covered very well at the moment, and it's going to be a very hard defuse. They have to go for it right now. 3 seconds, and no more, and that's it. 16 to 14. Masuta ending with a triple kill, and we go on to Vertigo as they finally make it work. Vitality. It took a lot. I can understand the frustration lifting from their shoulders. You see at the end there. Wow, what a great game. 3rd map is coming up. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Okay. You got to draw a line somewhere, I guess.
Only good for that 1 week.
NBK is going to be in for a bit of a tight time here. Nicely done. Point blank finds one, gets a second, a third, looking for it, and he gets the fourth as well. French CS.
So they'll have to wait that one out. Clearly G2 looking to just split this B site at the 30-second mark, but a deke from JKS.
Corner. And Kenny's gonna just have to hit some heads. He's hanks for them, and it's just the first. He's able to fall back. He's got to put his weapon back together. And he will. It's a good time flashbang, but he knows the magazine's low. Now he's got the knife out. It's a stab onto Issa. Oh my God. And the headshot onto Valda. Hunter's going to help him out from pit, so Alexi B is all alone in a 1 versus 5. Nobody gets out from porch. Nobody gets footing close to that site. And it all goes around Kenny S.
Wow. Alexi, the 1-on-3, you think he's got no chance. One player back default, one in the pit. It's one of the most dangerous crossfires, even when you have 5 alive. Saw they struggled in that situation. Headshot through the wall. Alexi's out of the round. What a round from Kenny S, though.
He's getting back around ramp. He needs clean kills, and he takes down Kenny. Follows up onto Hunter. Wow. 3 frags from him. Let's see if they can get out mid. Again, smoke spam. Great timing coming out of the CTs. OG throwing Alexi B forward, only able to grab another kill, but he's done such a great job. Oh, what? Nexa robs it back. 3 kills, but here comes Valda on the flank, hot on the heels of the mid play. 2v2, and he dodges the op. Kenny sprints into the B side.
Yeah.
Yeah, wants to get some exits here.
Ruin the ratio. Oh my God.
He's gonna get them both.
Oh, Kenny's gonna die to the bomb. So he's got to come out with a wicked Kenny peek, and it's just going to feed Valda.
I mean, we say Mantu shouldn't get all 3, but Mantu also had 100 HP. And the door's open. Amanek going to rush it.
Whoa, his teammate
it's not
there.
planted.
Oh,
3 seconds.
Cover that. There's no way.
Amanek robs the round.
Close the door.
Has to form a miracle to be able to win that.
Oh,
Once
but
again, running into the blender versus Fur, Hunter, top of the hut.
Finally.
Oh, good trade comes out, but Nexa looks to pick up the pieces. 2 up versus 1. Alexi only Mac 10 in hand. Better guns all over the place if he can find them. Don't know how close, though. And Kenny is now moving in for the kill. Interesting, though, to make it a 1v1. He drops off, and Alexi, he loves to take this fight. We saw how patient he was. In this moment, Jax pops up behind him.
Given the chance to. Just slightly.
You know, Kenny, he might try to end this round early. Yeah, he's going up through the window.
He just has to hide.
Bomb's not planted just yet. Liaz just wants to stay alive, and Kenny will commit. Bomb goes down in time. He's got the op.
All he needs, that one shot. Kenny, he goes high.
Up top.
14-8, you guys were ahead, and then you just managed to clinch it out 16-14. That was incredibly close, Apex. I want to ask, though, you guys kept hitting that B site. Was this a reason, like maybe you saw a weakness there or something? Because it was starting to get scary because they seem to have it very figured out.
Well, yeah. I mean, this B1 site is hard to defend. So yeah, that was the plan. But the last one was a right call by the coach. We faked the B bomb side. They all rotated to B, and yeah, that was a free A bomb site.
Free A bomb site. Yeah, you convinced them of that for sure. Now we're going into Vertigo next. A good map for both of you when it comes to it. What needs to happen for you guys to get a convincing win here and move on forward and grab that final spot? Because Nip are looking scary.
Well, yeah, we need to wake up because we're not playing our best CS right now. Far from that. We're not listening to each other. We're just not answering to each other when we're asking questions. So we need to wake up all together as a team and come back stronger because, yeah, that one was difficult.
Well, let's hope you guys can win.
This interview, it makes me think that it's a battle between the coaches right now, you know? Threat, Ecstasy, going head to head. And, well, we're maybe, I mean, Apex just gave it up right there. The impact that the coaches have, that they're able to communicate with the players live online like this ruling that was made allowing for coaches to be in the team speak and communicating during the match. Maybe that's making all the difference here. So, Thorin, what do you get from that interview there with Apex? Does that enlighten you at all?
Not really. I think half the interviews are complete bobkiss and these sorts of tournaments is just like, yeah, well, we've lost the rounds. We should have won those ones. But, you know, the ones we won, yep, those were good. Practice some of that. People who did kills.
So you mean interviews in general for every sport ever?
They're just garbage, yeah. So I'd rather just listen to me talk because I know what I'm talking about. So the interesting thing in this game, I thought, was what an underwhelming T side from NIP. This is their map pick. It's supposed to be a punish map pick. I'm expecting a massive T side from them. The guys from Vitality were just shooting people. I didn't think there was any sort of godlike stuff they were doing. It wasn't some like super sick flanks or something. Generally, they just did a pretty solid job holding. The guy who was on top of the scoreboard when we saw the graphic shocks. Listen, it was already starting to creep back into form as this event went on. Yeah, he had a bad map one. But man alive, the amount of clutches we have seen him win, he's won them on both bomb sites here. This is like the old Shoxy, who not only could top frag, but then also would win you 3 or 4 clutches in a game. And when you add in that, listen, Zero by the end did well on the scoreboard, but he didn't have to be much of a factor on either of these maps. Vitality looks scary.
Yeah, Shoxy topping the scoreboard with 27 frags, so definitely showing up in his own right. Maniac, what did you take away from this match?
Well, I think that Vitality came in obviously less prepared than NIP, but somehow they found a way to have impact on the city side. And this man we have on the screen here, Shox, I thought he was very proactive. He was taking a lot of information. He was flanking as well a lot, as Duncan pointed out, winning a lot of these clutches. And there's one element about Shox's clutches in general, if you're watching at home for the viewers, it's the movement he has during the clutches. It is something that is quite unique, quite different. A lot of people, once they get a kill, they usually just stay in their position. Shox is not afraid to just rotate around once he gets the kills. And honestly, I think he was one of the main reasons why Vitality had such a good start on the CT side. But then you switch over to the T side, they win a couple of rounds at the beginning, but as soon as NIP have the money, as soon as they have the double AWP, you start to see the cracks in the wall, you start to see the weaknesses, and I'm glad Apex mentioned it. The call at the end, round number 30, now that was a $1 million call.
Or at least a 30 grand. So as far as, if you're winning this, you're looking pretty good right now. So now we're going to move into Vertigo. This is a map that both of these teams have won so far in this tournament. NIP murdered Saw on this map, and then Vitality took down Dignitas on this map. Both convincing wins. So who are we expecting to come out ahead on this one? This is fantastic. We're getting that third map, and this is where they can really pop off. Thorin, let's start with you.
Well, the rough thing is, I do think NIP is actually a better suited team to the map Vertigo. I think there's a reason why they've played it a lot more times. But the key thing for me is I've seen a little bit of weakness from NIP sometimes in kind of the closeout rounds. I mean, they could actually have come back into the second map and won it, I thought. So I favour that this will be a map where both teams have a good T side, and I think I'm going to put my money on Vitality still.
Yeah, okay. Maniac?
Ooh, it's a hard one. I was looking at the numbers. They don't have an answer for me, honestly. NIP have played them up 12 times. I have like more than an 80% win rate. Vitality, they won all of their last games the past 3 months. It's a 100% win rate. And they beat teams like NIP, they beat G2, they beat Fnatic. So both teams very, very much in shape. I still will favor Vitality just because I think they have escaped the red card on Overpass. And I think they're aware of it. Apex said it in an interview that was not their prettiest Counter-Strike. I was listening to the comms. It wasn't the prettiest comm either. Some information were missed. Okay. They were repeating itself a little bit, not really listening to each other. So this is the equivalent of, okay, wow, we almost ducked up. But now we have a chance. Now we can close it out. And I'm expecting a better suited Vitality for this map number 3.
Oh, one thing
Thorin, do you think that is... Yeah, go ahead.
Just one thing that was, because we haven't mentioned it in this tournament much, is, man alive, in this match so far, NIP just wins all the pistol rounds. Like, that alone, listen, it's not the old, 6-round start if you do it, but it's certainly having an impact. It's meaning they can never get completely pushed out of these games.
That's a fair point. I mean, we still have a minute left. So, I mean, Thorin, if you want to expand on that, I was going to actually ask you, in terms of NIP right now, coming into it, they're winning pistols. Do you think that their youth is going to help them here, or do you think Vitality with the experience is going to win out?
I still like the NIP squad. I think they're a fun team to watch. They're definitely never out of a game entirely. I'm sure it helps having Threat be able to talk. The problem is, and this is one thing I go back to, it's why I switched to picking Vitality in this series after I've been riding the NIP train pretty hard for this tournament. And it's that they don't have the superstar player. Now, to be fair, Zigu hasn't played like a superstar player this series, but he hasn't needed to. If he ever comes online in this third map and gives us like a 30 bomb, I'm almost certain Vitality's going to win. They've just got so much from elsewhere across the board. So that's the problem with NIP. The depth is there. They look really solid. I like most of the maps they play, but where's the one guy who's going to take over? And I know this guy's going to carry. I haven't seen it yet, even though Nork's shown flashes.
All right, thank you, Maniac. Quick final thought?
Keep your eye on Shox. Nice and easy.
There we go. dropped the 27 bomb on the overpass to help his team get it this far. We're going into a third map now where if Shoxy comes online or stays online, things are going to get spicy. We're taking a quick break, and when we come back, we'll hand it over to Moses and Anders for the cast.
For week 3 of Blast Premier, we've got some top tier Counter-Strike coming your way.
The 100 Thieves and G2!
Down now, 2 quick kills. They should not lose this game right now. This is not a team that yet has the pedigree to beat an EG.
It is Valentine's Day, guys, but what happens under the desk stays under the desk.
Dad and Dad, we're back together again.
So what we have to do, we will win this game. Deal?
Coming in from long as well. Beezer's gonna be there. What an upset. It took all 3 maps.
And this is gonna be a spicy one. 100 Thieves versus EG!
They take them down in overtime and win the whole series 2-0.
A banger of a match between G2 and OG.
Chance for this, and he gets down the 1v2 to close it out.
EG versus OG for a spot in the spring finals in Moscow.
We are legends of this game. We will rip, shoot hits, deal, that's one, Alexi.
It was an upset last time and everyone was shocked, but here we go. OG absolutely living the dream, and they will take him down for a second time.
Let's focus, bros. Let's focus like we played first time against them.
They've done it. They've bounced back on Dust 2. We're going to the final map of Blast Premier Spring Series, baby.
Let's take this fight.
And G2, 1 frag away, 1 HP away from shutting down the dreams of OG.
There we go. G2 Esports first place in Group C. Fantastic stuff. We'll see you in a couple of months, of course, for the showdown. And for now, enjoy the rest of your evening. There we go. Bye.
Here we go, bringing you the third map. That's on Vertigo between NIP and Vitality. It's going to be an exciting game. The odds have been slightly updated once again here for the final map. And yeah, slightly favoring Vitality now. That was a win, I guess, on Overpass, but it wasn't completely convincing. They almost lost track of that.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you know, it doesn't really matter how you get it as long as you get it. It was not pretty, but they've at least brought us to this third map. They've got another chance. One player who has been good, but not his best, that still has yet to show up at his max level in this series, is ZywOo. And this third map is the time for your star players to be here and carry you through the adversity. NIP on the CT side of Vertigo, Vitality starting on the attacking side, and we are live into this third and final map.
Yeah, let's get it on the way. ZywOo nearly getting caught. That could have been dangerous, but it's time to find out who's going to win and who is going to be sent packing Rez already with a little bit of a peek there, but the smoke is making it hard to see what's going on. A classic Vertigo problem. And now let's see if they get the bomb plant down. There are no grenades on the NIP side. They do have a kid, and Rez has found a headshot. And that actually delays the bomb plant quite a bit. Now they have to keep fighting Vitality. And when the smokes go away, it's going to be an issue. Saiwu, big double kill in return. He wants to continue, but he's finally going to get put down immediately. There's a little bit of a shot coming in from his suitor and leaving Nock alone. 1 versus 2. Chaos all the way through. And he's out of bullets and caught in the corner. There's nothing he could do. Oh my god. That was a classic Vertigo kind of fight.
That is just so wild. What a double kill from Zaiwu to open up the bomb site. That 1 kill from Rez on the planter means that Vitality can't get the bomb planted while the smokes are up. It has to be a nice double kill, and there it is. They'd won all their fights up to that point, out in the open for so long, and Zaiwu finally puts them out of their misery. Good clutch from RPK. Him and Masuta charging for that last player. 1-0. And a good start for Zaiwu. Picks off Nock getting aggressive with the scout, and that's not recoverable.
Grenade on Rez here is maybe gonna fall down on one of these players. Tags them up a little bit, but it's not a disaster. Got another grenade on Twist, but he is across the map for a minute. And a good return from Rez, but again, they're so aggressive that it's hard for NIP to hold them back. And I don't know, I mean, that's such a good couple of kills. No reason why Twist and Plopsky should do more than just hang out and maybe get a kill if someone's going to be pushing, but I don't think they want to fight into the bomb site itself.
No, maybe just grab a 1 dig on the way out, maybe get lucky with an AK-47, but everyone's backing away. This would have to be some kind of special shot, and maybe the grenade to soften him up and force him into the open. There it is! Great job from Twist. Won't be able to recover the AK-47, but that's not bad whatsoever. It's going to be 2-0 for Vitality starting on this T side. You nervous, Sanders? You want to change your prediction here in this third map? Give you a chance if you want to go over to NIP.
Oh, you will you? Well, I mean...
I'm a gentleman.
See, the thing is, I would, but... I don't wanna mess things up for Launders. I think if he's gonna have this crazy prediction, he should have it on his own. Like he should be the one's outshining star there. So
like getting all the glory.
Yeah.
That's very kind of you.
I know. I love Launders.
Very kind of you.
Wouldn't do that to him, you know.
Yeah, Launders is great. 5-1 for Zaiwu to start this map. 2-0 for Vitality. 4 defenders at the B bomb site, or excuse me, at the A bomb site, ready to peer over this wall into the ramp. Here comes Utility. If just 1 cheeky kill comes out from Rez, that'll make Twist position so powerful. But Vitality, as we saw in Overpass, they start these rounds out very passive.
Yeah, and I mean, again, I don't blame them for not wanting to run into any kind of madness. Not that there's a lot of that going on. There's that boost, but it's so common that I'm pretty sure Vitality will probably check for it. Could be different if they get distracted from either Plopsky or Twist, but and they are going to show up. So we'll see if that actually is going to work or not. I think the other 2 players here are so far back that surely the boost will be checked for. A little bit of a distraction there. Actually, no one is looking, and I'm a little bit surprised at this. Good kill, and the return is there with a wall bang. Plopsky chiming in for a kill on RPK. And now it's a little bit tricky, at least. Good clean up for Masuta on the MAC-10. That will make a difference altogether. Still a 1-on-2. I don't understand. I feel like people check that boost almost every single time. At least 1 person. There was 4 people there.
Well, yeah, I'm not quite sure about them not checking it, but I know the trap was sprung very well. I mean, even the follow-up from Plopsky with the CZ, that was executed just perfectly by NIP. Hampus comes in, and ooh, Zaiwu thought Shox was going to be holding that, and Shox unfortunately never saw it. That's a great save round from NIP. That is 4 kills is very well done. They take a lot of economy away from the Vitality attack, so that's a cool start. 3-0 for Vitality, but like we said, you'd wish you had more money as Vitality in that kind of a start. Nock is going to have the AWP, 4 rifles around it, plenty of utility, and 1 kit on Hampus.
Wow, yeah, I mean, That's a very expensive lesson to be taught over there. And I mean, again, it's one that they should have probably already known. Molotov to force Rez back, but they almost lose that round for really no good reason. Gonna go and test the B-bomb side, which I'm gonna guess is gonna be tricky. Plopsky is a god on this side of the map.
Oh, that's right. The first time we saw NMP play this, I mean, he was on both sides of the map. He did a very good job. That'll be interesting to see his dueling.
He's even reading this.
Yeah, he obviously knows this is coming. There's the spam and the reverse spam as well, but RPK was always going to go down. And the smoke neutralizes ZywOo's response.
That's actually, if you wanted to make an argument for why NIP could end up winning this particular map, that'd be one of them, right? You have the luxury of having someone that is just very solid on that B-bomb side, and that gives you a lot of options.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, the sample size isn't quite there that we'd like, but I know, obviously, if you're going to hang your hat off the first or some of the few times we've seen Plopsky play this, that would definitely be a positive that NIP is bringing forward into it. It'll be cool to see this addition if Vitality can find a way around it. Early advantage goes to Plopsky. Aggression from Rez finds him 2 kills. ZywOo and Masuta making their way very late up the ramp. Plants would be gorgeous, would be wonderful for this team. The bonus money is going to be so necessary.
Well, that plant is now quite far away. ZywOo will get a second kill for Vitality and for himself, I suppose. So 3-1, NIP in the game early on, which is what we want here. These first 2 maps have been very close and very exciting, so I'd hate to see it if one of these teams just, you know, immediately bounced into a huge lead. I think this best of 3 deserves a close finish.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Look at this smoke. All right, that's legit.
Someone's been practicing.
What a nerd.
Yeah, try hard. We've got 3 AK-47s, 2 Deagles in play, some limited grenades, but enough to be dangerous, I would say, in a round like this. Plopsky left alone, twist towards the middle, and a 3-man lean towards the A-bomb site. And again, that's part of the luxury that we were talking about. Maybe in another scenario, you would have had 2 in middle, or maybe, you know, Twist would have had to go on into B, but they do trust Plopsky to do this a lot.
Some early utility being used. ZywOo had heard some nades being thrown and pulled out by the defenders in that corner. Good spam. Almost with the follow-up as well. Molotov is used. I think the bomb was even spotted as well, but no one needs to rotate over here for NIP just yet. There are 3 players defending initially. That 4th is starting to creep over. And now Rez is going to have an idea that he has a lot of pressure. Bomb down. Shox loses his flight as well. That should be the round. How are you going to make your way back? A couple responses from Masuta and ZywOo, and we're at a 3-on-3.
Yeah, I actually can't believe they even got into a 3-on-3 at all, but it's not going to be quite enough. And Masuta with a wallbang shot, being wallbang shot by Nork at the end there. I would love to see how that actually came out. That's no bomb plan once again, and NIP winning the round. I actually thought this was a potential catastrophe for Rez. I thought he's being way too aggressive, and they knew where he was. Wow. Okay, then.
Yeah, that's not reasonable. That's not reasonable at all. Yeah, well, I mean, there you go. There's another positive we can take from NIP's early defense. If we're going to mention Plopsky as a solid defender at that B-bomb site, Rez has now gotten a double kill in that position twice. So at least, I mean, at that A-bomb site, what a critical position to play to be delivering the goods if you're Rez. If this player, if Rez in this spot is having a bad game and consistently going down, it almost forces your... Oh, dear.
What is this?
Oh, dear. That's not ideal.
Oh, no. This is really just incredibly silly. Molotov to force them back. There is another Molotov on Shox, and they just are about to use their last smoke there on Plopsky. A good return from Twist, saving his team with the MP9, and they actually bring it all the way back here. Saiwu gets hunted down. There's the Molotov from Twist. He did so much in that round, and now the bomb is being defused, and Masuta can't get here in time. It's a really, really dangerous round, and a strong wake-up call for Nock. He almost just sent his team flying.
I was gonna say that's a gimme. That's that can be the only time you make that level of a mistake. Especially because the op gets passed over into Zaiwu's hands, and you never know what happens from there. So wake-up call for the NIP defense after a good string of rounds, and it's all tied up 3-3. AK's back on board for Vitality.
Yeah, let's see what they find early on here. Plopsky far forward, Twist is behind him as well. Again, they keep varying the defense over at B. We've seen a couple of different looks from them, and you want to keep doing that, right? You don't just want to be holding the same angle, so I am...
Look at this one, though. Rez is the only defender here. They've stacked towards mid, they've stacked toward B. They think Vitality's going to get a new angle of attack, and Shox has already made his way close up.
They don't know it yet. They're going to go check, but yeah, surprise. Rez is down, and now, I mean, they could go for... We've seen some great retake strategies on this A bomb site. You have to hope that NLP have some, because it's going to be tricky. Nice shot from Twist, actually taking down Apex before the bomb is even down, and he's going to get flashed through to take the fight, and he'll find RPK. Oh. That is unbelievable. Finally, he gets taken down, but what an aggressive move from NIP.
I like it, because he has such low HP, he's willing to take the risk, and look what he's found for his team. Delayed the plant a little bit longer, and that wall is paper thin. Zaiwu is forced back. Hampus is very low. Bomb is being planted finally. But still a retake opportunity here for NIP, especially with that kill.
Yeah, that's huge. There are no grenades left on Vitality, so they can't really annoy them as they're trying to get that defuse. But that headshot for Masuta, instantaneous, taking him down. 2-on-2 now. Smoke is up for the defuse, but these AKs could shoot through a lot of that. And up on the box, Plopsky comes in. One more kill. He's so spectacular on this map. Defuse, 2 seconds away. Shot spraying through. He sees just a little bit of blood. And that will be the round, surely. Nork, he's going to try and do it one more time, but Shox has got the right idea. A second left, and it'll be Shox to clear it out. Quad kill on him, and a fantastic clutch.
Yeah, that's huge for Vitality to crack in like that. It looked like they were going to do just enough. Twist, this play is incredible. Low HP, pop flash from his teammate, even blind, able to find RPK. But it's still not enough. 4-3 in the favor of Vitality, and the money is gone for NIP. That previous round, here's the delayed punish for Nock's mistake, is they had to rebuy so much because of that round, and now they have no cash to work with for the rifles.
Yeah, that's important. Got 2 HE grenades. Got some deagles being picked up. I mean, if they could have one of those rounds that we haven't seen that many of for a while here, man. That's that shot from earlier. It's so absolutely disturbing. That's the sort of
interesting thing about that round. That's what I was... Yeah.
No, go on.
I was gonna say that was the thing about Rez playing very well in that back hallway at the A bomb site is you could see the way they turned when Shox gained that foothold and they didn't expect it. If your player is not going well, if his game is not going strong, if he's going down, if he's missing kills, if he's only going 1-for-1, whatever it might be, that almost forces the defense to be in the passive setup that we saw them play that Shox was able to exploit. So it's actually a very big positive for NIP at the very least that Rez is having a strong start.
Yeah, definitely true. It's just that, you know, when they came back that way, right? They weren't even thinking about the fact that someone could have already moved up there. That was a little bit wild. A tower of deagles being built over on this side, and a lot of deagles on the other side too. See what the Swedes have for us. So far, not much. Rez gonna get a kill, but yeah, strongly overwhelmed. Molotov actually goes a little bit awry there and into the smoke. Hampus wanted to capitalize on it. Not going to be possible. Couple of kills, but firm control of this round now for Vitality.
If I'm Plopsky, I'm asking my teammates where they got kills, where I can go actually find some of the weapons. It was pretty far back though at the bomb site and deep towards the ramp, so I don't expect that he'll be able to salvage anything. At this point, just back away with what you've got. The nades, the armor, it's all valuable. So a 2-round lead, it's going to be 5-3 for Vitality.
You know what's slightly confusing to me? They have proven
What's that?
a number of times on this map how cool it is to try and save those HE grenades and wait for the bomb plant. I don't know why that hasn't spread to every other team.
I think a lot of it depends. A lot of it depends on what kind of defense you're running, and also the kind of attack and the kind of style that the attacking side is bringing out. Like that's a great strategy for those set pieces where it's like put the wall of smoke up, try and plant inside of the smoke. But increasingly, we're not seeing a whole lot of teams do that. Like we're seeing a lot of teams with more nerve to just be able to walk up the ramp and take those fights into the bomb site. In which case, you kind of have to be ready and you have to be willing to be aggressive enough to deny the spacing to go for those plays. Because if you're just relying on being passive and tossing the nades for the plant, a good team, experienced team, and a team with a deep enough playbook on Vertigo is going to be able to punish it. Pop flash through, and Vitality's in trouble. That's the bomb.
Oh, wow. You would not have read that coming. So they're going to wrap around from the A-bomb side, which is, I think, a genius move if they can make it work. Need to find his first kill here. Plopsky looked like he was ready, but he's still going to go down. Another player is Rez with a P250. Could be dangerous, but yeah, it's the AWP and the AK that's really going to be trouble here. Smoke to try and prevent the AWP from doing too much, and now they're getting closer, taking down Rez. Hampers next in line. What a great play from NIP, though. I'm still going to get a lot of credit. That was a really cool idea, and it almost worked out.
Yeah, great play from NIP, but also an even better recovery from Vitality. They could have panicked, they could have had all 3 bodies in one location and just failed to retake that part of the map, but they calmed it down, they played it cool, slow-paced, and they found the solution. Gonna get a quick tech pause to fix an FPS issue, and then we'll resume at 6-3 in the favor of the French side. Who do you have later on today for the Battle of the Americas? We have Gen.G taking on EG.
I don't know, man. I mean, I picked EG. I just...
Didn't feel good about it?
No, it's one of those things, isn't it? Like, I'm just not 100% sure, but yeah. I don't know, Jason. I feel like it's in a strange place right now. There are a lot of teams that have looked really weird in this age of online Counter-Strike. Although I think actually what's been really fun about the spring showdown here at Blast Premier has been watching some of the ones that have looked incredibly shaky and volatile going into it, actually really, really hardening up their game and looking way more focused. 2 good examples are right here.
Yeah. Yeah, and then you had
obviously.
ENCE into that pool as well, just automatically. Yep, they look great. Mouse Sports still with some shakiness, Fnatic still with some shakiness, but you're right. Most of these teams, or a lot of these teams, have fixed a lot of the issues as this week has progressed. 1-for-1 trade as ZywOo finds the equalizing kill, but again, Plopsky towards this side of the map. Well, he's going to get tested again, and he's only really been attacked once with that little boost-up strategy to try and go through the board. He handled that perfectly. This is going to be way more of a test.
Sneaking through the smoke. I thought they were maybe going to flash their way through, crouching in, but a 1-for-1 trade is absolutely acceptable in that scenario. No one else is on the bomb site, so should be a quick bomb plant here for Vitality once they realize. But there is a bit of a flank coming in, or at least a little bit of a mid-push coming in through as well. Looked like maybe they were going to try and go around. 55 seconds, and yeah, down from below is Rez, and the other 2 are coming in from the regular way. Bit of a swing from Hampus, but oh, what a nice shot from ZywOo. Taking down Hampus, but also saving Misutra in the mix, I think. And this flank is being spotted.
Yeah. I don't think Shox is going to let Rez anywhere near. Oh, especially the pre-fire on the corner gave him all the indication he needed. Twist is going to commit to that and walk right into the AWP of ZywOo. Mentioned ZywOo on this map. This is where the star players showed up. He's 17-7 so far in 10 rounds. So he's here. He's arrived.
Yeah, and I obviously jinxed the whole thing earlier, saying that, you know, no team was running away with it. It was going to be close early on. And now it's 7-3.
Yeah.
It's my bad, guys.
Sure is. Everyone tweet vitriol and negativity at Anders, please.
Bring it on. I've got years of dealing with Twitter nonsense. Pretty sure I can handle it.
Pretty sure, but not 100% sure.
Not 100%. You know, there's always, you know, like once a month, Jason, there's one guy who crafts like the perfect tweet to just have you feel like, oh no, he got me. Like, I'm actually annoyed at that. But the rest of the time, it's fine.
Yeah, it's like it's the perfect tweet for that moment, and just randomly hits you like a little dagger. It's that one guy.
Yeah, to hell with social media, and to hell with the A-bomb site. Masuta with 2 big openings. I'm shocked that Rez managed to spin to get that headshot, because it was about to be just a collapse of the round. He'd snuck all the way through the middle, and I mean, this round will still pretty much be completely destroyed here for NIP. But yeah, what a... I mean, that's like a heart attack moment, isn't it? If you're holding the A-bomb site, and you're even like you're the furthest back.
Yeah.
And then you get shot in the side of the head.
Yep, no chance for any kind of rebuttal whatsoever. I think it's really cool to see Vitality do that on a round like this where you have an overwhelming advantage, because they haven't even shown they've wanted to mess with mid in gun rounds. But obviously, if you do it like this in a round against pistols, and I mean, they're fortunate to find that nobody's there, you start to make NIP realize that, oh, they can attack mid. They're willing to go there slowly. So I think it's going to make that mid player a little nervous, a little bit more keeping his eyes there. And I believe, I can't remember who it's been, but they've pretty much had Plopsky anchoring the B bomb site. His support player is mostly watching mid unless he calls for help, and 3 players defending the A bomb site.
A couple of people snuck in here at the B stairs, while the rest of Vitality are creeping around the map, not really in position to do much of anything. Apex setting up for a smoke, and let's see if they can make a play behind it, though. That is obviously the real big question here. It's got to be blocking off Twist, and promptly going for not just one, but double nade all the way down to 29 health for RPK. That's going to make it a bit tricky, but he can still be annoying. He can still make some noise, and if you get even 1 kill, man, that would sell this fake and maybe draw someone back from the A bomb side. Otherwise, it's a 4-man hit towards the A side here with a minute left for Vitality.
What a creative battle this is turning into. Smoke's clearing. RPK looks away. He had the idea, but didn't stick to it. And now how do you cross with Knock? That's a very narrow hallway. And those are easy shots for someone like him. No entrance into the bomb site just yet. Hampus is able to take down Masuta, and it's just Zaiwu. Last one remaining, 1 versus 4. Some time on the clock, and I think all he wants to do is slow play this and take some guns out of the hands of NIP.
Yeah. I think that's reasonable. That's got to be the mission here. Smoke goes down. When it fades, he's going to be in even more trouble. He's walking through it, and looks like Nork has the right idea, but headshot. Oh, man. Inside of those smokes, you really just do have a big advantage these days. He's going to put up the smoke and goes for another one. That could have been it. He's back into it. 10 seconds. He's just baiting them all the time. He'll get 1 more kill, but now surely it's going to be done with. He hasn't even reloaded. He's got 2 bullets left, and time will be slowly running out. He's backing off. 1 more headshot. Oh my God, it's so close. I think Plopsky get him after the time, but that is a spectacular performance from Zaiwu, given what he had.
Worth all day long. That is worth everything. Even with no bonus money, he's already sitting up at 9,600. Even though they keep his AWP, man, he has taken so much cash away at the end. 1 versus 4, and he gets 3 kills. Double up setup no longer available to NIP, which is what they ran in the previous round. Knock has the AWP, but he's had to drop a weapon over to a teammate, so he's got no armor.
NIP essentially getting homeschooled by Zaiwu in the middle of the pandemic. That's, you know, they're not even...
It's nice of them.
Not even paying for it. I mean, they're paying for it in rounds, I guess. I'm sure they're not excited.
Prize money. It'll come out. It'll be deducted later.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, Nok, he's high up with that AW. He's got a deep angle towards the ramp, so let's see if Shox is going to be ready for it. Here's the swing. I can't believe that doesn't connect with anyone. Hard to see where the bullet would have gone, if not into one of those Vitality players. Now the Molotov is burning down Nok, and the follow-up Rez. Good. Oh, a 2 for 1 as well. And that is surely going to be the round here. 1 versus 3 for Apex. That turned the round in less than 2 seconds. Unbelievable.
Yeah, those are important kills, obviously, but again, you have to say, we mentioned, or I talked about Rez and how good he's been playing at that hallway. Another double kill in that position for Rez. That's another big piece of the puzzle that's going to allow them to win this round. Apex, freebie onto Plopsky. He's got 2 more to find on top of the boxes, and they both swing. AK-47's picked up. They're going to look for that AWP, but did not find it.
What an important round. That's 2 in a row for NIP, bringing it back to 8-5 here. And I mean, these are some really critical rounds. Yeah, that's so critical.
Yeah, when you consider that NIP was getting absolutely rocked for a lot of this half. That was 5 rounds in a row for Vitality, turning it into 2 rounds in a row for NIP. These last rounds that they're clawing into are massively important to give themselves a chance in the second half.
And they really are. 14th round is coming up here. Money still there for Vitality, although if they lose this round, maybe only Cyber and Apex are going to have a good buy. Round loss bonus is not there yet, so they're going to be in trouble for 3 out of 5 players if they cannot win this upcoming round. And then it could be, you know, 8-7, which would be a nice swing back for the Swedes. Plopsky alone in B for the minute, and let's see, some early pressure on the A ramp, trading grenades, and expecting an aggressive push. I actually like this boost on the other side. It could be really rewarding. Not this time, obviously.
Yeah, I think actually NIP was pretty peaky to start this half, and I think they got punished a couple times for it. Might be why they've decided to shift away. Also, I mean, considering the double kill from Knock in the previous round, the double kill from Rez that he's bringing out more often than not, I think they're more than happy to play it passive. Some information is gained. Pop Flash Pete from the SMG doesn't have anything. Good shot from Rez as he backs off. Nade comes in a little bit late, but that is a nice 2-tap onto Zywoo.
Yeah, Rez again. Making it work. Apex leading the charge into the site. Oh, and Knock goes straight down. That's not bad, but even better for Rez. He gets another return. And a double kill for him. They are now in middle with the bomb lurking on Shocks all the way through. Twist will find a single kill, and that's a huge problem. Not only did they get caught in middle, but now the bomb is down as well. It's all falling apart here. No bomb plant and no round. 6-8. And looking at the money there on Vitality's side, man, that was a huge round for NIP. This is starting to really turn.
Yeah, they've closed the gap in this half. Vitality's have to buy whatever they can. Scout on Zywoo. And talk about Plopsky again. We'll just bring it up since we mentioned a big point of the reason why this defense for NIP can look so strong. They've only planted the bomb at the bomb site. They've only won a single round at the B bomb site. Other than that, they've challenged Plopsky, I think, 3 times outside of that 1 round they won, and he stood up to the task all 3. So pretty good performance for the B anchor. Fast pace towards A, good utility damage. Nade work has brought Zywoo down to 27, Shocks at 44, and they are stopped cold.
Some of those A rushes you actually can catch CTs, especially if it's with the AWP right, they run to the corner to take a shot and you're actually on them before they get back around the crane there. But this time it was all the grenades doing all the work, and Rez wants to do it one more time. He's been successful so often, but not this time. There is so much damage that's been done already to Vitality though that even if it's a 4-on-5, you have to put like a little asterisk next to that one. Not quite. Plopsky going down, Shocks with a pistol kill in the middle of all of that, and now they're starting to fall back, leaving a couple of players at the A ramp. Yeah, it's just a fake.
Yeah, this is gonna... Yeah, I mean, that's a smart call from Vitality. We'll see how much it pulls them apart. They're lined up. Knock never saw the second player. Hampus is still here, and he cannot deliver. Stunning headshot from Apex for a double kill. It's Twist in a 1 versus 3, and it's the last round of the half. He must go for it.
HE right on top. Oh, it explodes Zywoo. And if Apex had been closer, that could have been both of them right there. Nice way to start it off. 1 versus 3, down into a 1 versus 2. Bomb being attempted, and it's not a fake. Good fight there for Twist, spraying through, but he can't quite catch it. The bomb is planted, and inside, Apex hiding, and he'll send him flying over the side of the building. 9-6. Vitality find that last round, and that puts them in a pretty good lead going into the second half. Well done for the French side. We'll see how it goes. Second half is coming up right after the break.
I want to talk a little bit to the esports world, but especially to you CSGO pros about the Mamba mentality. I'm sick and tired of some of the things, some of the talking points that are coming out of these pro players. Like people saying, oh, well, I won a major, so what is there left for me to accomplish? Think it through. 2 majors, 3 majors. How about being the best you can be? If you could win 5 majors, if you could set the record, go ahead and go for that. That's what the Mamba mentality is about. It's about pursuing greatness. It's about building a legacy for yourself. It's about actually trying to be the best you can be, whatever level you're on. How about you actually try and develop your game, master your craft, leave a legacy? One day that money will be spent and all that will remain is your legacy, what you actually did and how you lived your life. How about competing to take what's yours for yours so you can get that money, you can secure that career, they have something to look forward to in their lives. I die for people who are mine. Will you live for yours? That's what I want to say. Mamba mentality, carpe diem.
It's come to this, the final half and the best of 3 between NIP and Vitality here at Brass Premier. This is quite the match that we've got going on. NIP managed to swing it back a little bit. I don't think as much as they would have hoped for. And the French are up 3 rounds right now. Going into the pistol, we'll see how it goes. They've got 2 smokes and 2 Molotovs. That's a lot of utility for a pistol round here on the NIP side.
Yeah, a lot of bodies towards that A bomb site, and they're not shy about letting their opposition know. Rez is going to turn the corner. Oh my god. Even running the whole way. Apex was not prepared for that. Still 3 defenders. And NIP have spent a little bit of that utility here. The smoke's coming in. This should be a commitment. And ZywOo's got to be careful. Going to have to manage 2 angles. He decides to get aggressive, and it's the right call. He's neutralized at least one of it. Plopsky coming in late.
Oh, this is huge, isn't it? Nice finish to the round. I think NIP, they needed that left-hand arm of the attack to work out so that the main ramp push could sort of pincer them in. But once ZywOo stepped it up and got those 2 kills, you know, there was no pressure on anything on that side. Even Plopsky later, it's a good kill on ZywOo, but again, it happens at a point in time where they've already taken down the rest of the fight that was happening on the other side. Ooh, Apex out of his chair from pure excitement. 10-6 now, and no bomb plant.
He's getting the crowd hyped up. He's just practicing his chair leap for those big moments in the arenas when we get back to it.
Hell yes.
You can see the odds there on Betway. Still big advantage for Vitality. Looking good so far to take this series. And Apex is loving the life. Pushing with the SMG. Finds Plopsky as well. 11th round for Vitality coming in hot.
Yeah, I mean, they did only have Glocks and no armor, so...
I like how you keep throwing back to this joke, but half the viewers probably don't even remember it, so you just you know, sound a bit silly. I like it though.
Listen, I'm sure they just roll their eyes half the time anyway, Jason. But yeah, this is the 18th round, and we've got all AKs now on the NIP side, and this is where they can take advantage. Look at there's not even an M4 in play on the Vitality side. Doesn't mean that they're, you know, guaranteed any kind of a win, but now is a good chance.
Yeah, I mean, if they can upgrade some of these SMGs, that would be masterful. If they can find a way to make these effective, I mean, if you win this round, you're at 12-6. You get a bunch of extra money because you don't have to spend it on rifles in the next round. What an advantage you'd have for the closing stages of this map on defense. Twist taking a bit of SMG damage at long range through the smoke, not too bad. The one thing NIP I think really have to be careful of at the moment is that a utility that they have can disappear pretty quickly, so I think they need to be careful of how exactly they use it and how they try to gain advantage with it. That's a tough angle to deal with.
Yeah, and Plopsky won't be able to. Yeah, I mean, again, the upside for Vitality is obviously if they win the round with these weapons, it's just going to help their economy so much. And again, on the CT side, huge part of the key, obviously. Look at how they're pushing out over at B. They're actually walking in behind NIP. They're in so much trouble, and I don't think they realize yet they need to hit this bomb site right now and get the bomb down so they can start to focus on that potential flank, because otherwise they are going to be in a lot of trouble. Hampers last in with the bomb. They're going to smoke off one side there. But again, it's 5 more seconds, and they're going to be a Nork goes for the check. This is an important setup, and he doesn't actually get the kill. He's going to smoke it off, and at least he can call it in. But oh no, the bomb goes back to check, and now that's down with 30 seconds and a 3-on-3. They've taken a lot of damage, and NIP, they're almost losing control of this round. A lot of chaos here.
Yeah, and Shox is going for a very long rotation. This is a bold play from him. That's a lot of time they have to pick that bomb back up. Masuta and Zaiwu. Again, SMGs and just have to play it passively, but more delays. Look at the time, 10 seconds. Twist has to wait for the flames to go away, and this is gonna work perfectly. Still 1 nade left. Utility has been managed so well from Vitality, and the round disappears. NIP gets stuck.
Wow, when you're in that last 2-on-3 and you're the guy putting down the bomb and you hear that dink of the grenade, you're just like, oh, that's how it ends. What a cool round from Vitality, honestly. And you're right, the fact that they saved the grenades. Look at this.
Yeah, especially because they were under a lot of pressure throughout all of that. There was like, it's not like NIP set up that smoke wall. It wasn't easy to save your nade when you're being challenged over and over again. Obviously, the flank from Shox is a big part of it, takes that attention away. Good nade damage onto Plopsky, but he's now blinded, and RPK gets into a strong position.
Wow, that was really something. And it's put them so far ahead in terms of money and everything else right now. Nork with an excellent headshot, taking down Shox. And RPK back here. I mean, this is a really strong position, but if there's 4 people coming, I wonder if he can handle all of it at the same time. They're turning the corner now. AK is all the way in the back. He's already low on health, and he will go down, but he did get a kill, and so did Masuta, so maybe it's all worth it here. 2-on-3.
That's a weird Molotov. That hits an odd angle. Careful with that peak Apex. Flashes out. He's going to go for more. He sees them both. Blinded. Takes the shot. Misses the opportunity. There's 1 smoke and 1 flashbang on res. So they're going to rely on Knock to hit an opening shot. I don't think they realize Masuta is so close to the right. Maybe they do. Good kill, but a better response. And Vitality is just in position to deal with every obstacle that comes their way.
Yeah, they are res charging through, but he's locked in. Either side of the box there was covered, and Cyber will take him down. Wow, that was close. And, you know, for NIP, they didn't have a full investment in the round, so that might be a little bit encouraging. But now they actually need to make the real swing back. They must start to win now. It's 13-6. They're out of rope here. Cyber was at 27 kills and 12 deaths.
Yeah, he's been a beast in this third map. What a luxury to have someone like that. Another good kill. Last round it was Shox over the smoke. This time it's RPK. They're going to have to be careful at how they defend this part of the map going forward. Plopsky ready and waiting for the response. And Masuta saw that nade but can't win the fight. Plopsky is low. And Shox is in trouble.
Oh, that's an excellent HE grenade. That killed 1 and did a lot of damage to 2 others. He himself has got tagged up, and with that AWP, he's being hunted right now. He gets 1 more and could have nearly got that one. Cyber was there with the follow-up, and that was kill number 28 and 29 that he just picks up like that. 14-6. He is He's such a monster. He's a real difference right now in this match. The closest player to him right now is Apex at 16 kills. That's the drop from top fragger and Vitality to second in place. So disgusting, isn't it?
That's pretty, that is pretty wild. He has been there to deliver whenever they need it. And man, NIP, it feels like, are just continuously trying to force the issue. They're not backing off of contact once they make it on this T side, but Vitality is rotating so many players into the proper position that when that secondary fight comes, there's always a Vitality member to challenge for that next step of map control from NIP's side. They need to do a better job of spreading out, of not just having 4 players pushing forward and just constantly meeting resistance every time they go forward.
It's just, I mean, one of the things we haven't really seen yet for a number of different reasons. I mean, Vitality have been handling themselves really well on B, but when Plopsky was maneuvering over there last time we saw NIP on this map, he was so good at angling little kills in there, just winning, 1v1s. Makes a big difference. This has been a very different feel so far. Now they're going to try and go quick for the smoke flashing their way in. And Cyber's ready to get one more kill. He had to hit 30, and he just did.
RBK next up for the challenge. Oh, they swing. The spacing is so unfortunate. Hampus walks right into a headshot and a cleanup. What a great amount of damage done by RBK in this round. You add the nade on top, and what a beast. Good kill from Rez, but I don't think it's enough. That's at least going to force the defense to rotate away from middle. RPK is going to be the first line, and he's got red HP. Rez with the op, 1 kill for him. Spots out RPK, another kill. And he must have this round for his team. If Rez can pull off some heroics, NIP can keep Vitality from series point.
Yeah, and I mean, what a ask it is, right? It's a 1 versus 4 that it is at least turned into a 1 versus 2. But now they're slowing it down. I mean, they're already being a little bit too aggressive. He didn't even have the bomb down, so I think this is the reminder for Vitality. Don't give this round away. He's going to have to put that bomb down at some point. He's moving forward. I think it's a great idea. If he could find the kill on someone out here and make it a one-on-one, then he's got a chance. But if he looks the wrong way here, he's dead in a second. Looking for it almost. Nearly going down. That could have been the end of him. And now Apex is moving up behind him, so that box that he's in is getting smaller and smaller every second. 20 seconds left, and he's going to go for the bomb plant right now. And he can't escape the bomb site any longer. Does see where Apex is. Nice shot. And can he go? Oh my god! Oh! What an amazing clutch! The ace is in for Rez. A godlike round.
That is unreal. Vitality went from being over-aggressive to never fully challenging him in that 2-on-1 at the end. What a wild position to be in, and Rez plays it perfectly. Every single battle was spot on. I will say, that jump is a very bold play from ZywOo, but it turns out to just make the clutch look so damn cool.
I actually cannot believe it. They definitely made a mistake early on in that 1 versus 4, but I mean, yeah, even with that taken into account, it's still out of control. Plopsky getting the kill on RPK here. That'll help out a little bit. It's one of those fights that we've seen him in the past win a fair bit, so might set them on the right track. Man, it's a long road back here for NIP, but an ace and a 1 versus 4 is a pretty good start to any comeback.
Yeah, that's the way to get your team fired up when they're seemingly down in the dumps. 5-on-4 here as well. Boost up for the AWP and Shocks, and they both go down. Masuta's going to turn the corner. He's got 1, but that's not nearly enough. And now ZywOo's gone as well. NIP, a new breath of life, and that's a dominant follow-up round to a spectacular clutch. 8-14.
Oh, wow. Money is gone. Yeah, 6-round gap here. It's obviously doable. Gonna have to find a way to consistently either take down ZywOo or avoid him if that's possible. I mean, that's another way to go about it. This, man, we've had some rounds in this best of, like the whole best of 3 has just been littered with really crazy rounds.
Both series today have been littered with really crazy rounds.
Yeah.
We've been treated to some really cool Counter-Strike. this afternoon. If you missed that series earlier on, that's worth going back and checking out.
Yeah.
14-8, and Vitality back to basically, or not even basically, they're just back to pistols. They can't afford anything to fight with in this round.
God. Yeah, very likely 9-14 here. And again, I mean, think of what a difference it is for, it's not bad at all. For NIP, right, to have at least the 2-round buffer here, at least at a point where if they screw it up a little bit later, they can, you know, they're not completely out immediately. So that's also mentally, I think, a bit of a difference.
Yeah, it is a lot of pressure, a lot of weight off your shoulders, although, I mean, you're still looking at a scoreline of 8-14, so not as much as you'd like, but certainly it makes you feel like one unlucky event doesn't just ruin the entire comeback. 5 rounds back now. ZywOo's gonna have the AWP in hand. It's glass cannon, no armor on that, M4's around it. And they'll see if they can put a stop to the NIP momentum. That's 3 rounds straight for the Ninjas to get up to 9.
Yeah, let's see. This is where focus and just routine is gonna be important. If they get distracted even for a second here, then it could all come crumbling down, and Vitality could snatch it away from them in a second. So let's just see what they have. Some early damage onto NIP, and some early grenades being used. Attempted push to try and catch them. ZywOo gets a kill, but that's a nice return. Oh, that's a gift for them, especially taking down ZywOo. You have to imagine there's going to be a celebration every time they can get a kill on him. Masuta inside of the smoke behind there. Another smoke going up, and I don't know. He probably wants to be a hero right now, but he's going to go down. Rez will continue. Oh, man, he's being the counterweight right now to ZywOo's craziness. He himself is at 28 kills.
That was a really cool idea from Masuta. Unfortunately, him and Shox a little uncoordinated as he's inside the smoke. Shox actually hits him with the flashbang, which allows Rez to get that sound cue of what's coming, and he just snaps over before Masuta can even come out on the other side of the smoke. That's a brutal way to shut that play down, but a cool idea nonetheless. 14-10. NIP hits double digits, and they're well on their way to a comeback. Now 4 rounds straight, and Vitality doesn't have the full losing bonus built up, so they're going to have a round with these 2 M4s. I guess it would be Deagle's upgraded pistols. It's going to be a half buy for the remaining 3 players, so some danger in the upcoming round, but still NIP should have a big advantage.
Man, you just have to imagine that the energy must have been at an all-time low for NIP, and they were really getting beat up badly. These 4 runs come off the back of a 5-round streak for Vitality to begin the second half with, and they were already far behind. I mean, there was 9-6 at the turn of the half, so outrageous.
Yeah, it's just an unreal 1 versus 4 from Rez has put NIP right back into the game. That is that's massive. We'll see how this works. See how things go from here, but, you know, not only does NIP have the buffer, they have so much money they can get whatever they want. Almost 10K on 2 players, 8K on Twists. Plenty rich. And Vitality have 1 more round to sit out. I mean, they just lost RPK, so that's 1 of the M4s. Like the half buys come in, RPK, Apex, Armor, and upgraded pistols. ZywOo and Masuta, you imagine, would follow suit. And a full losing bonus now for Vitality, so it's... ZywOo next round will be able to have the AWP and Armor, which I don't think we've really seen yet in this half a whole lot, or at least in this past 4 or 5 round streak from NIP.
Man, this again, I'm impressed by NIP. I still think this squad has, you know, assuming all the social stuff is all working out and everyone is on board with the mission, because they're also young and the project is still new. They've got such a long road to fix, you know, all the little things. But the fact that they could be far behind like this and still sort of bounce back into the game and look this good from really being beat up badly, that is a cool sign. That's something that makes me even more hopeful in a lot of ways.
Well, odds still with Vitality, but I don't know if the excitement, if the feeling of this comeback has quite caught up with those. NIP. 4 in a row to get to this point. Vitality just 2 away from winning the series. And Rez is going to creep slowly up the stairs. Some utility is spent. Molotov to keep away danger in the hallway. Forces ZywOo into an off angle. Rez, the heroics earlier have got them in this position. A pop flash peek. An opportunity for Masuta. And Shock's baiting with the M4. But Rez and Twist handle it fine. And remember, the Molotov prevented ZywOo from fully springing the trap.
Yeah, he really wanted to get in on that side. It's a nice idea from Vitality, I don't really mind it, but doesn't work out so well in the end. A little bit of damage from RPK, a lot of damage in fact. Twist will finally put an end to him. One more round, 11-14. Money is now back in Vitality's hands, and in their minds, I'm sure they're thinking this is when we get to that map point, that series point, and we put an end to this nonsense.
Question is, do they want to go? I was wondering if they were going to go into a double op setup. Shox had the money for it. We've seen them favor that, and actually ZywOo even goes away from the AWP as well. We touched on that earlier, I think in the previous map, that ZywOo's not an opera that must have the AWPs. Very, very good with all weapons. In fact, I think on this map, largely, most of his work has come with the M4 in this second half.
Yeah, you're right. RPK. Not quite alone on the bomb site. Shox is much further back holding a flashbang, I think, to set it up in case something were to happen. He could, or maybe even for RPK to go to a peek. Yeah, you see the whole setup in action here. Just waiting for the cue. That flashbang may be it. Let's see. There's the swing and an easy kill. He wants to go for more. Big double from RPK. It's such a simple setup, but it works so well. Oh, but...
Oh, nice shot from Twist. The preemptive smoke was there, and they're fighting back. Rez and Twist, and a 2-on-3. And Rez is going to start making sure the flank is clear. He's going to open up the passageway to the A bomb site, and I don't think Vitality realizes this just yet. Twist has the bomb all alone. Is Rez trying to flank?
Yeah, I think he is on his own. I can't... The fight that's about to happen over here between ZywOo and Rez is so fitting. At the current moment, ZywOo's got 32 kills, Rez has got 31. So, I mean, the individual performance from Rez getting NIP at this point is almost can't even be measured. But let's see if he could do a little bit more. He's walking in behind them. He's a little bit slow, I would say. 20 seconds. Smoke goes up. It's going to draw them. Yeah, it's actually going to draw them over. They're coming through. Right on the other side. If they went through that smoke, that would probably be the end of at least one of them. Now Twist pushing in, but
Masuta's not falling for it.
No, he's still over there, and Rez goes down as well. Heads up play for Masuta.
That's unbelievable that he held on. Great communication from the Vitality defense, making sure he's not rotating, not hearing the plant whatsoever. Do you like that call? Do you like the fake and a 2-on-3 in that fashion? You're really relying on some trickery to make that work.
Man, yeah. I mean, I actually kind of do, yeah. I mean, I don't know if it would have been very realistic they would have pulled every single one out. I just wish they had like 10 more seconds so that Twist could have taken the fight instead of going straight for the bomb plant. Like, I think that was the only problem.
Yeah, that's probably fair. He just kind of had to guess that everyone was cleared out.
Oh.
Man, final round, final chance for NIP. They've come back so far off the back of Rez's clutch. But ZywOo's gonna put him down a player early.
He just won't bend, will he? He's just so powerful in this game. 33 kills. We're not even, you know, this isn't overtime or anything. It's just ZywOo being an absolute maniac. Plowski, hoping to find someone behind here, but yeah, those grenades are going to be a little bit of a chance to escape. And the spray, that's a long range, and it won't bring down RPK. Over on the other side, the bomb is making its way up. Apex is maybe looking to see if he could flank in for a kill, and ZywOo's holding far back with the AWP. Happy to snipe away if they show up. Twist is actually almost in a fight with him. Man, this is everything.
Oh my god, ZywOo's gonna get aggressive. This almost destroyed Knock in the first half. This almost destroyed NIP when he made a similar play. And ZywOo backs off, but they're in no man's land. They're trusting the Flames, and they're trusting ZywOo, and why not? He's gonna deliver a triple kill in this final round, maybe even the final kill. Rez coming around the bend, and ZywOo, he gets it, of course, right to the face in 16-11, the final map in Vitality. Take out NIP in 3 maps.
Absolutely grotesque performance. 36 kills on ZywOo in regulation against NIP to knock them out. That is why we always end up talking about him. He's such a monster, and you see why right there, ladies and gentlemen. This is a completely disturbing performance. Even if Rez did his best to try and bring them back, it was not enough. We will throw it over the analyst desk. That's coming up after the break. Stay tuned.
Please knife him.
Hey, how's it going, everybody at home?
Hello, everyone. Welcome.
For those of you guys who are tuning in, I want to give you a gist as to what this is. It's an interview about games inside a game.
I've got 2 more victims this week, and I can't wait to introduce them to you.
Yeah, he called me a noob. He called me a noob in 2016. Maybe it was just a joke, and then after that, I liked him again.
Jonas Gunderson is joining me today on the Hot Seat, the show where I'm going to ask very tough questions about NIP.
I'm a bit frightened by your intro there, but it's alright.
There's an intercafe owner that paid me in Snickers bars to help fix people's PCs.
I usually have 20 to 25 minutes just stretching out the body.
Alige, it's good to see you, man. You're looking happy, you're looking healthy. Are you as happy and healthy as you look?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good.
I'm gonna take some questions from the chat. So there's a lot of guys out there asking you some specific questions. What would you say Rocker have brought to the table as a coach?
If Issa was in my chair right now, he would say, nothing.
So is everyone happy the Creed got taken down?
Oh, of course.
This volcano has yet to have been explored on any episode.
Living life on the edge, brother.
Oh!
Does Issa go to the gym with you guys?
I'm gonna leave Issa out to dry here. Like, he's terrible at joining me and Alexi and Manto at the gym. He's been lazy as fuck. Sorry.
And then he walks past me and the entire back of his shirt is unironed. The whole back of his shirt.
If I keep it up, I might become the captain of the Valorant team, you know, so holding my fingers crossed.
Mindset. I think for us it's a huge psychological thing.
And then you feet in the middle every single time. Let's go.
First time at Lobby, I actually insulted him in game. I'm sorry, Nico.
Did you call him a noob?
I actually did.
Okay, so
Actually, I go first.
Okay, you can do it. I'm right behind you, man. I'm right behind you.
Oh dear.
I just need a sip of my chocolate milk.
Maniac and Scorning. Hello, boys. You're back. Yeah. What's happened to Lourdes? Oh, he's back. He's back. He's absolutely fine. No, Lourdes. Scorning. I'm so sorry.
I have forgiven you already.
Oh my god, it's beautiful.
That's all you needed, man.
Good night.
All right. See you, dude.
Now, Apex, what a series and what a game, but Vertigo, a lot more convincing this time around from you guys. And you said about it, right? Getting ZywOo comfortable, get him to come online. Well, he certainly did on Vertigo, but it was 14-6, right? And they started to make a comeback again. What were you saying to the team at this point? Because it starts to look scary, especially with this version of NIP.
Well, the thing is, yeah, this 1-on-4 from Rez was like a total bullshit from us. Like, we just play really bad. We just play 1-by-1. And yeah, we just play terrible. So after that, we had to eco a few times, and we just said that we had to keep calm, to let them just do what they want, and then we just gonna fuck them. And that's what happened, actually.
Yeah, you definitely did, man. You managed to get the win. I can understand that, Apex. You just come away with a big win. Now, you've made it to the finals, right? But I know this isn't your final polished version of Vitality. So you've got some time to work on things and get yourself ready for it. What's next for you guys? What's the plan? Back to practice as normal? Do you get any time off?
Well, to be honest, yeah, we've been playing all tournament for 3 or 4 weeks in a row, like no day off, nothing. So it's really hard right now. I'm not gonna lie. Mainly against NIP, because we play against each other for the 6th or 7th time, I guess, in like 3 or 4 months. So it's a tough one. It's always really hard to play against them because of that. But yeah, otherwise we just need to play a bit more, because we don't have much days off. It's really hard for us to practice. Otherwise we would be burnout. So we just need to play a little bit more on some aspect of the game. Because we lack few things, but overall we're playing pretty good. When ZywOo is showing up, it's easy games. So yeah, I like when he plays that way, and I will give everything let him play that way. I'm not gonna lie. I drop weapon, I do everything.
Oh, sounds like Apex has found the meaning to being a team player, being a leader as well, doing everything you can to make sure that ZywOo has the room and what he needs to shine. I mean, when ZywOo drops 36 frags on Vertigo, you know, you're doing something right. So there you go, guys. I mean, that is Vitality, our last best of 3 of the day here for Europe, our last best of 3 for the European bracket. Vitality taking over NIP 2-1. And so, Thorn, why don't you kick us off here with this last map? I mean, ZywOo was a powerhouse.
Yeah, absolutely. This is also the problem if you're NIP, is you can't sit around and hope for 3 maps in a row. ZywOo's just going to be quiet. It's not going to happen, is it? So he was an absolute monster in this game. They still almost gave it up, of course, but it was a battle of the 2 T sides. They both had good T sides in that regard. That's actually the thing I find most underwhelming from Vitality, is they had a real chance to just lock this series up and make it so there was no danger at all. And in blowing that stupid 1v4, which, listen, props to Rez for hitting all the shots and playing it smart, but some of the moves they made there was so brain dead. No bomb down, no reason to attack him, definitely no reason to go 1-by-1. Even if you flank him, you can do it in a coordinated manner. Instead, what they did is give a team that plays that definitely plays this map, likes this map, and has a good T side a way back in. So I think if ZywOo doesn't carry the way he does, it would have been a way closer game. The score might make it look like it already was, but there were ways Vitality could have made this a lot easier work.
So, Maniac, what was your main takeaway from this last map?
I mean, there is really no way around talking about ZywOo, right? 36 kills, and I feel like he kind of skews the whole evaluation of Vitality on Vertigo, because he took over that game almost entirely. The T side having so much impact, he was up to 20 kills so fast. And then I agree with Duncan. This conversation that we're having here, us 3, could have happened 15 minutes earlier if they hadn't blown that 1v4. So, you know, I guess, well, I hope they learn from it. They don't do that against a team that will punish them, definitely. They still did a relatively good job at calming down, because I can tell you, after they lost that 1v4, things were not looking great on the TeamSpeak.
I'm sure that's the kind of round where, yeah, things are going to get a little bit out of hand. The frustration is going to be real. And I mean, we have this head-to-head between Rez and ZywOo, because I mean, Rez himself, he dropped a 30 bomb, 31 frags on Vertigo. It's not like when we were going into this map and talking about individual fragging ability here for NIP, how they need to have that guy who's going to stand out there. I mean, Rez himself, we've even got it on clip. He's saying, you know, he's the best. I mean, at least he had an effort here. He did put himself out there to get the result. Just wasn't the result that they were looking for, obviously, Thornton.
No, I mean, listen, this was a very good performance. Obviously, he would have had less kills if they hadn't have fed that 1v4 to him, but whatever. He did what he could. It was good on both sides. He was particularly good on the T side as well. And I'll throw it out there, actually, this is an example of a series where I don't blame NIP too much for losing it. Like, the way it went, I certainly blame them for the way they played Overpass. That underwhelmed me a lot, that their most played map ended up being, it could have been even more dominant for Vitality, but one thing I'll say about NIP is generally I thought most of their players turned up in the series. They were in most of the T sides of the series. They made it very competitive. Even at the end here, they almost did a comeback. I think this is an example of where they're still early enough in the process of trying to become a top team with a bunch of players that have never been elite players in the game, maybe with the exception of Rez, that I actually think this shows signs of progress even in a loss.
Certainly does. And Maniac, I believe you had a clip that you wanted to show us here that could highlight one of the points coming out of this map.
Yeah, listen, we talked about the clutch that Vitality ducked up. Well, I want to bring up a clutch where they actually did the right decision, and mostly Misuta, which is a player that I wanted to talk about. So to set the scene, you have a 2 versus 3 with 35 seconds left. And what NIP is doing is a little bit out of meta. They're not playing together. Twist is waiting on the B-bomb side with the bomb, and he's hoping that Rez will pull a rotation. On the side of Vitality, they don't know exactly what's happening, but there you have it. That's the key. Rez deploys the smoke, throws the flash behind it, 20 seconds, and look at the radar. Misuta is not moving. This is the key of that clutch. What is matter does not happen on your screen right here. It happens on the top left. Now Twist takes the timing, but Misuta is in position, punishes him, and then Rez falls down. This right here could be such an easy trap to fall in, because when you're playing at 15-11, everyone is very tight. 20 seconds left, you hear, oh, he's smoking A side, flash on his side, it's A, and then you might just leave the gap for a millisecond. Twist comes in, and the round could be very different. So Misuta stayed calm. He didn't fall into the trap, and I want to give him props for that.
Certainly. I mean, well, he has been, and Thorn was talking about this coming into this, and certainly that Misuta has been improving match to match as well. And so it's got to get you interested here. They're going to have even more time now to prepare for the finals that are coming up towards the end of the month, and more room to grow as a team. That's going to be as much as time as we have here to discuss the European brackets, because we obviously have the North American brackets coming up. The last best of 3 for North America, the last spot on the line coming up that we will get into shortly. So Mad Lions versus NIP will be the European play-in, but that'll be happening later this month, not today, for example. But Vitality take that over NIP, and earlier ENCE took it over Mad Lions. But we can bring up the predictions as well real quick, just to have a gander, just to have a look at that and how that's going down. Pretty sure Maniac is the only... Oh! Yeah, that's totally fair. That's exactly how this is supposed to go.
See what I did with my Swiss money? That's what I did. That's what I pulled behind. Yeah.
I sacrifice for my desk. That's what's going on here.
I just thought you were a bit too close to me, August, so I had to go. I talked with production. I said, listen, we can probably make a deal. Just take his points. Just let me in the lead. It's a valiant effort.
I didn't picture you for a socialist, Matthew. Okay. Well then. I think on that one,
you have to understand,
we can go
it doesn't matter
and,
who leads during the race, Samuel. Everyone knows that. It's who wins the race at the end. It's like the Tour de France. I just wait until the very end, and then I try and do that mad dash towards the line. And I'm on performance-enhancing drugs right now.
All right, so this is what we're going to do then. We're going to keep these scores and keep them running going through the play-in. Or not through the play-in, but through the actual final coming up. And let's have just like the whole run, the whole stretch, and see where we wind up. I like that. I like that idea, Duncan. All right, so let's take a look at the match overview here, because we have one match left today. It's the North American best of 3. One spot up for grabs for the finals happening at the end of the month, and it's between Evil Geniuses and Gen.G. So we're going to be taking a quick break. We'll be back in about 20 minutes time, live with the pre-show, and the match will be starting at 19:30 CET. So we'll see you then.
Blast Premier Spring Showdown for the America region became the Brazilian Premier as both Furia and NIBR take comfortable wins and make it through to the finals. Furia started off 2-0 over Gen.G, 16-10 on train, Gen.G's pick, and then on Inferno they started to try and make it happen, but Furia just proved too strong and Art ended the game with an ace in style for a 16-12 scoreline. Then the MIBR versus EG matchup, it went 3 maps, but you wouldn't believe it. It was Train, MIBR's pick, but EG won it in overtime, gaining 4 rounds in a row. Then we go on to EG's pick. It looks like they're going to have it in the bag, but no, it was MIBR that win it, and then they get the 4 rounds in overtime for 19-15. We go on to Dust 2 for the decider, and it was looking good for EG early on. They certainly felt comfortable, but it was MIBR that was able to claw out the rounds, fight harder, and they took it on the day. The Brazilians stand strong and they make it through. Tomorrow we get to see the play-ins.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the North American portion of the Blast Premier Spring Finals, or Showdown rather, leading into the finals. We're going to be getting into our final match of the day. It is a best of 3 between Gen.G and Evil Geniuses for the last spot available in the finals coming up at the end of the month. So this is it, their second chance. As James Banks narrated for us earlier, these two teams have lost already yesterday. Their opponents went on to the finals, but here they are battling it out. I'm Semler, your host, and joining me will be Maniac and Thorin, the two gentlemen who were here for the European matches and all week long. Guys, how pumped are we for this one right here? It's the second crack at it for both of these teams. And so, Thorin, let's start with you.
I mean, I think both these teams should actually be disappointed that they're even having to play in this match. If they performed up to par, up to what the rosters suggest, then they should have potentially been two of the teams winning those NA finals and going through. Gen.G, sure, and most people had them actually the underdog in that match, but that's just because of their underperformances. Everyone, I will stress, from what I remember, I think had EG beating MIB. I think every single analyst and commentator thought that was going to happen. It was a very, very close series. So for me, I think both of them are in a tough spot right now because I think this is a pretty close matchup, can go either way, and so one team is inevitably going to leave this tournament disappointed.
Indeed. I mean, we got it halfway right yesterday. We all predicted Furia to win, and then, we all predicted EG to win. So, one out of 2 Brazilian teams through, yeah. Or as far as the predictions are concerned. Maniac, what are you thinking about this?
I'm wondering where Evil Geniuses are mentally right now, because I do believe that the loss versus MIBR was a hard one. Not only is it always frustrating when you lose a game so tight with so many chaotic rounds, you somehow have to go back, watch the demo, understand why you lost, and there will be so many of these rounds where you just facepalm and think, oh my god, how did we drop it? That's one aspect. The other one is Stanislaw. He looked quite defeated yesterday. He looked to be quite angry at himself, very upset with how he was in-game leading the situation. So I just hope he bounces back. And I know that Zeus will come in. He will be helping that to make sure that he's 100% focused for this new game. But I feel like the MIBR loss was a tough one.
It did look like Stanislaw was pretty deflated after the loss yesterday, but he did take it personally in the sense that he assumed responsibility. He said it was my calls, my play that led to the loss, and so you got to give him a lot of respect in that in terms of a leader for the team. And it does give you hope for EG going forward. And we might as well actually just go ahead, before we get into the discussion on the match itself, we did have a chance to catch up with Zeus and Breezy from EG, so we can get their thoughts going into today.
Now, Zeus, yesterday's games, what did you say to the team after it went down? It truly could have gone either way. There were so many small details in each and every match.
After it, of course, we were all frustrated with the loss. I honestly felt that Train could have been MIBR's and we had it. Inferno should have been ours and they had it. And thus too came to those rounds. So we've tried to just figure out where we went wrong. The moments where we kind of shied away from the action, things like that, where communication got chaotic, we should have been better. So it's just identifying things that we needed to do better. Like, we're not, yeah, it sucks to lose, but we can't just be focused on the result. We have to see what we did well, what we did wrong, so that we don't repeat our mistakes.
Sounds very smart. Now, when I interviewed Stan after it, right, he was a true leader, but he certainly seemed like it was a real tough one for him. He was taking a lot of it on himself, and he was saying it's still like how he called and stuff. How do you view it?
He came and told us that he felt that he could have done much better, and I just tell the most cliche thing but it's the truth. It's, you don't lose yourself. We all lost together. Everyone had rounds where they made mistakes, so it's not on one person. And if someone's having a bad day, it's on the teammates to kind of pick it up and do what it is, because at some other, we're not all going to be flowing at the best at all times. It's what we do with it. So it's about him dealing with his expectations for himself as well. There, it's frustrating to lose. We can't run away from it, but we have to just look at it at what it is and kind of learn from it. That's all we can take.
Now talk me through this, right? Because I hear from a lot of players, obviously, the differences between online and LAN. But for most people, especially from a people like a top level perspective, they may not understand the full differences. So how does it feel to you in comparison? What's the missing component?
It's just like CS is a whole nother game when you're competing in like a stadium or in front of a crowd, or just that whole pressure. And when you're in your home and you're in your room and you're kind of just like, it's not the same. It's just not the same feeling. So like sometimes it may be hard to kind of just like get into the game as you would on LAN. Like, I don't know, the risks just doesn't seem as high. But I mean, it's how CS is for now, for the future. So you just gotta push through, play how it is.
It's a fair point. They must be feeling pretty frustrated. It's like the F1 drivers right now who are being forced to do like the online driving, and the drivers are just like, yeah, but you don't get the adrenaline. It's not the same thing at all. You don't get anything of the same vibe. And I'm sure the players, you get jacked up on adrenaline when you're on the stage and you pull off a clutch or something big happens. You're buzzing. You're not getting that same kick. And so there's some thoughts from EG. But what are you guys thinking about their opponents now? Let's go ahead and move on to Gen.G. As far as Gen.G are concerned here, Thorn, I mean, Daps, what do you think he's got in his head going into this one?
I mean, one thing you have to point out, since it's an online match, I know this happened in Flashpoint as well, is he's not someone who has the greatest ping. And I think he even has been complaining online about internet problems at his house. So that in itself is going to be an issue. With that said, except for the match yesterday, I think actually sometimes he was fragging pretty decently. Like in some scenarios, probably better than you'd expect him to. So I think the interesting thing for me in this matchup is, obviously these are two in-game leaders who know each other very well. They've even been on teams together. Obviously Daps literally led the entire squad that Stanislaw now has. And with the players he has, I mean, with the current form of the EG players, you have to say Gen.G's roster is as good as EG's right now. That's actually where we're at in the world. So I actually think overall, I would say they have fairly similar map pool strengths as well, because EG's kind of dropped off in terms of having those killer maps that they could always get you on. It used to be Dust 2 and Inferno. I think the interesting thing for me is there's going to be a lot of overlap in the series. It's obviously a lot of shared experience. There's even overlap with the in-game leaders in that regard. So I think this could be a very, very close matchup. And I think a lot of the factors that will determine it, probably things we can never know, intangibles between the sets of players and in-game leaders.
And so Maniac, I mean, do you think it's centered around intangibles here for Gen.G?
Well, the first thing is, obviously, they have a deep roster. That's the case for EG, and Duncan mentioned it. But I think there is also another similarities between these two teams in terms of the difficulties they have midway through the round. I've noticed that both teams, when they transition from classic, let's just play standard, to we activate the step 2 of the round, both of these teams are prone to be pushed. They're prone to be disrupted. They sometimes give a kill left and right as they're transitioning, right? And I don't exactly know why. Would it be a little bit of a drop in focus? Breeze, he talked about it. It's internet. It's hard to put the same motivation. It's hard to put the same dedication. That comes into play in these rounds. So I think that in the end, the team that will actually put the 100%, 110%, that team will be the one going further in this tournament, because as it seems now, both teams are looking very similar, roster-wise, map pool-wise, flaws and weaknesses. So it's tough to say. I'd say it's the form of the moment, like Duncan said.
Well, let's go ahead and hear from our players now. Sam and Bentet, we managed to catch up with them before the match.
Now, how have you approached today and this game in general? Because Daps was really honest with me in the previous interview that the communication hasn't been as good. So what have you guys been able to change and fix in this? Have you had to talk about it? Where are we at?
Well, we talked about after the match how we just felt like the comms and just people, just aim was off. So hopefully that's just like a kind of like a wake up call to everyone, including me. That's just like, hey, you know, like this is a spot for like, you know, land or so like land, but yeah, I mean, we talked about it and hopefully it's just like a wake up call for everyone. But yeah.
Now it's a new day and your final chance to qualify for the finals, but you guys have bested this team 2 times over this year already in big events. What is going to be the key to ensure that you guys are going to win this today? And don't just tell me like, oh, we're just going to play our game. What is the X factor that you guys need?
I mean, honestly, it's like, as long as we don't play like we did yesterday and we actually show up, because our, like, us individually, we haven't like I said, like our problems like comms and like individual sharpness. So I think as long as, you know, the players that are supposed to show up, including me. But yeah.
And is there a bit of a confidence issue for not just you, but maybe like guys within the team at the moment? Because when I'm looking at the gameplay, sometimes you guys are just seem to kind of stop and then decide things rather than just go with like, yes, okay, we know what the plan is.
Yeah, sometimes there are just a lot of ideas which we didn't know which one to do it. I mean, there is more than 2 ideas in the middle of the round, but we talk about it and we are gonna stick with the first people who said the first idea.
So it sounds a bit like decentralized command, like they're spreading it out. At least what Bentet was describing there, different ideas coming up, who's got the ideas and when do you go with them? I mean, does this sound like a recipe for success, Thorin?
I think personally, if I had to guess, it's more along the lines of the lineup had so many problems a few months ago that you've got people like Bentet was an in-game leader. I think Automatic's even done the role before. I would imagine it's a little bit of that, like when a lineup is having problems, a common thing is that someone in the lineup says either let me be the in-game leader or let me have some say, oh, I want to take over and do this responsibility. So if it works, fine, I don't have an issue with it. I do kind of feel like if you have an in-game leader like that, you should probably just commit most of your resources there, otherwise get rid of him.
Yeah, I mean, Maniac, this is sounding kind of familiar. I don't know. There's some players, French players, you know, famous for that sort of thing. I think one of them was Shoxy, the other was it MBK?
I have no idea what you refer to. This is literally the first time I hear about this problematic.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Fascinating.
No,
So,
you're right.
Going into this from Gen.G, I mean, reaction here to what the players have to say. It sounds like Psalm is just like, we need to step up individually to get the job done.
There is one problem that I have, or one thing that I haven't seen so far in Gen.G. It's the killer instinct when things go wrong. And that, I would give that to EG. I feel like they can have that fire when they're getting a little bit defeated. There's going to be someone in the team speak who's going to wake up everyone, either in-game or just through his comms. Zeus could do that. Tarek would do that. Definitely, he has a massive role in there. Whereas Gen.G, when things go bad, I feel like it's just a slow descent into hell. Like, no one is really... I mean, it's not like they stop playing and they're not throwing the rounds at all, but it just misses that little spark, the thing that makes you come back into... Sometimes it has to be through the comms, it has to be through the attitudes. You cannot always hope for Ziwu to go and kill 4 people, then Vitality will come back to life. It's not gonna always happen, so you need to have players kind of build up energy until you reach the point where you have the momentum, and that's an element that I haven't really seen from Gen.G quite yet, and they might need it because the game versus EG will be back and forth.
It's going to be a grind versus EG. EG are not going to let you up at all. I mean, if anything, EG should have taken it yesterday and not even been playing today. But you know what, gentlemen? I think it's a good time to move into the pick and ban. And so let's find out the maps. Thorin, you can go ahead and take the lead on this. Let's find out where the maps are going to go for this best of 3.
Right, there's a lot of mobility, not just because EG anyway mixes up the picks and bans, but these two teams, the last 2 times they played 6 total games and 5 different maps. So the only constant was that Gen.G picked train both times, which I think, yeah, there's a logic to that. I will say that is the map that EG looked pretty good on yesterday, so there's danger there, but Gen.G's won it in the past. It wouldn't surprise me if they do it again. EG normally here would do the Mirage ban, and I think especially when you're against Gen.G, it makes sense. It seems like it's Gen.G's favorite map. Then when you come in on the side of EG's pick, that's where we can go all over the town. Like, we can go to Dust 2, we can go to Inferno, we can go all over Nuke. Like, where would you like to see the EG pick come from, Maniac?
I actually thought Nuke would be a great idea. I think Nuke would be a great pick. It's a map that is very tactical, it's hard to play, requires a lot of decisions, individually speaking. I think EG could pick Nuke. Train, as I was gonna say, Train will be the pick of Gen.G. It's one of the most common and redundant pick they've had this event. Somewhat great T side. Now, for EG, yeah, my money would be on Nuke, but you're right. I mean, Dust 2, they've definitely showed that they can play the map, and it's also a map where I think the side where you begin isn't that important. That also comes to play in Bo3, right? And Inferno, I think Inferno, both teams would kind of be happy to handshake and leave it as a third map.
Yeah, there's the other thing as well. Is like, okay, actually EG shocks and picks Inferno, which remember, used to be Gen.G's go-to pick map. But to be fair, the reason it isn't anymore in itself is a good sign that they are vulnerable on this map. So I think the interesting thing for me with the Decider is, again, in line with what we've been talking about already, it can go anywhere. It could be Vertigo, it could be, I mean, at this point in time, it could even be Dust 2. I don't necessarily know that Gen.G are going to want that, but then again, I mean, EG's win rate isn't that great on Dust 2. It all depends, basically, because the key thing here is, remember, it's going to be EG that determines it in the end. So Gen.G bans out Nuke. Now, if I'm actually the guys from EG, I think I'd go into Dust 2 at this point in time. As wild as what I just said is, I think you want to make Gen.G uncomfortable, and I feel like that's a good map to go into. Like, Vertigo, I think you have to be a really good team on Vertigo to want it as the Decider. Like, I don't want all the eggs and all the pressure in that particular game to have to win it.
Yeah, and I do feel like Dust 2 kind of level the fields in terms of what can happen, what kind of surprise can EG run into, right? You feel like if things are equally and if things are constant, EG should have the upper hand in terms of skill on Dust 2. We know how the map plays out, it's pretty fair, standard. Whereas Vertigo, you can always be surprised. These are still the early days of a map that just had a recent rework middle, so if you're not ready for it, you might be surprised. There you have it, it makes sense for me. Vertigo is removed, you have Dust 2, but this new ban from Gen.G on the second rotation makes me think that maybe EG missed the opportunity here.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, basically, what Maniac means is like they could have picked Nuke and maybe even gotten Inferno as the Decider. I think that actually would have been quite a reasonable scenario. So yeah, I'm with you. I think they missed a trick on that one there, especially because the order of the pick ban means they already knew map 1 was Train, and the last 2 times they played it was Train. Therefore, they know that the pick that Gen.G picks is a map they can play. In that scenario, if you think you're better than the opponent, you can gamble in the V2 actually. Try and get 3 maps that you can play, and at that point in time, you just increase your odds of winning the game.
And Maniac, what did you take away from this, the finality of this, the package, all 3 maps together? What do you think of on the veto?
It still doesn't make me change my prediction. I'd still pick EG just because Dust 2 is as the third map. If I would think it's a scenario where we probably will go to a third map, and if it does, I don't really have enough rationality to put Gen.G forward. You know, I think EG still, they missed the trick on Nuke, but they still have Dust 2 as a third. That is quite a safe map. If individually they do what they have to do, it should be all right. The veto doesn't really skew my prediction.
And does this play into Kusta at all? Because it seems like Kusta's always flying under the radar, no matter how often Moses keeps trying to bring him up, you know. it always feels like, you know, Kusta, he's not quite getting the attention. But so far this tournament, I mean, he's had some clutch plays. He's had some big moments for the team. Do we think that he's getting revitalized here in this Gen.G roster?
I think he is, but unfortunately, it's not just for his positive aspects of his play, which has been good and is being highlighted here as being good. It's that, unfortunately, he initially staked his claim at Flashpoint because the rest of the team just fell apart completely. Basically, nobody else was activated in the game. Even Som, the MVP of DreamHack Anaheim, wasn't online. So Kusta was kind of the lone bright spot there. But I think what's encouraging for me is as the others have gotten more involved in the game and had good matches, his form hasn't dropped off. He's been actually probably the most stable player in the team. And so to me, the interesting thing is this is a guy who was famous for making a lot of faux pas, critical errors, not being able to handle the pressure, and now he's actually become a pretty well-rounded player who actually wins clutches. So it shows how you can redevelop yourself as a player by working on your weaknesses.
And isn't that the goal, right? The constant pressure of self-improvement is finding the weaknesses and addressing them. I mean, as far as EG are concerned right now, Maniac, it still feels like a lot of the conversation revolves around Breezy and Cirque. Like we are just focusing on those two. But I mean, you still have guys like Tarek who can step in and get some get the work done when it's necessary. I mean, is there anybody lying in the grass there for EG that we can focus on?
Well, the two names you mentioned, first of all, there's one's here, the other one is missing. Cirque is definitely here. Duncan talked about his renaissance to that tournament, and I agree. I think Cirque is having a massive tournament. It is very refreshing to see, whereas Breeze, a little bit dropped off. Now, in the middle of that pack, you have Tarek, and I gotta be honest, the fact that I can listen to the team speak, I can listen to the comms, has opened my eyes as to what Tarek is bringing to that team. And I want to just put the message out there that he's doing a lot. Micromanaging, decision-making, putting in motivation as well, some energy into it. I mean, I kind of knew that he had that sort of input when he was going to team, but to me, to listen to it is a great realization. Now, there's a name that we don't often mention who's currently picking up the slack for Breeze. It's actually Ethan. Ethan is one of the disappointment that I have in the past few months, but if we consider this tournament, he's the one picking the slack for Breeze. On Inferno, he was the one being super solid on the B side. Double kill left, double kill to the right. I think he's the reason why EG haven't flown out of that tournament quite early. He's picking up the slack for Breeze, but now it's time for one of the best players in the world to actually show up, because he's been nowhere to be found so far.
That is the question. I mean, what do we take on this one, Thorin, in terms of EG? What's their current shape? Because, I mean, it's just slipped through their fingers last night. You feel like this was the team to take it. And I know that we've all predicted EG to win on this one, right?
Yeah, but what I did like about the match yesterday was, until the closing portions of the game, they played actually quite fearlessly. Like, they looked like they really did, like the old EG, just want to have a brawl and then say, we'll win the gunfight. And they were winning a lot of them. They were even winning, and this is very promising, some of those low econ / half buy scenarios where really you're just looking for kills, and then if a miracle happens, a miracle happens. They were winning them way more often than you'd expect. So I think that bodes very well in this kind of a matchup, because for me, the key thing that Team Liquid and Evil Geniuses have also done when they've become the top NA teams is maintain some level of dominance over the people below them, because those level of players, they'll all say in interviews, yeah, the best players are in Team Liquid, they're in EG. So you have a little edge there that you might not have when they play some of the other squads, like when they play a Gen.G, for example. So I think some of the players in Gen.G potentially know that the EG team hits a bit harder. So I think the pressure is on Gen.G to really come with big time fragging performance across the board.
All right. Well, now let's go ahead and actually move on to predictions here, because I do believe we've got all the players who are ready. So we're going to be getting into the action momentarily, and the only difference, yes, so all of us predicted EG. The only difference is Moses, you know, Gen.G, and Launders, Gen.G, and Launders he's just been swinging for the fences all day long.
It's going to be great to finally get a hold of Moses. I mean, I think he's been way too cocky about these predictions so far, and tonight's the moment we take 1 point ahead, so just looking forward to that. I feel like I might regret saying that, but I'm taking my chances.
We just got to put a nail in that coffin, you know, just get it done with. But thank you very much, gentlemen, for the analysis going into this best of three. Last best of three here for the Blast Premier Showdown. It's time to hand it over to our commentators, Scrawny and Launders. How's it going?
Hello,
fellas?
Zemler. How are you today?
I'm doing just dandy, man. It's been a wonderful day. Gonna have some food and watch me some CS. How about you guys?
Pretty stoked, yeah. One best of three today, so it's good.
Yeah, predictions about those. I think my approach today is I'd rather be last than second, so I went for it. But I felt pretty good about NIP after map 1, and then things went sour. What's really interesting about this matchup is that we're getting all 3 of the same maps from EG that we saw yesterday versus MIBR. So they're going to try it again versus Gen.G today. And I'd say yesterday they lost because of their slow starts, considering first 2 maps went to overtime. So Gen.G, on the one hand, they can go and watch those games. And if they knew the video was coming, they have a lot of good game tape to review. But on the other, EG had time to fix their mistakes, and they have a lot of stuff that they could have fixed easily that could have made them better in that last match. So it's really hard for me to call, and I feel like even though overall the veto or the last head-to-head have gone in favor of EG most of the time, Gen.G have won their 2 last series versus EG, and most recent results I think matter a slight bit more.
I agree with that sentiment. In terms of recent results, we've got to give the edge over to Gen.G. But Launders, I am going to say, because you really dropped the ball today, you let me catch back up. I've been in dead last with the predictions all week long, and now me and you here for the final best of 3 of the Showdown, and we have opposite picks. So it's blood in the water, my man. I'm coming for you, and we'll see who does end up in that last spot, all right? But for Tau, I think the more important thing is one of these two teams gets to the finals. They will be joining MIBR, Furia, and Team Liquid. Now, I think that if you just think of, you know, all the international results of the last year, why wouldn't it be EG? That's the wildest part. So I think that this performance from Gen.G, if they can do it again, if they can win a series versus Evil Geniuses once more, now that the stakes are higher than ever, that would really cement them as a clear step ahead. But it's into the pistol, deep on the B site already, bomb planted, and the 3 remaining members of Gen.G are all very much pinned into their positions. Automatic, he has 1 point of health, and that's not going to give him much of a chance, but he seems to like the odds. Gets the headshot versus Ethan, falls to Tarek, but it is only Tarek now left over. He's going to try to gun down Daps, and Daps shuts it down. That's Gen.G taking T-side pistol.
A lot of room here for Automatic to show what he can do as well. He's had kind of a rough tournament overall, and this will be his last chance basically to help his team secure a victory when it matters the most. Nice opening from Breeze to stop things, but even with just a plant, this is a pretty good round from Gen.G, but they go ahead, bring out the pistol as well. And EG will play out the scouts in response. 2 of them with the Deagles. We've seen this setup many times, not going to be surprised. I feel like Gen.G will know almost exactly what guns will be bought and almost exactly what positions will be played. There's the first spray down on Tarek, who was actually quite good yesterday. Kind of a shame for him, especially on Dust 2. That they couldn't close the series out.
Yeah, I would say we really got a great showing out of Tarek and also Ethan, who at the beginning of the showdown was a bit quiet on certain maps in the group stage, but has found his form. I think just in general, Evil Geniuses have kind of been returning to form.
I feel like Ethan got so unlucky yesterday because the way he was playing Inferno, I feel like he was playing his role perfectly on Banana, but Gen.G kept spraying him down through the smoke. And any Banana players on both sides will tell you, you know, there's some RNG involved in having to go and get that map control for your team, but it's such a necessary thing to do. And yeah, Ethan, a lot of the time, didn't get a chance to play, even though his movement looked so good, his aim was so good. If he stayed alive, he always got kills. But they did, MIBR did such a good job of killing him before he could fight.
Yeah, he kind of got pushed around a bit too often. So we'll see if he can get on the better side of the RNG today. So far, nothing random about this one. Just cutting through Evil Geniuses on their scout attempt. The Galil is picked up by Stanislaw, so that's a little bonus in the next round. But these 2 weapons are all they'll have to work with. Let's see what else gets added to the tally.
Who do you think's going to win Train?
On Train specifically, I want to say Evil Geniuses. I'm just going to follow through with EG. I'm expecting the individual form today of EG to just power through Gen.G.
Okay, so you're thinking like 2-0 then. So probably
let's do it.
Pick. Yeah. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Okay. Yeah, okay. Well, it's not a bad start here for Gen.G. Oh, never mind. I'm kidding. That's a great couple of grenades. Oh my goodness gracious.
Yeah. Goodness gracious golly gee willikers even. I mean, holy hell. They just walk out of the T-Con and they're met by shrapnel. Yeah, they do decide to duck out. But I think that's because Tarek didn't see anything. Now he does. Woo, we're starting quick, dude. It's only round 3 of the first map. And Automatic looks to bring it back. 3 players walk in front of him, and the pistols work out. Evil Geniuses on the board early.
This is a Harambe anniversary already. They're getting them out. Holy crap. 2-1 for Gen.G, but basically the full USP round. Stanislaw has these tactics with like 3 grenades T-Con. He also has the tactics with 3 grenades to middle of bomb site on the T side. So yeah, no surprise to see that coming through. But yeah, the outside rush gets stomped. That was all about the HEs. Gen.G will have to buy. Well, Automatic's got it up. Okay. All right, man. Let's see what you can do.
Tech 9's up. Cert gets Koos the first. Stanislaw, great spray for the double kill. Som able to respond back. So it is a man disadvantage and the bomb plant on top of it. Automatic, he's going to get pressured by some utility here, and Som decides to move forward, trying to work around the oil tankard. Breeze is going to have his back if he clears it. Oh, and he does, but almost looked away. That could have been an awesome chance for Som to get into the round, but no success post-plant. Gen.G, their force buy, not going to result in a win. This is EG tying up early.
Yeah, talk about rough stuff. Breeze yesterday was having a pretty... it's rough for Breeze, right? Like, he had rounds, but he had kind of a rough third map. And he's one of the main focuses in terms of consistency of this team, is always coming through and putting up impact when they win. But yeah, kind of a rough day for him to bounce back from yesterday as well. Gen.G on to this round. They've got just the Deagles to work with. I think they got caught off guard and like almost missed the match time. So if they had any pre-game routines, maybe, you know, that coffee or whatever, maybe they didn't get that in before the match started. So hopefully they still got their heads on straight.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen a team show up late since, well, Immortals in the major final.
There's definitely been more, though, right? There's definitely been more.
Yeah, yeah. Unfortunately, yeah. Yeah. That's just the low-hanging fruit. There was also, well, who was the other ones? Oh, yeah, Immortals at DreamHack Montreal. That one hit close to home. I'm still salty about that, okay? I had friends out there, man. Here's Breeze looking for some friends, but doesn't need them. He's got more than enough enemies to handle on the Ivy. Deagle looking deadly from Bentet right through the side of E-Box. Woo, but the flashbang from Cirque, and he peeks into it. Tippity-tapping with the USP. It is only Bentet left over, and he gets cut down. So the double ops will be moved forward, but everybody else dies. That's a very successful, very cost-effective round for Gen.G.
Yeah, very good. I mean, luckily for EG, they hang on to both players because these ops are real expensive. But it's a good spray down from Breeze, good cover from Stanislaw, from Old Bomb, and Cirque. You know, he can take care of himself. He doesn't need anyone to change his diapers. Round 6, Gen.G push out full grenades, try to bounce back after that really rough USP round they lost to. They don't have an op to work with. They actually went in for the op early and try to score back around. But yeah, automatic. Guess he doesn't need it. He's got the AK kill to open things up. Tarek looking for T-Con control and response. Ethan also pressing up fast. And Kusta gets caught off, trying to drop down into ladder.
Ooh, automatic.
Okay.
Gonna find Search down the lane. That's a big opening, actually, and he keeps his eyes up on the top line. He sees the tip of the head, so he predicts the position, but it's actually a wraparound back through CT spawn while Tarek gets a kill. So very good job by Ethan there, because we saw Automatic trying to track him, trying to predict his peak, and instead, he safely works all the way back around to Oil. And while Automatic is still upper, he's kind of preoccupied with holding flank, again, because Tarek picks up that frag. But Tarek is now proven to be back on the bomb site alongside Ethan. He's going to go ahead and tap it once as the Molotov comes flying downwards, and that molly right there is enough to seal the deal. Gen.G tie at 3.
Yeah, well played. Nice trades down. I mean, Tarek, he tried. Ethan and Tarek both got 2 kills, brought it down, but Automatic retains the op. Ethan will hold on to his as well. The buy is a bit ropey here for EG, at least with Ethan's save. He can drop one, everyone gets a gun, but now they're quite low. And Gen.G, they come through the opening kill with the AK. They get the trade back for EG inside the ladder, and then it comes down to the B-split. That was very textbook back and forth responses, and Tarek, it's T-Con control that actually makes that a closer round. So, what do we have now? Tap's trying to sneak out to Olaf. Off from Cirque, trained on T-Con. They haven't spotted this quite yet, but it's not going to be a surprise to them. Oh.
Automatic gets tagged. He'll be happy just to be alive. Cirque is a pretty nice off angle. Not the most common.
Yeah. Man, I just think about how terrifying it is to be a T-Con opper on train. Like, when you see simple device, they work this palette. There's so many situations where they have to choose between 3 angles.
Ooh, labored spray down, but Tarek's still gonna get it. Ethan as well, adding one and another. Ethan, he is off to a strong start here today. And that's going to bode very well for EG if he can maintain this. But Kusta, he's going to creep and crawl past the Z. They're right on the back of the bomb site, but Kusta, he can't see them. Now he did. He just spotted one on old bomb. I think? Surely.
Maybe. Oh, he's...
No, not even. I guess
it.
not. Yep. Automatic. He's going to claw this back with the op. Last man. And Breeze has his number. EG right back in the lead. Yet again, the only thing they move forward into the follow-up is that double sniper.
Yeah, it wasn't really a close round either if Kusta didn't get those 2 kills. They couldn't make their way out. Also, yeah, automatic, you know, he kind of lost the duel inside T-Con, got tagged down, made it a tough situation, but all the spots were held really well here for EG. Nice on Breeze to not just let Kusta swing in that situation. You see that happen quite often. Yeah, not a good buy, I should say, for Gen.G. They haven't got much to work with. 2 ops is a gift and a curse, though, on versus pistol rounds, of course, because if you get rushed down, going 1-for-1 with these ops is not going to be so important. It's what's important is your rifles back you up. But Tarek has a strong spot for this attack.
Yeah, nobody's even looking at him, so he gets to just try and mow them all down. Although Som's Glock rattles off, and sure enough, Tarek dies here. So 1 casualty, 2 casualty. How about another one? Kusta, no sir. He's going to come up empty-handed after the first. So Evil Geniuses just on the retake. Again, you know, little textbook type moment. Double snipers have been saved 3 rounds in a row. That's the majority of the economy each time. So they are fine. Just getting through the rounds here, retaking as they please. Oops.
Maybe they wouldn't have been able to win the round if Ethan didn't kill himself.
Yeah.
Really
showing his commitment to the cause.
Wow.
Ethan says it's slippery up there. What is this?
Okay. I think he was fooling around. He was trying to get back on the ladder, messing around, see what happens.
Tomfoolery.
Yeah.
Play stupid games.
Okay. Well,
win stupid prizes.
It's a much better start for EG already on train. Like things look cleaner, convincing rounds, stopping the A-execs, covering each other.
EG's odds looking good. The 1.55, so favored straight out the gate. And again, if you look at their head-to-head, Evil Geniuses, they have the edge, but it's Gen.G in the most recent 2 BO3s. I think it's very important to remind us of that. You know, historically speaking, we're watching the scale slowly favor back to Gen.G. But Ethan, he just he fights Kusta sitting in the middle of the ladder. Bented going to be able to trade that, but Tarek's aggression also pays off versus Stabs.
Oh boy. Yeah, that's a bit awkward. I wonder if Kusta was meant to be a bit higher on the ladder to not get spotted there. He definitely didn't need to be that low for someone to jump on his head, I'm guessing. But that seemed way too easy for Ethan to just come through. Why wouldn't you shoot feet if you were in the bottom of the ladder? Yeah. And if you're preparing the drop and you thought someone was there, could see you, I don't think you'd be standing there. That's a bit weird.
So both Tarek and Ethan on the front of the A site getting the first few kills. And then Breeze, this was nice opping. Look at this third one. He was just, oh, never mind. He was just jumping and peeking and jumping and peeking on the train bomb site until it was time to get that last frag. So we're moving through the motions, and Evil Geniuses have now doubled up the scoreline versus Gen.G. The round count's looking good. The buy, not so much. Just pistols, few sets of Kevlar, and a couple grenades.
After yesterday, we know why Breeze is open. We saw him hit that 4K. And he was probably like, yeah, I'll secondary for a while. We'll see how it goes.
We also saw Cirque with a near 1 versus 4 clutch on Inferno. That would have been absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah.
So his op, a consistency. Kusta, Deagle frag, just the one. Ethan's able to cut that back. Cirque's op, rains off. And again, just Evil Geniuses moving through the CT side with ease.
Uh-oh. Gen.G look half asleep a little bit. So, Yeah, they'll buy up again, try this. Kusta, feels like Kusta's sharp right now. It's obviously not going to be enough. Especially losing opening kill, or gaining it and dropping it right away, or losing the opening kill and then starting a bunch of lurks where you just get killed. EG, they're not being too unique about their approach. They're just getting ladder control, T-con control. Gen.G, they could be trying to stop that more, but 2 unsuccessful ladder drops is inhibiting Kusta from having impact, especially if he's going to die to, you know, Ethan just shooting him on the ladder. That shouldn't happen on 2 rifle rounds, that's for sure. So maybe if I'm Gen.G, I'm doing a coordinated attack, okay, to catch the player crossing E-box with my AWP, a flashbang from Daps over T-con, so that Kusta can drop ladder fast. Maybe that's where you get your opening kill.
Maybe. Just maybe. Time to find out. Gen.G definitely need a man advantage. Definitely need a round to go their way. We are looking at 4 in a row for Evil Geniuses. 1 away from being on fire. And they've got heavy presence here towards the box halls. Bentet walks into Cirque's scope. And now Stan's going to start to retract back with the other 2 CTs. He sticks around to throw a grenade and takes a little bit of damage. So he's got to be cautious here, or else Kusta's going to get that 4v4.
Uh-oh. Gets even worse here as EG throw in some variety. 3 B setup this time around, op on this part, and they didn't push T-con at all. They didn't have anybody inside the ladder. And they also didn't push inner that quickly. They kind of did it slowly, which had Gen.G peeking with nades out. Isn't it? I've actually never seen this jump spot. That seems like a cool way to do it.
Seems kind of boring, but you know, you got to do what you got to do.
Life of a jump spot.
Win's a win.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like B-apps Mirage flashbacks all over. Stanislaw, well, he sees the smoke. He sees the activity here based on the utility. Gen.G with a grenade left over. Automatics op gives cover. That's a huge pickup, because Tarek is now the front runner on the bomb site, and Daps, despite being low HP, gets a very quick headshot, a crucial one. Oh, you're right. Damn, Stanislaw, he dunks it. Oh, and then Ethan does it again. They've blown up both the bomb planters, and now Automatic's gonna have to go for it. He's gonna get rushed, and 3 times.
Damn, that's sick from EG, man. That grenade's actually very hard to land properly. You kind of have to line it up. If you try to offhand it, it'll go way too far most of the time. To get it onto the bomb plant zone behind the train from Z. Oh, and here's from back oil as well. Yeah, this one is very precise actually. And yeah, so that's perfect coordinated grenade usage. Great timing from EG. And they make up for the fact they lose their Opera with the opening duel from Automatic. Even though Cirque picks up the first kill, the round could have got a lot sketchier if that bomb goes down. And it's ladder room 1 once again. They get downstairs, but they have nobody to catch anybody pushing up. 2 players are there. One of them could have easily got shot in the side.
Oh, Breeze handles the op well, takes a shot, 5 alive. I mean, Evil Geniuses, the previous round where they denied the bomb plant 3 times in 1 round, that was the best look for Gen.G on a rifle round yet. They were playing off of the 4 versus 5. Automatic's crucial pick versus Cirque got them that chance to plant, or at least the first one, and nothing after the fact.
Yeah.
And then the follow-up is just a blowout and another gun round that brings us right back into the pistols. Like, that was their chance. That was their chance at a 6-9, 5-10 type score. Now we could very realistically be watching this fall into the realms of a 12-3.
Yeah, it's totally. I mean, from the perspective of conditioning, if Gen.G are trying to keep up with the last moves EG made, they're going to be 1 step behind, especially when EG already starting to think ahead. You know, they're with the B development there, different looks on the A site, and this one, things go from bad to worse if Gen.G are slow to the jump. But cool to see EG starting off really clean. I mean, this has been a problem for them at the event, and already they're fixing some train stuff. And this, of course, is Gen.G's map pick.
Yeah. We have Inferno up after this one. Ethan gonna lock down the ladder room. Feeling the pressure from many a direction. Automatic. Just point-blank pistol fights, and not even that's going to go too well. So 1 frag for Som, and another on automatic, but it is still the very overwhelming 10-3 scoreline. What could be the final real full-fledged purchase from Gen.G is what's coming up next.
Yeah, basically got 4 out of 5, which is all EG need. I mean, Stanislaw put a lot of the loss yesterday on himself, and he said recent performances. I think it's great to see that, you know, as James pointed out, this, oh my god, 3 ops. Okay, never mind. Okay, never mind. Oh my god, yeah, 3 ops.
Always juggling it.
Oh, wow. Yeah, so I mean, at the end of the half, that's like the best place to put your gimmicks, right? Because if there's some great response from Gen.G and 3 op kills come down because they're not expecting 3 different angles on different parts of the map to be covered, then you know you win the round off that. You don't even have to use the ops again next round.
Oh, and Ethan.
Boy. They have
very aggressive.
I want Maniac to. I would like Maniac to tell us, but I'm pretty sure they have. Oh, did Ethan need to walk forward? I'm not exactly sure. It
yeah,
felt like the molly
one of them
was
spread. One of them
towards him.
The side molly spread forward, and then he had to. Yep.
Okay, I thought you. Okay. Yeah. So this would be one of the first times they actually trade out ladder, but basically every single round this half, I don't think they've won ladder a single time. At least not with the opening kill.
I believe you are correct. Cirque, just going to lock down T-Con, doubles back. Ooh, almost hitting a slick flick, but Bentet able to trade this one. This is a very real chance for Gen.G. Shooting for 5. Best case scenario, Kusta cutting down Breeze, but Tarek's flank is unknown to the T side. Ooh, but Tarek, he misses his chance at the shot, and Automatic's gonna drop him. So here we have it. Gen.G, like you just said, the first time they get ladder control, Mohan, and they use that to walk bomb into a round win.
And they lost the opening kill to Ethan too. So even here, at least they get it, but it seems to be a centerpiece.
Yes, there it is. I was nervous for them just because we've got Stanislaw with nothing to lose. You know, you're talking about his gimmicks. Well, a retake in that 1v3. Why not? 4th round for Gen.G. How about one more, gentlemen? 10-5 for the T side, and nobody really bats an eye. It really boils down to that second half.
Yeah, EG are fine about this. The 3 ops didn't actually come into play because Stan was just going to hold it down for any B push, and kept the rifle near just so that he could come through for the A stuff. But the trades need to be better outside, of course. But yeah, it's a great half so far. And Gen.G, man, we look to their T side to describe their team at their highs. So to have a half like this so far is just not a great sign. Not a great sign at all. Gen.G looking for a pulse. EG looking for a dominant half. Either way they have it. 10-5, 11-4, they're happy. And yeah, so here they are. Tarek's playing the same position. They're respecting T-Con or Gen.G. They haven't really won T-Con either most of the time. Tarek, Cirque, they've been combining, getting kills. And as per usual, Ethan will be sitting down here waiting for his first target.
See if they can do it twice. Last time it was the front molly, the molly outside of the door. That eventually spread, made him run forward, and then he was met by a grenade in the middle of it. So just very much countered out by the utility, but he forfeits the control of ladder room. And Gen.G looking to sink their teeth into the B site instead. Som, he's going to throw some antics at Ivy. And there's a lot on the shoulders of Cirque to give cover here to Stan, who is in front of him. Stanislaw loses the support of the sniper, so because of this smoke, Cirque actually gets pushed up. He's trying to watch the bottom of the ramp from the top shelf. This is not an ideal position at all. All the while, Som, he's coming back, but he didn't see Cirque. What? Stan, off of the top shelf, he's going to get himself 1 and a ton of damage versus Bentet. This is both of the T's down on the site. Kusta with a chance at a kill. Tarek's going to stop the plant and take that 11th. I am shocked that Som doesn't see Cirque over by the oil, but Evil Genius is finishing this half with a hell of a lead. Join us after the break to see if Gen.G have any life in them on Train.
You guys have hand warmers? Can you send me some hand warmers?
Nah, I'm out.
Oh, credit card.
Who is Mini, dude? What are you
That's
doing?
me. My hands. Nice. I'm trying to warm up my hands. Like I don't want to play yet. One sec.
Dude, you just
Pause,
body
pause, pause,
spam.
pause.
Wait, I
Yeah,
can't
it's a
reload
deagle.
after kill? Oh no.
Wait, is it live?
It's live.
That's live? No excuses.
He's still he's hiding in locker still. It's actual bullshit. He
That's-
died. Okay. I'm just
Oh,
kidding,
okay.
then. Can we all just decide to just kill Grim only?
Why me, man? What do I do?
You're just it's not fair. It should be a 3-on-1.
Oh, who's this? Oh,
Oh, okay, Mike.
do I need a deep
T-Red, he's
skin?
1 HP. I don't know why I'm telling you. No! Okay, I got the MOTM spot.
What is this?
Do I get... Oh my god, I got a point.
Incredible. He's just sitting in hell. Can we just kill him? Can we just kill this guy?
No,
Can we
that's
just kill this
illegal.
guy in hell?
That's illegal.
Kill this guy in hell, man.
Holy shit, I'm getting so many kills here though. No. It's all over. Oh. Wait, he doubled us!
2
Get
for
out
1.
of me!
This guy's just crouch walking.
Can we go to a max 7 map so I can actually have a
weirdo.
chance?
Oh my god, can't get out.
I kind of like the new deagle though. I might go for some jumping shots on you guys.
Please don't.
Okay, for the clip.
You should just stand
You're
still
making
so I
it. You're
can kill
Put
you.
that
making
in,
it. You're
put that
making
in.
it sound like you're making it sound like you're trolling.
Definitely not trolling right now. I'm just making you guys talk, cause you guys can't focus, like shoot and kill at the same time, right?
No, man.
Holy shit, I actually do get a sim shot. He wasn't kidding.
I hear you using it.
Alright, we're horrible.
Yeah, I thought it was a joke.
This knocker?
Oh my.
Oh no. Nice, nice.
Oh, they're so
good EK. Good EK.
Wait. What happened in the second op?
Dude, I glocked the guy up.
No, yeah, I insta-go stand lower, dude. In hell. Good round though. 2 kills. Oh,
okay. 3 kills, 3 kills. Give him a smiley face, yes.
One of the few successful rounds there for Gen.G's T side, but obviously the spirit's high, and they'll be switching over to the defense to try their hand in a second pistol, trying to keep themselves on their map pick. That's right, Evil Geniuses leading 11-4 on the choice of Gen.G in the elimination best of 3. One team goes on to the spring finals, one team, well, stays home, I suppose. And that could be Gen.G. We'll find out. Very little utility here in the pistol. Very little strategy as well. It's just straight down into the B bomb site. Keeping it simple, stupid. Evil Geniuses not even stopping to fight. Daps, he's out there in the top shelf, as is Kusta, who has managed himself a headshot. Now we're going to start getting the T's clamoring back here. They will plant in the end. What's going on, Mohan?
Yeah, I mean, I think when they saw the setup upstairs, I mean, they might have wanted to run through the Z smoke, but they saw the up setup, and oh wow, Cirque. Okay, yeah, that's a wrap. So I think what happens here is they saw the setup upper, and they had no one to stop it, and we know how powerful that position is if it goes unchecked. So either they were trying to adjust and just push through to the back and then go for the CT plant, or they or the plan out the gate was to push through Z, which is a real strat. So it's really smart because, I mean, if you're not going to push upper at all, we see so many teams make the mistake of trying to plant and not clear it. And of course, the setup from Gen.G would have been great for that. So yeah, wow, okay. It's getting even worse. It's getting kind of hot in here.
A little bit. Cirque doesn't seem to mind. He's going to play over top of the fire, looking for the heads. Taps one into automatic. It's going to be the scout still on Bentet, Deagle, Kevlar. Couple pieces of utility here. Gen.G really trying to stretch themselves thin. Oh, Ethan. Ow. Man, he's got a concussion and he's blind. She gets pelted in the face by the flashbang.
Yeah, I mean, in real life, you'd be like deaf for the rest of your life. Flash hits you that close up. So it's like we go round by round. You know, it's bad when the highlight from the team comms was a round that you lost, that you just did okay on. Just the eco where you had like a bomb plan. I would have loved to see I would have loved to see the mood deteriorate over the rest of the half, because I'm obviously an evil person.
Just pick up the first 5 seconds of every round and see how it falls. Daps, you're supposed to be dead. Ethan gets that one under control, but he has primed Kusta for what would be a ridiculous clutch. He hasn't been spotted. He's got 2 players very low, but Cirque, yeah, keeps him honest. And Cirque with the 3-piece in the anti-eco kicks it off with that nice headshot through the edge of the smoke, and then follows through with another 2. So 13-4. Evil Geniuses really ramping up the pressure.
I like Tarek's. He's got a unique role on this team. He plays a lot of forward aggressive positions, but on even on CT sides, he's often playing alone. But he's creating chaos. He does these mid-round lurks. He doesn't really go for like giant big flanks or see at the bomb site a little bit later type plays. He's just mostly within sights in a position that you wouldn't expect, trying to make a heads-up play. So he dies a lot in his role, but he's actually got a lot of kills too. So I think this is kind of his ideal form right now. Yeah, I think he's found his place.
Ooh.
And
Ethan makes
I say that because I know
quick work of Psalm.
Yeah, I just say that because I know, like, on MIBR, he felt like he didn't really have an identity on the team and felt like there wasn't a lot of space for him, which seems to be a common storyline with players who have joined MIBR. So I feel like he's playing to his strengths, and it's cool to see that he's having impact while also being like his unique self, his best self.
Being true to who he is at heart. It's transitioning very nicely into the Counter-Strike we see. Easy peasy for Breezy. Automatic. Just the pistol wielder. There's a CT trying to hide, but there's very limited places to do so. He gets gunned down by the MAC-10, so Tarek's going to make a little bit extra cash. He's sitting on 6,000. Cirque and Breeze both above 7. Oh man, the money is there for them, and so are the rounds. A 10-point advantage for Evil Geniuses. This is Gen.G's one and potentially only gun round on the defense.
I can't believe, I mean, everyone's positive for one thing on EG, but look how many like extraordinary score lines we have. We've got 20-5 on Breeze, 18-7 on Ethan, Tarek at 17 frags, like Cirque's off and everything. Everybody is playing so well. And now a lot of it comes from that CT side. Bayatsia bleeding over here into the second half as well, round 19. Gen.G, this will be kind of their one of their final tries, if not their final real try on a good buy round. Definitely one of the last rounds automatic we'll be able to see an op if they don't lose. First things first, Bentet into the ladder. Now let's, we want to look at EG's take on ladder versus Gen.G's and see if they can have any more success.
Ouch. Little shrapnel for Bentet. Ethan, who was a fantastic player inside of the ladder room last half, is trying to toy with the top of it. I respect Ethan as a Counter-Strike player. I think he does a lot of difficult jobs. We talked about his struggles yesterday on Banana of Inferno versus MIBR. He's also the ladder room player here on Train. So it's a lot. That's a lot for one guy. And he handles it well.
It is. Yeah, these are very difficult spots. I mean, they're scary. They're scary for sure. But you put your high fragging players in high fragging positions and hope they succeed, and that's just kind of how it's supposed to go. He's entrusted with a lot. Psalm at Hell could be a good spot, depending on Kusta, if he can take attention away, and it looks like Psalm.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah, nobody even looks. Tarek is going to jumping Mac 10 into Kusta. It's Cirque with the double kill, Ethan with another. Ethan with the 1 versus 1, 10 seconds. Daps, he's stuck in a line of sight, but Ethan, he decides to try and play the bomb. I don't think he realizes there is no time. Nope. And he kind of starts second-guessing things. Did he want the frag? Did he want to plant? Daps hits him with the smiley face in all chat as Gen.G used the clock, of all things, to get their 5th round.
Yeah, that works out well. Ethan up to 20 after that round. I think he knew he needed to get the kill, and he had pretty good info because I believe Daps had just got a kill, so he should have been told. But flash in the pant. Wow, even after that, Gen.G they couldn't recover the op, so Automatic's relegated to the scout. Low grenades, better buy here for EG despite Gen.G winning that round.
Betway odds coming in hot. Evil Geniuses still clearly favorited, understandably, as they are just 2 steps away from taking map 1 in convincing fashion. Smokes all over this outer site, and we are going to have Bentet playing behind red. He goes for the peek as the smoke fades, and he gets both information and cut down. Som, he's trying to keep his head on a swivel. Tarek seeing tons of bodies. And Automatic Scout is good to stop 1. They're worried about the flank. They're worried about the forefront of the bomb site. They're just worried about everything. And they have a reason to be. Stanislaw, he's trying to find this angle, but Automatic's doing a great job of taking the kills. Stan, he hears the footsteps go past him, turns back. He was trying to play it sneaky, but Ethan dropped by Kusta, who comes in big for 2. Stan, I saw what he was trying to pull off, but Automatic was just way too quick to check him.
I think that was a surprising rotation from Automatic, because I feel like for Stan, he hears him and he's like, well, if he's already at the top of Old Bomb, why would he wrap around the train to come back up to the bomb site again from the other side? Automatic, on the one hand, he was looking at the flank, but I don't think that was anticipated. But yeah, maybe Stan should have just shot sooner. He also just barely missed Automatic, who's playing back there at first. Wow, it's a close round outside, but Gen.G, after winning the 2 in a row, they stabilize a bit. Automatic still doesn't have an op, but it might be for the best on this round. You know what? EG, they can buy on 2 and not even consider this an eco round, really. I mean, not consider this a force up. They have the 2 full guns on 2 very dangerous players. The real rooks of the server, 20 on either end. I think they have more kills.
You've been bringing in
Gen.G's
chess to our commentary
combined.
lately.
Yeah, I have.
I like it. We've got rooks today. There was there was the bishop angle. All right, I want to be the queen.
Yeah, you've always been the queen.
Good. Never forget it. Cirque, he's taking a lot of damage here, so Evil Geniuses, as you said, not having to consider this one a force buy, but even with the tools they had, you wouldn't have known they had anything other than pistols with what's left over here. You know, nothing was made off of it. Som just sure takes a bit of damage, but he is fine, and it's all about finding the bomb carrier. That's the only thing they haven't seen yet, and it is, of course, towards Ivy. Single smoke on Stan. Maybe he smokes right, sprints around, tries to just dip. Duck or dodge. He's got options, but they are very limited. Peeks into the angle, dry, and Kusta kills him. So Gen.G at still half of the round count of Evil Geniuses, but this was really Som just getting really aggressive early in the round. Automatic popping up the ladder, catching Breeze empty-handed, and Tarek on the fallback trying to trade. So awesome stuff there from Automatic to really shut down that double rifle buy.
It's nothing like Gen.G in the second half, the CT side of train. There's nothing quite like it. Maniac brought up that Gen.G seemed to struggle like near the end of the game, but one of their games I remembered like right away was that one versus MIBR where KNG had the 16-0 and then Gen.G came back and won like every single round on CT side. But you know, once you start this late, you're asking for any small mistake to cost you the whole game. So we'll see if they can really pull this back and be flawless. Slightly low grenades here for EG as they pull back out of ladder control. But it looks like another setup for the A execution, and I kind of like it because the trades came down really well for EG despite losing on both their attempts.
Ethan just setting a smoke here. He's kind of a little nervous. You know, we did get aggression out of Gen.G last gun round, and he has nobody to really help him here. Deep smoke. This should delay everything.
Yeah. Now, how do they respond? They got to have a flash from spawn. Yeah.
.40 seconds, they waited out. Bentet turns his head, expected and dealt with. Very nice double kill. He goes one better, hitting the headshot versus Cirque, so substantial damage on the third. Kusta on the front of T-Con gets himself a couple kills, and oh, he gets gifted the headshot in the end. 3-piece for Kusta and an 8th round for Gen.G. This is starting to look good for them.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, Bentet, man, Bentet would have ate that flash like it was a free sample if they had just thrown it. Look, he's facing forward as soon as the smoke comes up, and there was a player in spawn that knows a pop flash to blind him, but they decided to just walk through, maybe because they didn't want to give away their execute, but it's kind of weird to not respect the thought that players are playing inside a T-Con against a very CT-sided position once you're in there.
Just the pistols, gonna get cut back. Ethan, one and done with the Glock shots. Bentet, 18 HP. Oh, just gets away with it. 6 health makes the difference. 4 survivors for Gen.G. I mean, they're cutting back the lead. This is one of those moments where either it's gonna be the miraculous comeback after such a lopsided half, or they're just gonna bring it close for evil geniuses to somehow slip through with 2. You know, we've all been here. We've all seen it happen before. We can't count them out, but all it takes is 2 from EVG, and this one's finished.
20, 40, 60, 80 kills on 4 players for EG. As Gen.G begin to level out a little bit. Automatic full strength, Gen.G ladder room control. No T-Con this time around. Bentet solid as a rock in these last couple of rounds. Just getting to 10 kills, but seriously holding Gen.G in its entirety into this game. EG, they've got a multifaceted attack right now. It's a default with a bit of IV pressure. And Som, he's got a rifle to try to deal with this. So it might be a bit of a weakness, especially him playing on this side. Really depends how EG want to attack, but I think you'd be happy to see a rifle here, especially with Cirque trying to help you forge a kill out of this situation. Yeah, that looks like the duel is coming.
It's just Som on the left side. This time properly flashing into T-Con, and ooh, they're gonna get mollied. So this slows down everything. Counter-terrorists follow up with some smoke. Stanislaw, he gets line of sight versus Bentet. That's a gap in it. Automatic. Ooh, he jumps the gun, but they almost line up. Cirque, he gets a team kill in the middle of it all, but this works out perfectly for evil geniuses. The multifaceted assault. They come in from 2 separate angles. Poor Bentet with his back turned. He was looking to lock down a hold like he had done from inside T-Con previously, but not this time. No, sir. Som tries the Molotov to keep them back. Doesn't want to just spam through smoke because he's susceptible to a push, and that is what enables them to crack into the A site. Daps isn't done yet. He's walking this one forward. He does have a Molotov and a flash, so he mollies off the ladder room, jumps on the bomb. He's just going to try to stick this, forced off by Ethan. 15 rounds for evil geniuses. It took him a while. It was 5 in a row from Gen.G, but EG break through.
So Stan changes the outcome of this round entirely by getting that kill. That was a perfect spot because the flash coming out of T-Con would have gone right over him. He would have been able to probably spray down two people through the smoke. And so Stan, yeah, making a huge play. And that's the issue, and that's the reason why people don't play as much in back CT. Because if it's the case, number one, if Cirque decided to take that duel, he's got an advantage versus the rifle. But even if it's an op, if it does get smoked out, then your next rotation is old bomb. and then you can only have a passive hold versus Ivy. Whereas people playing back 5 now, they can hold on to Ivy and make sure you can't even cross out past the boxes. But here, you've got a spot in front of T-Con that's unprotected if the smoke comes out on the left side, which it does. It's all about
4 players up on the A
compromising
site.
default.
No compromise to Breeze's favor. Just gets opt out of this one. It's all in from EG down the ramp. Kusta gonna do a great job of holding this down. Shaves off 2. Answered back by Cirque. It's him and Stanislaw in a 2 versus 5. It's wild to think the kill differential for Evil Geniuses is so good when we get such a lopsided affair from Gen.G. I mean, Kusta, he is above and beyond at the moment, trying to keep them in this, but Cirque is doing exactly that here in round 25, keeping them in it. He's gotten the 2 op kills in the 2v5 to cut it to a single man advantage, and Stanislaw behind him is just telling him to keep going. Walk forward, frag. Although there is a CT who has managed to get behind them. That's Som. He has the op. He cannot afford to miss because I swear Cirque's gonna flick him. But yeah, the flashbang's fantastic, and Stanislaw 1 versus 3, dropped by automatic. We've got Gen.G on double digits. This is just within 5. This is a doable comeback. It's not gonna be easy, but it hasn't been from the start.
Yeah, I feel like you don't want to be the team that can only make comebacks, because then you're going to lose most of your game when you could have just had a better start. But yeah, it feels like that's the curse for Gen.G. And EG had that a bit too yesterday, but it's not an overall thing for them. I don't think. But yeah, now the buy-in for EG. They've only got very little money, but they're just going to rush forward through the fire into an op and a waiting rifle. Smokes, yeah, that's it. They hold it down. It's another successful anti-eco here for Gen.G.
Empty-handed entirely. Not even a single kill. Barely any damage. It's a full house for Daps and Automatic. Buy up from Evil Geniuses. Sometimes I do feel like they just burn through those eco rounds. You know, like they need to go talk to Steel. Make the most of those ones.
I really wonder if EG are going to try that Ivy hit again, because there wasn't a good response for a Gen.G, but this time around Som has opping, so I wonder if Gen.G are kind of preemptively preparing themselves for it. Oh wow, it's just fast out T-Con. Well, relying on these entries. Oh, Breeze has no idea. The player at the bottom of his screen, he must be on a 3-4 resolution or something, because he didn't see that.
That's nuts. It's into the 3 versus 2, so EG are just a couple of kills away from it, and Daps, well, he can't really lend a helping hand, so Som on his own. Ethan, the master of ladder, is on low HP in the post plant. Stanislaw and Tarek, they're trying to find a chance to move back, and because of this smoke, they can do so. But, well, Som's gonna make an advantage off of it as well. He sees the shadow. 100% no stands close. Barrel stuffs him with the op, and down goes Ethan. It falls onto Tarek. I'm sure he was just spotted. He's trying to creep away, hits the headshot. Now it all falls onto Daps. Tarek, his gun runs dry, and he's gonna have to sprint. He jumps on top of it. He has the defuse. Gen.G not going down just yet.
On the list of things you hate to see, that's all the way at the top. Wow, an extra bullet and Daps dies. Another play where he throws a Molotov down to clear another angle. Player peeks into his own fire and almost wins the duel. This time, Daps gets a bit of revenge in the clutch. Tarek starts this out really well. I mean, he gets the entries. They compromise all the spots outside. They get 3v2, but Ethan was low inside the ladder, so you'd really expect Daps would win that duel. Som makes a cool play there to wrap with the op. It's not expected, and even if Stan peeks into him, there's probably a good chance he still gets the kill. So nice play from Som to pull that back. Gen.G late game heroes here, 15-12 after a really terrible first half. It's another CT-sided affair. Double ops coming into play, being very important so far. But I mean, like, this is kind of nuts, man. We've only got Kusta on 24 kills, but otherwise, it's really not even comparable.
Yet they somehow still keep this one rolling. Two players to the B site for the defense. Same can be said for EG. They take this box halls early. Som posted on the angle down Ivy. Flashed off of his position. But Cirque doesn't have that counter op. Don't forget, there is 0 snipers here for EG. So they go for the just total spread on map control. What do you make of this?
Yeah, they can do kind of the same thing. They don't necessarily need an op to take Ivy. So you saw they can isolate the position with just a smoke. Getting up is the hard part, but they've already pushed Som back. So a small win for EG. And the op coming into play later in the round is a bit different. But yeah, so far so good though for Gen.G. Don't get me wrong. They've got ladder room control. They've got 2 ops. And I think the longer the round goes on, the harder it becomes, and the more powerful the ops become because the utility starts to run down. In fact, EG don't have a single smoke to use. But oh man, Ivy is so wide open. There's not even anybody watching it. Okay, Som's got it.
Nope.
This is the position I was talking about. That's really cuts it off.
Ooh, he hits the leg shot, but that's 3 Ts. Misses it on cycle. Automatic, he's flanking Ivy, so he could just start taking him down from behind. It is the man advantage up for the T side, and Automatic, he doesn't seem to have found an angle. He's back there with the sniper as the Ts take over the A site. This is what got them onto 15. This was the play that had EG bring it back to this, but oh, Bentet. I was thinking to myself, maybe he doesn't check the player close. Can they throw another post plant? Gen.G are coming in hot. 2 versus 4. Bentet with everything, but Evil Geniuses shut this one down. The comeback was happening, undoubtedly. Great effort coming out of Gen.G, but 16-12, the final score. Evil Geniuses winning their opponent's map choice, and we will be heading to Inferno to see if this is the 2-0 or if Gen.G reverse sweep to get their spot at the Blast Spring Finals. We'll have the analysts after the break. Launders and I will see you guys on Inferno.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are kicking off the decade here. Not every day you get to say that. With the Blast Premier Spring Series. We do have the very best in the business, the best in the world competing here.
Just take initiative and we're gonna win, all right? Let's go. Okay, boys, let's close this shit out. Let's go.
Dun, 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 dun.
That's a hell of a shot. Ooh, a second from the lead.
15 seconds on the clock, he turns around and the bomb goes out. Oh my god, the 180! Let's go! Another kill! This should, by all means, be absolutely impossible here for MIBR. This should be the end of the road here.
Siri, who is the easiest target?
Gold.
Oh, he does still have the AK Cold with everything to do, just popping noggins. He cleared 3 bodies and the board.
Let's go!
Let's go, guys. Let's focus on. Let's go.
Tickets booked to the spring finals.
The final day here of Group A.
Liquid gonna end up winning in overtime, 19-17.
I want you guys to get real pumped. It's the last series of this first weekend.
Go, boys. Have a party to go. What?
He's got 14 bullets in the magazine. Half the clip is gone. He peeks wide, and that's it. Good night. Ladies and gentlemen, Spring Series Week 1 comes to a close. Whoa. Higher seating and a fat stack of cash for FaZe Clan.
Zeus, you managed to take them down on their map pick. A 16-12 scoreline, but a very solid performance. I think the most interesting thing for me here is that you're looking at the individuals we expect to step up in. Cirque, Ethan, Breeze, deliver to the level we expected here. Have they got some newfound confidence going into this one? And how are you feeling going into Inferno?
Yeah, so this map, we started off really strong at the end and we got a little bit shaky, but we're more in the mood, more free-flowing, just doing our thing. So when things are going more naturally, of course, the people are going to perform to the level that we expect them. It wasn't much of a difference change. It's one of those days where we felt confident, prepared. We dealing better with the pressure situation, so we're doing our part.
Well, there's a happy Zeus. I mean, when your team is winning, everything's looking up. Everything is looking good. And EG are certainly the team to beat in this matchup. They're looking very solid, although it got a little shaky there into the first half going into the second. You know, it looked like Gen.G were starting to pick up some steam, and EG were experiencing trouble trying to close it out. But they got the job done in the end. So, Thorin, what did you take away from that match?
Yeah, again, it feels like a broken record. EG looks really good at times during the game, on CT side even. One thing I have a lot of respect for them is they don't have to even have a big role going like they did in this game. They just win CT rounds on this map. It's one of the reasons why when you consider at the major, they basically almost beat Prime, well, not quite Prime, almost Prime Astralis on the map. I was always amazed they went away from that for so long and became that Inferno Dust 2 team, because I always thought there's so few teams in the game actually are good on train, want to make it a specialty. But then again, I see their T side, I start to understand why they maybe don't. Anyway, on the CT side, pretty much everyone was playing up to par. Breezy even came online. We finally saw a good game from him. I think it says everything that he's now secondary AWP, because I looked it up, and on his entire career, he only has 80 kills with an AWP on land. So that just tells you he's feeling it right now, and they're trying other things. So, I mean, the bizarre thing is, it's going to be the same story again. There's so much you can praise from the first 2/3 of the game, and then the last third of the game, it's almost like they just have to give the other team a chance to win.
So you think that they're generous right now? It's like, oh, come on, guys, we got to give them a fair shake. Can't just snuff them completely.
I mean,
something like that, yeah.
It's a problem, honestly, Sandra. It is an issue because it's not the same thing just winning 16-4 straight up and going onto your own map pick rather than, you know, giving a fighting chance to Gen.G. It changes things. I mean, I'm sure Gen.G do feel a little bit better now because they were able to pull these rounds together, because individually they found some oxygen during that game. So we laugh about it, but it is a problem that, you know, EG are not able to just close it. But, you know, I'm telling the negative stuff, but there was also some good stuff. And I had a clip that I wanted to point out, a good reaction on the fly from EG. We have here the pincer move coming in on the A side. We see 50 seconds left. And what I want you guys to be mindful of is the reaction from Gen.G once Evil Genesis actually stay up the move. So we have the flashes coming in, and then you will see a flow of Molotov. There you have it, Molotov towards Ivy. There is the Molotov towards T-Connector. And EG could take the wrong decision, but no, they waited out just a little bit, give time to Stanislaw to cross the Ivy smoke, and look at this, the jiggle pick coming in against the AWP. Oh, there you have it. That's the detail that makes the difference. Surf destroys everyone, because why not? And so it is. 3 versus 1, Daps will try his best, but that is obviously it with the round. So there was many traps, many mistakes that could be done during that round, and EG actually maneuvered them quite well.
They showed quite a bit of discipline there.
Yeah,
not getting too crazy, not getting too panicked. Have you been listening to their comms? Are they sounding pretty calm right now in the communication, or is it getting very excited in there?
Well, it's weird for me to say that, but they almost sound like too calm. I feel like at some point there should have been a rebellion when they realized they were giving away the rounds. But they were definitely calm. I don't think they doubted the fact that they were going to win, but that could explain why it took a little bit too much time, you know.
All right, fair enough. If you need to get that energy up. I mean, do you think that they're going to have the pace necessary here on Inferno, Thorin, to get the job done, EG?
It's their map pick. Like, they're basically in this, like, this is like in tennis, if you're up a set and you've got a break point, like, the pressure's on the other guy. Like, EG can mess around and go to the third map that they even play. So I think now, actually, I would hope they will play very free and that they will just go for it in this game. Don't let your foot off the pedal at all the metaphors. And quite frankly, from seeing Gen.G on Inferno, they've got their work cut out for them. They have to really perform this time.
So it's going to be individuals here for Gen.G to really stand out, perhaps, and make the difference. I mean, here with the map stats on Inferno, and it definitely looks like EG are more comfortable on the map. I mean, Maniac, what are you thinking about Inferno here?
I agree with Duncan. I think EG are completely in the driving seat. They have the momentum, they have the map. I'm just looking at the past results between these two teams, and in this year at least, Gen.G never beat EG on Inferno. It's hard to say. Gen.G never beat EG. So Evil Geniuses never lost on Inferno, let me phrase it this way. They do have the upper hand. Want to take a minute to point out the B-bomb side for EG, Stanislaw and Ethan. Yesterday versus MIBR, I feel like they did the good and they did the bad. They had some rounds where they inflicted crazy damage, Banana. It was all beautiful, and they had some other rounds where they could absolutely destroy it. So hopefully they learn the lessons. Hopefully they only keep the good, and if that's the case, I don't see a way in Gen.G coming back.
And I mean, Thorn, do you have anything in mind as far as Gen.G? What can they do here to get into this match? Because you're right, it is home court now, I suppose, for EG, if we want to put it that way. Pressure's on. What do you have to do if you're Gen.G now to turn it around and get the job done?
I mean, that 17-year-old kid called Som could actually do something in the server. I looked it up. His last 4 events, including this event, he averages more deaths than kills. This guy was the MVP of the last LAN that they played. So, like, I think, quite frankly, with his youth and some of these performances, he's just not ready for this level. But if he wants to prove me wrong, do it in the server. Start left-clicking people.
That's fairly straightforward. I appreciate it. Perfectly done. Thank you very much for the analysis, gentlemen. We're going to look at to see how this all is going to play out on Inferno, the second map of this series. Match point for Evil Geniuses. If they win this, they're going to the finals at the end of the month. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll hand it over to the commentators, Scrawny and Launders.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the second week here.
Got the best teams in the world and complexity.
But Flamey is his kryptonite again. Oh!
This is it. It's a bulldozer. We have fun. We're going to play good. We may lose some shit rounds, but you just brush it off. And if we win some good rounds, we cheer. That's all it is.
The best team in the world going up against a team who, you know, hasn't even been able to qualify for the major yet.
Just trying to buy time, flanking around, punching him down, and he tries to immediate defuse. He's right there with the kid. Oh my god, I can't believe it. 16 and 12.
I've seen every big CSGO match ever. I can tell you that would already be like a top 5 upset of all time.
Simple could catch. Oh! The shutdown.
This isn't the Astralis that I know.
He's trying to get in the pit. Can he stand tall one last time? He lies them all. A beautiful spray! Electrons have got it! 16-14, now he's doing it!
Who's ready for Vitality versus Complexity?
I introduce you to North America's newest juggernaut.
16-6 as they take down Vitality.
Complexity have one last beast to challenge.
They wanted to build Juggernaut, but we want to destroy the Juggernaut.
Of course.
16 rounds to Navi's favor. Victories on Train and Mirage.
And the Navi Storm has come and conquered today.
It's an exciting, you know, couple of days that we've had here, and it doesn't feel like we've had any losers other than maybe Astralis.
Welcome back, one and all, to the final best of 3 of the NA Spring Showdown, where Evil Geniuses maintained their Betway odds because, well, they picked up Train. It took them a bit of time on that T side, Launders, but they closed it in the end, and now we switch to their map choice of Inferno.
I'm super excited for Inferno because yesterday EG's, their CD side Inferno looked extraordinary. I'm looking forward to watching that again. And yeah, they let it get a little bit loose at the end of Train, but they ultimately closed it out, and they did have some good T rounds as well. And to top it all off, it was Gen.G's map pick. So Soren pointed out, this is EG's game to lose. Pressure is on for Gen.G to pull this out. And of course, a very high stakes match. No second chances now. Only the winner goes to the finals.
Yes, sir. That's right. This is the second chance, technically. We watched them fall yesterday. And they are on the brink of collapse again here, Gen.G. They do get the 4 versus 4, and then they try to fall back to the A site, where Automatic actually finds Breeze in abs. Huh. Would you look at that? 4 versus 3 established for Gen.G's CT side. There's a single defender over here on this B-bomb site. A lot of pressure going to fall onto the shoulder of Daps. He's got 3 players to try and handle. Oh my god, he's insta-gushed, and Stan with the jumping Glock shot. Bomb plant's good. Utility for the retake, non-existent. And on top of that, 2 of their 3 CTs have already been tagged. Automatic loses 99 health. Oh, and Stanislaw, he can't quite get it over the end. Look at that. 28 HP across the 3 survivors of Gen.G. It's all on Ethan, and you'd think it wouldn't take much. He gets the first. Flash into the corner. Oh, it's a decoy. I fell for it. He does a little bit more damage. 15 is what is left over. Bentet, he can't cover anything. Saw him trying to stick it. What? What? That's so close. Like 0.05 seconds on the HUD, I think.
Wow, we had one of the closest possible. Holy smokes. Yeah, I was thinking, well, if there's ever a 1v3 to win, you know, they couldn't be any lower. Everyone was almost 1 bullet away. They were so lucky to get that second kill. 3v4 situation. Dabs gets completely plastered at Coffins. I mean, he had no chance. Yeah, that's crazy how close that was. Another good start here for EG with this pistol. Scary. Can't give him an inch right now, especially with these starts. We got the Novas out for Kusta. Nova time.
Yo Nova. And the Mag 7. A little bit shorter, but still packs a punch. And it's that shotgun crossfire we've seen here at the B-bomb site a couple of times. One on the wall and one behind Orange's. Kusta just wrecks him in the back. The buckshot gonna fall a little short there versus Cirque. I think that's the inconsistency of the shotguns. Like the first one, just kapoomsh. First guy get down, no chance at all. And then the second ones, the BBs just start, you know, bouncing all over the place. He had some duds. Unfortunate.
Yeah, luckily it's so cheap that you get 1 kill, you get almost all your money back, and you knock whatever 4 or 5 grand off the other team. So worthwhile exchange for sure. Setup's fine here for EG though. Not really need to move. Automatic looking to try to punish some escapes if possible. He's like, yo, Dabs, come back here. Maybe we can do this together, but it's an exit through banana nice and quick. Wait a second. He has a kit.
Oh my god, he's got it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, they take him off. Dude, another wild defuse moment. Daps. Oh, 1 HP off the bomb. That's a big brain Daps calculation.
Yo,
dude, this is crazy. We've had a defuse at 0.07 seconds. We've had a guy survive on 1 HP, and we are only 2 rounds deep.
And look, the smoke's actually quite good. If he had thrown that even a little bit farther, just to obscure more points of reference, he might have been able to score that one. But yeah, super close. And I mean, it gets some damage in on top of it, so it gives himself up. But he gets I think a bomb plant kill out of that. Bomb killed somebody, right? Maybe I'm crazy. Either way, round number 3, pistols bought up for Gen.G. Slight bit of upgrades here. So far, so good for EG. So far, so good.
One Mac 10 to rule them all. It's here on the CT cross. So it's on the right bomb site. It is next to the CZ and P250. Great grenade. Som's going to have to pick the shrapnel out of his teeth. Smoke grenade on the front of the bomb site and the second to coffins. Nice visuals, DJ. Thank you. But there's that Mac 10. That one Mac 10 softening up Ethan very easily. There's the peek from Som. So now it's confirmed that there were 3 players there. No doubt in my mind they start to creep up to the A site. But check out Bentet looking at his shoes.
Oh boy.
Just waiting for the bomb to maybe be planted.
Was keeping his dreams high and his crosshairs low. Oh, could he stop the plant? No, but he could get a kill. I mean, he's got a big crosshair.
Yeah.
It's always going to be all over him. No.
Yeah,
oh, people can't see the crosshair. He's got a thin yellow crosshair, but it's like size 4.5 or something.
He doesn't quite dethrone Gratisfaction on the crosshair criticism.
It's a crazy
it's up
crosshair.
there.
Mystic, yeah. A real Opper's crosshair. Automatic is gonna go for some late game antics again. Can he get a kill in the pit? Even if he gets a couple dinks. Oh my God, Dab's gonna throw us. Oh, that's a kill, yeah.
Yep. Boom. Bomb pops off, 2 rifles move forward, but yeah, Gen.G doing a good job at the end of every round to make EG sweat. But those 3 rounds do go the way of the T side, and now we get the first gun round out of Gen.G, op included immediately for Automatic.
Yeah, all right, let's see it. Let's see how it goes. And I'm looking forward to the second half for EG, so I feel like Gen.G, they've got to get something going right now. So Tim, let's see, triple B setup. You know, of course, we know this means this leaves mid a bit more weak at the beginning, but it's a bit scary for the T's to gamble to mid right away, but it looks like, yeah, they are. They're going to expect it. Oh, that's an opening that could have definitely won the round. They knew at that point it was 3B. They would have ran arch for sure.
Spam fight. Grenades blown up in the middle of it all, and EG seem content to just sit back for the time being. It is still early days. More than a minute.
Yeah, really good start here for Gen.G. Narrowly avoiding death on that arch player. That would have seriously been like round 1 almost for EG. They know what to do from that point on if they read the 3B setup. But then they also get this good damage in on Banana. Automatic. This is his time. He'll have at least 1 free shot. Quietly go for this boost. Oh, they're pushing in.
He has to boost his teammate. Yeah. Almost gets caught out there. Breeze will clip Som off the top wall. And then there's a player on the coffins, but he falls. Dude, he falls. And Cirque, well, he answers back with another op shot, but it's Ethan taken down, and oh, what? This is just nonsensical. This second map has not made sense from the beginning of the round, and now it's Automatic and Cirque just trading op frags back and forth. Yeah, he's on for it. He should have never gotten some of these kills, but Automatic, Timothy Tatas takes all 5.
Damn. Wow, he actually puts it together. Breeze, I can't believe that just happened with that flash through. But of course, you know, all the kills he grabs. I mean, even that coffin smoke shot I didn't even spot. But yeah, he was forced to boost in this spot, put him in an awkward position. And then, yeah, of course this is nuts because he's actually still half blind. I was actually wondering how he was able to shoot Breeze. I mean, he responded to basically nothing almost. I can imagine he barely saw a figure, if only just footsteps.
Ethan all alone on one side of the smoke. But Gen.G seem content with just giving up top Banana. It's not the first time we've seen them just shy away from it. Mind you, with Automatic just popping off like that, let them go to the B site. Maybe that's where they think he is, but he's actually over on short A this round. So I do like that they're already trying to keep him fresh. Shift the positions. There is a second sniper, of course, in Kusta, same spot, but he misses his. And for the time being, 5v5.
Yeah, we all know what Kusta can do on the B site with an op. He can be trusted late round to play it by himself. Be a tough situation for EG. crazy start this game off with an ace already. Top bracket control taken. Smart move from EG, of course. As we can see, no one's here, no one's close. They're not even in position to flash retake. And there's already some lane pressure. Players moving out of the pit here for Gen.G, but the rotates in Arch.
Automatic's going to flash forward. That blinds everyone. So they're unable to sprint in. We've got the 4 versus 4 on site. And Bentet, big double spray down. His magazine's going to go dry, so now's the time for Breeze to try and claw this back. He gets the 2-piece. Automatic's behind the tall box, and there's another player on short. Oh no! He's trying his damnedest, but that one gets shut down. Awesome attempt from Breeze, but it's EG giving up a second. Gen.G within 1.
Better see some NTs in chat. This guy made his AK look like an op. So what was that? See that again. Clap. Oh, that was disgusting. That was so cool. Well, okay, but what's most important is Gen.G had a great setup. Well, actually, no, hold on. You know, EG took top bracket. They got halls. Like, for all intents and purposes, that looks like a good setup to hit the A site. No one's in pit. You've got one person halls to clear that out. No one's on the balcony to stop you. And then once you get on, though, Tim's flash changes a lot because he gets into a good spot, and then he gets an easy first op shot, and then it's perfect. He's tethered off his teammate, who gets to who is using him as a distraction. Bentek grabs those 2 frags. It's just such a clean hold because of that setup, despite kind of losing all of their good spots. And yeah, EG, you know, you can't blame them for trying, but you can't be surprised they did he just that was a Glock dink from stairs.
How dare you peek mid with an op? Gets turned around by a Glock. I think that there's actually a lot of value in that last flashbang we saw from Automatic on A lane as well. You know, he blinded like 4 players with that one flash, and I think that was the timing that could have been just a second before everyone was in position for Gen.G. So I like that. I was impressed. Automatic, hitting the op shots, throwing the proper utility. And it's Daps to soften up a few. There are 3 grenades for Evil Geniuses, but they start running right into Bentet and Automatic, who look to lock it down again. Daps comes in with a 2-piece to close. 3 rounds in a row for Gen.G, a CT side that's looking stellar.
This is the best we've seen Automatic start in a long time. I'm going to throw that out there into the ether because, you know, it's definitely been a question mark, him opping on this roster for good reason. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I think like the stats do tell like a fair and accurate story based on what we've seen, but he's having a good map of it so far. And yeah, it's 3 hard-earned rounds for Gen.G. One a little bit easier than the others, but that's the eco. That's what you get. EG don't have lots of money, so they're just actually rushing the issue. Bentet's in a great spot to stop this. Yeah, but not really have a response there.
That's a pretty bold antic to just run your way through smoke and try to just trudge into the A site. I mean, it gets them the footing on the bomb site. I suppose the CT is not so deeply rooted as they have been in the later parts of the round, but it's still costly. We've got Breeze and Cirque 2 versus 4 in the post plant. Playing the close smoke. It's Breeze. He cuts off the player towards the balcony, but nice smoke spam there. Both Daps and Kusta coming in for it. Let's see what Cirque has for us today. He gets the headshot. Man on site distracts as Daps brings it back. That is Gen.G 4 in a row. 1 away from being on fire. Again, CT side is hot. They were ready for the fast pace. They've been great in the late rounds. This is EG just kind of looking flat.
Yeah, they took a big risk there by buying up, not waiting for the op to come through. It's not a huge risk because they do some good damage and whatever, and they had a tactic in mind. I think they weren't. So here's the thing: they're trying to go for top bracket control because once again they have a read that Gen.G are going to start off with the 3 banana. If it's 3 banana, you want top bracket, especially if you read it like that. But I don't think they expected Bentet to be playing that close on lane. In a situation where they're playing 3B, because it's a little bit unsafe for your A players to be out there without backup in pit or 3 players in total to help you trade or crossfire that's sometimes open on Arch. So Gen.G's setup, it kind of covers both options in a nice way. So smartly done there from Bentet. Takes advantage of that kind of gimmick push, I guess, from EG. EG back on the pistol buy. But yeah, Gen.G covering a lot of good options.
Look at this armada of flashbangs and smokes. Evil geniuses, they could just envelop the A site in utility. Mind you, Gen.G are ready for it. Yet again, you know, cemented positions for the CT side. They are a little heavier on Arch than previously. We normally get somebody in Graveyard, or Bentet comes in big from the Balk, but he falls empty-handed. And that wall of smokes, that's the perfect one for EG to just tuck themselves into the pit. A deep pick from Automatic down mid, but there is still Stanislaw just tucked into the corner, and the counter-terrorists now play on site. So Stan's gonna get activated, he walks up middle, hits the dink for 99, and Dap survives. The second time we've seen that happen here on Inferno. Saw him, a landmine in the back of the bomb site, pops up, done after 1. So the terrorists, they eventually get that bomb on site. They've picked up the 2 M4s. Breeze is gonna go into the open. A flash kill! No way! Kusta, he's gonna spray, and he takes the clutch, but Daps, he gets just wrecked by the sheer flash. Gen.G, 5 rounds in a row. They are on fire.
Wait, I missed it. Did he die getting hit by the flashbang? The flashbang hit him and killed
remember
him?
Stan dinked him for 99? Well, guess what got that 1 HP?
Yeah. Wow, wow, I can't. I feel like I'm seeing this happen so many times in pro matches. I feel like it'd be a lot less likely. But just as you pointed out, these are some great flashes. You know, Bentet had no way to see anything. Look at this bank flash. Tarek, 5-head Selec.
Oh, the Achilles tendon.
Yeah, I've got to laugh about that one. What on earth? But of course, Kusta, he won't go a game without winning a 1v2.
Yeah, that's true, right? 2 of his frags last round. Half of his frags on this map. And it just straight up adds a round to the board for Gen.G. So, evil geniuses, they're making it close. I can't believe Stan dinked somebody for 99. That's the Tech 9, I guess. First time I believe it was a Glock because it was in pistol, but Tech 9 for 99. Tech 99.
You know what? They should be happy to get a dink for 99 for a $500 gun.
That's fair. Remember when the P250 used to one-shot?
I do. Yeah, I actually can't forget about it. The amount of times it's happened to me. I think. Wait, can it still one-shot at very close, or is that the 5.7?
I don't think so.
Remember.
I'm pretty sure P250 is it's always a 2 shots. Automatic. Hey, finds Breeze. Players go parading past the CT cross. Automatic burned into the open here. He's got teammates already dealing with the other threats, so it is just those last 2 players. Kusta, he's just running through the smoke. Bentet's bombarding with grenades, and it's Gen.G flying through the CT side. This is what EG's CT side looked like on Train. Now Gen.G's doing it to them here on Inferno. Good time for a pause.
Yeah. Let's talk things over for a second. So, in terms of the buy-up, well, they get top banana control, and then they don't get in the site. I feel like another thing is, well, they have money for an op this time around, so they could have a bit of a better round. I feel like they should be trying to go for the op, because Cirque's actually a great T-side opper on this map. He's good at getting opening kills, and maybe it's his decision, like he's not feeling comfortable, but Automatic, you know, to answer back to Automatic, it doesn't feel like rifles are the answer. He's been pretty consistent so far, reliable in holding his spots. And it could only get scarier. Okay, Cirque is going to grab the op this round. So for EG, you know, I think a lot of it comes down to the default. We're going to see how much the unconfirmed damage comes in on Banana, who wins that bout. Gen.G have been doing a pretty good job with their grenades. But EG totally can make space for themselves with the correct setup. And oh, smoke goes down. Fast B control here already. CT is rotating into the boost. Some damage done for the CTs, but I wouldn't say it's as valuable as how fast EG just took top banana.
Nobody even on the bomb site, just sitting back CT side. Flashes up and over. Big commitment here for EG. Oh man, they just give up the back to Kusta. Stanislaw, third player in, able to trade it. But very effective first hold. Cirque's gonna take to the top rope. Automatic calls him out. The op down for the count. And Tarek 1 versus 4 here. Missing the op shot to the tree. Automatic switching weapons left and right. Winning rounds again here for Gen.G. So that's a 7th. And a 7th in a row.
I wonder, I feel like that was strange from EG's perspective on the execute. Why did the pathing go up through oranges as opposed to cross the grill? And also the smoke came down so late that like that specific line was open. So Kusta, see, it's the shot, even if you expect people to be here and you don't want to clear it because you've got to worry about emo and quad, you don't want to expose yourself that much because the shot going across is much harder than the shot going straight on. A little bit of frustration from Stan, but certainly the two players who ran up oranges knew what they were doing. I mean, it's atypical to have that kind of pathing. I just wonder what the thought was behind it, and if that smoke did come down a little bit late.
No op for Cirque this time, so we never really, you know, we had to wait how many rounds for it. Gets nothing, and then right back into the AK. I wonder who's going to shut Automatic down. He is 14 and 7 at the moment. Very nice form.
And they're doing this without recovering top banana, really.
Automatic at bat. Gonna miss. Puts the shot between the two. Now Bentet inside pit. And Daps on the bomb site. They've got CT spawn control, maybe waiting for those B rotators before they make any commitment. Sure enough, Cirque, he picks up that downed sniper rifle. And there's always a world where they run this back into the B pinch. Kusta knows this. He's gonna get softened up to just 11 HP, and as the apartments player goes down, there it is. Ethan runs
Ethan,
through the
1
molly
HP.
with 1 health. The third player on Inferno to be found on 1 health. Throw flashbangs at him, quick.
They've got good, well, they've got decent utility, especially considering Ethan, depends if they launch this nade for coffins. He's going to die pretty much no matter where he is. Oh, sorry, Ethan's not coffins. Oh, Stan's flanking, though. Okay. That's a GG.
Yeah, they've got him in a really good position. Counter-terrorists working forward. Being meticulous, using the utility, and of course that all buys time for Stan. He gets the first man, not the second. Bentet dropped by Ethan as he comes out from construction. Evil geniuses. They gave up 7 in a row. 4 of those 7 by way of defuse win. And now they crush through. Why? Because they overwhelm Automatic on Arch here. Cirque swaps to the op, and they slowly pinch into the B site with a solid flank from Stan.
That round genuinely shouldn't have even been that close. Bentet got the kill into Halls. They got into CD spawn, got the first kill. Cirque should have got the second one as well. So, yeah. And, I mean, yeah, Ethan almost died running through that. So, what is now what's the game that's going to be played for EG following that? There's a good Arch kind of explosion, take advantage of Automatic in that close spot. Even if Automatic gets a kill, they trade him 1-for-1 that spot. So, it would have been worthwhile to try.
Betway odds?
Betway odds. Yeah.
Still favoring EG, as they have that map advantage, of course, still, and they seem to be on a little upswing here in the T side. But they don't go for Arch control again. They're just going to try to smash their way into the B site, and they find Kusta trying to get aggressive just as they look to commit. We've got Som on top of the fountain, and it's good for 1 frag. Then the peek from Daps, good for double. And almost that third. Tons of damage done by Daps. Really the most impactful B player this round. 2v2 ensues.
Pretty excellent grenades. And Gen.G quite good in these retakes, actually, to use their grenades. And quad is going to be a hot spot here. Automatic also approaching with the op. To clear out cons, though, what is going to be the play? Oh, there it is.
Double molly.
Oh, wow. Both spots.
Forces the fight.
Yeah.
Stanislaw, he's between them. Awesome retake from Gen.G. So good. They used a little bit of utility to get into construction and then follow through with the mollies. So comes down to the wire, of course, but it's still the defuse. They double up the score, 8-4.
This is obviously the choice you make when you play the best spots on the site. They're going to be the spots that most people have lineups for. You just hope that the other team doesn't have enough utility left. But man, this is a early 5v4. As you pointed out, Daps rushing through rushing through the smoke, and yeah, probably weren't anticipating this much utility to work with. Oh, that's a cool shot.
Nice flash. Automatic. Can't get anything despite his best efforts on mid. It looks like Evil Geniuses want to pressure Arch, or just brackets in general. Remember, this is how they broke through that dry spell of Gen.G victories. Burning out the cubby is Ethan. He's going to be walking into not just automatic, but Daps as well. That MP9 tucked in Arch. Opera's actually smoked off, and the SMG, good for just the one. Stanislaw at the bottom of mid. He's going to hold back the B push, and the A site starts to crumble. They come in from multiple directions. Stanislaw seals this one with a kiss, as 4 Ts survive here, EG taking their 5th.
Well, I didn't expect that at all. Daps still on the MP9, the double push out of Banana to kind of come through with a fast flank. EG covered everything. Wow. I guess it makes sense for Gen.G's perspective. Like, I don't think EG are covering everything if they're buying without the op here. There's a Galil on EG. Their money's like kind of low. You think they're going to maybe stick closer together, but yeah, smart from EG. Prudent from them to just hang back, at least wait one person outside the smoke, see if CT's try anything funny, and everything goes perfectly for EG. Not something we've said so far many times this game. Daps gets a kill. That always feels good.
Well, it depends on which side you're on. Oi. An automatic walks into Tarek up close. So this one going way too easy for EG. Stan knows that Kusta's over here. It's all about figuring out the last known position. And that's going to be Bentet. He's got a dead teammate right in front of him. You know, this is like when a mouse stumbles across a mousetrap that's already been effective. Like, you know, do you just take the cheese? Do you just shy back away into the walls of the apartments? Yeah. We've already made cannibalism jokes this weekend. I don't think we're allowed to get away with more.
That's true. Yeah, yell sustenance and eat your friend. Okay, wow, last round of the half, EG. Somehow, Gen.G have had so many good rounds, but because of that start, I guess, because of the pistol rounds, it has propped EG up. So despite having kind of a weak half, they are so close within one round of tying up. And their CT side, again, it's a scary CT side. It's among the scariest CT sides in the game. And we saw CT side on Train. We saw how good people are playing right now, and they definitely have a lot of looks on CT side. Just a huge variety of them. So it's going to be scary for a Gen.G moving into T.
Zerg's picking up the op shot. Evil Genius is coming alive here at the end of the half. They are looking to win 4 of the final 5 rounds of this first half. Bentet, last man up, shut down by Tarek. So, what was a total one-sided affair for 7 rounds in a row, as I said, turns up being 4 of the last 5 for EG. They close the half within 1, which means we've got a game on our hands. Join us after the break, folks, to see if Gen.G keep this one going. Vape Nation.
You guys have hand warmers? Can you send me some hand warmers?
Oh,
Predicard.
Who is Mini, dude? What are you doing?
My hands.
Nice.
I'm trying to warm up my hands. Like I don't want to play yet.
Dude, you just body spam.
Wait, I can't
only load after kill? Oh no. Wait, is it live?
It's live.
That's live. No excuses.
He's still he's hiding in locker still. It's actual bullshit. He died. Okay. I'm just
okay.
Then. Can we all just decide to just kill Grim only?
Why me, man? What do I do?
You're just, it's not fair. It should be a 3-on-1.
Oh, who's this?
Oh, okay, Mike.
Do I need a deep
T-Red,
skin?
he's 1 HP. I don't know what I'm telling you. No! Okay, I got the MOTM spot.
What is this?
Do I get... Oh my god, I got a point.
Incredible. He's just sitting in hell. Can we just kill him? Can we just kill this guy?
No,
Can we
that's
just kill
illegal.
this guy in hell?
That's illegal.
Kill this guy in hell, man.
Holy shit, I'm getting so many kills here though. No. It's all over. Oh. Wait, he doubled us!
2
Get
for
out
1.
of me!
This guy's just crouch walking.
Can we go to a max 7 map so I can actually have a
weirdo.
chance?
Oh my god, can't get out.
I kind of like the new Deagle though. I might go for some jumping shots on you guys.
Please don't.
Okay, for the clip.
You should just stand
You're
still
making
so I
it. You're
can kill
making
you.
it. You're making it sound like you're trolling.
Definitely not trolling right now. I'm just making you guys talk, because you guys can't focus, like shoot and kill at the same time, right?
No, man.
Holy shit, I actually do get a sim shot. He wasn't kidding.
I hear you using it.
Alright, we're horrible.
Yeah, I thought it was a joke.
This knocker?
Oh my.
Oh no.
Took the kit.
Nice!
No way he's
Nice.
thinking. The bomb, Sam. Wake up.
Good job.
You have the kit, Sam.
You have a kit, you have a kit.
I'm sticking it.
Okay.
Oh yeah, baby.
No.
Maybe you should jump on top of the coffin. Nice try, nice try. So close. Good.
So close.
I thought you had that, bro.
Yeah, so did I.
Dude, I love the reactions on both sides.
Tim, he jinxed it. Nice. Before the defuse.
Yeah.
Obviously,
like when you
automatic.
Like you
also
slowly,
the. Yeah.
It's like when you slowly kick a table. Yeah, you just gotta. Oh, you know, it's gonna burn. It's gonna hurt more in a second. You're just like, oh,
He makes it through. He'll survive. There's honey all over my knees.
Oh boy.
Bit of utility
wow.
here for
Okay,
Gen.G.
what a crazy
Double
half.
smoke.
What?
Molotov flash. Crazy half because it was so lopsided for so long. And then, again, as we have throughout these maps, that flash in the pan 4 out of the last 5 from Evil Geniuses. So you're right. What a half we had. One smoke, 2 smoke, flashbang, Molly. Breeze, he's going to have to try and change position last second. Som in automatic with the first 2 kills. Som's looking for revenge here in the pistol round. He clears all the corners. Bentet's going to put that bomb down. 2 versus 4 retake attempt. Automatic, don't call it until the round is won.
Okay, yeah, the round is won as the CTs decide to retreat. They go back, post up the white flag, fall back to B to save. That, you know, Gen.G always really good at punishing passive setups because their executes and are normally very, very clean. Same. We know that they also have a good Inferno T side. I would just say like EG CT side is literally world class, whereas I'm not sure I could say the same about Gen.G's T side. And we saw it be that good recently as well, which is also very important because yeah, there's a lot of inconsistency about in the NA scene, just a lot of Counter-Strike teams actually, you know, even in Europe right now. So it's a weird time though, you know, like there's a lot of outside stuff for a lot of people that can feed into the inconsistency for teams. Yeah, it's a very weird 2020, man. Crazy ass year. So you want to be a bit obviously generous when talking about these individuals and like all of their lives on top of things, but just in terms of the content of the game so far, you know, this could be a very tight half. I do feel like EG in a strong position, but of course, a pistol round can quickly turn that story around.
Absolutely. Get the little MAC-10 spray down, the blind MAC-10 spray down, but you know what's better than the blind MAC-10 spray down? The jumping MP9 spray down, apparently. Tarek just swoops in, yoink, takes back that man advantage. Thank you. And Kusta walking up into the apartments, caught by Breeze. Tucked into the corner with his CZ. Makes it look pretty damn easy. And Ventet trying to spam back through smoke as Stanislaw has the swap to the 5-7. Great pistol. Good for the hold. Daps brings it back. 1 versus 4 attempt as he just tries to cross over to the B site, but he doesn't know if it's clear. Cirque gonna get a lot of damage for his effort, and a Molotov is gonna force him forward. That's the kill, but there's a second. Tarek just on the other side, not to mention Breeze on the flank. That's gonna be enough. They shut down Daps. EG 8 rounds to 9.
And Breeze gave him that duel that could have very easily been a rotate back to the A site, but wow, suddenly momentum stuck. Man, Stan gets away with so much. Breeze, of course, this position is incredibly strong to have a CZ on if you've got to play with the right reactions, but yeah, you know, Bentek coming through the smoke, he just didn't anticipate that that Stanislaw had a good sidearm. I mean, that's where the sidearm really comes into play. Gen.G, man, they scramble. They buy up immediately. Cirque drops a nade down mid. It's a weird bounce. That's one of the strangest trajectories I've ever seen. But yeah, just narrowly misses pit.
Wait out the smokes. Make their move. Dodging grenades all the while. That's not too bad. It could have been way worse. Here comes the follow-up volley of utility. What's that smoke? You couldn't do that twice on purpose.
The odds of it landing there, seriously, that's a coin landing on its side, or yeah, on its rim. I don't know how you describe that. I don't know how that happens though. But Gen.G are like, all right, well, that's free information.
Yeah, seems so. Som? Ooh, he finds a little bit of a gap inside of the smoke, so trying his damnedest with the little that he had to work with. Cirque, he is looking to keep eyes back and forth on A. Breeze cuts off lane. Cirque doesn't want to die, and the MP9 arrives. Tarek drives by, and we're tied at 9.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And now EG really have laid claim so far to this half. Winning that second round's a huge confidence booster. Huge momentum swinger, and of course, it's officially ties up the rounds here. So Gen.G, they'll also not have money here. So Gen.G will have to come up with some really inventive stuff on this pistol round to try to get a plant. They got a single flash on Kusta. Where does this glorious flash go is the question.
The almighty flash. He holds on to it for the time being, then throws it top mid, trying to bail out these Ts that are being peppered, they're being pressured, they're being quickly swept away. Breeze very content to just flex his muscle of an M4 here in the anti-eco. Ethan gonna get a little adventurous here at the bottom of Banana. Checks the underground passage. Hello, Kusta. Goodbye, Kusta. Now where are you, Daps? As far back as possible. I respect the effort, but so outgunned, so outnumbered, he is done for. That's EG to double digits first, leading by 1 with momentum.
And Ethan's one of those players who looks like they're playing on an iPad by how precise they are with just their aim. Just looks so sharp. They have absolutely no wasted space in the way that they clear stuff. His movement's very underrated too. He has excellent movement, both ladder movement and just like outside in general over all maps. And I'm sure he won't go unnoticed in this half. Again, plays a very important role in Banana. I mean, for better or worse, he's going to be a centerpiece here. The T side's probably going to try to attack him a lot.
Ooh.
Oh, that's a boost,
Nicely
man.
done. Yeah, Ethan, great movement, except for that one time he died on the ladder today. But we forget about that.
True, yeah,
All right?
true.
I've seen way better things from him. Take my word for it. The scale tips in his favor, but so does this round. Gen.G already clamoring back from a 3 versus 5 disadvantage. They forfeit the banana control because they don't really have the bodies to keep the entire map under wraps. And it looks like they want to move forward towards A. But I mean, we saw how quickly Ethan and co came down banana last round. That was the anti-eco, of course, but in a 5 versus 3, I think they can be afforded it. Although they choose not to. Gonna play it safer. Keep one player at the top of banana in Tarek, and then allow Ethan to rotate over to A. As Gen.G go for their commitment, Stanislaus on site, and Breeze is very pressured here inside of the pit, so Cirque lends a helping hand. Excellent flash there. Daps last man up, 1 versus 5. He's done for.
They get wiped out, yeah, so of course, pulling that 5v4 closer. That second kill comes easy. Op down mid. That's a cool boost. Actually, we've seen that boost before, and I thought it was supposed to be boost in front of a smoke, but now I see it's for that deep spawn pick, and it's countered by a boiler push. That's when things get really hairy, especially if you try to bring it out at a different timing as opposed to right when you get there. But of course, 2 players that have to cross around. To get to boiler, can't cross via mid, so it's hard to get set up right away. Cirque looking to aim map this round with the AWP.
Again, the forward B control. Think about how often we saw Gen.G just fall back into the B site, and contrast that to what EG are giving us. Very real B pressure. And it's not just in the anti-ecos, although that is the case. We saw it last round too, 3v5. So keeping it up. Look at Ethan just spraying through smoke to drop the bomb carrier. Tarek's just whipping the Deeg out like some kind of cowboy. Stanislaus. Oh, he's trying his damnedest to maintain this, and he will. Daps goes down as he exits from the boiler. Bentet, everything to do, and not much to work with, but that's a nasty deagle. There's one, and oh, he looks done. Falls to 12 HP.
Everybody wants that quick switch deagle. Okay, Ethan puts a stop to it, and once again, another crack at it. Gen.G will be able to buy up. They have the op, and we can see what this T side has to offer. But so far, so bad for Gen.G. No damage on the eco rounds. CT economy looks healthy. This is like, yeah, there's like concentrated powdered vegetables in terms of how healthy EG's economy looks. They look super good right now. Cirque at 20 kills. Cirque had a good map last map. Alongside everybody else, Breeze had a great map. And you know, as much as Stanislaus puts the losses on himself, he really isn't. He just has to have a baseline performance for his team to win. It's seriously, there's so much talent on the EG roster. It's really about, you know, Cirque, Tarek, Ethan, and Breeze to. They do need to be vacuuming up most of the frags. Oh, of course. Okay, that was brought up. Yeah, Ethan has great movement, except yeah, true. Yeah, shout out to production once again. They've had a long week, and they're still going the extra mile.
Yes.
Still going the extra mile for the cast. Much appreciated.
Not letting the pedal off the metal. What'd you do this time?
What did I do?
Yeah, I heard the fuzz.
Oh, I don't. Oh, outside, I see. Okay, yeah. Toronto, yeah. I mean, everyone thinks Canada's so nice. There's flowers and roses. People are kind. It's not true, man. Come to Toronto.
Is that a threat?
No, not you. Well, you can come. Yeah.
All right.
if you dare.
Maybe. Yeah. Let's see if they dare test Tarek, as he is posted up on the CT side. Smoke pops to his right, and the all-encompassing Gen.G push is about to come into fruition. Get your bets in. Do they manage to move past? Tarek, he's going to miss the shot, and the second. Ethan swapping guns, a little slow to the trigger there. Bentet's going to make the most of that one. So now that's double snipers.
Oh, but
Cirque gets boosted, drops one. 4v4, but the bomb's planted. Cirque looks to keep up the tempo, wrapping around the coffins. What's the utility like? One Molotov on Stanislaw. You're not going to want to shoot that CZ too much because... Wait. The Molotov burns out nothing. Yeah, Cirque already has that line of sight. He needs a solution to Kusta, who's just tucked in on the back of the bomb site. Automatic from Banana, putting this op to work. It's a 2 versus 2 with 3 snipers still in the situation. Now, Automatic, he's going to be pressured, but there's just no time for the defuse. Cirque doesn't even have a kit. They're all going to die to the bomb.
As an op dropped. That was a big misplay.
That was a bad
on
retake.
The Molotov. I don't know. Yeah, it was. I don't know why, but, you know, sometimes situations like that, you're like, man, why'd you throw a Molotov there? But you look at Cirque's screen, and you're thinking, like, Cirque, you should be saying, like, Molly Quad, right? Why? Unless Stan just missed it, even though he had those comms, it should have been Cirque to be like, well, this Molotov's not out, yo, Molly Quad, or they're not talking to each other at all, and Cirque isn't aware of the fact that he has a Molotov. But of course, before you go into the retake, you look at your utility belt on the whole team and you say, what are our options? And if they didn't do any of those things, it's of course bad for different reasons. And man, Automatic, it looked like he wanted to opt that specific boost and got caught off guard.
Yeah, he just gets whack-a-moled. Right back down into the underground. If there's a silver lining, it's that we get to see Som off now. We've seen some strong performances from him with this weapon on train. Tarek, other side of the box. Som, he's going to be walking in, very tunnel vision. Bentet has to clear close corner. That's Ethan now revealed. Tarek swings, besting the counter-opper. And Daps is just trying to get his bomb back. Ethan, fake flash, sits upon it like a mother goose. Daps trying to rob the cradle. Ooh, labored spray down, costs him a bunch of HP, but he still gets it done as Kusta knocks Cirque back. But Breeze is beneath their feet, and Kusta goes down. 12 HP for Daps, 1 versus 3, and he is pinned in the corner with 30 seconds to go.
I love how you could see how nervous Breeze gets when he gets that kill. He just backs up. He's like, well, I've seen too much and needs to get out of there. Hopefully no one trades. Daps isn't close. Ethan, yeah, like, Ethan plays that spot to perfection, gets his first kill, and of course, Tarek, he doesn't peek up until that frag comes down. That was a game of testing Som, because Som as the op is supposed to just cover for the next person to peek. If Som covers for the next person to peek, you know, there's a chance Ethan doesn't actually swing on Banana. He gets the kill, but things get thrown into question when you've got an immediate target in front of you. But of course, you know, it's a hard situation to read if you're Gen.G, and you have to assume that it's some kind of bait setup when you're not sure. But yeah, big and really easy kill at the beginning of the round on the Automatic, which is the most damning part of all. You can't really lose a frag like that so easily and expect to have high hopes for the rest of the round. 23 and 15 for Cirque, 13 and 10 for EG. T timeout called, and the money is pretty piss poor right now for Gen.G, man. 2 MAC-10s. They'll at least get another chance on the op. I mean, Automatic is having a relatively decent game, but that's the best that they've got on their team right now.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, you said that first frag from Cirque was big and easy, but I would say so was the 2-piece. Very nicely done there by Ethan behind logs, and then for Tarek to pop up and best Som. You know, they had that layered, they had the situation understood, and then the final nail in the coffin, of course, is Breeze creeping through the underground. So layers for evil geniuses wind up baking a beautiful cake in that 23rd round. Double op setup for Tarek and Cirque. And as the Betway odds come in, we get evil geniuses closer and closer to that solid 1.0 because they are now 3 rounds away from securing their spot at the Blast Spring Finals, joining the likes of Team Liquid, MIBR, and Furia. What an awesome event that one's going to be. Breeze, he gets aggressive inside of the apartments, just creeping through the smokes. Breeze, I mean, he's finding his footing, he's finding his confidence, he's making moves, and really disturbing the backline of Gen.G. Not making it easy for this T side whatsoever. They're going to go back to the old faithful, try to smash themselves against this B site and hope they get in with very few losses because they've already sustained 2 frags.
Hey, I'll talk about it in a second because might got an execute here, might have an execute here. Automatic will not lead the charge, but try to trade out the smokes. Well, they've got Bentet on one. You should drop it if they want to have a chance on this.
Flash for Ethan.
And Ethan, see what he can do.
Oh. Yeah. Sorry, I should have said flashing Ethan. Because he gets fully blinded. Tarek posts the op up. He's starting to hit some crucial shots with it. Ooh, even the leg versus Bentet. So Ethan will be lent a helping hand. Som, happy birthday. Here's your 1v5 attempt. That's a pretty bad gift.
Yeah, I do.
Tarek just shuts it down.
Yeah, I do like the game plan for EG overall because I would say Gen.G's, one of their strengths, I feel like, is that if things aren't working out so well, then they always have good executes to fall back on. But in this situation, EG are never letting them even default. So they've had Cirque pull off this boost 3 rounds. Once they got a kill, once they didn't, but they still got info. The 3rd time they grab it. This time Breeze also causes a lot of interference by pushing through halls, sussing out through the smoke, getting another kill. And if Gen.G can't establish halls control, they can't establish themselves at mid, they can't execute.
Gen.G have hit the point where the entire team's sum total of utility damage is over 1,100. And without those grenades, they just bust through this B defense. I guess Tarek and Ethan biting off more than they could chew. Daps shoots through Stan as he tries to rotate over, and this is a flawless round for them. This is great. Gen.G, again, probably going to give us the train treatment. Evil Geniuses to 14, Gen.G get it as close as can be, and then we've got to watch the favorite team struggle to get it over the line. 2 survivors if they choose to. Tons of cash for Evil Geniuses as well, so the economy is not in question. It's just a matter of the round count, and Gen.G add 1 more to the tally.
As always, how you hope it goes when you go on to Banana, and of course, eventually it'll work out, right? Even a broken quack is right twice a day, as the saying goes, and sometimes it's 2 players can get killed at the same time on Banana through a smoke. That's just the nature of this part of the map. And this is oh wow, it's a continuation spray just through the smoke. And again, yeah, he is kind of trying to trade that corner just to see. So he has an idea, even though the smoke's down. But that's the beginning and end of the round, but it is only 1 round. Still more to be desired here from Gen.G's T side to pull this over the line. We know I think that it takes the edge off for them when they get close to losing. But it's obviously not a winning mentality to be in that position to only get rounds starting from then.
Oh my god, he's blind. Oh, and he goes for more. Dangerous game to play. Oh, but Daps, confident to swing it back. He bests Cirque in the heads-up 1v1. Breeze, a consistency through this apartment. Ethan off of the flashbang. This time it's fantastic. That's what Tarek was trying to prime him for last round off coffins. Didn't work. And now Gen.G 2 versus 4, or else EG get 15, and they will have 4 match points off of the back of it. They are getting closer to this A site, but someone's going to have to go get bomb. Plenty of time to do so.
Yeah, it looks like they're just maybe going to try to win off elimination here. That bomb is so far gone. Automatic. Oh, no. Through the legs. Ethan doesn't want to push. They don't know the bomb's in spawn, so that's the strange part for EG, but they're also probably wondering why someone's coming back to mid with someone peeking halls in a 2-on-4.
So by the time the bomb's been picked back up, there's 30 seconds on the clock. Kusta has been encroaching closer to this A site, but he has not been given an opening. These CTs not moving a muscle. We've got Stanislaw in Little Pit, Breeze in the big one. Tarek over on Arch trying to cut off the bomb, and he shoots his arm off. Automatic.
Wow.
Gets wrecked. 4 map and match points. Let's go. Gen.G, they've been fighting off the back foot in the first map. Why not do it this time? Why not bring it into overtime?
Probably just because they don't know how. I mean, that's kind of the only thing stopping them right now. We look at this half, it's just not got a lot of positives for Gen.G. Again, I don't know. I mean, they technically, I mean, they won the pistol. It just didn't mean much because the second round got lost. And ever since then, it's been downhill. Breeze, he'll get caught on the fallback circle trade. He'll spot another. He's going to go for that peak, yeah.
They're really trying to push the pace to close this game here and now. Stanislaw out from the apartments. I mean, Breeze, he's normally that player, but Breeze went one boulder and just runs through mid this time. Another 2 versus 4 situation. Again, more than a minute on the clock, but last round we saw nothing come of it. And Gen.G, they've been heard. Stanislaw tries to keep Daps down and does so. Kusta, who has been one of the most impactful players for Gen.G as of late, struggling here on Inferno, and his team facing elimination. This was their second chance after falling to Furia yesterday. Evil Geniuses, also the Brazilian victims, but it seems they have a bit more resilience in them. Kusta cuts down the first player, doesn't have the bomb. 45 seconds left over. He can take all the map control in the world. His biggest enemy is the lack of time. Ethan, headshot connects, and Evil Geniuses, whatever the hell that is, are happy about this result. They've gone ahead and done it. It took them more than one try, as MIBR denied it yesterday, and this time they take it. Gen.G coming close, but falling short here, Mohan.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, it was a strong start and a strong end from EG. You'd think they'd let it slip at the end, but that CT side looked crispy clean. And Gen.G, though we have good things to say about their T side, couldn't do it. And that's a positive for EG. It's a horrible situation for Gen.G. And EG, they triumph over EG over Gen.G after having lost their last 2 series. So another big win.
Yes, sir. That's right. Getting the odds back in their favor ever so. So the America's Showdown comes to a close. Team Liquid, Furia, MIBR, and now EG set to lock horns next week. I can't wait for that one. But of course, we've got one last analyst segment to unpack what we just saw here on Inferno. Ladies and gentlemen, we will see you when the blast action returns, and stick around.
You got to draw a line somewhere, I guess.
Only good for that 1 week.
NBK is going to be in for a bit of a tight time here. Nicely done. Point blank finds one, gets a second, a third, looking for it, and he gets the fourth as well. French CS.
So they'll have to wait that one out. Clearly G2 looking to just split this B site at the 30-second mark, but a dig from JKS.
Corner. And Kenny's gonna just have to hit some heads. He's hanks for them, and it's just the first. He's able to fall back. He's got to put his weapon back together. And he will. It's a good time flashbang, but he knows the magazine's low. Now he's got the knife out. It's a stab onto Issa. Oh my God. And the headshot onto Volda. Hunter's going to help him out from pit, so Alexi B is all alone in a 1 versus 5. Nobody gets out from porch. Nobody gets footing close to that site. And it all goes around Kenny S.
Wow. Alexi, the 1-on-3. You'd think he's got no chance. 1 player back default, 1 in the pit. It's one of the most dangerous crossfires, even when you have 5 alive.
Saw they struggled in that situation. Headshot through the wall. Alexi's out of the round. What a round from Kenny S, though.
He's getting back around ramp. He needs clean kills, and he takes down Kenny. Follows up onto Hunter. 3 frags from him.
Let's see if they can get out mid. Again, smoke spam. Great timing coming out of the CTs. OG throwing Alexi B forward, only able to grab another kill, but he's done such a great job.
Oh, what?
Nexa robs it back. 3 kills, but here comes Valda on the flank, hot on the heels of the mid play. 2v2, and he dodges the op. Kenny sprints into the B side.
Yeah.
Yeah, wants to get some exits here.
Ruin the ratio. Oh my god.
He's gonna get them both.
Oh, Kenny's gonna die to the bomb. So he's got to come out with a wicked Kenny peek, and it's just gonna feed Valda.
I mean, we say Mantu shouldn't get all 3, but Mantu also had 100 HP, and the door's open. Amanek gonna rush it.
Whoa, his teammate
it's not
there.
planted.
Oh, he
3
can't even
seconds.
cover that. There's no way.
Amanek robs the round.
Close the door.
Has to form a miracle to be able to win that.
Oh,
Once
but
again, running into the blender versus Fur, Hunter, top of the hut.
Finally.
Oh, good trade comes out, but Nexa looks to pick up the pieces. 2 up versus 1. Alexi, only Mac 10 in hand. Better guns all over the place if he can find them. Don't know how close, though. And
quite...
Kenny is now moving in
Ooh,
for the kill. Interesting, though, to make it a 1v1. He drops off, and Alexi, he loves to take this fight. We saw how patient he was. In this moment, Jax pops up behind him.
Given the chance to. Just slightly.
You know, Kenny, he might try to end this round early. Yeah, he's going up through the window.
He just has to
Bomb's
hide.
not planted just yet. Liaz just wants to stay alive, and Kenny will commit. Bomb goes down in time. He's got the op.
All he needs, that one shot. Kenny, he goes high.
Up top.
This is a much better EG stand. This is what we know you guys can deliver. But I want to ask one thing. Is your desk okay? Because it must be bloody strong after the hit you took to it.
This desk has gone through a lot of hits, and it's just I don't know how it's not I don't know how it's still standing, but I'm just so proud of us how we came out and won today. We played very well, and we finally won a freaking match and made it through to the finals of a tournament. And I feel like our hard work is paying off and progress is finally showing.
And not only did you win, right, but you won with a 2-0. There was no overtimes. There wasn't really points where I'd be thinking, okay, look, they're looking lost or they're looking confused. I'm guessing just everything was aligned, right? Everyone had the same motivation because we saw the same trio as always. Cirque, Breeze, Ethan, able to deliver. Tarek's there supporting. The flashes were perfect. He was able to flash Ethan in multiple times down on Banana. It all just seemed to come together. But you were very critical of your calling yesterday. This time around, we're happy. We're comfortable with it all.
Not entirely happy. I still feel like there's room for improvement, especially on train, but I'm just happy with the way the team responded. Normally when my calling isn't going so great, the team is great at just stepping in and helping me. And also Zeus has been a huge help. And everyone today showed that again. Like when I started struggling, everyone chipped in and it just helped the atmosphere stay positive, and everyone was calm throughout the whole game. It was a complete 180 from yesterday. Yesterday, if you listen to our comms, they were extremely hectic. There was a lot of chaos, but today it felt calm and relaxed, and we had fun, and we just played very, very well.
Well, you've made it to the finals, mate. I've got to ask, what is the plan now? Because obviously you've got a little bit of time to kind of probably take a break because you've had so many officials back to back, but I guess also work on everything else you want to implement and get yourselves into an even better shape.
Yeah, we're just going to keep working hard. We're not taking any time off. We're just grinding as hard as we can. We still have a lot of room for improvement. That's all we've been trying to do is just grind and work our way back to the top. We're just working as hard as we can. And I think it's starting to show that we're slowly improving. And that's all we can do really is just, we're just going to keep on doing what we're doing because it's working right now.
Kusta, it's one of those things, right, where these are tough to do. It's the loss when you've got your last chance to make it. But from you guys' perspective and what you guys looked at within this game, what wasn't there for you guys today? Because I heard from Daps before, like they're trying to work on the communication. We're trying to just make individuals perform as well. But you guys always seem to have one or two of the pieces, but then something else missing.
Yeah, I think recently it's just been communication that's been losing us a lot of rounds. So we're really trying to work on that and improve on that. And besides that, just get caught off guard sometimes. So when that happens, the communication really gets hectic or like we don't know what to do. And so something we need to work on.
And even though, right, we didn't make it to the finals, it's still a very impressive feat. The teams you did take down and how far you came with it all. So what's next for you guys in order to get yourself to the level you know you can be at when we've seen you winning tournaments? We've seen you taking down the likes of EG, Furia, for example.
Yeah, again, we just need to be really conscious of how we're communicating and what we're communicating. Some days in practice or like in matches, we have good days, so we just need to try to replicate those.
So the path continues for Gen.G, not able to secure the win versus Evil Geniuses, and communication is key in these matches. If you aren't clear and concise, you see how fast a game like CS moves, you see how quick it can go. If your comms aren't on point, you're just playing with one arm tied behind your back. So EG take the win. There is a positive, and man, talk about a 180. Stan was talking about the comms in game. I mean, him right there on camera, all of a sudden happy, just smiles. Really good. Congratulations to them. So, I mean, let's just dive right into it, gentlemen. Thorin, like, what did you take away from the match?
I mean, for once, EG didn't let the game slip. I know it looked like the actual scoreline was creeping up because Gen.G got to 11 rounds, but the amount of kills they had was absolutely pathetic on the T side. Like, this team was so lackluster. I saw Lurpus on Twitter was asking people, like, which side Gen.G basically favoured, which are they strong on? Because I agree with him. On CT side, they sometimes look like a competent team. Like, I'm starting to see where the pieces are coming together here. When they switch over to the T side, there's some nightmare stuff in this team. Like, I realized the EG players were on fire. Cirque was blowing everyone away. Welcome back, Breeze. Actually had a pretty good performance. In fact, I looked up. Cirque is now the second highest rated player in the entire tournament behind only Henny. And he's played 7 maps to Henny's 5. So, massive performance. Then on the other side of the equation, the guy I called out, Som, he never bothered turning up, did he? The guy's been terrible. He's one of the worst rated players in the tournament. Like, this is just not good enough. So, I agree. Kusta, as usual, did what he could. Automatic actually had some decent rounds, even with the AWP this time. Fair play to him. But beyond that, there wasn't a lot to work with for Gen.G.
Maniac, what did you take away from this match?
Well, I think the win conditions for EG finally were here. A very, very strong CT side. 11 rounds on Train, 9 rounds on Inferno to close it out. And I just want to echo Duncan's sentiment about Cirque and the man that we have right here. All the tricks, all the gimmicks they had to find opening kills on the CT side worked for EG. Twice he got boosted left and right in the rafters. That was entry kills for Cirque. You had Ethan with the pop flash with the AUG from Banana. That was kill as well. And anytime they got this opening, Breeze, again, welcome back Breeze, would always take his timing. He would always push into apps. This is actually standing still, but Breeze have done it a couple times as well. So EG were absolutely insufferable. They were always grabbing the first kills, and once they had it, they were doing what we used to call the double difference. So it's like we get a kill, but we don't just stay and wait the 5v4. We feel like there is an opening, and we push just a little bit more. And it was just too hard for Gen.G to handle.
Fantastic. That's excellent. Bang on. But there's a third. Oh, well, I mean, we've got an extra man on the team here, and that's James Banks. He's been handling all of our interviews so far for this tournament, all tournament long, bravely getting the players on cameras. I mean, that's like herding cats. But James, you made it. How's it going?
Yes, mate. I've done a lot now. I'm happy. We've got to the end of all of this stuff. It was a crazy set of games that we got to witness across all of this, right? The one thing I wanted to touch on, especially with EG just making it through now, is I watched them now across multiple events, and they had massive struggles at the beginning of this year. Obviously, Zeus comes in, and you think, how much can one person coaching role change and stuff like that? When I've been speaking to Stan, every time in those loser interviews, even the winners interviews, he wasn't happy. He wanted to really push further. He knew what he could achieve. And it was great to see today, finally, even though in the games they were winning in the past, these games meant more to me when I'm looking at what they could deliver, because we saw Ethan, Breeze, and Cirque. That's the trio you want to be able to deliver. You were seeing the synergy, like Tarek flashing down constantly, able to back his teammates up in there. That's the EG we know and love. That's the one that we started to see dominate towards the end of 2019. So this is definitely a good sign for these guys. And I'm really excited to see how much they can do now, because they've got a bit of time off, at least from official events, going into the finals. So they've got all the time where some of the other teams that we're playing against actually have events to play. So there's a lot to be had in this and a lot for them to prepare, but it could get very interesting.
Well, thank you very much. I mean, that bodes well for EG going forward, that they actually have a bit of time off to rest, because that's the main concern right now, is that these players are just playing back-to-back-to-back officials. And it feels like we're going to be back in old online time where players had so many officials online that they weren't even scrimming. They were just treating the officials like scrims. So, I mean, we'll see. Oversaturation is always the same thing. I feel like a squeaky wheel. But let's take a look at our bracket real quick and see how this played out. as far as this tournament is concerned, these teams were battling for the chance to play in the spring finals at the end of the month, and quite a bit of money on the line. So $750,000 for the total prize pool, which is not chump change. These guys are fighting for it, and so here we have it. Evil Genius is the last to make the cut today. And so here we have our final teams for the spring finals. This is fantastic. I mean, we actually have, ENCE making the cut, Vitality joining in, Fury, MIBR. You can see the qualified teams below. And, well, you know, the Danes and the Swedes always get along. Nip and Mad Lions. I guess we were trying to figure that one out.
I'm just going to say, you know what? This is what I'm here for. Don't see any Fnatic or mouse spots. So, you know, just saying.
There you go, buddy. You got it in the end. It was the struggle for both of those teams, that's for sure. But they got their chance. They got their chance. And let's take a look at our predictions, too. Let's take a look at our predictions here, how we made it out in the end. Like bandits. Maniac, if I could high five right now, you know?
Yeah, I would high five you if I could. Just do it trans Denmark.
You saved yourself at the end, man.
No, I didn't save myself. That was always part of the plan, August. I knew exactly where I was going. I just wanted to share the spotlight with you.
Times saved by ties, 8. You know, that's a fair point. Thorn was making that point earlier where, you know, you get saved by ties. This is great.
What was your score? Your score was 8
Successful.
as well? What was your time saved by ties?
Yeah,
August?
we both got saved on that. It's ENCE saved you today, my dude. ENCE saved you.
But you took more risks than I do. You successfully picked against the pack 6 times. I did 4. I cannot believe you actually out me on that. Good job, good job.
You gotta trust the gut, you know. You gotta trust the gut. That's
I really like this graph, by the way. Mikael,
I'm
if you
watching
hear me.
CS. This is good stuff. This is good stuff. But what? Thorn's left out. Thorn doesn't get a card. Well, you know, I guess what? Like tied for first over
I'm
here.
only
Second
one
place,
behind.
Right, runners up.
Only one behind.
Yeah, exactly.
Listen, like I told you,
Runners up.
you all think you're gonna win. You're on some Dick Dastardly stuff, mate. I'm just waiting to take over at the last second when you all slip.
Dude, we're keeping these scores. We're saving these scores for the spring final. We're going to keep it running into the spring final. Let's go. Just the whole blast run, and let's see who comes out on top. I agree. I think we should just go and carry it all the way through. But, I mean, guys, this is it. This has been one hell of a week. I mean, but that was it, the final match of this run. It's been a long week, long nights, and I can't thank you enough for joining me on the desk and being a part of it. It was great to work with you both. But I think that's going to be pretty much it for the show. So do you guys have any last thoughts, any closing words here you want to get in before we call it? Thorn, we want to throw it out there?
Let me think. I'll just run through a few of the highlights. Like, I thought NIP was kind of a revelation. Vitality's gotten so much better. ENCE is back, which is pretty cool. So what's good is we're getting back some of the good teams from last year, even if we had to trade in the Fnatics and Mouse Sports of the world. EG looks like they're competent again. Cirque's back in play. Fury looks amazing. Henny, Art doing some crazy things. So I think actually there was a lot of things you could celebrate in the tournament, even if it had to be online and we couldn't all do it in person.
Yeah, that's the thing. We had to adjust. We had to adjust. The players certainly did. Maniac, did you have any takeaways before we call it a night?
Well, I'll just step outside of Counter-Strike for a second and say that this probably was one of the most challenging week I've ever had in terms of scheduling and all the things we had to do, but you guys made my life very easy. It was very comfortable to work with you. I had a great time, and I'm just looking forward to the spring finals because I think we have a good thing going on, and I'm looking forward to more.
Damn straight, damn straight. I was about to say something else, but you know what I was about to say. Thanks, guys. Thank you so much. It's been a joy. It's been a joy. But you know, all good things come to an end, at least temporarily. We'll be back in a week. On the 15th of June will be the first day of the Blast Premier Spring Final. You saw the teams that will be competing. We just found out the 8 teams that managed to get in there to fight with the rest of the pack who made it there in London. So I'm Similar. I was your host this time around, and I'll be your host then. Until then, play some CS, enjoy yourselves, have a great time, and let's go.
He said, "Boy, woo!"
gone ahead and brought in one of the newest additions to Astralis for this episode of CS Money Shot Style. I am joined by what was once a primary opper. Now, apparently, he can do it all. Yugi, I've got to ask, is your favorite color blue?
Yeah, it always been blue, yeah.
Yeah, I kind of got a hunch, man. I'm looking at this inventory. It's blue through and through. And you know what? I like that. I like that everything's the same color. Everything's going and it's flowing. So we're gonna go through them pretty quickly here. But there's some I just want to touch on. I think they combine really cool. You know, you've got your hand wrap Cobalt skulls. We saw Halzerk also playing with those, so popular in the hand wraps division. Nice old classic blue laminate for the AK, the Cobalt Disruption. Lots of stat track guns across the board for you, though.
Yeah.
You a fan of the stat tracks?
Yeah, I'm a big fan. I like that.
And the Talon knife, that's one of the newer knives. Not many guys play with this one. Do you prefer it over the Karambit? Because it's kind of the newer model.
No, I'm actually looking for a new knife. I'm just borrowing this knife for a friend, so yeah. I've been looking at some emeralds, and yeah, I really like the sapphire as well. So,
if I'm not mistaken, Device just got a new flip knife emerald. So is that kind of your inspiration? You've been seeing him use one, and it's looking good.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good. Yeah, I'm a big fan of emerald. It's real nice, and yeah, combined with the orb, the green orb containment breach. So yeah, I have
right. Actually, that's huge. That's something that I can't believe I missed that. Yeah, you're one of the only guys who has that containment breach, and it's really nice.
Yeah.
The lime greens, the dark black, I want to say the rats, right, on the side.
Yeah.
Yugi, I thank you. I thank you for stopping in, talking some skins with me. It's good to know that you got your finger on the pulse and that you're looking to make some changes. So when you go all green or you switch to Astralis Red, I'll be sure to bring you back. But ladies and gents, that's it. It's a wrap here at the CS Money Shot Style.